Everyone was busy with their work, life carrying on as usual. While touring the domain with his son to survey the people, Richard Valencia asked, "Tell me, son." He asked a serious question. "What do you believe is the most important virtue for a lord to have?" The sudden question initially flustered Simon Valencia, but he still managed a reasonable reply. So suddenly, nobility. Not bad, Richard Valencia praised. This proved his father had a different idea. Simon asked doubtfully, "Then what is the right answer?" Under the warm sunlight, his father seemed to glow with a brilliant aura. He said, "A warm heart." The one qualified to both ask and perfectly answer such a question was none other than Richard Valencia, the Lord of Les Hill. He was still a playful child, too young to grasp such an answer. A heart, a concept as vast and abstract as a warm heart, seemed too much for a boy who had never dealt with matters of state. His father continued to explain the answer. This answer cleverly incorporated his initial thought about virtue. The virtue a lord needs depends on the circumstances. He began to list examples: a friend, a relative, and sometimes a villain. You will have to play all of those roles. And no matter the situation, you must always do your best. Lost in his own story, he continued, "You will form a bond with anyone you are with." Simon listened in contemplation. Suddenly, someone called out urgently, "My lord." They looked in surprise toward the voice. Sarkley ran over, panting. Despite his hurry, he didn't forget his manners. "My goodness, I'm sorry to interrupt. But may I ask about that?" "Of course, Sarkley." His father immediately agreed. "Simon, step back a bit." "You too, Sarkley." Simon helped the exhausted man step back, leaving a large open space for his father. And then his father recited a series of strange, unknown incantations. Everything around him flew up in a chaotic whirl. The falling leaves created a pleasant rustling sound. Finally, his father stopped. "It's coming." With the final words of the incantation, a magic circle formed, hovering in the air. The atmosphere grew increasingly dim and somewhat magical. From the mud below, countless terrifying hands reached out. The undead rose, crawling up from the ground. Skeletons appeared before them through the magic circle, and eerie cracking sounds filled the air. The prelude looked quite horrifying. However, after the skeletons awoke and turned to look at Sarkley, the special effects faded, revealing incredibly cute skulls. He gave a silly laugh and pointed to the pile of wood behind them. The skeletons' eyes glowed brightly. They quickly understood. They began their journey of hauling wood. Sarkley clapped and praised them from behind. And he didn't forget to say, "Thank you, sir." Simon watched, completely baffled. But his father was already used to exploiting the labor of the undead. He just waved his hand politely and said, "Keep up the good work." Simon's admiration for his father grew. He thought his father could supplement the workforce by using the dead. Truly a great necromancer. Regarding the term necromancer that was mentioned, these are special mages who use black and dark magic. A long time ago, to escape the influence of the necromancers, the Emperor of the Tannin Empire dispatched 500,000 soldiers. In Gaizen, the headquarters sent out 10 necromancers to fight against that mighty army. There were only 10 necromancers, but those 500,000 soldiers were quickly turned into corpses, and they destroyed the Tannin Empire. The outcome of this event, known as the Rose Brigade, even forced the Emperor of the Tannin Empire to surrender. The rotting corpse of the former emperor met a tragic end, placed upon the very throne of the empire. And that is how necromancers seized power in the new era and conquered half the continent. But another force also threatened the necromancers' rule, governing the other half of the continent. Priests, the only villains in the eyes of necromancers who use divinity to serve the goddess. Thus, the continent is maintaining a fragile peace between the two opposing forces. But none of that worried our fiefdom. In other words, this was a separate land, isolated from the world, caught in the tug of war between the two powers outside. Watching humans and the undead live harmoniously together, doing daily chores in sync, Simon couldn't help but think they work so well together. And this is Les Hill, where skeletons dance and play, working rhythmically with the people, just as Sarkley and the skeletons were doing now. A small town, very, very small, a vague spot on the map, probably here. Even with a map in his hands, he could hardly pinpoint this location accurately. Therefore, even the neighboring villages didn't know about it. And I am Simon Fallania, the heir to this fief. He flashed a brilliant smile that blended in with the scenery and the people here. The above is all the brief information about him and his homeland. Now that playtime was over, he returned to his beautiful home. "I'm home, Simon, you're back." That gentlewoman was Anna Fallani, Simon's mother. "Yes, I went out to help with the mining," he replied, then trotted into the kitchen after his mother. She said gently, "You must be very hungry. Wait a moment. He stared blankly at his mother's dreamy purple soup pot and asked, "Mom, what is this?" She explained, "It's water infused with poisonous mushrooms." Hearing his mother's explanation, he became even more confused. "But that's poisonous, Mom." The more he looked at the soup pot, the more it seemed to emit an unspeakable dark aura. His mother remained very relaxed. "Yes, but don't worry. Your mother will make it edible." Then a brilliant aura radiated out, and like a miracle, the delicious-looking dish now truly became an edible delicacy. He was captivated, mesmerized by the magical process, divine power. His mother was displaying the power of a former priest. Every time he saw his mother's power, he couldn't help but wonder how those two opposites met. He gave a forced smile, his imagination running wild. While lost in his thoughts, his mother finished setting the table and called out, "Simon, you've stared long enough. Aren't you coming to eat?" "Oh, yes." He strode to the dining table, which was now filled with a warm, home-cooked meal. During the meal, his father bravely tried the strange soup, gulping it down, only to throw up his entire dinner. At the end of the meal, his mother asked with concern, "You didn't eat much today. Are you feeling unwell?" By evening, after he had bathed, his mother was affectionately applying skincare for her husband. Already used to this sight, he thought with amusement that it was as if they were still on their honeymoon. When the moon was high in the sky, he walked to the window. Closing the door to go to bed, his mother's voice echoed, "Good night, Simon." "Good night," he replied politely. Suddenly, a crumpled letter flew in, landing squarely on his handsome face, leaving him dazed for a moment. Taking the letter off, his nose was bright red. Still not understanding what was happening, he stammered, "What?" Then he happened to see a beautiful girl sitting by his window. She smiled brilliantly. "Hello?" He looked awkwardly at the strange creature, then decided to feign blindness. He turned around and climbed into bed to sleep. She stomped her foot and said, "Hey, don't pretend you can't see me." Seeing him continue to ignore her, she started yelling, "Hey, I know you can see me. Come on, get up now." Powerless, he faced reality. "Oh goodness, all right. Who are you? How did you get here? Are you lost?" She sighed in exasperation. "I'm not lost, you idiot." Then she confidently pointed at him, stating her purpose clearly. "I came here to see you, Simon Valencia." This left him full of questions. "How do you know my name?" he asked hesitantly. Completely unabashed, she pointed to the letter that had just hit his face, that letter. Just then, his parents burst into the room with pots and pans. "Simon, what's wrong? Is there a burglar?" Seeing them, she became even more excited. "Richard, Anna, it's Neptus." They both asked in suspicion, and so, before his baffled eyes, they had a brief reunion. His father was so happy he even lifted the girl up. "My goodness, you haven't changed at all. I missed you both so much." "We missed you too." Dad, Mom, he watched them stunned. After they settled down, she stood primly in front so his parents could introduce her. "Simon, greet her politely. This is the legendary Neptus Akbold." Neptus Akbold, he repeated each word, his mind not yet processing. At first, he faced it calmly, but soon after, his eyes filled with mortal terror. "It can't be. That's Neptus Akbold, the main culprit in turning the Tannin Emperor's corpse into a puppet, and also the corpse who has lived for over 300 years. Of course, he didn't need to say this information out loud. She openly admitted, "Yes, I am Neptus Akbold of Kaizen." In a state of shock, he tremblingly opened the letter. So that letter, could it be? At the same time, she formally announced, "Let me send you an official letter, Simon Valencia." He hesitated over the letter's words. It was indeed the acceptance letter from Kaizen. Immediately after, she smiled and called out, "Hey, let's go to Kaizen." It takes a while to describe, but it all happened in less than a minute. "See you at Kaizen then." Everything happened as fast as a gust of wind. She came with the wind, and now she was leaving with the wind, unexpectedly swift. It left him still reeling from the shock. Richard Valencia suggested, "Simon, let your father see that letter." "Oh, yes, here it is." He immediately handed it to his father. His father then read the letter's contents aloud for the whole family. Special admission, Simon Valencia. Although he had heard it all, he still felt like he was dreaming. He asked dazedly, Dad, going to Kaizen, does that mean?" Without waiting for him to finish, his father understood and affirmed, "Yes, that's the center of the Dark Alliance and the headquarters of the Necromancers. It's also the school that trains Necromancers. The head of Kaizen is Neptus, the person you just met. The principal," he exclaimed. He remembered her cheerful wave goodbye. "Bye-bye. See you later." Who would have thought that person was hundreds of years old and the renowned principal from the rumors? Even a longtime friend like his father thought so too. "She doesn't look it, does she?" He continued to ask, "So where is Kaizen? Is it far from here?" His father answered, "Very far. It's on an island called Rook. You'll have to take a ship from Langston, the capital of the Dresden Kingdom, and travel quite a distance to reach the island." Then he placed a hand on his son's shoulder like a great man and comforted him. "But don't worry, Simon. Langston has many interesting things. Rook Island is beautiful too. And what's more, Kaizen is famous for its stylish uniforms." Uniforms. He couldn't help but think about it and suddenly blush. Just then, his mother said with worry, "That will keep you busy until the matriculation ceremony." "Huh? Why is that?" he asked, turning to his father in confusion. "Well, there's a lot to prepare to become a necromancer. You should learn the skills once you get to the school. Let's open your core first." After some thought, his mother discussed with his father, "Honey, can we teach him a little black magic?" This left him caught in the middle. "What?" His father agreed. "Of course, I'll teach him that too. Oh right, you also have to learn breathing methods. So, don't even think about sleeping starting tomorrow." And so, after that meeting with Neptus, I began the busiest week of my life, all in preparation for Kaizen. My parents said school life would be very interesting and I'd have fun there. But my sudden admission seemed to worry them so much that they no longer had the energy to deal with the request or lawsuits from the people of the domain. Countless unanswered concerns piled up. As mentioned, his father began the process of preparing him with everything he'd need for school. "This might hurt, but you have to endure it." "Okay, yes." And so he painfully endured wave after wave of magic, which meant for 3 days that week, I didn't sleep at all while creating my core with the help of my father's magic. "Now, breathe very slowly," his father continued to instruct. Thus, the remaining days I learned breathing techniques and black magic from my father. A week later, a boy who had spent his entire life in Les Hill, boarded the first carriage leaving my homeland. My parents saw me off to the edge of the domain. "We're leaving now," his mother cried, her eyes red, watching her son leave. "Be careful, Simon." Villagers like Sarkly were also there to see him off. "Travel safely, young master." And so he was on his way to Kaizen. Along the way, his father used the time to instruct him. "Gather the magic floating in the air around you into your body and slowly create mana. Then transfer it into your core, that's all. Can you feel the mana solidifying inside your body? Now, channel that mana through your arm. That's right, then disperse it through your fingers." He poured all his effort into the final practice. Following his father's instructions, he successfully channeled mana to his fingertips, to his own astonishment. "Very good, Simon," his father praised generously. "That is the source of a necromancer's power. Darkness," he said, cherishing the drop of mana he had just created. For the final lesson, his father was particularly dedicated. He also channeled mana just like Simon, but it was easy to see that his mana flow was much richer than Simon's single drop. He explained, "The biggest difference between a mage and a necromancer is dark energy. Mana has a gas-like property. It will gradually loosen and dissolve into the air. In other words, shadow can be a solid or a liquid, so it's very easy to bind and transform into other shapes to simulate." The clear mana in his hand gradually thickened and solidified into a special crystal form. A mixture between the states snaked along his arm. Freely compressing the mana crystal's shape, he was like a masterful magician, saying, "So if you use this property of darkness, you can transform it into a shape like this." The transparent mana had now become a statue of the principle. He stared at it with interest. Next came a magic circle, just like the one he saw when his father summoned the undead. Finally, his father said, "Those who practice magic based on darkness are called necromancers." After enthusiastically explaining the principles, he moved on to the final comprehensive exercise. "Since we don't have much time left, let's focus on extracting darkness and channeling it into your core." "Yes, father," he answered obediently. Then he spread his 10 fingers with separate mana motes. He began practicing one by one from a semi-liquid state to a solid state with a specific shape. But at this step, he was still fumbling and couldn't form it properly. The crystal returned to its previous liquid form. He fumbled to catch it. His father patiently watched him practice. He hadn't expected much, but to his surprise, he looked at the child in amazement. Unbelievable. It usually takes a necromancer about 6 months to 2 years to shape dark energy, but Simon succeeded in just 3 days. He had even skillfully created countless beautiful shapes, and now here was another of his creations. He happily admired the great ancient tree made of mana in his hand. Meanwhile, his father thought with pride, "I knew he was talented, but this kind of explosive talent can be counterproductive." I delayed building his core, hoping he wouldn't repeat the mistakes I once regretted. With the child, But now was the time for his talent to shine. He looked affectionately at the child who continued to play with his new toy. He looked at his son's new creation in amazement. He showed it off. "Father, look at this." His father nodded along. "Ah, the color of night blue. I see it. Your dark energy has a beautiful blue hue." It was rare to hear his father praise him, especially during this rush time. His eyes lit up. "Is having a night blue color good? Am I a rare case? Does that mean I'm very talented?" His father chuckled. He extinguished the burning flame in his son's eyes. "It's just a color." Simon dejectedly withdrew his spiritual power. "We've arrived." Finally, after many days on the road, the carriage stopped. He asked in confusion, "What? We've already arrived at Kaizen," only to hear his father say coolly, "No, this is just the border of the Dresden kingdom. I'll be leaving you here." He asked in alarm, "What? What do you mean, father?" His father got out of the carriage and said slowly, "I'm sorry, but I couldn't tell you beforehand. I can't enter Dresden territory. It's a long story." Yes, he was still bewildered. His father explained more clearly, "From this point on, you will have to decide everything for yourself before you act." "Father," he called out in confusion. Looking at the child, his father could only offer comfort. "Don't worry, I guarantee it. You can do better than anyone else. And I'm truly proud of you." And the carriage rolled on again. It took him on his wondrous journey. His father stood from a distance. He muttered while watching the carriage until it was out of sight, "Take care." 1 week later, the Dresden kingdom. We've arrived. Looking at the magnificent scene before him, where there was no distinction between humans and spirits, he asked in astonishment, "This is the capital of the Dresden kingdom." The appearance of a stranger didn't stop people from their current work. The bustling city life continued as usual. It was an intersection without discrimination of race, a world that necromancers dreamed of. "This is Langston," he exclaimed. "What a big city. I have to be careful." Then he took out the notice to check it. "Number 239, Chemo Street. A guide is waiting there." Where could that be? He wondered. Then he stopped a nearby passerby and asked, "Excuse me, may I ask you something?" The lady turned around gracefully. "How can I help you?" The gesture would have been very elegant if not for one bloody eye falling out of its socket. He trembled all over. The lady calmly asked. He replied, "I'd like to ask for directions to this address." In his head, he kept repeating the mantra. Being scared is impolite. "I see." She chuckled. Then let the disobedient eye rest back in its socket to read the address. "Let's see, Chemo Street." This scared him so much he didn't dare move. Seeing the address clearly, she gave directions. "Do you see that square over there? Go past that square, then turn right. You'll see a street paved with gold-plated bricks. That's Chemo Street, one of Langston's landmarks." Only then did he feel revived. Thank you," he said, bowing politely. The lady covered her face and said with satisfaction, "What a polite boy." At the same time, she wished him well. "Be careful. Good luck in Langston." "Thank you, good luck to you too." He waved goodbye to the lady. Immediately after, a strange man approached and called out, "Excuse me." "Yes," she answered softly. While he was enthusiastically leaving, a similar conversation began. "I need to ask you for a favor." At that moment, his guide was thinking impatiently, "What's taking so long?" She wondered to herself, did he get lost? "Sorry, Dad. The reason for this out-of-the-blue apology was that he was being robbed right here." The man didn't hold back, pointing a knife at him. "Put everything you have on the ground. Clothes, bag, everything." Meanwhile, his accomplice was surrounding him, blocking any escape route he could think of. Thus came the initial apology. He silently thought, "I guess I'll be later to Kaizen than planned." Specifically, an hour ago, while he was fumbling with the letter to find the meeting spot 239, 239, 239, he repeated the address he was looking for over and over again, when suddenly, "Hey, kid, are you looking for 239 Chemo Street, or to be precise, SL1E6AJ? A strange man approached and started a conversation. Seeing the man confidently state the route he needed, and being in an unfamiliar place, Simon Valencia let his guard down and interacted with the man, thinking he was the guide who had been sent. "Yes, that's right. You must be the guide sent over." So the man quickly spun a story. "Yes, that's right. I am the guide sent over. Since you were late, I figured you must have gotten lost. So I went looking for you." They shook hands happily. He introduced himself briefly. "It's lucky we ran into each other. My name is Simon Valencia." The man politely greeted him. "Hello, I'm Jolie, a guide in Langston." Then, acting like a guide, he politely invited, "Please follow me. I'll take you to your lodgings first, Along the way, the man chatted incessantly, telling all sorts of stories that made him suspicious. I'm glad I found you before you got into trouble. There are a lot of scammers here trying to trick gullible tourists. You know, pickpockets, thieves, merchants who overcharge, things like that. Meanwhile, they had entered a deserted alley nearby, which, according to the man, was the way to his lodgings. He chuckled, half joking, half serious. So are you planning to scam me too? This startled the man, who froze for a few seconds. However, being an experienced man of the world, he quickly turned around, smiled, and denied it. I don't know what you mean. By now, Simon was even more certain of his suspicion. Simon Valencia didn't mind taking a moment to analyze the man's flaws. You have a tendency to look at the ground, and you keep touching your vest pocket. You're checking if your belongings are still there, right? Judging by the width of the pocket and the wrinkles, you probably have a knife inside. And it was true. These sharp analyses startled the man. Nevertheless, he tried to calm himself and explained, don't misunderstand, that's just for self-defense. But he was shut down by Simon's final, humorous analysis. His fake smile vanished completely. Finally, the name hung. That's the name of a species of goat in Les Hill. Huh? The man was shocked by his tight analysis. He was even more horrified that he had been figured out from the start just by randomly picking the name of some random goat. He trembled and questioned, you knew and you still followed me. Who the hell are you? Then he pulled out a knife. At the same time, dozens of footsteps echoed around him. The man's accomplices finally revealed themselves, and the initial scene occurred. The man threatened, damn it. I don't care who you are. You're going to be begging us. Now put everything you have on the ground. Clothes, bag, everything. Surrounded by brutish thugs who lived by robbery, he remained stubborn and refused flatly, I won't. One of the thugs lost his patience and reminded him, hey, country boy. I don't think you grasp the situation. Do we look like we're joking with you? Then the man with the knife charged forward. He nimbly dodged the surprise attack, and at the same time, he raised his hand. He grabbed the man's arm, who was still stunned from the missed-stab, and before the stunned eyes of the robbers and the man's tragic scream, he broke the man's arm without hesitation. He was like a demon sent to bring the wicked to justice, saying calmly, I sometimes see people like you in my territory. Scum who blend into the crowd and cheat people with some kind of protection fee. My duty as the succeeding lord is to clean up filth like you. Then he let go of the man's shattered arm. The man had no strength to resist, but the others, hearing the excuses of a weak-mouthed nobleman, only grew angrier. Their anger overshadowed their fear of the strange opponent. The man pointed his knife at him and retorted, a nobleman, huh? All the more reason not to spare you. He immediately gave an order, all of you, get him. Immediately, countless footsteps echoed. It turned out this gang wasn't just a few people, but had formed a large-scale organization. Therefore, after assessing the situation, he offered a heartfelt apology as mentioned at the beginning. Sorry, Dad. I'll probably be late to Kaizen. Just then, as he was about to deal with them all at once, a voice said, Found you? This baffled the whole group. She calmly walked forward, chatting as if in an empty place. I've been waiting for you for a long time, and since you didn't show up, I had to come find you myself. Seeing the situation wasn't looking good, the man asked his comrades, Now what? She stood gracefully at a distance, not too far, not too close, just in time to save the day, but also giving him enough room to show his skills. It looks like you're dealing with some trivial matters, huh? She asked. Seeing it was just a girl and with their overwhelming numbers, the man decided, don't worry. We have the upper hand. Let's deal with them quickly and leave. Although his accomplices were still a bit hesitant, they nodded in agreement. Really. Amidst the rustling sound of scraps of paper hitting each other, she told him he should recount. You all must have realized, that building over there is a skeleton shop, isn't it? With this well-intentioned reminder, they immediately noticed skeletons being rapidly assembled in a nearby graveyard, forming an army of skeletons that was both large in number and high in quality. They belatedly realized she was a necromancer. She immediately commanded, Get them. The skeletons quickly charged forward. They attacked the scattering gang of robbers. Countless tragic screams rang out. Let go. But skeletons are not human. They didn't care and were only focused on binding the robbers by any means necessary, leaving them no choice but to be tied up obediently. Facing the terrifying skulls, they trembled in fear. The man wisely begged, We didn't know you were a great necromancer. Please spare us. With everyone captured, she interrogated them. Speak. What guild are you from? The man answered honestly. Claven. We are members of the Claven Guild. This left her speechless. Coming from a rather large guild and resorting to robbing poor tourists, go tell Claven yourselves. She wouldn't meddle in others' affairs anymore. She arranged for him to put his hands behind his back, bow his head, and crawl on his face to the security headquarters to confess. The man was horrified and pleaded, "Please spare us." His cowardly and wordy demeanor officially awakened the demon in her. "What is this? Are you giving me orders if he sends a substitute, or if his face isn't scraped up? I guarantee I will, in the name of Kaizen, wipe your guild off the face of this planet." The man had no choice but to accept his punishment. "I'm sorry, I'll remember your words," she cursed under her breath in boredom. He watched her solve the problem in one go, stunned. Once finished, she turned around with a smile and asked, "You must be Simon Valencia, right?" He answered hesitantly, "Ah, yes, that's me. Thank you for your help. But who are you?" She introduced herself shyly. "What do you think? I'm your real guide." Then she boldly took his hand and led him away. "Let's go. My mother is waiting." He became more and more confused. "Your mother?" "Yes." When they arrived, she looked around. "Where is she?" "I told her to wait here," until she saw the little girl happily by the ice cream stand. "Mom." The single word made Nephthys freeze for a moment as if struck by lightning. She flared up. "I told you to stay put." Nephthys tried to smooth things over. "I was waiting," she reprimanded. "You always get lost. Don't wander off alone anymore." The roles of mother and daughter seemed to be reversed. Nephthys pouted and pointed to the ice cream stand. "But the ice cream stand over there is having a free tasting event," she reasoned with her. "What if we lost Simon because of that? If I lose both you and Simon, what will I do?" The question was so difficult it made Nephthys look like she was about to cry. The conversation was coming to an end. "Have you learned your lesson?" "What lesson?" Nephthys still tried to deny it. Meanwhile, he had many questions but could only try to hold them back out of politeness. "Huh? What is happening?" Nephthys is her mother, not her younger sister? In the end, Nephthys had to use him as an excuse to avoid the family issue. Anyway, Simon must be tired after such a long journey. "I hope you learned something from Richard." He replied hesitantly, "Ah, yes." Then he showed off his skills right away. "I learned this." Nephthys was impressed. "It's been a long time since I've seen that blue darkness," Lauren Agbold pondered, "but this still has mana properties. It's still swirling like fire, which means it's still in a gaseous state." Following her daughter's words, Nephthys observed more closely and quickly solved the problem. "He can learn to use his core more efficiently for that. He'll learn it at school anyway, right?" "Then it's fine. It's okay." "Then, Lauren," she said, looking blankly as her mother suddenly called her name. "It is." Nephthys arranged. "I'll let you guide the new student." "I trust my daughter," she said with a sigh. "You always leave the difficult tasks to me." And with that, Nephthys happily ran off, calling, "Ice cream." Watching her cheerful mother run off into the distance, she had no choice but to accept the assignment that fell from the sky. "All right, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Lauren Agbold. I'm a student at Kaizen, just like you." After the introduction, she took his hand and said, "Shall we go now?" He asked with curiosity, "Go where?" "Shopping for the new semester, of course," she answered excitedly. Amidst the echoing conversations of the city, "Simon, you know what the most exciting time of the entire school year is?" "When is it?" The chatter probably came from inside the bookstore. "It's when you go shopping for uniforms, textbooks, and other supplies before school starts." Lauren Agbold pointed and winked playfully. "This is the most exciting time, so enjoy it." She led the way, saying to the person behind her, "Let's go buy textbooks first, shall we? There's a lot to buy. Follow me." Simon trailed behind her and replied, "Okay." She took a thick book from the shelf. "First, take this." He quickly reached out to take it. "All right." She didn't hesitate to toss the book at him to catch, which startled him. Looking at the cover of this book, he was surprised. An Introduction to Summoning by Elric Morchimbo. From afar, she picked out another book and threw it right into his chest, saying, "Simon, take this one too." This left him stunned and frozen. After that, dozens of books flew towards him, and he couldn't catch them all in time as they scattered. Lauren continued picking. "This one and this one too." He hurriedly told her, "Wait," but she paid no attention and continued choosing, "This one and that one too." He tried to get her attention. Lauren, looking at the pile of books on him, he scratched his head worriedly and asked, "I'm not going to study all of this in my first year, am I?" She continued to pick books from the shelf and winked at him. "Of course not. This is Kaizen. You have to master them in the first semester of your first year." She showed no mercy and threw a blue book at his face, ordering, Now, stop crying and take this toxicology book. With a blooming smile on her face, she waved at him. The last one is jet black dynamics. I'll go get it. You wait here. He held his nose with the toxicology book in hand and obediently replied, all right. In the bookstore, he watched people happily run back and forth, choosing books. He followed them with his eyes, looking at the hip-high stack of books and thought, come to think of it. His face lit up with joy as he looked ahead and thought, I've never been around so many people my age before. I'm so excited to experience school life. Suddenly, Cindy Vivace ran up from behind. Here. She cheerfully looked left and right as she ran past him. I'm coming. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met. He quickly dodged to the side, while Cindy, carried by her momentum, crashed into the bookshelf. She sat rubbing her sore nose from the impact. Ow, my nose. The bookshelf began to shake violently and books showed signs of falling. Before the girl could react, a pile of thick books fell from the shelf. He quickly jumped over to shield her. Watch out. After a moment of fear, she dared to peek open her eyes. He gently asked from above, hey, are you okay? Only then did she realize she was nestled and shielded in his arms. She quickly replied, yes, I'm fine. I'm sorry. Hearing her trembling apology, he replied, it's okay. I was the one who was distracted and in your way. I'm sorry. He gently turned and suggested, can you help me put the books back? Otherwise, we'll get yelled at. Hearing this, she shyly and hastily replied, okay. After a while, she asked curiously, you're also a new student at Kaizen, right? He replied, that's right. Hearing this, she happily introduced herself. I'm a new student too. My name is Cindy Vivace, and you are. He turned and gave a small smile, introducing himself. Simon Valencia. The girl happily greeted him. I see. It's nice to meet you. She shyly hugged a book and confessed, actually, I'm from far away in the north, so I don't have any friends yet. He was a bit surprised to hear that. Huh? He said sympathetically. Then we're the same. I don't have any friends either. This made the girl's eyes light up like stars as she asked, really. Then she shyly and timidly handed the book to him and said, if it's okay, Simon. She used the book to cover half her face and shyly asked, can I say hi to you whenever we meet at school? He turned to her gently, of course. I was about to ask you the same thing. She blushed. Thank you. Then she enthusiastically pointed to the entrance and said, we've put all the books away, so I'll be going now. My father is waiting outside. He nodded in reply. All right, see you at school. As she turned to leave, he suddenly called her back. Wait, Cindy. He casually held out his hand and asked, can you give me back my wallet? Her pretty face instantly darkened. I thought I wouldn't get caught since I used spiritual power to steal it. How did you know? He recalled what had happened and replied, I just saw my wallet flying through the air a moment ago. Huh? She was shocked and pointed at him. You saw that? Are you kidding me? Are you also planning to major in spiritual studies? Hearing her questions, he answered honestly, I haven't decided on a major yet. Suddenly, her voice dropped. I knew it. Immediately after, her eyes lit up with excitement as she shouted. Then she became cheerful and excited, exclaiming, Kaizen is on a whole other level. I can't believe it. Kaizen must be full of people like you. I'm so excited for school to start. He watched this scene in astonishment, thinking for a pickpocket, she's quite shameless. She jumped up and down excitedly and said, if we end up in the same spiritual studies major, we could see each other for all 3 years. Let's compete with each other then. Simon. Her excitement made him anxious and a little incredulous. She tossed the wallet back to him. Here, your wallet's back. She used her spiritual power to disappear on the spot, waving goodbye to him. I'm so looking forward to it. Don't pretend you don't know me at school, Simon. From a distance, Lauren approached and said, they're out of the Introduction to Jet Black Dynamics book. They'll deliver it to your dorm when it's in stock. He heard this and replied, okay. She playfully nudged his shoulder and asked curiously, by the way, who was that girl just now? You've already made a friend, he admitted. Well, I guess so. She cheerfully whispered to him, you don't have to be so shy. You can be honest with me. It's like you have a crush on her or something. Looking at her, he could only sigh to himself. I almost got my wallet stolen because of that. Then she eagerly continued the shopping trip. Anyway, we've got all the books. Let's go buy you a bag. He looked down at his own bag. A bag? She waved her hand and explained, not that kind of bag, but a bag that necromancers often use. It's called a magic storage. To put it simply, she continued to explain, we call it a subspace. Hearing this, his eyes lit up noticeably. Over here, a purple-haired lady greeted them warmly. Hello, Miss Lauren. She very tactfully looked beside Lauren and asked, I heard you just bought a bag not long ago. Does that mean you're looking for one for this gentleman? She didn't hesitate to make a request. Yes, he's a new student, so I'm looking for a bag with the fewest restrictions. She continued to think and made a request. Don't show us any subspaces that require walls or floors. We often fight in wide open plains. The lady praised her with a smooth tongue. You're right. You're so thoughtful, Miss Lauren. She placed a ring in his hand and said flatteringly, in that case, I'll show you a product that's not yet on the market. It's just for you. She instructed, put the ring on and let the jet black energy flow into it. He heard this and did as he was told, replying, all right. She continued to introduce the product. After that, you'll feel like you're touching a handle. She continued to guide him. That's right, pull it out. Treat it like a handle. He obediently followed the instructions. Seeing the space in front of them activate, she continued her introduction. This subspace is the latest product from Galen Eclipse, the young master craftsman of the new generation. It can hold up to 4,000 units. This subspace can be opened on the ground on any terrain, whether it's sloped or rugged. The vast space began to open up wider. She was still there, and the space inside has a total of 7 charms, including a first-class preservation charm and temperature control charms. Below, a vast pit had opened up. She continued to ramble on, and when you wear it, an invisibility charm will activate to hide your position from the enemy. She was interrupted by a question. What about the ejection features? Hearing this, she replied confidently, of course, it has that too. He looked on, amazed and happy. She leaned close to his ear and asked, Simon, do you like it? He answered honestly, but with a hint of worry, yes, I like it a lot. But a subspace like this must cost a lot of money, right? She waved her hand and asked, probably. How much is this one, Stephanie? Stephanie casually held up 5 fingers with a smile. 5,000 gold coins. Hearing the price, he was so shocked his world shattered. That thing cost as much as the entire annual budget of Les Hill. On the other side, she didn't hesitate to close the deal. Is that so? We'll take this one then. That'll be all. Hearing this, he jumped, thinking, she's buying it from me. She cheerfully remembered her mother and said, don't worry, this is my mother's money, not mine. He asked in surprise, Nephthesis. She walked over to him and said softly, yes, I'm not entirely sure, but my mother owes your parents a lot. This is just her way of repaying the debt, so don't refuse. He broke out in a sweat and asked, even so, this gift is too big. How can I ever repay Nephthys? She waved it off. Don't think about it. If you want to repay my mother, just do well at Kaizen. Hearing this, he nodded in agreement. I'll definitely do my best. The shop door opened. Stephanie cheerfully saw them off. Thank you. Please travel safely. Under the evening sun, the two walked and chatted enthusiastically. Now that we have all the necessary supplies, let's go have some fun. Huh? Are we allowed to? Of course. This is also part of today's schedule. The two continued their fun at a shooting gallery. You shoot the teddy bear with that. Let me try. Standing on a bridge, she pointed to one side and introduced. That's the highest place in the city. A pair of hands gently lit a fire and brought it to a paper cylinder. It turned out to be releasing sky lanterns. She continued to share her knowledge with him. This is a must-see tourist spot. It's called the 10,000 Lights. What do you think, Simon? Looking at the sky lantern, he asked sarcastically, I was just thinking that there are really 1,000 fools in this world willing to spend 100 silver coins to buy a piece of flammable paper. Looking at the beautiful sky with thousands of lanterns, the two continued their conversation. You'll do well at Kaizen. Really? Thanks. That wasn't a compliment. All right then. At a seaside diner, she was surprised. You know table manners. Then she exclaimed, as expected of someone from a noble family. He closed his eyes and explained with a wry smile, my father is very strict about etiquette. She continued to share her knowledge while eating. You've been taught well. By the way, 30% of the students at Kaizen are commoners. Finally, she ended with a warning, so don't even think about using your status to boss others around. She continued, waving her finger lightly, Kaizen is based entirely on meritocracy. Hearing this, he replied, I'll remember that. Finally, she asked, tomorrow will be your first day. Do you have any questions? At this point, he didn't hesitate to ask his question. The girl I met at the bookstore. Recalling his conversation with Cindy, he asked, she said something about majors. You just noticed. Are you kidding me? You're also aiming for the spiritual studies major, aren't you? Majors. Hearing this, she exclaimed cheerfully, that's an interesting question. She held up her fingers and counted. You will study 9 subjects in your first semester of freshman year. 7 core subjects and 2 electives. Starting from the second semester, you can register for the electives you want. She continued using a symbolic image, and when you reach your second year, you have to choose a major. He asked curiously, like the girl from before. She nodded and replied yes. Looking back at the list of curses, jet black dynamics, summoning, spiritual studies, and so on, he asked, does that mean I have to quickly figure out what I'm good at? She replied cheerfully, exactly. I advise you to decide on your core subjects first, and then focus on studying those. In Simon's imagination, many people were handing him documents. Excuse me, please join my group, she continued to explain. When there's a group assignment, students with clear strengths will be more popular. He nodded in understanding. I'll definitely remember that. She asked, have you thought about any majors yet? Holding a glass of water, he replied, I think I have some interest in spiritual studies. What you showed me this morning was quite impressive. She held her hand out in front of him and said enthusiastically, spiritual studies is great. It gives you the feeling of a true mage. She waved her hand and introduced. One of the lecturers at Kaizen is Professor Hongpen. He was slightly surprised. Really? She said sincerely, yes, it's true. Sometimes I still get amazed. And the other professors too. He was excited. I'm looking forward to meeting them. Great. The two of them couldn't get enough of their conversation. They continued. When you arrived, and also, arriving back at the dormitory, she clasped her hands and advised, get some rest. If my mother finds out you're late for class tomorrow because you were tired from today's outing, she'd give me a beating. He thanked her very politely. Okay, thank you for today. I had a lot of fun. She smiled brightly. Oh, it's nothing. His face softened as he replied, I don't think I'll ever forget today for the rest of my life. She was surprised. Is that so? I'm happy to hear you say that. Well then, I'll be going. The streetlights flickered faintly. She turned back to look at him standing in front of the dormitory. Actually, Simon, there's something I have to tell you. He realized and asked, what is it? She shyly fiddled with a lock of her hair and said, you know, I didn't mean to deceive you, but I didn't tell you at the right time. She playfully teased. I'm a new student too. She continued, mimicking Cindy's words from earlier. Let's be friends at school, okay? This turned him to stone. By the time she turned to leave and waved goodbye, I'm really going now, bye-bye. He still hadn't recovered, standing at the harbor, staring in astonishment, looking at everyone, each with their own style and interest. He thought, everyone has a unique style. I must be the most normal person here. On the other side, someone shouted an announcement, all aboard. We're preparing to depart for Kaizen. He rummaged through his bag, inking. Lauren said she would take a different route. I guess the next time I see her will be at school. Someone came to check his papers. Looking at the ship's bow pointing towards the harbor, he thought in amazement, what a strange way to dock a ship. Don't they usually point the bow towards the sea? On the other side, someone announced, you may board the ship, Simon Valencia. Hearing this, he replied politely, thank you. Suddenly, a loud shout came from over there. There must be some mistake. This made everyone curious. A red-haired man grabbed a crew member's collar and yelled, I'm at the top of the waiting list. So not a single person dropped out. Is this how Kaizen operates? His hands clenched in disbelief as he demanded, contact Kaizen. There must have been a mistake. A sigh was heard. This happens every year. He glanced around, listening to people whisper. There are always kids like that, people who can't accept the results. But he's at the top of the waiting list. He must be very disappointed. The purple-haired boy couldn't believe it, beat his chest, and shouted, I am Lucius Caron, heir to the barony of the Dresden Kingdom. Contact Kaizen headquarters now. This is an order. The crew member remained patient and replied, please go back. Your name is not on the admission list. He bit his lip until it bled, gritting his teeth. He grabbed the crew member's hair, pulled him down, raised his fist, and cursed, how dare you, usurp it. Suddenly, an arm appeared and stopped his hand. He smiled gently and advised, stop. But the man didn't listen, his face red as he shouted, who the hell are you? Let go. His eyes turned sharp. His hand applied a little more pressure, squeezing gently. The man cried out in pain. He knelt on the ground, his hands still tightly gripped by Simon, and threatened tremblingly, you brat, you want to die early. Suddenly, a questioning voice rang out, what's going on? A gentleman leaning on a cane walked over. He looked straight ahead as everyone around him cheered. It's Professor Sility. Hearing this, he immediately let go of the purple-haired man's hand, curious, a professor. The professor's face was sharp, his voice filled with menace as he asked, any last words? The purple-haired man was still very persistent, holding his arm as he stood up and pleaded, "Please, this isn't a joke. Call Nephthys right away. Top of the waiting list. This admission result must be a mistake." But the professor didn't care and simply snapped his fingers. The purple-haired man asked in disbelief, "You think you can get away with treating me like this?" Then a splash of red blood spurted out, surprising him. Looking at the bloody mess on the ground, the man ordered, "I don't have time for this. All students, get on the ship." He turned to look at him. "You too?" He straightened up and replied, "Yes, sir." As the man left, the crowd behind him started murmuring again. "That's blood-black magic. First-year students get to take his class too, right?" Remembering the horrifying scene made him break out in a cold sweat. The man was still very merciful and turned back to say, "Don't worry, he's still breathing." Suddenly, a voice was heard. I understand." Stepping onto the ship, the crew member's voice continued nonstop. "All students, please board the ship." The crew member continued to announce, "Everyone, please take your seats." The professor was still calmly using magic. His magic flow swept past everyone, including him, surprising everyone. The crew member continued to announce, "During the journey, the ship will be a bit chaotic, so please remain seated until the next announcement." He went to the bow of the ship and wondered, but how can the ship sail to Kaizen? The ship was enveloped in red magic power. He was still lost in thought. "It has to turn around to be able to sail on the sea." "Over here," someone asked, "Professor, are we almost there?" He replied coldly, "Just keep the ship on course." Suddenly, the sound of crashing waves was heard, startling everyone. What was that sound? Is it the sound of waves? Immediately after, the ship faced a huge wave. The people on board were also in a panic. But how can waves make such a loud sound? A whale flew over the ship's bow, leaving all the students on board endlessly amazed. A whale suddenly, the students inside, including him, jumped up in alarm. What was that? The whale's mouth opened wide and headed for the ship. It swallowed the ship in one gulp and dived into the water. For those who don't know, that large creature is an underwater Andes that follows Kaizen's instructions. It is known as the underworld whale. This terrifying sea monster can swallow anything anywhere. It is also the fastest mode of transport in the ocean. It takes the ship into its belly, responsible for protecting it on its way to Kaizen. This strange method of travel has left new students bewildered year after year. That giant whale blended into the vast ocean, protecting each batch of new Kaizen students at a frightening speed. After overcoming moments of confusion, the students got used to this strange space. The atmosphere inside was also quite pleasant. They began to step out of the ship's cabin to look around and chat with each other about their recent experience. Some discovered that it seemed there were also people living inside the whale's belly. A boy came to chat with Simon and praised his brave actions earlier. "You were amazing back there." As if afraid he wouldn't remember, the boy even used gestures to describe it. It was a difficult situation, but you still dared to stand up and speak. At his enthusiastic praise, Simon could only smile wryly and say a few polite words. It was nothing. This earned him extra points for humility in the eyes of his new classmate. After a few pleasantries, the two shook hands and got acquainted. And so, Simon had a new friend. His name was Rowan. "Nice to meet you. I'm Simon Fallania." Rowan wondered how Simon got into the school. "By the way, which entrance exam did you pass?" This question suddenly made him feel flustered. It was the first time he had heard of it. Entrance exam? Simon asked again to confirm he hadn't misheard. Hearing Rowan talk about his admission method, "Yes, that entrance exam." I warped the darkness. Simon became even more confused and bewildered. An exam? No one had told him to take any exam. All he knew was that Nephthys had come and given him the admission letter. It was as simple as that. When Rowan asked Simon about the entrance exam again, "So what was your exam like?" Simon chose to lie, saying he did a similar one. The one related to darkness. That was the best way to avoid conflicts about fairness in his admission. He didn't want trouble right at the start of school. Fortunately, Rowan happily believed his words. What a coincidence. An announcement interrupted their conversation. "Attention all students, please return to the ship and take your seats. We will be arriving soon." Arriving so quickly, both Simon and Rowan were surprised by the speed. "We're almost there already." Yeah, that was fast. After all, they had just left the dock a short while ago. A sound caught Simon's attention. The water outside was flowing faster and faster. The churning water was alarming. Professor Silic was already standing on the deck to control everything. Both the waves and the ship's direction were easily controlled by him. The ship shook as it neared the dock. An announcement was made requesting new students, please be advised, the ship may become a bit chaotic upon arrival, so please remain seated. Do not stand up for safety. Please hold on to the handle in front of your seat to be ready for any impact. Rowan showed a somewhat panicked expression at the ship's movements. The ship directly collided with large rocks, shaking violently, causing students who didn't hold on to the handles as instructed to be thrown into the air. The scene below deck was now utter chaos. Simon gritted his teeth and held on tight to the handle, trying to keep himself from being thrown somewhere. A blinding light suddenly appeared, so brilliant that Simon exclaimed in amazement, "Rowan, Rowan, look!" But Rowan was already seasick and had fallen over. They were out of the whale's belly, soaring into the air, and just below them was the vast and beautiful land of Kaizen. In contrast to Simon's radiant excitement, Rowan seemed drained of energy from the recent chaos. He had no spirit to admire the beautiful scenery like Simon. Professor Silic pricked his fingertip to draw blood, seemingly performing some kind of magic. A stream of red power was released, shooting straight into the air. The energy was so fierce that a whirlwind swirled around him. The released energy quickly enveloped the large ship. A brilliant red color covered the vision of everyone on the ship. Under the protection of that red energy, the ship quickly landed on the water without being affected by gravity. With a thud, the ship landed perfectly from the air. The ship's bay opened and it had successfully docked. They had all arrived at Kaizen. The new students looked tiny in front of the academy's gate. They were taking their first steps into their necromancer careers. Seeing these vibrant youths, the guards couldn't help but smile and welcome. The new students were asked to line up to receive their uniforms. New students, please form lines of 4. If everyone is lined up, we will now distribute the uniforms. Everyone excitedly held the uniforms they had just received. They quickly moved to change. The boys' room was on the right, and the girls' was on the left. Simon couldn't help but be excited. Everything was new to him. He also quickly went to change to meet the 5-minute time limit, and then reassembled outside. He started changing his clothes. Looking at himself in the uniform in the mirror, Simon adjusted his collar and smiled. Just as his father said, the school's uniform was so fashionable, he could even wear it to a banquet. Meanwhile, some other students were discussing the new uniform. They were surprised that it was imbued with magic. Look, this shirt even has magic imbued in it. This uniform is truly amazing. It has a dual function as a combat suit. With that much magic, it's even sturdier than regular armor, perfect for combat attire. Suddenly, the boys, including Simon, stood stunned as an announcement was made. Everyone, please gather outside. We will start moving out for dinner. The male students were stunned by the sight before them. The girls' uniforms were even more beautiful. The girls in their uniforms seemed to shine. They looked so beautiful. Even Simon was dazed by the sight. He could only smile wryly at the atmosphere around him. If everyone is present, we will proceed to the lecture hall. He followed the crowd to the lecture hall and happened to run into Rowan again. As soon as they met, he complimented Simon. "You look great in that uniform." This friend Rowan seemed to be a very enthusiastic person. He stretched his arms, laughed loudly, and spoke to Simon. "Simon, even now, I can't believe I'm at Kaizen. Is this really happening? This isn't a dream, is it?" The innocent friend shouted without noticing that everyone around was looking at him with concern. Simon helplessly confirmed for him. "Don't worry, this isn't a dream. It's real." The students stood in groups, chatting among themselves. "I can't believe this many people are just new students. Are all the people here new students? There are so many. I wonder how big Kaizen is." Hearing Rowan confirm, "Of course. There are 1,000 students in the first class." Simon's mouth dropped open in disbelief at that number. What? 1,000? Simon thought there was only one class with 1,000 students. But there was also a second class, smaller with 300 students, and a third class with less than 150 students. The more Rowan analyzed, the dizzier Simon became. What? Isn't there just one admission class and that's it? It turned out that out of the 1,000 students present, only 30 could advance to the second class. Such fierce competition was truly intense. Simon couldn't help but be impressed. Rowan reminded Simon to pay attention to a few people who might be tough opponents. Simon's face went pale upon receiving this huge amount of information. The first person they had to be mindful of was Sun and Dark. She was the rightful successor of the NGA Tower, a beautiful girl with long, platinum blonde hair. Next, Rowan listed a series of other famous and formidable names. Famous stars were also present, like Jacqueline Carradine and Jay Sanders, and countless other names. Simon noticed the tall boy in the seats above. Goodness, who is he? A physique like that really stands out. There he is, over there. It seemed most people also noticed him and were whispering. He's huge. I feel sorry for the people in the front row. So big. Hey, can you even see the stage from there? According to Rowan's introduction, he was a half-giant specializing in magical combat. His name is Sathelmir. No one could win against a body like that. Mentioning the name of who might be the top of the class this year, Rowan excitedly introduced to Simon, the girl sitting in the corner over there, and on the other side, she will be at the top of the first class this year. Simon was also curious about who was at the top, so he quickly looked in the direction Rowan pointed. It was no stranger. The potential top student, in Rowan's words, was Lauren Agbold, the only daughter of Nephthys. Regardless of everyone's speculation that she got into the school through special admission and her entrance exam wasn't the best, Rowan had a strong belief that Lauren would be the top student this year. Rowan said that it wasn't just him who believed in Lauren's abilities, but most people did. She would definitely be the best student in the class. An announcement marking the start of the welcome ceremony for new students cut off Rowan's one-sided conversation. Attention everyone. We will now begin the welcome ceremony for new students. Standing on the stage, the host congratulated the students who were accepted into the Dream School of Kaizen. Congratulations on passing the entrance exam as a proud member of the nation. Kaizen, they deserve to be proud of that. The host gave a brief speech expressing hope for this generation of students, and finally, we expect the best from you. Besides that, he explained a few things to pay special attention to, especially to remember not to enter the forest. It was time to introduce the professors teaching the first class. They were all prominent names among the top necromancers currently on duty. All the students warmly welcomed their presence. Rowan's reaction was even more over the top than everyone else's. He screamed loudly before. You could only see them in magazines. Simon looked horrified at his friend's exaggerated reaction. Each professor had their own style. One enthusiastically interacted with the students, while another looked tired and socially anxious. Professor Bahan, please look over here. Simon joined the crowd in applauding the presence of the professors. He noticed that Nephthys was not here. Rowan explained, such a brilliant principal wouldn't come to a welcome ceremony for mere freshmen like this. It would be an honor to meet her even in the third class. Simon remembered Nephthys' childish and mischievous appearance and had a hard time imagining it. Is that so? A great person, huh? While standing up to listen to the student representatives give their oaths, Simon asked Rowan, this must be the last part of the program, right? Rowan replied, yes. There will be the top students giving speeches, one male and one female. Simon wondered, I wonder who they are. The announcer's voice came through the speakers. The students whose names are called, please step up to the stage. Special admission student number 2, Sun and Dark. The first person to step up to take the oath was the friend Sun whom Rowan had just introduced. She was the number 2 special admission student. Everyone applauded her enthusiastically. Next, special admission student number 1, Simon Fallania. Hearing the name of the number 1 special admission student, Simon was stunned. Did he hear correctly? Simon, that was his name. When did he become the top student? The entire hall fell silent. Not seeing Simon come out, the host called his name. She checked if he was present. Is he here? It took a moment for Simon to be sure that she was waiting for him. He jumped in surprise, unable to believe his ears. Rowan next to him was dumbfounded, his eyes wide as he looked at him. What? Me? Simon wondered. Me? He hesitantly walked down to the stage under the curious eyes of everyone. People around were whispering. Someone asked, who is he? Someone else replied, I don't know. Never seen him before. Another wondered, he's ranked first. Hearing this, Simon became flustered. Standing next to Sun was even more nerve-wracking. Simon Valencia and Sun and Dark walked up to the front together. He was sweating from anxiety. Sun reassured him, don't worry, just read what's written here. Simon let out a breath and replied, okay. Simon Valencia and Sun both raised one hand and said, we solemnly swear. We, the students now entering. After the opening ceremony, in front of the classroom was a sign with a strange logo. Simon thought to himself, just as the rumors say, Kaizen is indeed a stressful environment. I can't believe they have classes on the opening day. There were 14 classes with over 1,000 first-year students. All the classes were full. The students sitting behind Simon were very curious and whispered about him. Someone asked, he got first place in the special admission. Someone else said, I've never heard that name before. What family is that? Someone asked, Valencia, right? Hearing this, Simon froze and thought, are people talking about me? He flipped through the pages of his book and thought, I'm starting my first day of school with a nervous and anxious feeling. I wonder how many classes there are today. Simon suddenly saw the words in the book and thought, oh, is this summoning class? Simon read the book attentively and thought excitedly. This is the magic my father used to use. He remembered the image of his father using magic to create a circle with a symbol. His face lit up as he thought, this means if I study the subject, I can become as cool as my father. That thought alone was enough to make Simon extremely excited. At that moment, a blonde-haired man slowly walked into the classroom, one hand in his pocket. Some people often associate necromancers with the dark and gloomy image of handling corpses in the dark, but that's all in the past. Most contemporary necromancers are very intelligent, practical, stylish, and fashionable. This is the new generation of necromancers. That person was the first-year curses professor, Bahanamaga. He smiled slightly, one hand in his pocket, the other on a book. He was a rising young necromancer. He became a member of the Crow Kaizen's critical combat team in his late 20s, a hugely popular idol in the eyes of Kaizen students. Professor Bahanamaga smiled as he took off his jacket and said, welcome, everyone. This year, I will be responsible for teaching the first-year curses class. I am Bahanamaga. The students, including Simon, all applauded. Some even stood up and cheered excitedly. Professor Bahanamaga placed his jacket on the table and said, now for roll call. Since this is the first time you've all met, how about when I call your name, you stand up and introduce yourselves? He called out the first name, James Victoria. A female student in the front row heard her name, stood up, raised her hand and said loudly, here. It's an honor, Professor. James said, I really want to follow in your footsteps and major in curses. Bahan raised his hand to interrupt her. Wait, you're introducing yourself to your classmates, not me, so please do it again. James Victoria shyly looked away, her hand on her chest, and said, yes, I am James Victoria. When it was Simon's turn to introduce himself, he stood up. He said, I am Simon Valencia from Les Hill. A few students sitting nearby glanced at him. People started whispering again. It's the guy who got first place in the special admission. Special admission. It was Hector's turn. He stood up and said, my name is Hector Mo. Professor Bahanamaga rolled up his sleeves and said with a smile, you're all handsome and beautiful. All right, let's start the lesson. He wrote on the board, creating a clicking sound, and said, I'll start with a basic question. Why do we? He turned around, pulling the chalk down, causing a piece to break off, and continued, why do we have to study curses? Professor Bahan asked if anyone knew the definition of a curse. James Victoria heard this, raised her hand enthusiastically, and stood up, saying, I do. James Victoria said, James Victoria here. A curse is a form of black magic that can maintain our strength while weakening the opponent. Professor Bahan praised her. Very good, James. He pointed towards the students and said, but some of you might not be able to visualize it if I just say weaken the opponent. Professor Bahan wrote on the board again and said, so I'll give you an example. If there are two knights with the same skill level, they begin to duel and fight with all their might. They exhaust each other, just waiting for the other to make a mistake. They have exchanged blows about 20 times, but the opponent still hasn't surrendered. Everyone imagined the scene as the professor described it. Two knights appeared, fighting each other. He continued, at that moment one of the knights shouts, staring at the other with murderous eyes. The opponent immediately faltered and turned pale. Finally, the sword slashed across the opponent's shoulder. He was bleeding, and his movements began to tremble. Professor Bahan wrote quickly on the board, saying, the knight began to seize the opportunity to win. He pressed his opponent, attacking his legs to prevent him from moving. He threw sand in his eyes and used the scabbard to hit his helmet to distract him. The fight became intense, and finally the knight beheaded his opponent. His head fell to the ground. Professor Bahan stopped writing on the board. A diagram appeared on the board. He turned his head, smiled brightly, and asked the students, do you understand? Even the most primitive and brutal armed conflict. Everyone was amazed. Admiration was written all over the students' faces. He said, it's just a series of actions to weaken the opponent and gradually achieve victory. Professor Bahan continued, now I will demonstrate how modern necromancers fight. He drew a stick figure on the board and said, the way a modern necromancer defeats this person is. He swept his hand down. He used chalk to draw an arrow pointing at the stick figure and said, with just one move, and they win. All the students cheered upon hearing this. Professor Bahan said, a curse is the simplest and lightest part among the various black magics. Another of its attributes is its quick activation. Furthermore, it only takes a small amount of force to effectively make the opponent tremble. Professor Bahan walked down to a student's desk. He smiled at that student. The student, being looked at like that by him, froze, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, Professor Bahan raised his hand in front of the student's face, activating a red, circular magic matrix with a strange pattern inside. The student's eyes widened upon seeing it. He was enveloped by a black power around his head, causing him to slump onto the desk, his face filled with terror. Professor Bahan took a knife out of the student's backpack. Bahan Amaga held up the knife, a mysterious smile on his face, and said, "This is how." He pointed the blade at the student and said, "Modern necromancers fight." All the students cheered excitedly. "The professor is so cool. Curses are the best." Professor Bahan turned his head and snapped his fingers. The magic enveloping the student gradually dissipated. He said, "I don't know which major you will decide to register for, but I bet more than 80% of you will continue to choose my course in the second semester." He said, "Curses have perfect compatibility with other subjects." Simon's face lit up with a bright smile. He continued, "I encourage you to cultivate your own abilities while cursing your opponents when you have the chance." The students' faces showed excitement as they listened to the lecture. Professor Bahan slid the chalk along the edge of the board and said, "That is the most effective way to achieve victory." He continued to write on the board, saying, "Personally, I think curses are the core of modern necromancers. The reason behind it is." Professor Bahan looked at the students below. He wrote forcefully on the board, creating a loud echo. Bahan Amaga, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding chalk, turned to the students and said, "The priest. Because curses are the most optimal method to counter your main enemies." Professor Bahan Amaga continued, "I ask you, when necromancers have cursing techniques and priests have blessings, the difference lies in one strengthening while the other weakens the target. Now, who can explain why cursing is better than blessing?" James Victoria quickly raised her hand and said, "James Victoria will answer. Cursing is faster than praying, so a curse can stack weakening effects on the target faster." The professor heard this and showed a thoughtful expression. "That's an interesting opinion, but it's wrong." Hearing this, James froze, her hand still raised. The professor explained, "If we're only talking about casting speed, scholars agree that when a curse targets an opponent with resistance, it will be slower than a blessing from a priest prayer." Then Professor Bahan asked again, "Does anyone else have a different answer?" Another hand was raised. It was a blonde-haired student, Hector. He said, "Hector Moore will answer, because almost no one who has been weakened can recover just by training." This time, the professor seemed satisfied and asked, "What is your name?" The student replied, "Hector Moore." Professor Bahan continued, "I will remember it." Hearing this, Hector let out a sigh of relief with pride, amidst the admiration of the other students. Professor Bahan explained, "Hector is right. It's because the effect of a curse is not lost when a person trains. We all train ourselves under normal conditions. Our skills depend on how well we perform when environmental factors are under our control. However, humans are more sensitive creatures than we think. They can collapse with just the slightest changes." Professor Bahan gave a specific example for his explanation. In other words, you don't need to cut off the entire arm of an archer aiming at you to win. You can obstruct his vision with conjunctivitis, make him vomit, disrupt his ability to perceive distance, or distract his attention with another object. With these methods, you can dodge the arrow aimed at you. A necromancer has many ways to disrupt an enemy's state. While talking, Professor Bahan turned to the board. Just think about it. When you are tired or have a stomachache, not many people can fight against curses, right? You can only run away. The professor's words made the whole class burst into laughter. Then Professor Bahan emphasized, "So remember that we must find ways to weaken the opponent instead of thinking of ways to strengthen ourselves." Wooden trays with the Academy's emblem were brought in. Professor Bahan said, "Now we will learn how to cast curses ourselves." Simon's face fell when he saw the items on the tray. He thought in confusion, "My goodness, learning black magic on the very first day." Professor Bahan spoke up, "It's a bit embarrassing for a Kaizen student to have to use a regulator. But this is our first lesson, so it can't be helped." Professor Bahan's words hit Simon like a club. The professor continued, "It can be used to solve problems, but you shouldn't rely on it too much." "Be careful," Simon whispered, unable to hold back tears. "Yes, sir." Professor Bahan announced, "All right, let's start practicing the exhaustion spell, the curse that causes exhaustion." Then he began to instruct the students to hold the handle of the regulator and channel dark energy into the mold. The key to a successful magic circle depends on how perfectly you can create the ancient language. Simply put, the ancient language is a set of characters that contain magical power. Using dark power to draw the ancient language can enhance the magical effect. An hourglass shape with countless symbols flying around it appeared from Professor Bahan's hand. Now, if you have completed the magic circle, raise it into the air. Simon focused on following Professor Bahan's instructions. His circle flew up, but it looked incredibly distorted and ugly. Simon was overjoyed. I did it. At the same time, the students around him also cheered. I did it. Me too. Simon looked at everyone's circles and was very surprised. How many other students succeeded too? Suddenly, his circle fell. Professor Bahan spoke up. I see that some of your magic circles have fallen. That happens when you haven't refined your dark energy enough for your connection to the magic circle weakens. Try again. Simon whispered again, yes. Professor Bahan walked among the desks, saying, for those of you who can maintain the magic circle in the air, we will move on to the main part. In front of you is a potted plant that was distributed with the regulator. Simon had raised his magic circle and was looking at the plant in front of him, feeling very confused. Hector also carefully followed the instructions, aiming at the plant on the table and casting the curse. After being hit by the curse, the plant turned dark and withered, dying. The face of that plant looked incredibly pale. Professor Bahan continued, if there is a noticeable change in the potted plant, then the magic circle is effective. The student cheered, nice. The plant in front of him had died as intended. Professor Bahan continued to observe the surroundings. I'm starting to see differences in your skills. If you succeed, continue practicing to increase the speed of completing the magic circle. After you are satisfied with the speed, practice creating the circle without using the regulator. Everyone was very excited to try it out. Simon still couldn't keep his magic circle stable. It fell flat on the regulator desk. He sighed worriedly. What's the problem? Why am I the only one failing? The students around him were all able to easily cast curses on the plant. Simon still couldn't find a solution and thought, did I do something wrong? Suddenly, Simon remembered what Lauren had said. But it still has mana properties. It's still flickering like a flame, which means it's still in a state of evaporation. Nephthys also said, he can learn to use his core more effectively. He'll learn that at school anyway. It'll be fine. Simon felt like he had found a solution and reminded himself, that's right. If I still haven't mastered using mana like Nephthys and Lauren said, then he calmed down, took a deep breath. I should start with the basics. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and whispered to himself. The professor said the mistake lies in insufficient refinement or a weak connection. So instead of channeling mana directly into the core, I'll try to gather as much as possible, then transfer it all into the core at once. The deep blue light was gradually getting bigger. The dark energy had become more stable. Now, what he needed to do was, he grabbed the device and told himself, try again before the magic circle falls. The plant in front of him saw Simon's circle rise and shook its head. But Simon didn't see it. He said loudly, weaken. The curse cast upon the plant made it turn dark. Then it trembled and shook, and then it died instantly. Simon's face lit up with joy. I did it. From a corner high above, Hector looked down at Simon's spot with an unreadable expression. Professor Bahanamaga clapped his hands, signaling the end of the practice session, and said, those who haven't been able to cast the spell need to go back to the dorm and practice more. Simon let out a soft sigh of relief. He was glad he could complete it in class. He thought the lesson was over. Simon froze when he heard Professor Bahan say, for the remaining time in class, we will continue by applying the magic we learned today to daily life. Hearing this, Simon wondered in astonishment, apply it how? Did I mishear? Looking through the class list, Professor Bahanamaga looked at Simon with interest. I see we have the top student from the special selection in this class. Simon Valencia, please come up here. Simon still wasn't used to his title as the top student. The students around him were staring at him, scrutinizing him. It's him. How good is he? I'm so curious. Simon felt immense pressure and confusion. It was so hard for him, but he still whispered, yes, sir. Professor Bahan also quickly found a partner for Simon. While searching, he said, who would be a worthy opponent for our excellent top student? Let's see. I see there are also some students with very impressive entrance exam scores. Hector Mo, please come up. Hector was chosen to face the best. He had red eyes and blonde hair, making an impression with his tall and muscular physique. Under everyone's intense gaze, Simon and Hector stood facing each other on the platform. Professor Bahan quickly explained the rules to everyone. The rules are simple. Both sides will cast the exhaustion curse on each other. The only curse you are allowed to use is exhaustion. Complete it and cast it on your opponent. The person whose bottom or knee touches the ground first loses. While Professor Bahan was explaining the rules, the teaching assistants quickly brought up regulators for Simon and Hector to use. Suddenly, Hector raised his hand and said, "Professor, I will complete it without using a regulator." His boldness earned praise from Professor Batten. That attitude is truly admirable. He seemed very interested in confident students like him. Simon could only stand aside, stunned. Simon realized that his opponent, Hector Mo, was smarter than his thuggish appearance suggested. It was quite embarrassing for a Kaizen student to have to use a regulator. Batten didn't expect the kid in front of him to pay attention to his every word. Not using a regulator. That's a clever way to make an impression. Turning to Simon, Professor Batten was curious how Simon would choose whether to use the regulator or not. "What about you, Simon?" Simon replied hesitantly, "I'll use the regulator." Comparatively, Simon's decision was much less appealing. Professor Batten's attitude towards the top student dropped slightly, but the decision was up to each individual. He replied, "All right, that's fine." The preparations were done, and it was time to begin. The professor requested, "The two of you will start on my command. Good luck to both of you. Now, get ready." Both of them silently waited for the professor's command. The atmosphere was tense. Professor Batten shouted, "Begin," signaling the start. In the moment the professor shouted, "Begin," Simon tightly gripped the regulator. He tried to calm himself down. "Don't be nervous. Just do it like before. I can do it. I can definitely do it. I can do it. Just a few more minutes." Simon suddenly felt his body become heavy. Impossible. It had just started, and Hector had already made his move. How was he so fast? "Well done, Hector." The professor praised Hector. Without a regulator, and that fast? A very good start. He succeeded already. Hector smiled with satisfaction. Just one hit, and Simon already felt tired. Now that he was practicing, he understood what the professor meant before. But it was okay, he was almost done too. Just keep a steady mind and quickly make the magic circle float. He would complete his curse. Not good. Simon's magic circle's structure broke again. Realizing that even if he cast it now, the curse wouldn't be effective, he decided to start over. Simon's face was filled with determination. The magic circle gradually fell. Even if he said weaken, it would have no effect. Without giving Simon time to cast his spell, Hector continued to cast. Creating the next magic circle, the curse enveloped Simon. His magic seal appeared again. Simon's hand touched the floor. His knee was just about to touch down. All the students below were bewildered by the scene. "It's over. That's the 5th time already. It's over." Hector had cast the curse 5 times and Simon still hadn't successfully cast a single one. People started to doubt. Is Simon really the top student? I don't know. He can't even cast a single curse. Hearing the whispers from all around, Hector spoke up and asked Simon to surrender. He looked really pitiful at this moment. Simon didn't reply, but his eyes clearly disagreed with the request. Hector continued, "You want to see what happens if you keep this up." He once again cast the exhaustion spell. The weight was incredible. Simon couldn't help but let out a cry. Watching the entire match, Professor Batten stood silently to the side, saying nothing. In Professor Batten's eyes, Hector was truly a rare gem. The kid's talent is one thing, but he also has the mindset of a Kaizen student. Professor Batten was sure Hector would become an outstanding student who would surpass the third years. Simon was hit by the exhaustion spell again. He painfully gritted his teeth. Looking at this top student, Professor Batten didn't know what to say. It was clear Simon had no prior preparation or basic knowledge of black magic, let alone practical experience. The more he thought about it, the more Professor Batten wondered why Principal Nephthys would give the top spot to him. By the rules, the top 4 students would receive an official invitation to join Kaizen without taking the entrance exam. The exam was notoriously difficult. These 4 were supposed to be the prodigies of the century. Simon was one of them. He should have been a prodigy too. Not to mention, Simon was also the top special admission student. He was personally chosen by Principal Nephthys to become a prominent figure in his field. But Professor Batten still couldn't see Simon's potential. If he had to point out one potential, it would probably be his endurance. According to Professor Batten, a normal student of Simon's age could only withstand up to the 4th exhaustion spell before collapsing. Yet, Simon had endured 9 of Hector's exhaustion spells so far, and he was still standing. Not only was he standing, but Simon also persevered in trying to cast his spell. This was truly surprising. Simon's mental fortitude must also be very strong. But to a curses professor like Batten, that point wasn't particularly noteworthy. Endurance and mental fortitude were only important to a combat magic professor. It had nothing to do with his specialty. The professor continued to watch the match. Finally, Simon managed to make a magic circle float. Exhaust. Simon used all his strength to shout the incantation. Looking at the enormous incantation surrounding Hector, Professor Bahan was extremely surprised. He finally cast a curse. Simon was overjoyed, his face radiant. It's working. The pressure continuously bore down on Hector's body. He had to use one hand to support himself. Can this exhaustion spell create such heavy pressure? It was clear that during the preparation earlier, he had never felt anything like this. Then magic appeared on Hector's hand. He thought, "You're kidding. I can't lose just because I got cursed once. I have the upper hand. I can deal with that nuisance immediately." Hector shouted, exhausted. The regulator quickly fell to the ground. Simon also collapsed, his knee touching the ground. That's how it should be. The match finally ended amidst everyone's cheers and applause. Professor Bahan announced the match was over. Hector Mo is the winner. Everyone shouted his name and applauded warmly. Only Hector's face looked a bit sour. "Both of you did very well. It was a very interesting match," the professor said, then quickly removed the curse from Simon's body. "Thank you, Professor. Class is dismissed." The professor smiled and clapped, dismissing the students. A female student approached the professor with a question about today's lesson. "Professor, I have a question about today's lesson," but Professor Bahan told her to wait. He didn't have time to answer right away. "Wait a moment." Professor Bahan said that after class, she could come to his office, and he would definitely answer any of her questions. Hearing this, the female student was overjoyed. "Really? Thank you, Professor." She repeatedly thanked the professor and then left. After all the other students had left, Professor Bahan gave a smirk. He didn't want to waste his precious time on such an ordinary girl. Right now, the only thing Professor Bahan cared about was Simon Fallania. It was unbelievable, just the single exhaustion curse Simon cast on Hector was worth more than Hector's 10 exhaustion curses combined. The professor couldn't stop tapping on the desk, thinking, that was the ultimate strike. The professor felt extremely excited. How great is Simon's potential? He was extremely curious and intrigued by this discovery. At that moment, Simon was carrying the potted plant back to his room, looking exhausted. Both he and the plant were complaining, so tired. Little did he know that the curses professor was targeting him. A genius like this must major in curses. Simon rested his head on the table, completely exhausted, letting out a sigh. Simon rested his head on the table, his hands hanging limply, and complained to himself, "Why are these classes so tiring?" His classmate, Dick, placed a glass of water on the table and turned to answer Simon. "Of course, because you were chosen as the top special admission student." Hearing this, Simon asked Dick with confusion, "So what does that have to do with my classes being so hard?" Dick slowly replied to Simon, "Well, at Kaizen, it's not just the students who compete fiercely, the professors do too." Dick continued to tell Simon that professors who don't perform well will be fired mid-semester, and their salaries might even change. Dick imagined an angry Nephthys firing all the professors in one go and a teary-eyed professor saying, "My salary was cut again." Dick went on to tell Simon that those with good results also have more influence at Kaizen. Hearing this, Simon asked Dick suspiciously, "What?" Dick sat down opposite Simon and said, "All the professors are eager to have good students, and just imagine having the top admission student in your class." Simon held his head in his hands, helplessly pressing his forehead, and replied to Dick with frustration, "So basically, the professors in every class will call on me to test my abilities." Dick replied to Simon while he held his head, his face gloomy, "That's right, and the girl who's called your rival." Simon thought for a moment and then answered Dick, "Isn't that Melon Violinu?" Dick agreed with Simon's question, replying, "That's right. She's the top of Class A and all the first-year classes, so it's easy to find out how good you are if they make you fight her." Simon said sadly to Dick, "But I can't even beat her once." Simon thought to himself, "I've only cast a curse on Hector once." Dick said doubtfully to Simon, "So all the professors are very confused. They thought you were an outstanding student, but it turns out you're just a beginner." Simon gradually relaxed and replied to Dick hesitantly, "I see. By the way, thanks for explaining it to me." But Dick looked at Simon in surprise and whispered with a confused expression, "What?" Simon asked Dick with curiosity, "Who are you?" Dick was so surprised he jumped up, slapped his chest, and said to Simon, so cold, "We introduced ourselves in Professor Bahan's class. I'm Dick Haywood, also in Class A." Simon replied shyly to Dick, "Oh, sorry, there were just so many people." Dick continued to chat with Simon, "How do you feel?" "It seems like everyone is talking about you." Simon calmly replied to Dick, "They're probably just talking about how the special admission student turned out to be nothing special after all." Dick laughed loudly and immediately replied to Simon, "Don't listen to them. Everyone's like you. I don't understand why they have to make such a big deal out of it on the first day of school, Dick observed Simon and remarked. But it's only been half a day, and you look really tired. Simon smiled faintly, resting his chin on his hand, and answered Dick. It's because I used up all my stamina in Professor Batten's class. Dick sipped his water while glancing at Simon and said, those 10 exhaustion spells. Sounds discouraging. Hearing this, Simon replied to Dick, but it was interesting. Dick was surprised and asked Simon, really? Simon clasped his hands together and cheerfully replied to Dick, it was a bit tough, but the lesson was great. The whole class today was. Dick was stunned, extremely puzzled and dissatisfied. Seeing this, Simon asked Dick, you're strange. Why aren't you happy? Dick stood up, scowled, brought his face close to Simon's, pointed at him, and said, by the way, Simon, there's a serious problem. Simon was startled and asked Dick, what is it? Dick covered his mouth and whispered to Simon, Hector has started forming his own faction. Simon asked Dick with curiosity, a faction? Dick continued to whisper to Simon, yeah, he impressed a lot of kids in Professor Batten's class, so it's not surprising that they're flocking to him. And since he's the eldest son of a powerful family, he's quite popular too. In Dick's mind, he pictured Hector being praised by a male student. You were awesome just now. Simon rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought, and asked Dick, is that so? I'm not very interested. Dick was surprised and angrily shouted at Simon, come on, get with the program. Simon broke into a cold sweat and exclaimed. Dick continued to say to Simon, politics are also very important at Kaizen. Dick added for Simon's understanding, you know what will happen if the whole class falls under Hector's influence? Anyone who displeases him will fail at this school. First of all, they won't be able to find partners for group assignments. Hearing this, Simon was shocked and realized the importance of the issue. Simon hesitated and asked Dick back, Dick, it sounds like you're quite sharp with these political situations. Why did you come to me instead of Hector? Dick scratched his head and answered Simon hesitantly, that. I'm just a commoner from a merchant family. Simon continued to ask Dick, so what? I heard everyone is treated equally at Kaizen. Dick shyly scratched his index finger on his face and replied with a smile, that's true, but Simon continued Dick's thought, bluntly saying, there are still some noble kids who want to show off their power. At least I'm not one of them. Dick was happily surprised and asked Simon again, really? Great, because I have a proposal for you. Dick, with the energetic demeanor of a leader, pointed his thumb at himself and said to Simon, join my side, Simon. Dick continued to persuade Simon, even if you lack skills or you think people say so. The fact is, you're still the top special admission student. Dick added for Simon's understanding, the kids who took the preparatory class might do better in class. But in the end, we'll still be on equal footing. And Nephthys must have had a reason to let you pass the special selection. Dick stood up excitedly and pointed at Simon, saying, in other words, you're hiding a talent that even you don't know about. Simon stared at Dick without blinking, not understanding what was happening. Simon sighed softly and smiled at Dick. He stood up, slammed his hands on the table, and asked Dick with curiosity, I don't understand what a faction is. Dick put one hand in his pocket and looked at Simon with a puzzled expression. Simon held out his hand to Dick cheerfully and said, but how about being friends? Hearing Simon's question, Dick couldn't react in time, pondering the thought, friends. Dick's inner voice screamed, unbelievable, and he trembled as he said to himself, hearing that word at Kaizen feels so strange. It's so cheesy. Dick scratched the back of his head, hesitating to answer Simon. Well, Dick decided to take Simon's hand and said firmly, having a friend is good too, I think. Simon smiled brightly, grasped Dick's hand tightly, and said enthusiastically, right? Let's be friends. Dick took a book from his pocket, looked at Simon, and said, let's go. The next class is about to start. Simon quickly got up from the table where he was drinking water, went to face Dick, and expressed his agreement. Okay, what's the next class? Dick recalled the schedule and said gloomily, let's see, it's summoning. Simon's eyes lit up with excitement as he shouted, asking Dick, really? Simon imagined the scene of his father using this technique, the magic of summoning the spirits of creatures. He thought, now I can. He was so happy he clenched his fist in celebration with the thought, summon creatures like my father. Then Simon and Dick entered the lecture hall one after another. Hearing the whispers around Simon, it's the top special admission student. Some people in the class joked, the biggest joke in Kaizen's history. Another boy sat on a desk, chuckled, and told Hector he was supposed to be better than Sun, Sartle, and Lauren. Hector replied flatly, nonsense. Hector quietly glanced at Simon thoughtfully. As soon as they found their seats, Dick caringly said to Simon. Don't pay attention to them, Simon. They just like to cause trouble. In contrast to Dick's concern for him, Simon said to Dick, I'm so excited. Simon was so thrilled his eyes sparkled as he told Dick, I can't wait for summoning class. Dick heard this, broke into a sweat, looked at Simon with a strange expression, and replied, You're a strange kid. Simon asked Dick back, Am I? Meanwhile, a pair of legs quickly walked into the classroom. Dick confirmed to Simon again, Yes, you are. Simon asked Dick again doubtfully, Really? No one has ever told me that before. Those legs were still slowly walking into the classroom. Dick stated firmly to Simon, I think you'll be hearing that a lot from now on. The noisy class was observing the person who had just entered from the door, wondering, could that be the professor? Someone immediately objected, No way, I think he's just lost. Professor Aaron Deere lazily ruffled his hair, put his hand in his pocket, and walked up to the podium, ignoring the students' chatter. Professor Aaron rested his head on the teacher's desk, hands on the table, still hearing the students' comments about him. He looked more like a regular person than a professor. He looked up and introduced himself to the entire class. I am Aaron Deere, your summoning teacher for this semester. Professor Aaron continued his lecture, tapping his fingers on the desk while telling the students, summoning is the root of all necromancers, as well as history itself. Scholars may not admit it, but it's hard to deny that our origins are as coffin makers, grave robbers, and degenerates. As soon as Aaron finished, Simon was stunned, not understanding at all, and said, Huh? What was that? Dick was similar to him. He was frozen. Aaron Deere wrote the word summon on the board, and while pointing at the board, he said to the class, If you have ears, you must have heard many stories about summoning. It's outdated, has no future, is hard to learn, has many limitations, and so on. Aaron closed his eyes and continued, All the prejudices you've ever heard are almost all true. Simon and Dick received a huge shock, their eyes wide and mouths agape as they shouted, What? The gloomy classroom was filled with the thought, What is this man saying? He doesn't sound like a summoning professor at all. Aaron stood straight at the podium and said calmly with a powerful tone, I believe all the other classes are very appealing to you, with how wonderful the major is and why you should study it. Aaron Deere crossed his arms, thought for a moment, and then said, Personally, I don't like those phrases. I think I should tell you both the pros and cons so you can make the right choice. Aaron relaxed and enjoyed making a suggestion to the class, so, first, the cons. The students were silent, all thinking the same thing. He's pointing out the cons first. Aaron Deere crossed his arms, thought, calculated in his head, and gave the class the answer. It's very expensive. No matter what level you're estimating, it will be several times more expensive. The cost of materials for summoning is even more than the total amount you pay for all your other subjects combined. Aaron Deere remembered the materials for practicing the subject, including skeletons, magic boxes, and coffins. He explained to the class, materials are essential in summoning. We can't kill people or animals just because we run out of materials. So nowadays, we buy and use processed skeletons or corpses. Especially for making the living dead, the available products are mostly single-use only. The expressions of the students in the class changed. Some broke into a cold sweat, others were shocked and worried. Professor Aaron continued, Usually, we spend more money on materials than the reward for a mission. So if you plan to major in summoning, don't think about making money. Aaron explained the next point. The second disadvantage is that it's very dependent on creatures. He pictured skeletons surrounding a happy and victorious student. Professor Aaron continued, If you think about it, you'll see it clearly because summoning involves fighting with some creatures. Professor Aaron gave a clear example. When they are destroyed, the summoner's power will drop by more than 80%. He pictured an enemy pointing at the summoner, saying, Kill him. When the creatures were killed and the summoner was in danger, Aaron Deere gestured with his hands as he explained specifically, this problem is related to the first disadvantage. For example, modern summoners often use a semi-permanent, modified type of living dead instead of the single-use type. Just imagine what happens when this modified living dead model is destroyed. He pictured a summoner holding a skull, with a creature of vicious magic behind him. Professor Aaron added, they will suffer both strategic and financial damage when they lose these creatures. Until the damage is recovered, all they can do is watch their teammates come up with strategies. Professor Aaron held up 3 fingers with a sharp gaze and emphasized, finally, disadvantage number 3. This is the most important one. 2 male students sat quietly, listening intently to Aaron's words. Summoning is very weak in battles against priests, so, to be precise. Aaron waved his hand decisively and affirmed again to the whole class. Summoning is not suitable for modern warfare. which is phase warfare. He pictured darkness covering the moon with summoners and a war between multiple factions. Aaron Deere recalled and recounted the time when summoning was at its peak was during all-out wars. In a full-scale war, summoners would have an infinite supply of materials to summon the living dead. He pictured battles with corpses everywhere on the battlefield, but the sky was bright with thousands of flowers and a handshake of alliance between the two sides. Professor Aaron continued, but after the armistice, modern warfare has been conducted on a small scale, usually localized conflicts. He remembered Professor Bahan's words, for blitzkriegs where materials cannot be tracked, channers and wizards are generally more common. Professor Aaron once again asserted, and it's true that summoning is very weak against priest. He pictured creatures terrified of the light radiating from the priest. Professor Aaron recounted, think about how a single holy spell can wipe out your army of the living dead. How much time and money would it take to rebuild? There are many other disadvantages, but the final decision is yours. Suddenly, James Victoria raised her hand with a question. She called out loudly to the professor. James introduced herself and offered her opinion. I am James Victoria. I also want to know about the advantages of summoning. Professor Aaron's face took on a cold expression, not wanting to answer. Aaron quickly questioned James, startling both her and the class. I don't remember giving permission for questions. James Victoria awkwardly retracted her hand, her eyes wide with surprise, and stammered, I'm sorry. Aaron sighed in frustration, slammed one hand on the desk, and said, as for the advantages, numbers, diverse tactical possibilities, and support from summoned creatures. Simon and Dick simultaneously heard this and thought in surprise, do you think we skipped over to many advantages? Aaron put his hands in his pockets and spoke clearly to the entire class. Whether you want to take this course in the second semester or not is up to you. But remember one thing. Professor Aaron's face became extremely serious as he announced a warning. Don't even dream of stepping into any field if you don't have enough courage. Aaron lowered his voice and reminded them whether you want to take this class in the second semester is up to you. But remember one thing. He stared and warned. Don't dream of entering a field if you don't have enough courage. Aaron continued, if you're going to cry, complain, or despair, or want to consult me about changing your major after 2 years because of financial issues or something. Hearing this, the students couldn't help but be startled. Aaron added, don't even think about pursuing this field with such a weak attitude. He continued, and if you think you want to major in summoning just because there's less competition. Hearing Aaron's long lecture, Anna couldn't help but feel bored. He said it again. Finally, Aaron said in a stern voice, I will personally expel you. That's it, end of story. He quietly said, now, let's start the lesson. The students replied, yes, sir. Aaron gave the students a strange box and said, what you are holding is the skeleton of an island rat person. Simon quickly examined the item in the box. Aaron continued, the skeletal frame is similar to a human's, but cheaper and simpler. Aaron tossed a skull up and said, most beginners in the subject will start with the island rat person. He pointed to the drawing on the board and continued, and here is the bone structure and the numbers. Aaron said in a stern voice, let's begin. Take out skull number 1. As soon as they touched the skeleton, the students flinched slightly. Aaron quietly said, oh, the skull is already assembled for you. A girl spoke up, this is a bit scary. The person next to her giggled, but it's completely clean. While the students were still fumbling, Aaron spoke up, you will see a part where you can place your hand under the skull, and inside is the magic circle regulator. Simon was a bit confused. Under the skull, Aaron quietly said, place your hand inside and create the magic circle. As they reached down as the professor instructed, everyone exclaimed in surprise, oh, it's really here. The skull itself must act as a regulator. Simon excitedly replied, yeah, okay, let me try. Aaron said in a low voice, after you have cast the magic circle, suddenly a series of terrified screams rang out. The skeleton suddenly moved and caused chaos in the classroom. It bit the hands and hair of the female students. Everyone was extremely shocked. Aaron felt a headache coming on. Oh dear, I was about to tell you not to be startled because the living dead will be activated. Aaron teased with amusement. I guess I was a little late. The students grumbled in annoyance, so petty. Meanwhile, the skull continued to wreak havoc, making Dick tremble. Simon calmly ordered, stay still. The skull immediately lay obediently in his friend's hand. Dick couldn't help but be surprised. Simon, handle these things often. Simon replied quietly, I just see them a lot. At that moment, Aaron tapped his hand on the table and said sternly, get used to it. You are necromancers, after all. After activating the magic circle, the process of creating the living dead is almost complete. Aaron continued, of course, it can't move freely yet because it doesn't have a body. So now you have to build its body. Necromancers should be familiar with the bone structure of their summoned creatures. Originally, the human body has a total of 206 bones, but the island rat person only has 53, so it's much easier. Aaron requested, first, find the second cervical vertebra and connect it to the skull. Hearing this, the students tremblingly picked up the bone fragment. Suddenly, the bone fragment was tightly drawn to the skull. Everyone jumped and exclaimed, "Wow!" Aaron quietly said, "The skeleton tends to return to its original shape, so connecting the pieces will be very simple if you do it in the right order." Now, Simon thought to himself, "I understand." Behind them, Dick's rat was being very mischievous. After a moment, Aaron spoke again. "Next are bones number 3, 4, up to 11. Lauren complained to her friend, "How did you put in bone number 9? The girl next to her kindly showed her, "If you look at this part." Aaron didn't forget to remind them, "Be careful not to mistake the upper backbones for the lower backbones. That would be painful." The island rat person walks upright, so completing the spine to support the back of the body is the most important part. James assembled it with a cheerful smile. Aaron quietly said, "If you assemble it in the wrong order, the living dead won't be able to move smoothly." Aaron continued, "And the bones will make a creaking sound and movement will be difficult. At a critical moment, the entire skeleton will break." Seeing Hector finish in a flash, the students were all impressed. "You're good at everything. You're the best." After a while, Aaron quietly said, "Now, connect up to number 16. On one side, Melon had finished her work long ago." The cool girl crossed her arms and snorted. Aaron spoke up, "We're almost finished. Let's connect the last bone, number 53. If you're stuck, remember to raise your hand." The class started to become chaotic. Everyone was calling out urgently, "Professor, I can't connect the leg part." Another person interrupted, "Professor, my skeleton ran away." At the same time, Simon had finished his rat. "This is the first skeleton I've created with dark energy." Suddenly, there was a desperate cry. "Simon, Simon." Dick was crying his eyes out on one side. "Simon, look at my skeleton. Why does it keep sticking its leg bone to its arm?" Seeing the bizarre sight, Simon couldn't help but sigh. Even so, Simon quickly pointed out the problem. "I think you mistook the leg bone for the arm bone, so it thinks its leg is its arm." Dick asked in astonishment, "Oh, really?" Simon began to compare the two skeletons. "Look, number 21 is the leg, not the arm." Dick cheered in delight. "You're right. Why do they look so similar?" A moment later, Aaron quietly said, "Time's up." The professor spoke, "Today's skeleton assembly class is over. I will call a student up to demonstrate in the final part." Aaron called out, "Simon Fallania, please come up." Simon replied, "Yes, Dick." Next to him, patted his friend's shoulder in comfort. Aaron continued, "Next is Hector Moore, please come up." Hector replied without hesitation, "Yes." As the two students stood facing each other, Aaron quietly said, "We have 10 minutes left." The professor explained, "You two will assemble a skeleton and use it to retrieve this necklace. The first one to get the necklace before time runs out wins." Aaron said in a low voice, "You cannot retrieve the necklace yourselves or use black magic. Everything else is allowed." After explaining, Aaron quietly said, "All right, get into position, ready." Seeing Hector's quick and nimble movements, Simon was a little worried but tried to maintain a calm expression. Both of them placed their hands on the skeletons at the same time. Aaron Deere shouted, "Begin." Simon thought to himself, "I can do this. I can win." Simon remembered every step perfectly. First, place the spine. At the same time, I'll place bones to through 7. After that. Suddenly, Simon looked up in astonishment. The teaching assistant was folding up the model diagram on the board and said, "Oh, I forgot to mention." She quietly said, "You are not allowed to cheat in this match." Hearing this, both Hector and Simon were extremely surprised. Looking at the small pieces in the box, Simon thought to himself, "It's okay. At least the bones are numbered. I can arrange them in order from number 1. However, as soon as he picked one up, Simon noticed something was wrong. "Wait, there are no more numbers on the bones." Aaron then spoke up, "Of course not. The bones you just used were for instructional purposes. The teaching assistant took care of numbering each one. The skeletons sold on the market don't have numbers." Aaron stared and asked in a sharp tone, "Did I not mention that to you?" Aaron stated clearly, "A necromancer should be familiar with these things." Although it was a bit difficult, Hector still calmly attached each part. Seeing this, Simon told himself, "Don't give up. I just did this. I can remember the order of the main bones." Simon retraced the steps in his mind, starting with cervical vertebra number 2. At that moment, Aaron was silently observing. Watching Simon assemble each bone, Aaron thought to himself. The top special admissions student has never assembled a skeleton before. On the other side was Hector, and that big kid had already remembered the order and structure. Aaron noticed Hector's characteristics. He relies on knowledge rather than just memory. The knowledge learned in the preparatory class has helped him, but it's his intuition that allows him to avoid making mistakes at critical moments. Aaron Deere predicted the winner would be Hector. He's gifted. As for the top-ranked kid, seeing Simon struggle, Aaron Deere thought he's about to give up. Did he not take the preparatory class? At that moment, Simon was a bit confused. Is this the right order? The classroom suddenly fell silent. Aaron Deere thought Hector seemed to be the only one with talent in this class. In a flash, a skeleton had gradually taken shape. Hector thought confidently, I will win. Seeing his friend's movements, the students all cheered. Good job, Hector. He's almost done. At that moment, Hector patted the rat's shoulder and thought, when I get the chance, I'll crush you, so you'll never have the chance to fight me again. Looking toward Simon, Hector told himself, I have to make him the laughingstock of the class. I will trample on his confidence in his #1 title. Hector began to feel ambitious and watch him fall. At that moment, Hector's rat moved forward. It took very steady steps. Then, Hector's rat jumped into the air and climbed onto the table. Everyone cheered enthusiastically. Hector. Seeing Hector's rat was somewhat overwhelming. Everyone loudly said Hector had gotten the necklace first. They quietly said, there are 5 minutes left. If Hector still has the necklace in his hand, he wins. Simon steadied his trembling hands and told himself, stay calm. Looking at Hector, Simon thought, I was too confident. Hector took the preparatory class, but this is my first time creating the skeleton. The chances of beating him are very low. Simon thought that instead of randomly memorizing the knowledge from class, it would be better to ignore it. Simon began to see the path ahead. That's right, I'll just follow my instincts. At that moment, Simon's speed had increased significantly. He thought to himself, I'll just assemble it my way. Seeing this, the students began to whisper among themselves. What is he doing? He made a mistake right from the first step. A female student wondered, or maybe he's given up. Everyone clicked their tongues and spoke mockingly. No talent or courage. They secretly sneered. How can someone like that be #1? On the other hand, Dick couldn't stop worrying. Simon. At the same time, Simon was reevaluating the problem. The professor said to use the skeleton to get the necklace, but he never said it had to be a perfect skeleton. He told himself, I don't have time. Forget about those complicated structures. Keep it as simple as possible. Each joint began to be attached. Simon relied on leg number 25, the front leg. He quickly picked up another bone fragment. I can't skip number 27 because it's a crucial part. Simon immediately chased after Hector. I'll skip 28, take 29, and next is 31. Seeing him focus on connecting the bones, Aaron had some doubts. Suddenly, the professor was startled when he saw something. Simon's rat had started to move. Aaron was completely shocked. Impossible, how did the kid this is? The professor realized it was the skeleton of a gray rat. The gray rat is the pre-evolutionary form of the island rat person. He used a different assembly method to create that structure. Aaron thought in amazement, of course, it's not exactly the same, but it's still a living dead. It doesn't have to be exactly the same, as long as it can move. How could a student who never took the preparatory class? Looking at Simon's confident expression, Aaron was a bit skeptical. Did he figure it out on his own without using knowledge? Now, Cindy and Dick cheered enthusiastically. Go, Simon, go. That's right. Aaron Deere still couldn't believe his eyes. Something strange. Below, the students were all whispering and cheering. I don't know what it is, but you finished it. Hearing this, Hector thought, I'm the only one who made a perfect skeleton. Thanks to Simon, everyone realized in unison. That's right. The shape doesn't matter. Even someone as cool as Melon couldn't hide the surprise on her face. Hector told himself, I did it in a short time without looking at the diagram. The students below exclaimed in admiration and cheered, Simon, Simon, Simon. Faced with this situation, Hector was frozen in place. Hector Mo, should be the center of attention. Hector gnashed his teeth in anger. But after all this, Hector felt a surge of jealousy and hatred. They're not cheering for me anymore. At that moment, his rat charged forward aggressively. It directly attacked the opponent's skeleton. Seeing this, Simon was a bit shocked. Seeing that bewildered expression, Hector smirked with delight. Simon Valencia, I'm about to win. Suddenly, Simon smiled with a hidden meaning. He raised his hand to control the skeleton. In the next second, Simon's rat had seized the item. With astonishing speed, it defeated its opponent. Hector's rat turned its head, its eyes glowing fiercely. Finally, the item was in the hands of Simon's rat. Even though it was hit, torn apart, it still stubbornly held on to the item. Hector cried out in anger at this. He shouted, "It's unfair, Professor Aaron, this is absurd." Hector yelled, "You said we had to use the skeleton to get the necklace. This is just one bone, not a skeleton." Now, Simon spoke up, "Just one bone." Hearing this, Hector was slightly taken aback. Simon said in a low voice, "I don't think so." As soon as he raised his hand, a powerful surge of energy suddenly pulled in. The joints of Simon's rat quickly connected. Witnessing this scene, Hector was so shocked his mouth fell open. What the hell? In the blink of an eye, Simon's rat took shape. He asked, "Now what?" Upon command, the skeleton handed the item to its master. Simon gave a triumphant smile. "I guess it's fair now, right?" Seeing this, Hector gnashed his teeth in anger. At that moment, Aaron spoke up. "That's enough." The professor let out a sigh and announced, "The winner is..." Aaron stated clearly, "Simon Valencia." After hearing the result, Simon gently lifted the skeleton. He threw it into the air and shouted happily. Simon smiled with pride. "I won." Meanwhile, the professors were chatting in the staff room. One person asked, "Professor, nice to see you. How is the top of the class?" Bahan replied, "I see a lot of excellent students in this year's class." Another professor nodded and said, "Of course, there are the special admission students and those with high scores on the entrance exam." The female teacher also acknowledged, "That's right, melon violin is better than I thought. She made the zenith poison on the first day." Someone quietly said, "Blood is thicker than water." "All 7 children from the violin family are outstanding." He asked softly, "So what about the heir of the ivory tower?" The female teacher put her teacup down and said, "Sun and dark. Well, I understand why the tower is so proud of her." The professor continued, "Isn't Sathelmir also incredible? He has completely shattered the previous notions about half-giants. There are prejudices about half-giants not being good at using magic. As for Sathel, I should ask if he's interested in specializing in magic." They asked each other happily, "You've already chosen a student. Interacting with students during the protection period is against the rules." At that moment, a professor asked, "Hey, Professor Bahan, you also taught a class today, right? How was it?" Bahan smiled mysteriously and asked back, "What do you mean?" The professor replied, "You know what I mean. The number 1 special admission student that Lord Nephthys personally chose." Bahan quietly said, "He lost to another student in my class. I'm not yet sure if he has great talent." Not yet. Hearing this, the professors were a bit skeptical. "Really? I didn't expect that. But he's still number 1. Is there really nothing special about him?" Bahan said softly, "Well, he has good endurance. He withstood 9 exhaustion spells in the first class." The professor was a bit surprised. 9 times. Endurance is indeed very important. But that's not impressive enough for a number 1 special admission student. Just then, Aaron yawned and walked past everyone. Bahan spoke up, "Oh right, you also taught Class A today, didn't you, Aaron?" Aaron poured a cup of tea and turned to answer, "Yes." "What is it?" The number 1 special admission student, Bahan quietly asked. "What do you think of him?" Aaron bluntly said, "A slow and mediocre kid. He has a certain uniqueness in making some creative, albeit flawed, specimens." Hearing this, Bahan was slightly startled. The professors started whispering among themselves. "I don't think this year's number 1 student is really that special. There's no way he was chosen by Lord Nephthys." Bahan forced a smile, but his heart was full of doubt. Did Aaron just create a smokescreen about him? Bahan put down his teacup and thought to himself, he's known for being a difficult person, and for him to do something like that, it could only be because he really likes that number 1 student. Looking at Aaron Deere, Bahan thought, a slow, mediocre kid with some uniqueness in making creative, albeit flawed, specimens. Those are the best compliments Aaron could give. Bahan began to reconsider. A kid chosen by Nephthys and noticed by the difficult Aaron. Bahan thought to himself, I'm getting more and more interested in this kid. Now, Bahan called out, "Oh right, Aaron." Bahan quietly asked, "The declaration you made last year, are you still going to follow through with it?" Hearing this, Aaron was a bit confused. "Last year." Bahan smiled meaningfully and began to speak vaguely. "Yes, that you weren't planning on directly mentoring any student under your wing." Hearing this, Aaron gave him a death glare. After a moment of silence, Aaron spoke up, "Professor Bahan, I am not." Suddenly, Nephthys threw open the door and walked in cheerfully. She said, "Hello, everyone." The professors immediately bowed. Greetings, Lord Nephthys, the principal waved excitedly. Hello, hello. Now, Bahan took out a Magna ice cream bar and grinned. Welcome. Seeing this, Nephthys pretended to refuse but still took it. Oh dear, I told you not to treat me like a child anymore, Bahan quietly said. One of the qualities of a gentleman is to prepare a gift for a lady. Nephthys felt pleased. You smooth talker, a professor asked softly. Did you bring the whole refrigerator with you? Bahan replied, of course. At that moment, Nephthys said, well, I guess I should accept it since Bahan gave it to me anyway. A professor quickly gave up his seat for the principal. Please sit here, Lord Nephthys, she replied cheerfully. All right, thank you. Nephthys plopped down into the comfortable chair and asked, so, how were the new students on their first day? A professor immediately replied, I understand why the ivory tower is so confident. Sathel also has a great talent for magic. They whispered among themselves, Melon is also amazing. Nephthys nodded. Good, good, she said softly. There are many talented students in the first class this year. I hope the student protection period ends soon. While the professors were surrounding the principal, Aaron just stood silently outside. After getting a brief overview, Nephthys said happily, good, very good. Report any problems you have. Since today is the first day, let's go home early and rest. Everyone replied, yes, ma'am. At that moment, Aaron spoke up, Nephthys, I'd like to discuss something with you in private. Hearing this, the professors turned with confused expressions. Nephthys readily agreed, sure. Let's go. She quietly asked, what do you want to discuss? Aaron said softly, I'll tell you when we are alone. Seeing this, Bahan thought to himself, he's always so blunt. He smirked, but Lord Nephthys won't give you what you want so easily, Aaron. At the same time, Dick said in confusion, what should we do? All the 4-person rooms only have one spot left. Simon looked disappointed. It seems we arrived at the dorm too late. The students walking around here are also from our class, Dick said softly. The summoning class ended 3 hours ago, so the other students have already found their rooms, I think. At that moment, the dorm caretaker spoke up. I'm sorry, there are no rooms with 2 empty spots on the 2nd floor either. Simon and Dick replied, it's okay, it's not your fault. Simon pointed to the paper and asked quietly, are there no rooms with 2 empty spots on the 3rd or 4th floor either? The caretaker replied in confusion, yes, the other floors are the same. Simon suggested, should we go to a room and ask if they want to switch places? He continued, I want to check the other floors just to be sure. Seeing this, the caretaker offered, then I'll go with you. Maybe I can help with something. Now, in the distance, 3 students were approaching. They were carrying heavy luggage and laughing cheerfully with each other. Due to carelessness, the 3 of them bumped into the caretaker. Despite this, one of them rudely shouted, get out of the way. The caretaker cried out in surprise. The slick-haired one grumbled angrily, damn it, what the hell? I told you to move. The caretaker relented. I'm sorry. It didn't stop there. The 3 of them started to place blame. A mere staff member like you is blocking our way. It's ruined at the corner because of you. What are you going to do about it? The caretaker quickly bowed. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. The slick-haired one said angrily, sorry for what? What are you doing just standing there? Move this right now. The caretaker replied, all right, I'll do it. Now, Simon stepped in front of the caretaker and said, excuse me. Simon asked in a stern voice, don't you see that I'm talking to her? Dick from behind added, that's right. We were here first. Don't cut in line like that. Besides, you clearly ran into her on purpose. Seeing this, the slick-haired one started to get angry. What's your problem? Are you commoners? Who do you think you are? Seeing his companion about to get physical, the one next to him quickly stopped him. Hey, wait a minute. The one with the slanted hair exclaimed. It's him. The number 1 special admission student, the one who recited the oath as a student representative in the lecture hall. At that moment, Simon gave them a sharp glare. Seeing that furious face, the 3 of them immediately backed off. Be more careful next time. Let's go. Seeing the situation resolved, the caretaker said happily, thank you for helping me. Simon quietly said, you don't need to thank me. I just did what I had to do. Dick from behind laughed heartily at the cowards. The caretaker then said, all right, shall we go then? After a quick look, the caretaker spoke up. Actually, there's one room with 2 empty spots on the 4th floor. It's room for 109, a 4-person room with a beautiful view, and it's also near the main staircase. She showed clear confusion. Let's see which students are in that room. The caretaker quietly said, Rooms for 112 and for 130 only have one spot left, but they're right next to room for 109. We should check those rooms, shouldn't we? Simon looked confused. What about for 109? Is there a problem with it? The caretaker replied hesitantly. Well, there are students already in there. Simon simply said, then we can ask if we can join them. Hearing this, the caretaker quickly waved her hands, but one of them. She explained, his name is Kyan Edvin, and he was here last year too. Simon became even more confused. Last year. But this is the dormitory for first years. The caretaker recounted the situation. Kyan failed to advance to the second class. I heard he has some issues, so he has to start over from the beginning. She whispered, I'm just a caretaker of this dormitory, so I don't know the details. But I heard that many of his roommates had to request a room change. They had bruises on their faces, and Kyan also gets into a lot of trouble. That's what I heard. Kaizen usually expels troublemakers, so it's strange that he's an exception. Simon and Dick asked in surprise, really? Dick quietly asked Simon, should we go to another room? Simon replied bluntly, no. Let's at least say hello first. Hearing this, Dick was startled. What? Hey, wait a minute. Seeing Simon touch the doorknob, Dick cried out, are you really going in? As soon as they stepped inside, they both felt the gloomy atmosphere. Dick fearfully hid behind his friend. Hey, Simon. Simon walked towards the blanket and said, hello, excuse me. Sorry to bother you while you're sleeping. Hearing the voice, the person under the blanket was slightly startled. Simon said softly, we'd like to stay in this room with you. He asked quietly, would that be okay? No. A student with a gloomy face turned to glare with murderous eyes. A menacing aura radiated from him. Kyan Edvin's eyes suddenly turned blood red. He glared and said, you new student. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed completely. The murderous aura vanished as if nothing had happened. Kyan Edvin scratched his head and remarked, I see. So today is the day they announce the admission results. Time flies, doesn't it? He turned back to look at Simon Valencia and said politely, you don't have to be so formal. I'm a first year too, after all. Hearing this, Simon went along with it and called his name. Oh, all right, then Kyan. Kyan Edvin scratched his head again, interrupting to correct his address. Forget it, just call me Kyan. Then he looked at the two new students and reminded them, I don't know how long you will be able to last in this academy, but remember these two things. Hearing this, Dick Haywood was no longer trembling with fear, but was urged on by curiosity. He stood up straight, eager to hear. Kyan Edvin quickly stated his demands. First, don't stick your nose in my business. Second, don't make a racket before I go to sleep. Once I'm asleep, you can shout, dance, or do whatever you want. Simon Valencia immediately concluded, oh, so you're letting us stay. Kyan Edvin didn't seem to mind. As he lay back down and pulled the covers over himself, he said, it doesn't really matter, does it? If it's not you two, someone else will come. This is the only empty room left. Kyan Edvin pulled the covers over his head to sleep, leaving Simon Valencia and Dick Haywood at a loss for words. The silence was awkward. The two left the room and told the dorm caretaker, we'll take this room. She asked with some concern, are you sure? Simon Valencia replied cheerfully, yes, it will be fine. I don't think he's a bad person. Since the person in question had agreed, the dorm caretaker had nothing more to advise. As she posted the list of students sharing the room next to the door, she reminded them, all right, if you have any more problems, don't hesitate to let me know. I will immediately report the incident to the landlord for them to handle. Simon Valencia bowed politely and said, okay, thank you. Then she said goodbye to the two of them. That's all then. Good night. Simon Valencia and Dick Haywood also opened the door and entered the room. Dick Haywood, holding a thick stack of documents to tidy up the room, looked worriedly at the person sleeping on the bunk bed and asked his friend, you think he really won't wake up? Simon Valencia answered honestly, I'm not sure, but he said we could do whatever we want when he's asleep. Dick Hayworth frowned and thought for a moment. Then, without any warning, he slammed the books in his hand onto the floor. The sudden, loud noise startled Simon Valencia. When he saw that Kyan Edvin wasn't woken up by the loud noise, Dick Hayworth quietly remarked, so he was telling the truth. Simon Valencia confidently told his friend, I don't think he's a bad person. As long as we follow his rules, it'll be fine. Kyan Edvin remained with his eyes closed, lying quietly on the bed. Putting that aside, Dick Haywood cheerfully discussed with Simon, anyway, now that we have a room, let's leave our stuff and go take a shower. I saw a bathroom on the second floor when we came up. Let's go check it out. Simon Valencia asked in surprise. A bathroom? A moment later, Simon Valencia comfortably stepped out of the bathroom. He had a towel on his head, tied into 2 buns on either side. Simon's face showed clear satisfaction and contentment. He grinned from ear to ear and cheered with delight. Wow, I like this. Dick Haywood saw his friend's bright smile and replied, I can tell. Dick Haywood said with some helplessness, my goodness, I've never seen anyone so happy after taking a shower. Did you live on a mountain or something before coming here? Simon replied cheerfully, something like that. Then he remembered the scene of Simon playing with the buttons in the bathroom and continued, but can you stop making those oohs and ahs when you press the buttons in the bathroom? The other students are starting to talk. Simon Valencia asked in disbelief, really? As they walked and talked, they soon returned to their room. Dick Haywood, while turning the doorknob, continued, yeah, you were already the center of gossip for being the top of the exam, and now you're being called a country bumpkin and a fake. Simon Valencia groaned sadly. He explained, well, I still think it's better here at Kaizen. Dick Haywood found this reason acceptable. That's true. Everyone wants to be accepted here. He casually sat down on the bed and continued, of course, whether we can stay here depends entirely on our grades. Simon Valencia added, I heard there are only 300 students in the 2nd year. Dick Haywood exclaimed and made a prediction, right? The reason we still have time to chat like this is because the student protection period is still in effect. Just wait and see. Half of this place will be gone soon. Hearing the strange new term, Simon Valencia asked with curiosity, student protection period. Dick Haywood seriously explained to his friend, yes, that's when they can't accurately evaluate and can't give grades to the students yet. At such times, professors can't talk to students privately, and they can't arbitrarily expel them either. He added, and they're not allowed to harm students either. If I remember correctly, there are many other prohibitions, so I can't remember them all. Simon Valencia remembered what he had done in class, which made him shudder a little. So they're turning a blind eye to everything I did today. Dick Haywood continued with a sigh. After that period, student expulsion is a common occurrence. Expulsion for not showing enough talent, for not showing promise of a successful future, for violating rules, for submitting poor quality assignments. You name it. Simon could only exclaim, wow. Suddenly, Dick Hayworth became excited again. He raised a finger to emphasize and said, but if you can hold on until the end of the 1st year, you can get a job almost anywhere. If you can survive this extremely intense competition and officially graduate. Dick Hayworth pointed at Simon Valencia and began to paint a bright future. If that's the case, you will become a pioneer in an era where all continents are developing. Simon exclaimed in astonishment. Wow. Dick Haywood lay back on the bed, his mouth still rattling on about the beautiful possibilities. I think you can become anything you want besides a noble. In fact, a small kingdom might marry their princess to you if you graduate from Kaizen. Simon Valencia asked back, you want to become a noble? Dick Hayworth sat up, rested his chin on his hand and answered him, no, although it would bring some benefits, that's not my goal. Simon Valencia continued to ask, then what? Dick Haywood just pinched his index finger and thumb together into a circle and held it in front of Simon. He looked at the symbol with a half-lidded gaze, filled with 3 parts contempt and 7 parts helplessness. A cunning smile appeared on Dick Hayworth's face as he said, it's this. Simon Valencia looked at his friend's greedy face and said wearily, oh, I see. Dick Haywood said arrogantly, so from now on, I'm going to be very busy. Simon Valencia didn't pay much attention. He waved his hand and replied perfunctorily, all right, got it. Dick Hayworth was still imagining that if he needed money in the future, when he was startled by something that looked like a box flying out of a black hole. It seemed to have been summoned by Simon, who remained calm about the matter. Dick Haywood forgot all about his bright future and frantically asked a series of questions. What is that? What is this? What did you just do? Simon Valencia calmly replied, it's just a subspace. Dick Haywood asked again, then what is that other thing? Simon Valencia showed a paper related to a rat-shaped skeleton and explained, this is a kit for making a rat-shaped skeleton. I haven't studied this subject much yet, so I brought one here to practice and get more familiar with it. Dick Haywood crawled closer to Simon Valencia and asked, we just finished class and now you want to study again? He answered honestly, yeah, I just don't want to forget everything I just felt. Dick Hayworth raised a question, so are you going to assemble it in the correct order this time? Simon Valencia picked up the head of the rat-shaped skeleton, smiled, and affirmed, no, this time I'll just do it by feel and intuition. Then he started to fiddle around, putting the joints together. Dick Haywood looked on in astonishment. He unconsciously exclaimed. When he saw the rat-shaped skeleton fully assembled, Dick Haywood commented, all right, it's the same type as the one you made in class. Simon Valencia nodded and said, Yes, but it can be improved further. It took me longer, and there's a flaw, one leg is also loose. Although it was true that it wasn't perfect yet, Dick Hayworth still praised him. But you still made it into a complete skeleton. I don't think I could do that. Suddenly, Simon Valencia reached out, stroked the head of the rat-shaped skeleton, and said a strange sentence. I'm sorry. As soon as he finished speaking, Simon Valencia forcefully destroyed it. The skeleton immediately broke into pieces. Dick Haywood was shocked by his friend's action. He exclaimed in surprise. What was that? What happened? You were doing so well. Not seeing his friend answer, Dick Haywood looked at him in confusion and called out Simon. Actually, Simon Valencia was recalling what Professor Aaron Deere had said in class today. A skeleton created by summoning magic will usually carry some characteristics of its old body. Professor Aaron Deere held up two assembled bone samples and explained the official name for this is the restorative force. The professor's teachings about its other names still echoed in Simon Valencia's mind. It's also known as the gravitational attraction force. Simon Valencia sighed softly and closed his eyes. He began to feel the entire room and the scattered bone fragments around him while muttering the professor's words. The skeleton will usually carry the characteristics of its old body, so if I can remember the position. With each word Simon Valencia spoke, the bones gradually moved. Reconstructing the original shape would not be difficult. They began to move more and more. The skeleton's head also trembled. Feeling the time was right, Simon Valencia shouted, "Restore." Immediately, a red light flashed from within the skeleton's eye sockets as if it had just come back to life. The skull flew quickly past Dick Haywood, making him jump and cry out in fear. The parts of the rat-shaped skeleton automatically reassembled exactly as before, with no mistakes. Dick Haywood leaned in closer to get a better look, and then praised, "Wow, it's still really cool to see it regenerate like this." Simon replied sincerely, "Really, thanks." Dick Hayworth yawned mid-sentence. "How can you do this when you're not even prepared?" He reminded him, "I'm getting sleepy. It's late. I'm going to bed." Then Dick Haywood turned to ask his amazing friend, "What about you, Simon?" Seeing the skeleton approach him, Simon asked uncertainly, "Me?" As he stroked its head, he said, "I want to experiment a little more." Dick Haywood slowly stood up. "I see. Well, I'll go to bed first then." He suddenly asked Simon Valencia, "What's the first class tomorrow?" He smiled and replied, "Tomorrow, Jet Black Dynamics." The rat-shaped skeleton, under his caress, suddenly had the red light in its eyes turn a deep blue. Sitting in the room with the skeleton, Simon told himself, "This time, I'll follow the diagram." After some tinkering, Simon realized, I have to connect it like this so the knee can rotate. This is a rat person's bone. If I arrange it differently, can it move normally? Feeling that the joint seemed unsure, Simon muttered to himself, "I guess not." He started to take notes on his experiments. Arranging the rat person's chest joints differently has no effect. Originally, the assembly formulas were standards set by necromancers long ago, so to get to this point, they must have experimented and made countless mistakes. Simon thought with a serious face, just like me right now. He reached out and grasped the skeleton, realizing that every exercise had its reason and meaning. Only after assembling and disassembling it myself do I realize how great the previous generation of necromancers was. Simon quietly said, "Here, I tried swapping the positions of your bone number 25 and number 31. How is it?" Simon said softly, "Is it uncomfortable?" The skeleton shook its head from side to side. Simon then said, "I see. This combination isn't very good. I'll put it back in its original place." He told himself, "Although the structure looks reasonable, there must be a more efficient arrangement for you to move. How can I find that way quickly?" Finally, Simon closed his notebook and said to himself, "All right, I should study more properly and carefully." He thought back on everything. The skeletons his father used to help people in the fief, and the skeletons Lauren used to control the gangs. Simon wondered, what am I lacking compared to them? Now, the skeleton's eyes glowed with a strange power. Simon had to give up. It seems my knowledge isn't enough. I'm really looking forward to the next class. The next day, the professor explained sternly, Jet Black energy serves as the foundation of a necromancer. The person standing at the podium was Eric Ora, the Jet Black Dynamics professor for Class A. He said in a low voice, "So I can't stress enough the importance of Jet Black Dynamics." Eric Ora posed the question, "So how does Jet Black energy create magic?" To answer this question, we must understand the flow of Jet Black energy, the runic ancient language, and the mechanism of the magic circle. While Simon was listening intently, Dick next to him had been nodding off for a while. Originally, The origin of the runic ancient language comes from the eternal flame of the Black Temple. Initially, no one questioned why the flame there never went out. Why? Because at that time, people believed that doubting God was a blasphemy. One day, they realized that the patterns from the flame looked very much like letters, and they were surprised to learn that those ordinary letters were what created a miracle to maintain the light of the flame. The professor quietly said, "That's the story behind the origin of the runic language." Hearing this, Simon's eyes widened in admiration. Dick, next to him, slumped his head onto the desk by inertia. Eric Ora continued his lecture. The witches and necromancers who discovered the runic ancient language tried countless times to create the modern, understandable runic language of today. The professor wrote a few lines on the board and said, "This is the runic language after those improvements, and these two magic circles are examples of using the improved runic language." Eric Ora continued, "The magic circle you see here cannot be activated. The difference between it and the activatable magic circle on the right is how the runic language is used in the magic." Eric Ora added, "Therefore, with the regulator and the knowledge you have learned, you can use jet black energy more freely." Finally, the professor put down the chalk and quietly said, "Today's lecture is over. I have an assignment for you to submit next time. The specific assignment is as follows. Take a non-activatable magic circle, like the one we used as an example in class. Present how you would modify it, including the calculations and formulas you used to make it work." Before leaving, Eric Ora added, "Oh, that's right, and the 3 students I call on next class will have to present their assignments." Finally, the professor quietly said, "See you all next time." As soon as Eric Ora left, the students began to complain. "My goodness, kinetics is so hard." One person nodded in agreement, "Totally." Dick yawned as he strolled across the school grounds. "This feels just like when I studied algebra with my father. Why can't I remember any of these formulas? I don't even get why I have to know these rules." Simon commented, "But it's not that bad." He looked up at the sky and said softly, "I didn't understand more than half of that lecture, but I liked how he described each operating principle one by one." Dick replied in frustration, "What isn't there about Kaizen that you don't like?" Dick had noticed Simon's strange behavior all morning. He just kept talking about the soap in the bathroom. Caught, Simon nudged Dick's shoulder, making him yelp. Dick hurried to catch up, calling out, "Ow, that hurt." Simon, "Hey, wait for me." Once they reached the training grounds, Dick quietly asked, "Hey Simon, what's next class?" Simon replied, "Combat magic." Looking at the field before them, Dick asked doubtfully, "Are we going to study here?" "Where's the professor?" Simon replied softly, "I don't know." Just then, Dean pointed into the distance and shouted, "Hey, everyone, look over here." A strange cloud of dust appeared before the students. Noticing the commotion, one person said grimly, "Is something approaching?" Other students cried out with wide eyes, "Do you guys feel the ground shaking?" A hulking figure was heading toward them. Upon seeing the strange creature, everyone was startled. Hippos. Not just one, but a whole herd of hippos was charging forward. In a flash, they surrounded the students, cornering them. Everyone trembled and cried out, "Why are there hippos here? What's going on?" Suddenly, a laugh rang out. "Welcome, new students." A bald professor sat nonchalantly on a hippo's back and spoke. "Today, Professor Hong Pen will be teaching on Duck Mountain. Now everyone, get on the hippos." Hearing this, the students were shocked. "Get on them?" At that moment, Dick whispered, "Actually, it's not that surprising. The combat magic professor is known for being eccentric here at Kaizenma. I heard she sets up camp at different locations on Duck Mountain." Hearing this, Simon became a little curious. "Really?" Just then, an arrogant student spoke up. "Hey, you're telling us to climb on that thing?" He shouted, "You have to put a carpet or something on that monster before we'll sit on it." Assistant Brad stood up, annoyed, and let out a hiss. A magical aura emanated from his feet. Assistant Brad suddenly shot into the air, to everyone's surprise. "What?" The student who had just been acting arrogant couldn't believe his eyes. Assistant Brad charged straight for the student with his muscular body. The student yelped in shock. "What do you think you're doing?" Even pinned to the ground by Assistant Brad, he still yelled, "How dare a mere servant like you get in our way? We're Kaizen students, how insolent." Assistant Brad felt he had been disrespected. He growled back, "Servant." Assistant Brad glared angrily. "Why are the new students so stupid these days?" Assistant Brad loudly reminded him, "You will call me assistant, not servant." Seeing this, the other student immediately backed down. "I'm sorry," Assistant Brad said smugly. "Anything else?" Pinned flat on the ground, the student replied, Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Assistant." Witnessing this scene, Simon quietly commented, They're probably not going to change, are they? Dick put his arm on Simon's shoulder and said, "Let me tell you, you're the exception among those nobles." Just then, Assistant Brad spoke up. "We're a bit behind schedule, everyone. Get on the hippos." He quietly said, "One hippo can carry 3 students." Hearing this, everyone obediently complied. "Yes, sir." Dick complained, "This hippo is so big it's hard to even climb on." At that moment, Assistant Brad quietly said, "Is everyone on board? Let's get going." However, Simon noticed a pink-haired girl still struggling. "Wait." He offered his hand and asked gently, "You need help?" The female student was a bit flustered. His classmate replied, "Thank you." Simon quickly pulled the female student onto the hippo's back. Assistant Brad shouted a reminder, "Hold on tight." He yelled, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, the hippos opened their mouths and roared. Then they all took off at lightning speed. The students were completely startled. At the same time, the pink-haired girl spoke. "Thank you for helping me." Her hair whipped into Simon's face, flustering him. The girl was so scared she started to cry. The scene was now utter chaos. The frightened students cried out, "Sorry, I'm going to fall off." "How do I hold on?" Assistant Brad suddenly looked hesitant. Then he said, "Overcome it with your willpower. This is also part of the training. Overcome it with your willpower." Assistant Brad gave a thumbs up and said quietly, "If you fall off now, you'll be trampled to death by the hippos." "Got it." Hearing this, everyone shrieked. "What?" Assistant Brad continued nonchalantly, "There are 1 or 2 accidents every year." By now, the students were pale with fear. "What?" Everyone screamed in shock. "I want to get down." "I'm sorry, help," Assistant Brad said sternly, "just hold on." Kaizen doesn't need students who can't even handle a hippo. Aaron shouted, "Come on, everyone, 1 bottle each." He handed a bottle of water to each student. A student replied, "Thank you." "Hey, thanks." Dick Hayworth said, "Having water to drink will make it less tiring." Simon Follanier replied, "Yeah." Cammy looked up at the sky and said in a panic, "View." Suddenly, a loud voice said, "Welcome to the class." All the students below began to murmur. "There, Greg, cry." A white bird was perched on her shoulder. Hong Pangton Saku Maglat introduced herself to everyone. "I am Hong Pangton Saku Maglat," she said. "This semester, I will be teaching you combat magic." According to Intel, she was the legend among necromancers who once incinerated for fiefdoms with a giant immortal monster, the Kuna Hydra. She was the one who fought that giant immortal monster for 5 days and 5 nights, single-handedly breaking all 100 of its heads. She won a dramatic victory. Hong Pangton Saku Maglat, the first-year combat magic professor. Hong Pangton Sokung Maglat told everyone, "Please stand up." The exhausted students followed her command and formed for lines. The students replied, "Yes, ma'am." Melon Violin's group member asked, "For what?" Assistant Brad clarified, "Form for vertical lines, everyone." "Hurry up," the students replied, "Yes, sir." They whispered to each other, "Oh, so it's 4. She said loudly, "Good. We'll set off immediately." Set off? Simon Valencia wondered, "Where are we going?" The students were surprised by Hong Pangton Sokung Maglat's actions and exclaimed. She reminded the students, "Everyone, a healthy body and a sound mind. The foundation of combat magic comes from physical health." Simon Valencia was surprised and thought to himself, "She's so good. How can she run like that?" He stated, "We all have 2 arms and 2 legs just like her, yet the professor is on a completely different level." Hong Pangtung Sakong Maklet said while running, "Training the body with dark energy is the basis of this combat magic, and we also learn about physical techniques." Assistant Brad and the person running with him listened to her as they ran. Necromancers who primarily use combat magic are called combat necromancers. Hong Pangton Sokung Marklot said that if they reached a certain level like them, dark energy would flow from their bodies as smoothly as silk. The dark energy will take the form of clothing, which we call a dark robe. She said this is a characteristic skill of combat necromancers. Hong Pangton Sokung Maklot reminded the students, "The trees are dense here. Be careful." Dick Haywood, running behind, mustered his strength and shouted, "I'm so jealous of those who are gifted in the subject." Simon Follanier thought to himself, "Gifted." He watched his friends ahead jump over the trees and acknowledged, "You're right. They look like they're just playing around." He groaned tiredly from behind. "Hey, Simon, are you okay?" Simon Valencia replied, "Yeah, I'm fine." Dick Haywood was incredulous. "How are you really still okay?" He explained, "My hometown has a lot of hills and mountains, and it's been a while since I've had such a refreshing run." Dick Haywood took a breath and said, "You are a real beast." I'm so jealous. The professor running in front heard their conversation and chuckled to herself. Hong Pen Tun So Kung Mak Lot stopped right before Cliff and said, "All right, you all must use dark energy to jump across the valley in front of us." The students questioned the challenge she presented, saying, "We have to jump over this." Hong Pen Tun So Kung Mak Lot instructed, "You can do it. It just takes a little trick, like when you burst dark energy in the palm of your hand, but instead we'll use the soles of our feet." As she spoke, she demonstrated. Watch closely. The students below were amazed by what Hong Pen Tun So Kung Mak Lot had just done. Her feet touched the ground, and she said, "If you do it again." Hong Pen Tun So Kung Mak Lot leaned back, landed on her feet, and crouched down. Simon Valencia and his friend standing beside him watched in awe as she spoke. "Everyone has seen it, right? You don't need to fly into the air first." Hong Peng Tun So Kung Mak Lot explained. "When you jump, release dark energy through the soles of your feet like a rocket taking off. It will feel like you're stepping out of the shadows." Before she finished speaking, she took a running start and jumped to the other side. The students were amazed. What was that? Hong Pen Tun So Kung Mak Lot landed lightly with both feet together. She called out from the other side, "Come on over." The students shouted, "Here we come." They screamed as they jumped. Some students made the jump while others clung to the edge, groaning. "Nice job," said Hong Peng Tun So Mak Lot. She took the student's hand and said, "If you miss the timing, it can be dangerous like that. Next time, release the energy earlier." The student, Nam Kin Hai, replied, "Yes, ma'am, thank you." Simon Valencia muttered, "Step out of the shadows." "Step out of the shadows." Dick Haywood reminded him, "Hey, it looks like you're overthinking it again." He replied, "Yeah, but it seems so difficult." Dick Haywood quickly bid him farewell and rushed forward. "The more you think, the harder it gets. I'm going first." Simon Valencia watched him anxiously and said, "Be careful, Dick." Dick Haywood let out a grunt. He was surprised to see Hector jump ahead of him. Huh? He landed lightly while Dick stumbled and fell to the ground, groaning. The two standing there praised him. "Awesome, Hector." The young man next to them said, "You jumped the highest so far." Dick Hayworth brushed the dust off his sleeve and looked up at him, saying, "I'm sure I can't do it like him." He stood watching from this side and heard him say, "Simon, did you see me just now? Even I could do it, so you'll do fine." Simon Valencia closed his eyes and said, "Leap forward, using dark energy." He took a running start and made the leap. Simon Valencia's feet landed gently on the ground. Hector watched him jump across with admiration. Dick Haywood shouted, "That was amazing, Simon." He cheered, "Awesome. You jumped the highest in the class today." He panted in reply. Simon Valencia added happily, "I did it." Hong Pen Tun So Kung Mat Lot saw it and was astonished. She praised him. "You're really good." Both he and Dick Haywood celebrated joyfully together. Seeing this, he glared angrily at Simon Valencia. Hong Pen Tun So Kung Mak Lot reminded them, "All right, it seems everyone has made it across. We'll wait a bit for the students who fell into the valley." She continued, "When they get back, we'll move to the next location." He replied cheerfully, "Yes, Professor." Dick Haywood asked Simon Valencia, "Oh, by the way, Simon, you want to check something out on the way?" He asked curiously, "What is it?" He pointed to a book and explained, "It's the list of students we need to recruit for our class group. The groups start next week, so we should prepare. I've listed everyone's names, strengths, and personalities here." He said, "Wow, you're amazing. How did you find all this out?" Dick Haywood replied, "It's a secret." Simon Valencia thought that while he was just catching up with his studies, the most important person, Dick, had already found time to observe the other students in class. He looked at Dick Hayworth and thought to himself, "Oh, so that's why he approached me instead of Hector." After observing Hector, he thought he couldn't get along with him. Simon Valencia added, "After all, we have to get along to maintain the group." Simon Valencia asked him, "So what do you think?" Dick Haywood quickly replied, "Most of the students in our class are very skilled. They're all good, but..." He looked at Cammy and said, "That girl, the one who rode the hippo with us. I guess as soon as the student protection period ends, she'd be expelled." Dick Haywood stood looking at her and explained, "There were only 2 people in class who fell into the valley, and she was one of them. She also has a timid personality, so she'd probably get bullied." Hearing this, he said, "I understand." While the two were talking, Hong Peng Tun So Kung Mak Lot shouted, "Everyone." She said, "We've walked for a minute. Time to run again, shall we?" The students replied in unison, "Yes, ma'am." One of them voiced their opinion, "I think we need a break, Professor." Simon Valencia said, "This class is really active. It's so much fun." Dick Haywood replied irritably, You think this class is fun? He was confused when he heard him say that. The panicked students shouted, Professor, the hippos are running towards us. Seeing her so far away, the students said, Professor, we should ask the assistant for help. They realized with a jolt, wait, he's not here either. Simon Valencia said gravely, this is bad. He stood before the hippos and thought to himself, step out. He flipped in the air and continued from the darkness. Simon Valencia wondered. Dick said nothing dangerous would happen during the student protection period. Could this be an accident? Simon Valencia landed lightly, thinking, if we can't avoid these hippos, someone might get hurt. He watched helplessly as the hippos charged toward him. The short-haired female student used magic to tame the hippo. The magic acted like a protective barrier, shielding everyone from their attack. Two young men sat on either side of a tree branch, watching the hippos charge forward. Cindy Vivace flew near Simon Valencia and greeted him. Simon, long time no see. He ignored her greeting. He landed and thought, it seems I'm in no position to worry about others. Dick Haywood called out, hey Simon. From his perch on the pole, he asked him, are you okay? Simon Valencia replied, yeah. He lowered his head and thought, I was worried for nothing. I can't believe I have to compete with 1,000 top students like this. Dick Haywood asked him again, are you sure you're okay? He said, you must be shaken. Don't worry, all the hippos have been tamed by Professor Hong Pen. Simon Valencia replied in surprise, oh really? He explained, yeah, she's a master of combat magic, but she can also use the power of the drip bloodline. When I was up there, I saw the hippos were only surrounding the kids who fell, not charging at them. Simon Valencia replied, I see. Assistant Brad reminded them, come on, there's no time to rest. Get up. The tired students replied, okay. The assistant added, the hippos will be back to attack again. Get up quickly. Camille Jun replied fearfully, okay. Assistant Brad reminded them, the professor is waiting below. Let's go now. The scene changes to a dense forest. Hong Pen Tun So Kum Mak Lot called out, everyone. Simon Valencia was amazed by the scene before him. Hong Pen Tun So Kung Mak Lot said, there are no more obstacles. Come on over here. The students exclaimed in amazement, wow. She said, you all did well. You can take a break now. Hong Peng Tun So Kung Mak Lot added, but you can only eat after the class ends. I guess you're all exhausted, so I contacted Kaizen beforehand. One of them asked for what? She pointed ahead and said, look over there. The students cheered, lunch. She asked, are you looking forward to it? The students cheered, yes, the professor is the best. Dick Haywood said to him, my goodness, there's no professor like ours. He explained, giving students food and drinks during class. That would never happen with the other strict professors at Kaizen. Simon Valencia said, by the way, Dick, I think it's a bit different from the rumors I heard before coming here. He looked at Hong Pen Tunsaku Maglat and Assistant Brad and said, what rumors? Simon Valencia said, I heard Professor Hong Peng is one of the most typical Kaizen professors. Dick Haywood asked, puzzled, huh? Dick Haywood said, Professor Hong Pen? That nature-loving lady. Where did you hear that? It's fake news. Simon Valencia thought to himself. It came from Lauren, Neptus's daughter. Who else? Hong Pen Tun So Kung Mak Lot said, students, let's clean up. We'll leave in 10 minutes. Dick Haywood looked at her and said, I thought we were going to rest and then go back to the hippos. He looked off into the distance, lost in thought. I have a feeling this is just the beginning. Hong Pen Tun So Kung Mak Lot asked the students, does everyone have a bracelet? The students replied, yes, ma'am. She said, then channel your dark energy into that bracelet. The students did as Hong Pen Tun So Kung Mak Lot said, and then groaned, my body. What is this? She pointed behind her and said, you know what a weakening curse is, right? This is your next lesson. See that flag? The two listened in horror as she added, you'll have to climb to the top of the hill while the weakening curse holds you back. All right, get ready. Hong Pen Tun So Kung Mak Lot said she would be watching to see who falls behind. Simon Valencia thought to himself, are you serious, Professor? Is this even allowed? Hong Pen Tun Saku Mark Lat reminded them, come on, get in position, everyone. She shouted, all right then, get ready. Assistant Brad yelled, begin. A few students who fell behind tried to catch up with everyone else. The student with blue hair tried his best to climb ahead. Simon Valencia tried to use his hands to grab onto a rock in front of him for support. He said tiredly. Simon Valencia thought tiredly to himself, it's hard to even lift one foot. My head is spinning too. He reassured himself, but this has nothing to do with the prep class. This is purely a test of willpower and endurance. Simon Valencia thought to himself, if I fall behind here, I'll never be able to catch up with what's ahead. He resolved, I will move forward no matter what happens. He turned to his left, saw him, and thought, damn it, it's you again. Hector Mo thought, I used a special skill to reduce the curse's effect and move ahead, yet he's still keeping up with me without any tricks. He thought to himself, all right, this time I'll show you. Hong Pen Tun Saku Maklat stood at the top, cheering, keep going, you're almost there. Hector Mo was determined this time. So was he, this time. Both shared the same determination. First place must be mine. At a critical moment, a foot landed ahead of their hands. Hong Peng Tun Saku Maklat announced, the winner is Melon Violet. She congratulated Melon Violet. Congratulations on winning first place. She replied, thank you, Professor. Hong Peng Tun Sokung Maklat asked curiously, you just walked up like normal. How did you do that? Melon Violet replied, I figured out how to resist the weakening curse. She silently acknowledged it. Hong Pen Tun Saku Maklat said, well done. You can rest now. She replied, yes ma'am. Hector Mo realized, I didn't know you could break the curse yourself. Hong Pen Tun Sokung Maklat's assistant announced, Professor, we have an injured student. A small scrape on the elbow, I think. She said, let me see. Hong Pen Tun Sokung Maklat flew off, calling to her students, you're almost there. We can do it. Hector Mo panicked, annoyed to see Melon Violet surpass him to take first place. He said, are you kidding me? He looked at Hector Moore in confusion. Assistant Brad reported, second place, Hector Moore. Simon Valencia was surprised. Hector Mo called out, hey, Melon Violet. He asked irritably, why did you break the weakening curse in a combat magic class? Did you think I didn't know how? So I was struggling. Melon Violet replied, whatever. Hector Mo mocked her. What do you know about the outside world when you're cooped up in an ivory tower like a princess? Melon Violet snapped, are you picking a fight with me? Hector Mo said angrily, I'm not picking a fight. I'm just telling the truth. The professors don't evaluate us during the student protection period. He argued, it's important to show that we're hardworking during this period to gain their favor. But that stupid trick you pulled just lost you Professor Hongpen's trust. She realized Hector Morley's intention and said, you're getting worked up, aren't you? Are you that sad about getting second place? Why take it out on me? Hector Morley replied, I'm just telling you not to mess up this class. He said irritably, and I have no interest in you. The assistant said, Simon Valencia, you're in third place. Simon Valencia replied wearily, yay, thank you. He sat down under a tree, breathing a sigh of relief. Both of them stared at him in confusion. The three of them watched the remaining students climb up from behind. He climbed to where he was lying tiredly on the ground and said, I'm dying, Simon. Simon Valencia said, you did well. I'm tired too. Dick Haywood said, how do you think we'll get back? If I have to climb on those hippos again, I'll bite my tongue and kill myself. Hong Bang Tun Sokung Maklat announced, students, gather around. She reminded them, because you're tired, I contacted Kaizen again. I've been given permission to use a temporary magic room for teleportation, so please line up. The students cheered, wow, thank you, Professor. Hong Pen Tun Sokung Maklat called. Next, Simon Valencia and Dick Hayworth. Present, they said. He stepped into the maze. He exclaimed in surprise. Simon Valencia stumbled and shouted. He stood up, sore, and said, where is this? I don't think this is Key Gen. Simon Valencia looked around and thought it looked more like his home in Lethhill. A reassuring voice came from behind him. Sorry for scaring you, Simon. He realized, Professor Hong Pen. Hong Pen Tun Sokung Maklat said, have a seat. I'll explain why you're here. She explained to him. Actually, someone tampered with the teleportation circle. I had the assistant check it. And the circle was mixed with a formula that clashes with some people's dark energy. He concluded, so one of them must be. She continued, that's right, it's you, Simon. When it was activated, you were sent to a place that wasn't Kaizen. Hong Pen Tun Sokung Maklat asked him, can you guess who did this? Simon Valencia replied, no, ma'am, she said, I know. She explained cheerfully, anyway, part of my responsibility is to protect my students from danger, so I sent you home. Hong Pen Tun Sokung Maklat added, and I also wanted to talk to you privately. He replied in surprise, with me. She stammered, during the student protection period, contacting a student privately is against the rules, but from what I've seen, other professors have broken the rules too. Hong Pen Tun Sokung Maklat called his name, Simon Valencia. He answered, yes. She asked, how about you major in combat magic? Hong Pang Tun Sokung Maklat added, if you want, I'd be very willing to take you on as my disciple. Simon Fallenson realized, you mean you'll take me as your student? She replied, "That's right, which means I'll be responsible for you." A professor only teaches each disciple with an absolute sense of purpose and responsibility. Hong Pang Tun Sokum Marklat stated, "A disciple's achievements are directly related to the professors, and we can only recruit 3 students each year." Hong Pang Tun Sakum Maklat said seriously, "I want to give that opportunity to you, Simon." His shocked expression was met with her question, "So?" At that moment, a mud-streaked Simon sat before someone extending a hand towards him. "So, Simon Valencia, you want to become my official disciple?" Simon Valencia was stunned, hardly daring to believe his ears. He stammered, but then he timidly lowered his head, feeling extremely insecure and a little sad. "I still don't understand. I didn't really show anything in class today." It turned out to be Professor Hong Pan in front of him. Simon remained shy. "I just barely caught up with the other students. I even finished behind the others while climbing the hill." The more he spoke, the sadder he became, his face showing clear self-doubt after only his second day of school. "I'm not sure why you would offer such an important position to me. Shouldn't you choose the one who came in first?" Hearing this, the professor smiled and explained, "Simon, students care about ranks, but teachers only look at talent. I observed you closely during the competition. The way you released dark energy when you jumped across the valley was very special." "This was your first time trying it, right?" Simon was startled. "Ah, yes," the professor continued cheerfully. "Even so, you jumped the highest in the class. So this is neither talent nor coincidence. And when you climb the hill, you use only your pure endurance and physical strength. Although you didn't get first place, it was very impressive, unlike the other 2. You may think you haven't shown anything, but you've already proven yourself to me." As he listened to her, a look of astonishment spread across his face. Seeing this, the professor chuckled, teasing him a bit. "Need more praise?" Simon remained silent, just clenching his mud-stained hands. "From what I've seen, with your physical strength, mental fortitude, and outstanding talent for dark power, if you study combat magic, you will become the best, Simon. In just a few years, you could even defeat me. That's the potential I see in you." The professor's face turned serious. "No, I can make you stronger than anyone." Simon had been listening all this time, but hadn't said a word. He didn't know how to react. Then he suddenly spoke up, "Professor." He paused for a moment, then said, "Thank you for the offer." Then Simon bowed deeply and sincerely apologized. "But I really have to refuse." Hearing this, the professor could only reply, "May I ask why?" It seemed he felt a little guilty for not being able to do what she wanted, so he didn't dare to look the professor directly in the eye. Simon's gaze shifted away. "Right now, I already have a field I want to explore." After hearing him, Professor Hong Pen thought for a moment, then she immediately smiled brightly and stretched her arms. "All right, thank you for being direct with me so we don't waste time." Just when it seemed the professor had given up, she immediately added, "But that doesn't mean I'm giving up." His face showed surprise as he stammered back, "What? What do you mean?" Hong Peng showed clear determination to recruit Simon. "You still have another year before you have to choose a major, right? So I'll work harder to change your mind." Confused and surprised, Simon stammered, "You still want to persuade me?" The professor explained that it was just her curious nature. "How much can Simon grow? I want to know the answer." After hearing this, Simon didn't know what to say. Suddenly, Professor Hong Peng waved her hand, creating a blue magic, and continued with a smile, "You don't have to be my disciple. You can come to me for help anytime." The green light she created was so bright Simon couldn't even open his eyes. But he didn't forget to reply, "Thank you, Professor." At this point, a large magic circle had been created by the professor. She was looking at him intently and reminded him, "And keep this a secret. We're still in the student protection period, you know. This time, the teleportation will really take you back to Kaizen." Hearing this, Simon finally broke into a bright smile like the sun, joyfully exclaiming, "Thank goodness." Then he turned to leave. The professor behind him waved a friendly goodbye. "You can go now. See you next class." "Yes, ma'am." With that, Simon stepped towards the formation and onto it. This must be the teleportation formation. As soon as his foot touched it, a bright blue light enveloped him. Simon was turning back with a smile, saying, "See you later, Professor." Professor Hong Pen watched him leave with a happy gaze. At the same time, a voice called out to her repeatedly, "Professor." It turned out to be Assistant Brass. He peeked his head through the door, asking repeatedly, "Professor, how did it go?" "What did Simon say?" Hong Pen replied immediately, "He refused." With that, she slowly picked up the thermos. Berat, hearing this, was very surprised and doubtful. "How dare he refuse? Professor, maybe we should choose Hector. He's more talented in this subject. To be honest, I don't understand why you prefer Simon. The professor simply replied, the boy is a genius, which made Brad fall silent in surprise. He is. Hong Pen looked very happy, crossing her arms as she thought and said, I've seen many geniuses at Kaizen, but a genius like him is a first. At that moment, Simon appeared in the middle of the school hallway, covered in mud, holding a towel. Scene change. Someone's arm reaches out, preparing to open a locker. It was Simon, who had just finished showering. As he was about to get his clothes, Dick Haywood also came out of the room, drying his hair and asking, Why are you back so late? He also paused and replied, The teleportation must have had a problem. Is that so? Then he became cheerful and excitedly chattered on. Hey, you know what happened to me? You won't believe it. Simon just said coldly. What is it? Dick began to recount the incident. When I stepped into the teleportation circle, it felt like I was hit, like my body was blocked by something. When I came to, I was in a place I never expected. I was like, where am I? And it turned out, it was Professor Bahin's office. Hearing this, Simon looked surprised. Professor Bahin, who teaches theology. And he replied cockily, That's right. He continued, So what happened next? He just made me clean the office. Dick's eyes shone like car headlights. The Kaizen seniors told me the professor often recruits students through teleportation like this. Do you think I was chosen? Could I become his official disciple? Simon, 3 parts helpless and 7 parts done, replied, Maybe. Having been there only once to be a janitor, Dick acted like he had been there 100 times, boasting, I can't believe I've become so close to such a big shot at Kaizen. A group of other students were there as well. Dick jumped around excitedly. You know what an official disciple is, right? From now on, your school path will be paved with flowers. Thanks to the professor's authority, you can even avoid disciplinary actions and expulsion. Simon, embarrassed for his friend, said, Calm down. His face was extremely serious. How can I calm down? As he was excitedly talking, a big, six-pack student suddenly shouted, having been listening uncomfortably. That's the most ridiculous thing I've heard all year. A lowly commoner like you becoming Professor Bahin's official disciple. Don't make me laugh. Dick showed extreme contempt and taunted, My, this young master seems upset. You were supposed to be at the top, but the professor paid more attention to me, so you don't like it, do you? Here we go again. Simon, standing beside him, frowned and thought, Here we go again. Seeing Dick's smug face, he turned red with anger. Watch your mouth, you lowly merchant's son. But Dick was no pushover and started a fight with Hector. As a lowly merchant's son, I know your type all too well. He looked at him with clear disdain. I heard you caused trouble with Melon in the combat magic class. Do you think you're the only one having a hard time? The more he heard, the angrier he got. The young man was furious, clenching his fist, ready to fight. But Dick didn't even bother to look, continuing to mock him. You and I were equals here. Don't act like you have special privileges just because you were taught by the Mo family. Isn't it you? Not Melon, who knows nothing about the world. Having held it in for a while, he finally exploded in a fit of rage, his eyes wide as he cursed loudly. Not one from many words, the golden-haired youth immediately unleashed his magic. A blood-red aura surged forward. The aura suddenly surrounded Dick. He cried out in pain. Seeing this, Simon, from the side, asked worriedly, Dick, what's wrong? Immediately after, his legs were suddenly lifted by a force. He pointed repeatedly, a lowlife like you. How dare you? With that, Hector mercilessly slammed Dick to the ground as everyone else watched the commotion. Just by looking at his face, you could tell he was playing the villain. His eyes were bloodshot, and his magic was blood-red. He taunted, Is that all you can say? I'll kill you. It seemed he wasn't kidding. Dick immediately looked like he was being strangled, unable to breathe and in great pain. Simon could do nothing but helplessly call his name. Just as it seemed Dick was about to die, he suddenly smirked contemptuously. After laughing, he put on a provocative expression as if to say, I'm not afraid. I dare you, he said, holding up a trembling, friendly finger. Then the side-swept hair youth thought this was going too far and stopped him. Let it go, Hector. That's too much. You can't use curses outside of class like this. But Hector seemed to have gone mad. He showed no respect for his two lackeys, and with a wave of his hand, he pushed them both to the ground. Shut your dog mouths. Suddenly, he seemed to see something, and his eyes widened in terror. It turned out that Simon had also gotten fed up. He was delivering a powerful punch to Hector's unlikable face. Luckily, he blocked it in time, or there would have been a bruise. The punch was so strong it pushed Simon back, sliding across the floor. Hector, unable to lose face, said, "Not bad. I was wondering when you'd step in." As he spoke, his face scrunched up like a monkey's rear. He gritted his teeth, clenching his hands into fist, ready for a showdown. Dick, standing behind him, clutched his neck in pain and tried to call out, "Simon Valencia." Then, Hector, filled with resentment, gritted his teeth. A mysterious black flame gathered in his hand as he declared war on him. "This time, let's have a proper fight." Just as he opened the magic circle, something suddenly shot towards him at lightning speed. The item fell at his feet, and at the same time, a few red sparks shot out, shattering it. Everyone there, including Hector, witnessed this scene and stood frozen in place. A muscular figure stepped out of the bathroom and warned the two troublemakers, "Back off." It turned out to be Kyan Fan. He was as serious and cool as a dominant CEO, with six-pack abs and bulging muscles. "Before I break both your necks." Seeing this, Hector, instead of backing down, continued to run his mouth. "Kyan Edvin, I didn't know you were still at this school." Seeing his troublemaker friend acting like he feared no one, the guy with the sideswept hair became extremely alarmed. "Hey, Hector, that's him. The one who got expelled for fighting another student." The sideswept hair guy looked 3 parts helpless, 7 parts desperate. "You must have heard the rumors, right?" Unexpectedly, Hector flinched but then reluctantly gave in. "Whatever, let's go." However, before leaving, he couldn't resist acting tough. Hector scowled and warned, "From now on, you to watch yourselves. I won't let it slide again." Kyan just stared at Hector, speechless at the kid's incredible confidence. Simon and Dick were still standing behind him. Then Simon spoke up to thank the senior. "Kyan, thank you for helping us." It seemed Kyan was just passing by and decided to intervene, not intending to help him. Kyan immediately turned his back and walked away. "You two, shut up." The other students in the room were all intimidated by him. "Get out. I'm sorry." Then Simon turned to Dick, who was still sore from the earlier blow, with a smile and said, "See? He's not a bad person." "Yeah, sure." The scene changes to a room where a cheerful sigh is heard. Finally, it's the weekend. "What are you planning to do this weekend, Simon?" In the room, Dick was hugging his big pillow and heard him answer, "This week. I don't have any plans yet." His face showed clear disappointment. "That's boring." "How can that be? What you do on the weekend is pretty important." Seeing this, Simon knew right away, "It seems you have your own plans." Dick became smug and cheerful again. "Of course. To me, my weekend schedule is even more important than my classes during the week." Simon asked disdainfully, "Why?" Without beating around the bush, Dick said, "I'm getting ready to go to Rochester." Not understanding where he was going, Simon immediately asked, "Rochester? Is that the town down there? What are you going to do there?" "Earn money, of course." The moment he heard the word money, Simon's eyes lit up like car headlights, utterly confused. "Earn money?" Seeing his dazed expression, Dick explained it to Simon. "You know how Kaizen pays students living expenses. The higher the level, the less efficient the money becomes. So I thought I should aim for a scholarship to get more money. But I probably don't have a chance at getting those grades. So I plan to use my special ability as soon as possible. So you should find a way to earn money too. Once the student protection period ends, the professors won't provide class materials for free anymore." After hearing Dick's long-winded explanation, Simon was shocked and couldn't believe his ears. "Really?" Then Dick continued, "The living expenses Kaizen gives us aren't enough to cover everything, so the upperclassmen have their own ways of making money. You're interested in summoning, right? That's even harder than other majors. That major will drain your money." He explained to him for a while he only seemed to half understand. Afterwards, Maximin looked dejected. "I didn't know we had to worry about all these extra things. Living at Kaizen is really not easy." Dick, on the other hand, laughed cheerfully and said, "Right?" Having talked for a while, Dick immediately slung his backpack on and stood up, but he didn't forget to pull him into work together. "Or you can wait until I've established myself in Rochester. At least then I can arrange a job for you." However, Simon refused. "No need. It's only fair if I earn my own money." Hearing him say that, Dick could only sigh helplessly. "You're pretty disciplined when it comes to money, huh?" He waved his hand. "Well, I'll be back after I finish my schedule for tomorrow. See ya." He was surprised. "You're leaving now. It's late." "What if the housemaster catches you?" Dick said confidently, "It's fine. Even if Kaizen is strict, everyone has their rights. As long as I don't get caught, it's fine. See you later." He watched him leave for a moment. "Yeah, okay." He put his hand in a bag of snacks and thought, when he gets back, I have to go thank Kyan. But Kyan isn't here either, and Dick just left. He thought about what he should do while eating a snack. What should I do? Suddenly, a head peeked out from the window, its eyes fixed on him more and more intently. It made him feel a bit on edge. Simon turned his head in surprise. It was Neptys. He was surprised to see her smiling brightly. Neptys. She beamed, hello. He rushed to open the door. How did you get here? She was as calm as ever. I was just passing by, he shouted in confusion, but this is the 4th floor. She scrambled in, sat down on a chair, and calmly ate a snack. This is delicious. Seeing her happy expression as she ate, he also said, you can have it all. She was delighted. Really? I'm so happy. I'm not allowed to eat sweets at home. Suddenly, she became serious. By the way, Simon, this is your first time at school, right? How does it feel? He replied gently, I'm very happy. Then he listed his impressions. The professors are super cool, everyone is nice, and the subjects are interesting too. I think I fit in at this school better than I thought. To be honest, it was a bit of a struggle at first, but a friend at Kaizen helped me a lot. Neptys laughed cheerfully and waved her hand. Well, that's good. I thought you would have a hard time since you came here without any prior study. He gave a wry smile. She complimented, talking to you at Kaizen like this is great. It reminds me of when Richard was here. He was quite surprised, my father. She recounted, yes, your father, Richard, was also a Kaizen student. He was surprised, huh? Neptys sighed in exasperation. Richard was quite formidable. You're so sensible, but he was a troublemaker, a real walking disaster. But he was also very smart. The more she talked, the more confused he became. Richard used to get into trouble teasing the professors, and then he would try to skip class. I had to drag him back myself a few times. He ran his hands through his hair. That's hard to believe. The father I know, she said calmly. Quite different, isn't he? Simon then asked, so, did my father graduate? Neptys calmly replied, no, he dropped out in his 2nd year. Richard said this school was too small for him, so he dropped out. There was no precedent like him at Kaizen. She flopped down and continued, he was a special case. I was young back then, so I couldn't handle him properly. Then she reminisced with a hint of longing. Oh, that's right. I was young back then too. Right after that, she shot up full of energy and said, anyway, back then, Richard really turned this whole island upside down. If you look carefully, you can still find traces of your father. He was skeptical, really? She stood up, about to leave. Pay attention. I'm sure your school life will be interesting. I have to go now. I still have my evening schedule, he asked. You have to go now. Neptys pulled the window. Yeah, if I'm late, I'll get scolded. We'll see each other again soon. She gave a mischievous wink and climbed through the window frame. Thanks for the snacks. She jumped down and accidentally dropped a piece of paper. Bye. He quickly called her back. Neptys, you dropped this. But in a flash, she was gone. He closed the door and examined it. She must have left it for me on purpose. Simon was quite surprised. Is this a treasure map? But why is there a skull drawn there? I usually associate that with treasure. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Back then, Richard really turned this whole island upside down. If you look carefully, you can still find traces of your father. When he arrived, he was a little scared. Simon was worried. Should I turn back while I still can? Simon looked at the paper with its squiggly lines in confusion. Is this a treasure map? But why is there a skull drawn at the destination? He wondered, normally it should be a treasure. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, making Simon realize that Richard had once nearly turned the entire island of ROC upside down. If he searched carefully, he might find traces of his father. Immediately, he grabbed the strap of his bag. Dick said it's fine as long as I don't get caught. If that's the case. He was overjoyed, his eyes shining like the morning star. I'll go explore. The next day, as soon as he stood before the dense and terrifying forest, Simon bit his lip in fear again. Should I go back while I still can? But he still resolved to enter. No, I was given permission to stay overnight for this. It would be a waste to go back now. He paused for a moment, reading the warning on the sign. Beware of monsters. There are monsters in Les Hill too. But I don't know what the monsters on our OC island are like. I should be careful. He looked around, assessing the area. There's a ravine to the east, and the outer wall of Kaizen is to the west. Okay, I'm heading in the right direction. He was startled when he discovered something. He quickly ducked behind a bush. Is it a big animal? No, it sounds like. A blood-red eye appeared, staring into the bush, revealing a monster. Having identified its target, it leaped towards him. It swiped with its claws, forcing him to step back. Simon was a little surprised. It's too fast. He had to calculate and think of a way to dodge the attack. What kind of monster is it? It's too fast. I can't see it in the dark. After a closer look, he realized it was a werewolf. He began to calculate. Judging by its size, it seems it's not fully grown yet. Before coming to Kaizen, I would have run away. Simon had finished planning. He immediately shouted, "Restore." Then he ordered the skeletons, "Shoot." The two skeletons gripped their swords, ready for battle. Simon was confident. But now I don't need to run anymore. The monster paused for a moment and growled. Then it immediately lunged forward at a dizzying speed. He warned, "It's getting close." Then he ordered the skeletons to slash at it. "Advance." The slashes caused the monster to cry out in pain. Suddenly, he grabbed his head, feeling a sharp pain. The skeleton pierced through the monster's back. Seeing this, despite the pain, he ordered them now. The skeletons heard the command. They jumped up and continued to push their blades deeper into it. "Restore," he shouted. Stab. The skeleton had pierced through it. The monster let out a pathetic cry. But at this moment, he rushed forward. "This is my chance." Simon raised his blade high. He finished it off on the spot. After it was done, he sat down on the ground in relief, sighing. Close, that was too close. At this point, he remembered, come to think of it, this is my first battle in Kaizen. It's a good thing I was practicing with Ratman Bone Assembly. He looked at the bloody corpse of the monster in front of him. If I had encountered a monster in Let's Hill, I probably would have run away. But now I can defeat a werewolf after just 3 days at Kaizen. This made Simon wonder how strong he would become if he could survive for 3 years at Kaizen. He suddenly realized the Ratman's skull had been partially shattered. Wait, this isn't the time to think about that. I need to clean this place up before other monsters come. Attracted by the smell of blood, one of the two Ratmen was cracked and immediately loosened and fell apart. Oh no. Simon gently touched its head. It's badly injured. You did well, my friend. Then he turned to comfort the other one. If we have to fight again, we won't be able to win. Be careful. After walking for a while, he pushed aside a bush and announced, "We're here." The two of them arrived at a clearing. Simon was a bit surprised. But there's nothing here. Not even weeds are growing. He noticed something. If nothing is growing, that means. As soon as he finished speaking, a shovel and a lamp appeared out of nowhere. There must be something down here. The Ratman and he confidently grabbed it. Good thing I borrowed this before leaving the dorm. Each strike of the shovel hit the rough ground. Simon and the rat crouched down, touching the ground as if they had discovered something. A stone slab. What is this? It's made of black stone. Is it some kind of device? After brushing away all the dirt and rocks on top to reveal the strange object, Simon looked at his hand and thought, my fist fits perfectly in there. Then he hesitantly put his hand into the circle. If this is some kind of device, it will react to dark energy, right? As soon as he put his hand in, a flash of white light appeared, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, it's reacting." The ground gradually opened up. It opened a door leading deep underground. Everything was dark, and it felt like an endless staircase. Stairs, huh? Simon was overjoyed, and the Ratman beside him holding the lamp was just as excited. All right, let's go down and check it out. The Ratman held the lamp to illuminate the way. Bright, a wall, best wishes. Simon stepped down, exclaiming, "Wow, what is this place? Ancient ruins or something?" He reached out and touched it. This looks familiar. Tracing his hand along each character, he realized it was the ancient Bun language. Looking closely, he knew. So this place is an ancient ruin, right? With ancient ruins everywhere like this place must be. They had reached an old room. Overgrown vines gave it a gloomy feel. It's some kind of giant magical tool. Suddenly, he heard a sound from the Ratman. What was that? What did you find? He approached a table, a skull. Without hesitation, he touched it and immediately realized something was wrong. This, even with my limited knowledge of the undead, I'm sure of it. Simon picked up the skull in astonishment. This skull is extremely old and very dangerous. Why is this filthy thing here? Suddenly, a pile of dry bones fell from somewhere, startling him and the rat. He and the rat approached to investigate, completely startled. What are these things? He randomly picked up a part from the various skeletons and looked it over. This is the numbered bone. He continued to pick up another bone fragment to examine. Simon was a bit intrigued, but also a little worried. I don't know how this undead will react when it awakens. Maybe it will try to harm me, but I still want to try reassembling it. He reassured himself. Yes, this is the right time to risk something. He raised his hand. In his palm was a dark green liquid. Then he shouted, "Now is the time." He slammed the liquid onto the skeleton. On the stone surface, dense black smoke billowed out, enveloping the skull. The skull's eyes lit up brightly. He was overjoyed. It's working. Simon himself was surprised. I've awakened a skeleton. Now all that's left is. Looking back at the scattered pile of bones beside him, he decided, all right, let's put it back together. Then he diligently propped up the skeleton and began to assemble it. It's a good thing I focused on learning summoning. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have been able to assemble the skeleton all night. Looking at the skeleton, he was a little worried. I'm not 100% sure, but its structure is similar to a human skeleton, so I know how to piece it together. The skeleton was very suspicious. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap, but it's so big." He shouted in disbelief. "How can you stand up with just 2 legs? If I knew you were going to do that, I would have attached the arms first." Simon looked around, taking in the overall view of the skeleton. Well, at least when all the parts are put together, it looks pretty cool. It must be about 2 meters tall. Cutting through his train of thought. But what do I do now? A ray of light flashed right above the skeleton's head. He was alarmed as everything started to shake. What? The skeleton began to make a sound. Everything shook even more violently. The ground was also disturbed, and the footing was no longer stable, causing the Rat Man and Simon to panic. What's happening? Incantations gradually appeared, then glowed brightly. The demonic laughter grew clearer. Ancient scripts appeared, coiling around the skeleton. It spoke, finally, I have returned. A black aura emanated from its body. Its eyes glowed with a dark light. It erupted, creating a fierce whine that made it difficult for even Simon to stand firm, and it roared in anger. Who dares to disturb my slumber? It arrogantly said, You, that human over there. You're the one who woke me up, right? State your name. He and the Rat Man were so scared they became dazed, stammering. Simon Fallania. The skeleton was quite surprised. What? You're from the Valencia family. Unexpectedly, it crossed its arms stylishly and said, I see. You are a descendant of Richard. The sound was so loud that he had to cover his ears, replying in confusion. Descendant sounds a bit distant, but that's right. His hands were aching, but he remained calm and said, Richard is my father's name. I am the son of Richard Valencia. The skeleton showed it understood. I see. Now I understand. It turned and walked away. I find your dark energy quite familiar. Only Richard could have awakened me. He also replied, Yeah, okay. The skull approached, grabbing the hilt of a sword that was entwined with vines. Simon couldn't help but be curious. Excuse me, but who are you? The creature asked back, Me. He drew the sword and rested it on his neck, arrogantly introducing himself. I am Fia, master of the battalion. I once ruled the continent alongside your father, Richard. Simon was truly surprised, his mouth agape. You're my father's undead. It frowned. Now, let me ask you, who led you here? He held out the paper towards the creature. Neptus Akbul told me about this place. The creature gave a sinister laugh. So that's it. It's very possible if it was her. Suddenly, the creature slammed its sword into the ground. All right. He beat his chest and said, Time to make a pact with Toddy, Simon Fallania, and lead the battalion. He was skeptical. A pact. It showed the benefits of doing so. The battalion will act according to your will and crush everything in your path. All creatures in the world will kneel at your feet, begging for mercy. It suddenly paused, but its words really made him think. You will have to follow a bloody path of destruction. It will become a part of your destiny. The scene was now truly terrifying. A pact with a demon? Now then, son of Richard. It radiated a terrifying pressure, emphasizing, Are you ready to lead the battalion? His face rose. Before that, I have one thing to ask. Simon started to question it. I don't know what you're useful for, or what kind of undead you are, and this is the first time I've ever heard of the battalion. It's safe to say he was quite suspicious of the skull. Is this battalion thing you mentioned all that powerful? It also realized his intention. You dare to question the power of the battalion without any doubt or fear. That's an excellent question, human. It explained, this pig too. All right, I will answer your question. My battalion is very strong. Strong enough to destroy Kaizen right here, right now. However, it recalled the past. Your father, the former commander, disbanded the battalion, and I was sealed here. And you, the master of the battalion, have awakened me. My battalion has once again felt the breath of life. If you reassemble the disbanded battalion forces and restore their past strength, then no one on this continent can stand in your way. Simon was silent for a while. Then he said solemnly, All right. I agree to the pact. As soon as he agreed, it lifted him up with one hand. A wise choice, human. It placed him on a stone pedestal and then began to explain. It guided him through the steps of the pact. Place your hand on my core. As soon as he placed his hand on the orb, it also informed him, after the pact is sealed, your life will completely change. If you're scared, there's still time to stop. He didn't care. It's all or nothing. There's nothing to be afraid of. If you and your comrades are truly my father's army, he became more serious than ever, then there's nothing wrong with recruiting you. The skull was surprised when he said that. Recruiting, huh? At first, he seemed like a calm and polite kid, but deep down, he has the qualities of a ruler. It laughed loudly. I like your spirit. Richard raised you well, he shouted, then we will begin the pact. The light was dazzling as the black aura began to spread. Don't die, Simon Valencia. Simon frowned. What? He shouted in surprise. Wait a minute, Fia, what do you mean? Don't die. Fia saw him fall onto the stone table. Fia's words carried a hint of sarcasm. Do you think your master is dead? The rat shook its head repeatedly, showing its disagreement. Simon woke up with a start. What? The creature saw him sit up. Oh, you're awake? Simon asked, his anxiety rising. What happened? What about the pact? Fia replied with a satisfied look. The pact has been successfully sealed. Feel the changes inside your body. He felt a little suspicious and checked himself. My core. Fia asked, her eyes full of anticipation. How does it feel? Your core is bigger and more stable now, right? Simon breathed a sigh of relief. A warm feeling spread throughout his body. That's right. Before, using dark energy for a short while would tire my body out. But now, my body feels very comfortable, like I'm soaking in warm water. Fia said, a hint of teasing in her voice. Then congratulations, kid. You've successfully become one of the 7 commanders of the battalion. He was overjoyed. Thank you. But when he tried to stand up, his whole body was weak. Fia said, don't overdo it. Your body has just undergone a major change. He put his hand to his head. My head hurts so much. I'll just rest here overnight. He said it would be uncomfortable for a while. Simon suddenly remembered, oh, I have a question. He was also natural. Ask away, he asked. What is the battalion? Fia was so angry he couldn't believe it. You made a pact with me without knowing what the battalion is. He quickly covered his ears. I told you I didn't know. Fia covered her face in exasperation. This is unbelievable. It's going to take me a while to figure out what kind of person you are. In the end, he still patiently sat down to explain. All right, I'll explain. Before I start, how much do you know about the undead? He said nonchalantly, well, about as much as a first-year student at Geisen who hasn't had prep classes. Fia laughed loudly, a new student daring to come here. You really are Richard's son. He was very interested in the person before him now. All right, then I'll explain it in a way that suits your level. First, the undead in this world can be divided into 3 types: summoned undead, natural undead, and the battalion. He raised his hand to illustrate. First, all the undead that necromancers like you control are called summoned undead. It is created from magic and will move according to the summoner's commands. Both he and the rat man listened attentively. It will disappear after a certain period of time or when the magic wears off. Images of the undead appeared. Natural undead are created without the help of necromancers or magic. When people think of the undead, they will think of this type because of their blind obedience to the living and their aggressive nature. Natural undead are classified by humans as monsters. It seems Simon had figured something out. Aha. Fia clenched her fist and emphasized, and last but not least, the battalion. You could say we are somewhere between summoned undead and natural undead. He pointed to the center of his chest. The battalion is like natural undead in that we can exist on our own with our own core. But we are also like summoned undead in that we will obey the commands of necromancers or higher-ranking undead. Simon's eyes were opened. I see. Fia continued, there are only 7 battalion legions in this world. In other words, there are only 7 necromancers who can control the battalions. He pointed at Simon and said, and you are one of those 7. Fia waved her hand as an example. Basically, a necromancer will lead a platoon of undead. As their summoning skills increase, so will the number of their troops. I've seen a battalion fleet before, but there weren't many of them. He was surprised. Really? Simon asked his own question. What about the necromancers who graduate from Kaizen? There must be a lot of high-level necromancers from Kaizen, right? He replied, yes. Fia explained, those high-level necromancers can command a legion of undead, but it's usually not very effective. He understood to some extent. Really? Why is that? He asked back, I just told you that all the undead controlled by necromancers are considered the summoned type, right? He replied, yes. He clarified, summoned undead move using dark energy from the summoner. Fia looked at the rat and said, both summoning and controlling the undead consume a large amount of dark energy and mental power. So it's obvious that if the number increases, the burden on them will be greater. Simon stroked the rat's head, and it also chuckled. Suddenly, he remembered the werewolf from before. Now that you mention it, one of my skeletons was destroyed on the way here. So the reason for my pain back then, when he felt a sharp pain in his head, Fia clarified, that's also for the same reason. He tapped his head. Summoned undead and necromancers are connected. Major damage will cause a burden on the summoner. Then he sighed, but the battalion's undead move with their own magic. Plus, the battalion has no limits. Fia continued to explain, that allows you to control an unlimited number of undead. Whether it's 1,000 or 1,000,000 undead, it doesn't matter. Have you heard about a necromancer controlling a huge army of undead? He replied, I've heard of it. He asked, then that must be the story of the battalion's commander. Oh. Simon looked back at himself doubtfully. So, you mean I just became one of the 7 necromancers who can summon unlimited undead? Yes. Fia sighed. You don't have any more questions, do you? He had enough information. Thank you, Fia. He thought for a moment, and then said, now that the pact has been successfully sealed, whether you like it or not, we're in the same boat. Should we discuss our future plans? He agreed. All right, Fia. He leaned closer to him. Both you and I are in special circumstances. You said you're a new student at Kaizen, right? He nodded, yes. Fia wondered, are you planning to drop out of Kaizen? Simon petted the rat man. Not right now. That would be against my father's wishes, and I still have a lot to learn. Fia found it quite reasonable. Good. I agree that Kaizen has values you can take advantage of. He asked back, but what about your special circumstances? He specified, to be more precise, it's the circumstances that make me and my battalion special. Simon asked if the battalion being disbanded was the reason. Fia was a bit flustered. That too. But there's something more important than that. He pressed on. What is it? He said seriously, currently my battalion is the common enemy of all necromancers. To put it simply, we are a wanted group. The moment he said this, he was surprised. We are wanted for a crime that the former commander, your father, committed. He asked in surprise. A crime? What crime? He remembered when his father had said, I'm sorry I couldn't tell you beforehand, but I can't enter the territory of the Dresden kingdom. It's a long story. He recounted, when my father dropped me off, he said he couldn't enter the Dresden kingdom's territory. Could it be because of that? He understood. Yes, I think that's the reason. He pressed, so what was the crime? Fia hesitated slightly. It is an unforgivable crime in the magical world, and my battalion also aided in that crime. Simon gulped because of it. That crime is betrayal. Fia recounted, at that time, the 100 Years' War between the necromancers and the priest was still ongoing. And even at the most sensitive time, Richard still ordered the battalion to protect his lover. He emphasized, that order was to attack the necromancers who came to kill her. The scene at that time was chaotic. Many necromancers were killed by my battalion, so it's only natural that they order the extermination of my battalion. At this point, he softened his tone. And that order is still in effect even though my battalion has been disbanded. This is why we can't show ourselves publicly. He asked with some sympathy, so, Fia, you hate my father? He still smiled. Hate? Such a weak emotion doesn't exist in the battalion. But Fia still stared at him and said, of course, if his son does that damn thing again, I'll be very angry. He gave a wry smile. With that, he waved his hand. But you don't need to feel guilty about it. It was the will of Richard, your father, and also our former commander. Fia shook her head in exasperation. That's right. It was the will of that strange bastard. He was surprised. Bastard. He was bitter. Why should I hide it? He's the lowest, most despicable scum. What did I tell you? He made girls cry every day, made the professors angry. Skipping class was probably the least of his actions. Fia sat up straight. I see. That bastard now has a son. Not even 5 seconds later, he panicked and ran his hands through his hair. Wait, his son? Why have I never thought about that? If you say you're Richard's son, that means... Simon smiled brightly and introduced himself. Yes, you guessed it. My mother's name is Anna Valencia. Fia shrieked in horror. What did you just say? Fia was completely shocked. How disgusting. You're the son of my friend and my enemy. He tormented himself. How could this happen? He coughed to clear his throat. Ahem, just thinking about it. Honey, dinner's ready. It made him hold his head in agony. Oh, or do you want to take a bath first? He cried out in agony. Stop, stop it. Nightmares. I'm going to have nightmares. You demon, get out of my head. Fia rolled on the floor groaning. Why? Simon, on the other hand, was beaming with joy. I'm looking forward to working with you, Fia, he said bitterly. Don't smile like that woman, you damn kid. Fia sat helplessly in the corner. All right, you didn't have a choice in who your parents were anyway. Let's get back to the main topic. He obediently said, yes. He raised his hand to demonstrate from now on, absorb the knowledge Kaizen imparts to you and become stronger. Don't let anyone know you possess that legion, he asked, puzzled. Why? He explained, because you are Richard's son. The adults will be very shocked about you and Richard. Most importantly, he poked him on the forehead. What do you think the other necromancers will think when they hear that a first year at Kaizen possesses a legion? He understood. You mean necromancers stronger than me will hunt me down? He said. Yes. At that time. What will you need? He was serious to become stronger. He affirmed, exactly, kid. Fia offered advice. So learn everything you need to at Kaizen. The Legion will slowly restore its former glory. He showed that he understood, that he had been enlightened. Fia beckoned the rat man to her side. Now we need a way to control the Legion based on specific situations. I'll show you something. Come closer, kid. He asked doubtfully. Yes? What is it? The rat man standing next to him only saw him point at his own face. Simon was surprised to see the rat man glowing faintly. You can control my skeleton, Fia said proudly. Of course, we are now sharing the same dark energy, so all the undead summoned through your dark energy belong to the Legion. He explained, you are the supreme leader of the Legion, and I hold the second command. However, these undead haven't gone through Legion consolidation yet. He asked again, Legion consolidation. Fia placed her hand on the rat man's head, and its eyes immediately lit up. Yes, look here. Suddenly, its entire body erupted with a covering of black aura. It exploded right before his eyes. The rat's head opened wide as a black aura poured out. Fia explained, this is an undead that has undergone consolidation. A new rat man was completed. He looked at the rat man skeptically. Really? It doesn't look any different from before. Looking closely, its eyes glowed with a black flame. Fia stated, simply put, it helps a summoned undead become an independent individual. He asked back, so this rat man now has a magic core? He confirmed yes. Looking at the changed rat man, he said, I thought there was no difference, but I must have been mistaken. I'll be caught immediately if I bring it to school. Fia frowned and waved her hand. No, you don't need to consolidate all the undead, unless the undead can survive for a long time like me. Summoned undead will be more effective in actual combat. That's basic knowledge. Putting the rat aside, he said, set it aside and just use summoned undead at school as usual. Fia warned, if the undead run out of time or are killed, bring them to me. I will consolidate them into the Legion and deploy them here. He exclaimed, this will be effective. Fia had to really praise him. Good. You will gradually become stronger. If you can summon outstanding undead individuals, the Legion's power will also increase. He fist bumped him happily and said, right, of course. Looking at the rat's tail, he said, by the way. Simon noticed it seemed to behave more like an animal. He explained it shared characteristics with natural undead. But then he asked, but you have control, so it will come to you immediately if summoned. How long have you been at Kaizen? He replied, only 3 days. He understood. I see, soon. Fia said, in a few days, the first-year students of Kaizen will receive their missions. You can travel to our OC island or the entire continent via teleportation. His face was unusually serious. At that time, I will go with you. That way, you will have the opportunity to control the Legion and gather the forces scattered across the continent. He asked nonchalantly, you seem to know a lot about Kaizen, huh? He replied with an air of importance, of course. I observed your father's entire life at Kaizen. I also observed how your father controlled the Legion. He leaned in close, asking with interest, you want to hear about it? His eyes lit up as he repeated, yes, I really want to. He immediately asked his first question. So why do the undead rebel against their summoner? Fia explained, because the summoner lacks understanding of the undead. You can't judge the undead by common sense. He emphasized, what motivates the undead to act is their infernal faith. He asked in confusion, infernal faith. He described, in human language, it's probably equivalent to an idea. Then he gave an example. There's someone you intensely hate with a burning rage. Several times a day, you constantly wish you could kill him. Then, the undead will remember your idea. Simon was surprised. Wait a minute, does that mean he confirmed again? That's right. The undead will kill that person even when you're not around. He even highlighted, even when you no longer think about that person or have completely forgotten, the undead will still remember that hateful idea and chase them for the rest of their life. He sighed, no way. He once again reiterated, I will constantly warn you, so you don't need to worry. It will also help you understand many issues from the undead's perspective. Looking at the rat man, he broke into a cold sweat. Thanks, Fia. That really helps. In addition, Fia didn't forget to say, since we're on the topic, I'll also teach you how to order the undead to attack. He stood up and began. First, the most important thing is your intent, no matter what the target is. He repeated, my intent. He explained in detail, for example, let's pretend the wall behind you is the enemy. Fia shouted, demanding he stand up. Try it. Hate that wall more than anything. Simon also got into a ready stance. Okay. Fia instructed in detail, you need to project your intention to avenge your parents onto that wall. It's also the one that killed the person you love, he urged, pushing the rat man. Come on, destroy it, tear it in half. It's your enemy and the devil. The rat man itself was affected by those words. Its bones seemed to move on their own, bathe in its blood. It immediately rushed towards the wall, shattering it. Kill it. Following Fia's words, it punched the wall repeatedly. Die. It doesn't deserve to live. Finally, the rat man headbutted the wall as a finishing blow. It's not allowed to exist. Tear it into a million pieces until it screams in agony. Simon, standing by, was genuinely a little scared. Fear this, he also explained. I'm using slightly exaggerated language so you can better understand. The most important part is still your intent. Fear said while looking at the rat man brutally attacking the wall. A top-tier necromancer can convey the right intention even with the most trivial commands. And above all, think about anger, hatred, and killing intent. He explained that those negative emotions are much stronger. Now he requested him. Now try to stop it. You're the commander-in-chief. He hesitantly agreed, okay? He quickly shouted, stop. You can stop now. I said stop. Fia just stood by, observing the situation. Stop now. Despite Simon's command, the rat man continued to attack the wall. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Can't you hear what I'm saying? He was really in the sentence, creating pressure. He shouted, stop. The rat man really did stop. He said through gritted teeth, If you disobey my command again, I won't let it slide. Fia, standing by, had to silently praise him. Look at that. He just used an absolute command. He couldn't deny that. You're not just some country bumpkin, are you? What kind of monster did you give birth to, Richard? Then Valentia turned around, his face sad, and gently looked up at Fia. I'm terrible, aren't I? I can't even control my own undead. The rat skeleton was injured, wounded, one arm missing, and half of its rib cage was crushed. Contrary to his own disappointment, Fia praised him. No, you did very well. Valentia was surprised, her eyes wide and bright. Fia said, but on the battlefield, there's no room for failure. So practice so you can move the undead with a single command. Valentia agreed, okay, Fia. As soon as the words left his mouth, his body suddenly collapsed. Fia had to quickly catch him. It's because you're stressed. And what you just witnessed was quite shocking. Valentia laughed. He sat down heavily on the floor. Haha, let me rest for a bit and then go back to Kaizen. I'm only allowed out for one day. Fia asked, is that so? Then he threw something at him. Hey, take this, kid. Valentia raised both hands to catch it. What is this? The rat skeleton was also curious and looked up. Valentia opened her hand. On it was a small, round skull that fit perfectly in the center of her palm. You need a way to communicate with me when you get back to Kaizen. This is my substitute. With it, you can talk to me whenever you want. Don't hesitate to call me when you're in trouble. Valentia curiously poked the small skull with her finger and nodded. Yes, thank you, Fia. As night fell, the two bid each other farewell. So I'll visit again next week, Fia said. All right, I'm looking forward to your new achievements after that week. Felicia said goodbye. The skull ring Fia gave Valentia raised an eyebrow. Fia's voice came from the small object. It's been a while since I've set foot in Kaizen. You said you're still in the student protection period, right? I'm looking forward to seeing how things turn out. Valentia asked, really? Like what? Fia raised an eyebrow. For example, the terrifying test before you. Valentia was writing, his whole body trembling and breaking out in a cold sweat as he heard the small skull attached to his collar say that. The night before, Kai and Edvin was sick and resting in bed with his legs covered. Next to him, Valencia and Dick Haywood were discussing. Dick Haywood said, "All right." Then he pushed up his glasses, his face serious. "Let the meeting begin." Valencia replied, "I'm listening, Dick." The gentle sounds of writing echoed as a hand moved a pen, filling in a colorful chart. A voice said, "First, our second period in the morning and afternoon are both elementary dark magic. There's something very infamous about it. It's the Matic Haywood group project," he said seriously as he spoke. Then he looked at Valencia and said, "After forming a group, that group will be kept for the rest of the semester. So this is a matter of life and death for us at Geisen. First, and most importantly, a group must have for people, like for chess pieces arranged in a square, creating connection, support, and protection. It's even better if everyone is good at a different subject." Then Dick Hayworth crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked up at him. "As for me, I'm average in all subjects except for kinetics, which I'm a little better at." "And you're best at summoning, right?" Valencia looked at him. "That's right." Dick Hayworth said again, "All right, even if it's just the two of us, the balance is still okay. Let me explain a little more clearly. We study a total of 9 subjects, right? Theology, the subject that counters humans. Dark kinetics, the subject that creates magic. Summoning, the subject that summons mummies, and spiritualism. It's spiritualism, hematology, toxicology, combat magic, and then defense against holy power and elementary dark magic." Dick pointed at the skeleton, the summoning subject, and said, "Among the subjects of theology, dark kinetics, and summoning, they hold a very important percentage of the final exam score. Therefore, these 3 subjects are called the 3 studies of a necromancer. So we can handle 2 of the 3 subjects." Valencia and Dick Haywood were excited. "You know dark kinetics, and I know summoning," Haywood said. "Yes, so we need to recruit someone who's good at theology." Valencia asked him, "What about the others?" Dick circled the remaining subjects: spiritualism, hematology, toxicology, and combat magic, abbreviated as LHDM. Defense against holy power and elementary dark magic are minor subjects. You can't register them as a major, so let's skip them. Most kids who like combat magic usually only focus on this subject. Their grades in other subjects are usually super low, so we have to rule them out too. And those who plan to major in theology are usually good at defense against holy power. It seems they understand the enemy very well. Similarly, hematology has similarities with toxicology. So many students will study both in parallel." Hearing these words made Valencia turn pale. "Do we have to know all of this?" Dick Haywood replied, "Of course." Then he smiled and held up the paper, pointing to the words and saying with a laugh, "So we need to recruit the kids on this list first. If not this person, then another. And we have to point out that our group has the top-ranked student from the special selection. Understand?" Valencia took the paper from Dick Haywood's hand, his eyes full of determination. "All right." Both arms were raised with determination, shouting, "Then let's go win for our victory." Then suddenly Dick Hayworth lowered his head, his face pale. "Victory?" Then Dick looked up helplessly and asked, "Why is she in the top class?" Valencia turned and asked quietly, "Who is she?" He looked up at the vice principal standing on the podium and said, "Dear Olivia. She's the vice principal of Kaizen, a walking terror. The person who even expelled a 5A student." A name was called out, Dick Haywood, which made him suddenly press his lips together in fear. Dear Olivia, with her hand on her hip, stepped down from the podium. "Haywood, you never know what life will throw at you. If you say another word, I will consider it cheating and nullify your exam," he said slowly. "I'm sorry." The students in the class also glanced at her with some anxiety. Just like Haywood, the other students are also wondering why I'm here. Dear Olivia placed one hand on her hip and the other on the side of the desk. "As you know, I've only taught third-year students until now. So some of you may think I'm a temporary teacher. But this semester, I will officially be in charge of Class 1A. I hope you all try not to disappoint me with your lack of skills." Then she turned towards the door. "For now, just focus on finishing the test." The students replied, "Yes, ma'am." Dick Haywood ran his hands through his hair, his pen scribbling on the paper. "I don't understand any of these questions." Valencia was just as confused as Dick. He thought to himself, "All right, this is reality. Even though a few things have gone well, even though I have an army of undead at my command, it doesn't mean I'll easily adapt to Geisen." He closed his eyes. "But I can't give up without trying." Then he resolutely flipped over the test paper. "I'll do my best until time is up." Then the final bell rang, and the teacher's voice said, "I hope you all did well on the test. See you 2 hours after lunch." The students turned in their papers one by one and left the classroom. The proctors were still observing in the room. You all worked hard. After collecting all the students' papers, Olivia picked up her pen. Now, time to grade. The other teachers replied in unison, yes, professor. Then everyone began to grade the papers seriously. Neptys was like a small white cat scampering around excitedly near the teachers' grading tables. Memphis also crept up to dear Olivia's spot, and suddenly she was asked, "What brings you here, Neptys?" Which startled Neptys. Then she raised her hand cheerfully. "I came to play." While she was happy, Olivia's sharp, silent face moved closer to hers. Then Jane Olivia slammed her hand right on the center of Nephthys's head, causing a sharp pain. "Don't be a distraction." Then she turned to the two teachers in charge of grading and said, "Please go to the grading room to finish." The teacher replied, "Yes, ma'am," and the two of them left. Neptys was still holding her head in pain. After the two teachers left, she held her head and screamed in agony. "When I met you in the slums, you were clearly an innocent and cute girl." Dear Olivia just sat quietly, continuing to grade, and replied, "Neptys, that innocent girl turned into this because of the stress of overworking every day." Then she sighed, "Since you're here anyway, why don't you grade some papers?" Memphis gritted her teeth and glared at her. Olivia flipped to the next paper. She suddenly stopped, surprised, looking at the test paper on the table. The student got most of the basic questions wrong, but managed to answer the hardest one. Then she turned to look at Neptys, who was grading papers across from her. "Neptys, I have something to ask you." Neptys, resting her chin on her hand, said. According to Hung, Neptys Akbog noticed the exam paper and asked, "Why are all these names covered?" Dear Olivia replied without looking, "I covered them for grading." The vice principal added, "Because the names might make me biased in giving scores." Nephthys Agbo watched Jane Olivia continuously writing and felt a sense of irony for the students. "It's only the first test of the semester. Isn't this a bit excessive?" "I'm scared of you, Jane. Even though it's just a test, there are still some interesting points among them," dear Olivia said seriously. "For example, the test you're scribbling on." Nephthys Akbord, who was resting her chin on her hand in boredom, began to look up with wide eyes. At this point, the vice principal continued. The student answered the second question correctly regarding toxicity and ingredients, but got the comparison question below wrong. Nephthys Akbal also saw it. In disbelief, she struggled for words, waving the test paper in her hand and shouting, "I saw it too. It's completely idiotic. It makes me curious about this person's name." "But this paper is the opposite," dear Olivia cut her off, looking at the test paper in front of her. The vice principal said, "The student answered most of the basic scoring questions wrong but dared to answer question 20, which was the hardest." Nephthys Akbal exclaimed in amazement, "Really?" Dear Olivia held the paper, looking it over and assessing it. "The formulas this student used are all wrong. Using ancient language for dark dynamics, the dry bone exponential equation for summoning, calculating weakness and curse techniques, all of these are wrong." Nephthys Akbold was also surprised that this was possible. Dear Olivia handed her the paper and continued, "Based on the formulas the student used, it's clear they haven't been through the previous lessons and just combined and deduced the answers based on last week's lessons." Nephthys Akbo took the paper, glanced over it, and asked with raised eyebrows, "Did this student use a summoning formula to answer a question about calculating dark flow? Does this student think that the resistance level is proportional to the dark damage loss?" "Perhaps," dear Olivia replied. "So what about this answer? If you use Terran's theorem, the correct answer is 1,000,000 to 100,000. Dear Olivia said while tapping on the answer section, then continued, "But this student wrote, the number 1,000,000 to 100,146 was written on the test paper in the answer spot." Dear Olivia continued, "This is not the correct answer to this question, but the student was able to deduce a close approximation." "Nephthys, I want to ask you something." Dear Olivia pulled back the test paper before Nephthys Akbal's astonished eyes. The vice principal said as she tore off the sticker covering the test taker's name, "Why did you assign me to a top class?" Dear Olivia said sternly, "Not just any other class." A name appeared on the paper. Simon Fallania. It had to be the class with this kid in it. Nephthys Akbal smiled with a hard-to-read expression. She rested her chin on her hands, winked, and stuck out her tongue playfully, saying, "Hee hee, I don't know what you're talking about." Dear Olivia narrowed her eyes at Nephthys, remaining silent. In the end, it was the vice principal who gave in, sighing and muttering to herself, "I knew it. She's as cunning as a 300-year-old fox." Time flew by quickly, and the day the first semester exam results were announced had arrived. The students gathered together to check their scores. The complaints were endless. "Hey, I got an 85 in theology." "Who?" "Damn it, hematology brought my average down." Dick, in the crowd, also had to widen his eyes in amazement. Wow, they finished grading already. Simon was also a little surprised. He said, I know, right? Wow, my average is over 80. The complaints started again. This place is still packed. Many students continued to come and see the announcement. This is crazy. Should I change my major? One student said dejectedly. Another said, let's see, my score is. Another voice chimed in again. My score is over there. Hey, why are so many answers in the combat test of 5? I shouldn't have changed my answer. Watching everyone's hustle and bustle, he looked at his own scores and said dejectedly, Simon Valencia, Theology 40, Hematology 20, Dark Kinetics 33, Toxicology 20, Summoning 76, Combat Magic 43, Spiritualism 25, Defense Against Holy Power 40. Looking at his report card where 7 out of 8 subjects were below average, Simon's face darkened with despair. Even though I was prepared, seeing results like this still hurts. Dick, standing beside him, put a hand on his shoulder, seriously trying to find some comfort from the report card that felt like a knife to the chest. Hey, but your summoning score is really high. Getting that without taking the previous classes is already impressive. Dick patted him hard on the back and continued, and I said it yesterday, it's better to specialize in one field. Being good at one thing is better than being average at everything. Simon said doubtfully, really? He reached behind his back to rub the spot that had been painfully slapped and asked, what about you? Are you okay? Dick replied flatly, Dark Kinetics is my highest, 74 points. The other subjects are all around 60 to 70, so the average is probably around 70. Simon was shocked to hear this and looked at him. You're pretty good at studying, aren't you? I feel so betrayed. Dick broke into a sweat and explained, not really. I just study enough to not get kicked out. Dick looked at the published grade list and continued, well, our plan has a bit of a problem. Simon was curious. What's wrong? Dick said. All the students' scores were announced right in the first class of the day. Looking at the report cards of some of the top students, Dick's voice droned on. Our plan would only work before this information was released. Now that the scores are out, everyone has already assessed their own abilities. Dick concluded, if we're not lucky, recruiting even one kid will be extremely difficult. Simon just said, oh. Suddenly, the vice principal's voice rang out, attention. Deern leaned against the doorframe, her eyes stern, and said, I'll give you all 30 minutes from now. Check your scores and form a group of 4. The students looked dumbfounded, as if they had heard a duck speak thunder. The vice principal's voice rang out, barring special circumstances, your group will be maintained until the end of the term. From now on, elementary dark magic will be taught in groups, and there will be group assignments that can only be completed with the cooperation of all members. Dick frowned and looked around. Simon was still dazed. You will receive individual scores and separate group scores. Of course, points will be deducted if you don't show good teamwork, no matter how good you are. Dear Olivia's voice was stern. That means you need to choose your teammates carefully. Understood. As soon as she stopped talking, the hall erupted like a disturbed beehive. Shouts echoed continuously. Jasmine, is Jasmine here? I'm looking for 3 people good at theology and dark kinetics with scores of 60 or higher. Can anyone let me join their group? I'm good at spiritualism, even though my average is 60. Does anyone in combat magic need someone good at combat? Despite the students running around looking for groups, Simon stood still, staring at the paper in his hand, deep in thought. Dick said he would invite James, our number 1 priority, and Claudia as number 2. Looking over at Deem, he saw that she had already been approached to form a group. Simon sighed to himself, damn it, she's already in a group. So, Rosendo, number 3, was also approached as soon as he looked her way. Simon was helpless. Rosendo and Katerine, the 4th priority, are already in a group. Watching people run around frantically, Simon felt helpless. All right, calm down. No group has for members yet. Everyone is just rushing because of the 30-minute time limit. He hurried off, observing his surroundings and assessing the situation. What we need most right now is someone good at theology. And most groups have about 3 members with average scores. The top students are still observing the situation, so the choice I should make right now is. Simon's face hardened as he glanced in one direction. He approached the green-haired girl who was sitting quietly to one side with her arms crossed. Simon said seriously, Melon Violin, I want to invite you to join our group. Everyone behind him was shocked, their mouths agape, aching in horror. Did he just invite Melon? She's the only one with an average score above 90. Melon looked at him, sizing him up. That's funny. You didn't do the work to get in through special admission, so it's a free pass to the city. That just means you have good connections, and I only believe in the numbers I see. You want to invite me to join a group with you, someone with an average score of 30? Melon said. Dick, behind him, covered his head in horror, feeling like lightning had struck. Simon, on the other hand, was quite calm and replied yes. Melon said again, I see you're pretty good at summoning. That's the only 80 you have. The surrounding students were also buzzing about the scene. A 30-pointer inviting a 90-pointer. He's so bold. Simon wasn't bothered and continued to reply, you too? Melon Violin looked at him with a frown. It's bigger, but my score is higher than yours. Simon replied, I know, so let's make a bet. He said seriously, 1 month. Give me 1 month, and I will surpass you in summoning. If I can't, I will leave Kaizen. Melon's eyes widened in astonishment. Now it was her turn to be horrified. What? Melon slammed the table and stood up, her face showing a hint of disbelief. You're crazy. Take back what you said if you don't want to make a fool of yourself. Simon calmly retorted, no, I only say what I can do. Melon looked at him. Huh? Both of them fell silent, neither saying a word. Melon sat down. She closed her eyes and thought to herself, I need to maintain my position at the top of the class this semester, no matter what. The biggest obstacle to that is Hector. An image of Hector Moore appeared in her mind. Melon steeled herself. I can beat him in the written exam, but not in practical combat and performance evaluation. To defeat him, I need to win the group assignment. Melon tapped the table. That means I need someone who is good at summoning, the only subject I'm still weak in. Special admission student number 1, Simon Valencia, who defeated Hector despite not having taken the previous classes. Melon turned her head slightly and sighed. Should I look for another student with a summoning score over 80, or bet on the special admission student who defeated Hector? Finally, Melon Violin stood up and sighed. The promise you just mentioned. Are you sure you'll keep your word? Melon was serious. Simon also replied seriously, yes. He was confident. No matter what, I will keep my word. Then he extended his hand towards Melon. Melon, with her hands on her hips, looked at the offered hand. Finally ready to take a gamble, she took Simon's hand and replied, all right, I'll join your group. At that moment, Dick suddenly rushed over and hugged Simon, praising him joyfully. Simon, you're a real problem solver. How did you get Melon to join? Melon was surprised. Wait, who are you? Simon replied, he's also a member of our group. I just invited you to join our group. Simon grinned and gave a thumbs up. But don't worry, we have a D rank and an S rank in theology and dark kinetics. Melon felt like she had just been tricked. Defeated, she covered her face. Oh my. She pointed at them and said through clenched teeth, all right, I'll do my best. But I won't forgive you if you hold me back. Especially you, dead weight. Dick frowned and said, dead weight. That's harsh. Simon didn't get involved in their little argument. He stood on the sidelines, laughing out loud. In front of the Shu Cadence Square notice board, Theology 40, Hematology 60, Dark Kinetic 70, Toxicology 67, Summoning 80. Combat Magic 69, Spiritualism 8, Defense Against Holy Power 81. The students were still discussing. You said D and S are taken care of, right? So I'll take charge of theology because we need to distribute the KDS. Melon Violin turned to look at Dick Haywood seriously and continued, but before that, tell me your dark kinetic score. He confidently provided the numbers. Average 70, dark kinetic 74. Hearing this, Melon Violin was satisfied and exclaimed, not bad. Dick Haywood casually slung an arm around Simon Valencia's shoulder, and with his other hand, he playfully teased the girl in front of him. You're picky, aren't you? Who should we recruit as the last member? Just say the word, and I'll find them for you. Melon Violin's face showed difficulty as she replied, I'm good at everything, so I don't really. Before she could finish, the other person urged her, interrupting, come on, you have to choose someone. Melon Violin arrogantly crossed her arms in front of her chest and reluctantly stated her request, if possible. Someone who can handle hematology. It takes a lot of time and calculation. After hearing this, Dick Haywood gave an okay sign with his fingers and cheerfully replied, hematology, got it. You wait here, I'll be right back. You did just sit and rest. After saying that, he disappeared at lightning speed. At this moment, when they saw Melon Violin and Simon Valencia sitting next to each other, all the other students took notice and started gossiping. Are those two in the same group? A special admission and the top of the class in the same group, then it's over, isn't it? But someone else didn't think so. We don't know yet. The special admission students' scores aren't that high. In the awkward atmosphere, Melon Violin spoke first. Hey. This made Simon Fallenia jump and turn around. With a questioning tone, she asked, Your name is Simon Fallenia, right? I've never heard that name before. Where is your family from? Faced with the question from the beautiful girl in front of him, Simon Fallenia answered honestly. I am the successor to the barony in the Baldwin Kingdom. My family rules over the Leshill region. Baldwin, I see. While Melon Violin was contemplating something, Simon spoke up and asked back, What about you? What kind of family is the Violin family? Turning back to see his cheerful expression, Melon Violet couldn't believe it and said, Are you serious? Yes. She gave a forced smile and pointed to herself, introducing, I come from a well-known family with deep roots in the Ivory Tower. Simon asked curiously, Ivory Tower? You mean the Magic Tower? Melon Violin said in a displeased tone, 300 years ago. It was. Simon exclaimed in surprise. At the door, another beautiful girl was walking in, glowing with a brilliant aura. The other students couldn't stop gossiping. That's Sun, the second-place special admission. Over here, Melon Violin, flustered, wanted to cut the story short and said, Sorry, but can you stop there? Please. Simon immediately agreed. Okay. The two of them returned to silence. The atmosphere was quite awkward now. Simon silently blamed himself. Should I not have asked her? He lowered his head and sighed. Noble families are so complicated. A moment later, Dick Haywood returned with a bright smile. Sorry to keep you waiting. Here's the hematology member you wanted. Next to him was a pink-haired girl who looked very shy. Dick Hayworth pushed her forward and introduced her, a budding hematologist with an outstanding score of 87 in the subject, Camille Barzusela. Following the introduction, the girl also timidly spoke up. Thank you for letting me join the group. My name is Kami Barzusela. You can call me Kami. I'll do my best to help the group succeed. With that, she bowed 90 degrees to everyone, revealing a pair of strange wings on her back. The others saw it and were also surprised. Oh, wings. Simon's eyes lit up. You don't have to be so formal. We're in the same grade, Kami replied shyly. Yes, but I'm only 16. Dick was very welcoming of his new friend and enthusiastically said, Age doesn't matter. We even have a 20-year-old. Kami quickly fit in. Oh, okay, I'll keep that in mind. Melon then spoke up, asking, You're an Ursula, right? The one I'm thinking of. Kami answered honestly, yes. Ursula, the great vampire clan. Hearing this, Dick exclaimed excitedly, A Lady Ursula at Kaizen, and I've never heard of it. Melon irritably stopped him. Hey, don't say things like that so loudly. Why not? It's shocking news. Kami, sitting to the side, stammered, It's because my mother is a commoner. Hearing this, everyone let out a sound of understanding. Dick showed the most disappointment. I didn't know. I'm sorry. It's okay. Simon thought to himself, I see. She's the illegitimate daughter of a vampire family. No wonder no one mentioned her. She has a complicated family background just like me. While he was still thinking, Dick started to interact with everyone. He said cheerfully, Well, I guess I should tell my story now to be fair. I'm a commoner, the son of a merchant guild master of the White Ox Guild. Kami exclaimed in surprise. What? One of the biggest merchant guilds, he continued. To be precise, I am the third son out of 8. My eldest brother is the heir, so everything was invested in him. Thanks to that, I'm the one my parents tell to sit where they place me. It's embarrassing to say, but I got to study at Kaizen because they thought I had some talent for dark magic. I'm on a mission to find out the needs of necromancers and do market research. At this point, someone spoke up and asked, Is that why you said going to Rochester was more important? Dick replied, That's right, but I'm not just following my father's orders. I plan to graduate from Kaizen properly and create a merchant guild under my own name in Rochester, a guild so large it will make my father see me differently. Dick spoke with great determination. Simon watched intently with admiration. So cool. Only Melon said coldly, Good luck, Dick. Whatever. At that moment, another student walked up, looking very mature, and interrupted. So this group gets along well. Oh, are you an assistant? The upperclassman handed everyone a form and carefully instructed them. You guys are group 7. Write down the members' names and the subjects you want to focus on here. Yes. He continued, choose a group leader too. The group name isn't important, but you must have a leader. Simon cheerfully took the form and replied, Yes, I understand. Melon quickly took the paper to fill it out before Simon could. He asked her, So, You're the key member of the group. Do you want to be the leader, Melon? She replied coldly and confidently, of course. Who else would it be? Very quickly, the group leader had filled in Melon's name. When she got to the group name, she asked, next, what's our group name? In the end, everyone agreed on the name Group 7. The member information sheet was also filled out. Melon for Theology, Simon for Summoning, and Dick for Dark Kinetics. Cammy, Hematology. After filling it out, they sat in a corner observing. The friends around them were constantly arguing. Someone even said, I like Melon carrying everyone. I like the bunny girl. Why? Since when did you guys come up with that terrible combination? But both you and we only have 2 people each. The platinum-haired girl disagreed loudly. You only have 2 people for toxicology. We don't want this weak team. The blonde male student opposite her was also annoyed. Why would you say that? Only 3 people for dark kinetics. Are they crazy? Look, they have 3 Ds. Are they really going to form a group like that? The group remained silent, listening to them bicker. That's the major I'm aiming for, but my scores in other subjects are high too. Whatever. I'm not joining this group of half-wits. Dick rested his chin on his hand and sighed. Things are getting tense. It's not surprising. Elementary dark magic is graded based on all 8 subjects, so it's better to have for people with different specializations. So if you get too close to students in the same major, you won't be able to recruit more people into your group. Like them, we were lucky, so. Suddenly, a girl with arrogant, curly blonde hair spoke up. I'll just choose one person from your group. Someone reacted angrily. What the hell? If you hadn't poached Lucy from my group, we would have had 4 people. The platinum-haired girl stepped forward. Sorry, the others were all shocked by her decision. Huh? Why you? The platinum-haired girl walked straight to the group of 3 other girls and said, I plan to major in hematology. It doesn't overlap with yours, so that's okay, right? The curly-haired blonde girl clasped her hands joyfully and replied, of course, welcome. You're so smart. Where's the assistant? Let's register. Seeing this, Simon broke into a sweat. That's really mean. Suddenly, someone reminded him. You don't have time to worry about others, Simon. Dick calmly continued. Something like this always happens during the student protection period. If we don't compete fiercely with them, we'll fall behind. And falling behind at Kaizen means you're gone. Why would you think of the word evil first? Kami sat there listening silently. Melon also spoke up. This is due to a lack of preparation skills and effort. What have they been doing for the past 4 days since the start of school? If their scores are bad, they should have used other methods to find people. Simon was also at a loss for words and didn't say anything further. Vice Principal Darren Olivia appeared on the podium and said coldly, 30 minutes are up. Those of you who don't have a group, please come up here. The students below began to murmur. So we won't be seeing them at Kaizen next week. Are all 3 of them really Ds? Then they'll be toast with just one theology question. Everyone stepped forward, but with dissatisfied expressions. Dear Olivia spoke up and asked, are you all upset? A difficult start doesn't mean a bad ending. Remember this feeling of indignation and try harder. You'll have hope if you can distribute the work for other subjects among yourselves to raise the average score. You may return to your seats. The students without groups reluctantly replied in unison, yes, Professor. Vice Principal Jean Olivier began to announce, now that you have groups, I will announce something important. Next week, when the student protection period ends, we will hold a group competency assessment during the first class of elementary dark magic. You will have to fight a monster, and it is. Simon's group below was full of anticipation. Behind the vice principal, an image of a supersized, giant monster appeared. Dear Olivia's voice continued to ring out. It is a cyclops. As soon as the words were out, the students below began to buzz with excitement. A cyclops, a worried student said. At our current level, can we even defeat it? Vice Principal Darren Olivia ordered, everyone, be quiet. I will explain the rules. You will have to go down to the underground dungeon at Kaizen with your group members to defeat a cyclops. But only one student will be allowed to directly fight the cyclops. The other 3 members must stay in one place to support the student fighting the monster, or weaken the monster to provide support. Of course, hindering skills like weakening and blinding are allowed. Both blood-draining skills from hematology and poisoning skills from toxicology are also permitted. Fighting by summoning creatures is also allowed, but direct casting of offensive magic by necromancers, including sorcery, will be prohibited. You can refer to the handout for more detailed instructions. Hearing this, Dick stroked his chin in worry. Cammy, on the other hand, sat innocently and listened intently. The combat member will wear a protective suit enchanted with a protective spell. Vice Principal Dear Olivia's clear voice rang out. We will grade you based on whether you successfully hunt the Cyclops, combined with the time it takes, community stability, teamwork among members, creativity, and the level of completion of dark magic. Melon, on the other hand, was very excited and meticulously wrote down every rule. Simon's face also showed great determination. She continued, to successfully defeat the Cyclops, you will have to maximize your power until the exam begins. The explanation ends here. Does anyone have any questions? A female student below eagerly stood up to speak. Me, James Victoria. Are we going to fight a real Cyclops? Will this assessment use Kaizen's simulation system to create virtual battles? Vice Principal Dear Olivia replied without a change in expression. They are all living, breathing Cyclops that have just been captured from the Western continent. Your question reminds me of something. Before the exam begins, all of you must sign a waiver of liability for your lives. A terrifying silence fell over everyone. She quickly changed the subject. Any other questions? Another male student excitedly raised his hand. Scott Snyder. What if we fail to defeat the Cyclops? Vice Principal Dear Olivia replied, if you fail, you will receive the lowest possible score, and other criteria will not be considered. There are 3 cases of failure. Then came her very detailed list. First is when the combat member can no longer fight. Second is when a professor or a guardian deems that the battle cannot continue. And third is when one of the members declares they will not take the test. If we want to fight a real Cyclops, we need to plan our strategy carefully. Simon, sitting below, was very excited. This is so exciting. My heart is pounding. But Cammy was trembling, her voice weak. I'm a little scared. Dick asked worriedly who's going to be the fighter. Melon also spoke up energetically. I'm the strongest, so of course it's me. Simon also nodded, yeah. But then he wondered, but if only one student fights, isn't the test to bias towards those who are good at combat magic? Cammy thought so too. Yes, I think so too. A Cyclops' punch is very strong, so defending with magic is quite difficult. And it also consumes a large amount of magic. I think the best way is to dodge. Melon shook her head and said, no. Actually, I think the opposite. Students of combat magic usually choose physical attacks over magical attacks. But think about a Cyclops' skin. Think a physical attack will have any effect. Dick, sitting in the front row, rested his chin on his hand and said, yes, it's true that Cyclops' skin is very thick. Melon continued her analysis. Even if you enhance your strength with dark energy, you'll soon run out of energy. Hearing this, Calmy also found it logical and asked with wide eyes, so do you have any ideas on how to defeat them, Melon? Melon answered confidently, of course I do. Vice Principal Dear Olivia asked from the podium. It seems no one has any more questions. She instructed once more. Before the test, there are 3 more elementary dark magic classes. In the first class, each group will present their hunting plan. You will get to practice and gain experience through a mock battle in the second class. And the third class next week will be the real battle. The rest of you discuss your strategy with your group members. If you have any more questions, please stand up and ask. Dick was also very curious and leaned forward to ask, so what's the strategy you just mentioned? Melon began to explain her plan. Listen up. As she spoke, she conjured a yellow magic formation. She continued, this is basic dark magic. Then Melon clapped her hands. Dark fire burst. Suddenly, a flame erupted in the middle. That's enough, right? Seeing this, Dick asked excitedly, you already know that spell. Simon's eyes sparkled with admiration. You're amazing, Melon. She withdrew her hand and the flame went out. Melon continued excitedly, now, let me explain my plan. First, I will fight the Cyclops and burn it with dark fire. The 3 of you will support me with curses. Cast a weakening curse on the Cyclops to slow it down. In the meantime, I can burn it to a crisp. Suddenly, Dick spoke up in protest. Wait, have you forgotten? Teamwork is also a grading criterion. You might stand out, but we'll have nothing to do in that situation. If that's the case, we'll get a 0 for teamwork. Melon turned her head and replied coldly, so do you have a better idea? Simon spoke up. Melon, can you cast dark fire while dodging the Cyclops' attacks? Melon said confidently, why not? Why do you ask? With a sarcastic tone, Dick said, because we're afraid you can't do it. You fell behind and couldn't cross the valley in combat magic class, remember? This flustered Melon. That's true, but if your curse is effective, I wouldn't have to dodge in the first place. Dick stood up angrily and argued loudly, hey, our specialty isn't curses. You're the only one in our group who's a theology major. It looked like the two were about to fight. Cammy, sitting beside them, nervously tried to intervene. Oh no, both of you, please stop. Suddenly, everyone stopped. Simon, the calmest, spoke up. All right, let's do this. Since we're allowed to summon creatures, I'll draw the Cyclops' attention as much as possible. If Cammy and Dick can use their specializations, they'll support as much as they can. He laid out the plan very clearly. First, Cammy, what do you think you can do with your hematology expertise? Cammy smiled softly and replied, hematology is the study of flexible attacks, so I think it's best if I support with curses. Simon asked the other student, Dick, what about you? Dick lay down on the table, sighing in frustration. I can't do much either. I'll just practice my weakening skills all week. Vice Principal Darren Olivia, on the lecture podium, spoke up again. All right, prepare a 10-minute presentation on your Cyclops attack strategy for the next class. The roles of each member and the magical creatures you will use must be included in the presentation. That concludes today's class. The class responded in unison. Thank you, Professor. Dick rested his head on his hands and looked toward Simon, thinking to himself, Simon, that guy is smart sometimes. He manages to sort out all the problems, leads his classmates naturally, and at the same time expresses his own opinions. I have to admit I'm a little jealous. I guess that's why he's in the special admission program. Suddenly, Dick lunged from behind, throwing his arms around Simon and Camille's necks. Hey Simon, I heard today's special at the cafeteria is hamburgers and steak. It's a limited quantity. Haha, then let's hurry. Melon, who was left behind, shouted in frustration, hey, wait for me. She was furious and said, hey, how can you be so mean and leave me behind like that? You all have hamburgers and steak while I have nothing. Then you should have followed us. I told you it was a limited quantity. After lunch, back in the classroom, Melon was still upset and said, my God, this is so boring. At that moment, a warm and powerful voice echoed from the podium. Now everyone, please sit down. The person on the podium scanned the room below and asked, what class is this? A student spoke up. Class A, he nodded. This is the first time you've been taught by me, right? A very old man with trembling, frail hands began to introduce himself. I am Lance Charles, the one who will be teaching toxicology. Lance Charles, the first-year toxicology professor. He continued, all right then, let's begin. Everyone, please open your books to page 1. Well, toxicology is not just a subject for handling poisons, you see. Below, almost half the students were asleep and complaining, so boring. The professor's slow, droning voice continued like a lullaby. You must combine and arrange countless solutions. Langstroth diligently continued with his work, lecturing to create a series of transformations. That is the characteristic of this field. All right then, now we will create a low-level poison. To the lab, everyone was very confused at this point. To brew a potion, you must measure the ingredients accurately. Before he could finish his sentence, the professor coughed up blood. Everyone panicked and shouted, Professor. A student even suggested, you're overexerting yourself. We'll take responsibility for the experiment. You go rest. But Lang Charles still tried to stammer out the words. I must teach. Another teacher walked in and said, it's all right, I'll handle it. The professor weakly left the podium. All right, then thank you. It turned out she was Professor Lang's assistant, Francesca Bellman. She stood motionless on the podium for a long time, holding the book. Below, a few unaware people were still dozing off. Francesca Bellman looked down at them with a gloomy expression. Then she threw the book she was holding straight at a male student's face. The book flew like an arrow, grazing past Simon's face and creating a gentle breeze. Francesca Bellman slammed her hand on the desk and shouted, everyone, wake up. Looking at the person below with a dazed face and drool running down their chin, she asked in extreme anger, how dare you? Being so disrespectful in front of a professor. Class A. The person below fearfully raised their head, sitting up straight. Francesca Bellman continued angrily. How can you lie on your desks and sleep in class like that? How can you call yourselves students of Kaizen when you are so spoiled? Francesca Bellman's face was very stern as she reminded them, at least don't forget basic courtesy. Understood. The whole class replied in unison, yes, understood. She began to reintroduce herself. I am Professor Lang's assistant, Francesca Belmont. Today, I will be teaching this class in his place. You will practice brewing low-level poisons. You can put your books and notes aside. As soon as she finished speaking, the students' desks were fully equipped with chemical instruments. Simon and Dick were very curious and picked up a few instruments to examine. The teaching assistant continued, the key to making low-level potions is not controlling the variables of quantity or the order of ingredients, but the flexibility of the brewer during the preparation process. Light the candle under the cauldron. When the water starts to boil, put the newt and barley powder from the ingredient packet in. Suddenly, Melon raised her hand and spoke up. "Excuse me, how much should I put in?" Francesca Bellman replied matter-of-factly, "It doesn't matter how much. Just add it until you think it's enough." As soon as the words were spoken, everyone started adding chemicals to the water. In just a moment, it gave off a foul smell. It shot straight up Simon's nose, making him almost pass out. "Ooh, it stinks." Dick, on the other hand, was excited and exclaimed, yours has turned green. Mine is blue." Francesca Bellman said, "If your cauldron emits blue smoke, raise your hand." Dick raised his hand at this point. The teaching assistant explained, "The students will be able to create a poison with a nerve-paralyzing effect." She asked again, "And who is green?" Many students raised their hands. "These students will create a poison that causes severe headaches and hallucinations. It will be beneficial for you when dealing with mages or necromancers." Hearing this, Simon was very surprised. Francesca Bellman added, "The book doesn't mention these things. I've never learned this flexible method in the prep class either. Those with green smoke, please take off your jackets and place them on your chairs. The assistants will give you more ingredients." Francesca Bellman walked over to a student and then clearly instructed, "Now, everyone, you will see a thin layer of oil on your cauldron. Use a spoon to remove it. Vegetable fatty acids will reduce the effectiveness of the poison, so remove as much as possible. Once you've removed it, continuously stir the solution. You must keep doing this until the solution becomes thick. The solution can solidify if the flame is too high, so pay attention to the flame underneath." A student looked panicked and raised their hand. "Ma'am, my potion has turned yellow. Is that okay?" Francesca Bellman praised them. "Excellent. Yellow means this is the highest quality poison among all types. You could sell a poison of that quality in Rochester." The surrounding students were all surprised and praised him. "Oh, that's great, so cool." Another student spoke up. "My potion's smoke changed from blue to green." Francesca Bellman replied, "It seems the ingredients at the bottom of the cauldron have risen and changed the potion's effect." Then she asked the other assistants, "Please give the student more ingredients." Suddenly, Dick leaned close to Simon and whispered, Hey, Simon." He concluded, "Now I understand why Professor Land can continue teaching at Kaizen. It's because his assistant is very talented, right?" Simon also nodded in agreement. "Agreed." Hearing the whispers, Francesca Bellman asked, "Is there a problem?" Simon quickly replied, "Nothing at all." Very quickly, he put the medicine he had just prepared into a small, eye-catching vial. Dick picked up his portion and suggested, "Simon, should we bring this into the battle with the Cyclops?" "I think it's best we try everything we can." Simon also said cheerfully, I was thinking the same thing." But Melon didn't think so and coldly interjected, "That's a terrible idea. It won't work, you idiot. This is a low-level poison, which means it has no effect on medium to large-sized monsters. A Cyclops is a medium-sized monster, so the poison won't be effective." Hearing this, Dick realized the truth and ran his hands through his hair. "My God, it's useless." At this moment, Simon seemed to discover something, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Stopping at a page in the book, he thought to himself, "This type of poison uses leek mushrooms." Suddenly, Simon remembered something that seemed incredibly unbelievable. "The thing my mom cooked for me a few times." Simon quickly called everyone over. "Hey, Melon." She turned towards him and asked, "What is it? What is this?" Simon was also very surprised to see it. With a happy face, he quickly asked, "Simon, what page is that?" He replied straightforwardly, "Page 154. The other two in the group still didn't understand what was going on, so big question marks appeared above their heads. When Cammy saw what was written on that page, her expression also changed. It's this." Melon said, "Simon, I think it will work, as long as we can concoct it." Simon and Dick asked in unison, "Really?" She pointed to a line of text with many characters and explained, "Look, this type of poison will temporarily paralyze the tendons and cause muscle contractions. It's called Nervier." Melon continued happily, "This is a neurotoxin that weakens muscles. It also says here that it works on small to medium-sized monsters, level 3 and above. If we use this against a Cyclops, we can at least slow it down." Dick was impressed. It could be useful in amplifying the weakening curse. Melon carefully examined the page and said, "Let's see. The method is to make the target drink this or apply it to a wound. We can wound the Cyclops and then throw the potion bottle at it. Everyone in the group strongly agreed. That's right. We can use a summoned creature to wound it and then throw the potion bottle at it, right? That's a good idea. Then let's try to concoct it. We can reserve a spot in the lab to get the cauldrons. The problem is the ingredients. Cammy spoke up softly. We can find simple ingredients like leek mushrooms, slime blood, and silk grapes here at Kaizen. The last three will be hard to find. Dick clicked his tongue a few times and said, well, if I go to Rochester and ask around, I can probably get all of those things. Simon was startled and said, really? Dick replied confidently, of course. Why don't we do it now? I'll go to Rochester after school. Simon also chimed in, oh right, I can get this. Which one? He pointed to the picture of a mushroom in the book and replied, this one, leek mushroom. I've seen them many times in my hometown and also here at Kaizen. Everyone was curious. There are some at Kaizen. Where? In the Forbidden Forest. Hearing this location, the whole group was completely shocked, their eyes wide as they stared at him. Dick excitedly waved his hands and asked, how do you know? No, wait, are you going into the Forbidden Forest? What are you getting yourself into? Simon calmly continued, it's fine, it won't take long. These mushrooms grow near the entrance to the forest. Besides, you're taking a big risk going to Rochester. You could be punished. At least I can do this for the group. Dick was stunned and speechless. Simon continued with a firm voice, I'll find them as quickly as possible before tomorrow. Cammy screamed in fear. Hey, a monster could attack you there, Cammy. Melon spoke up at this point. I just said it. It's dangerous. That's why he shouldn't go alone. 2 is better than 1. Seeing this, Simon immediately suggested, all right, then let's go together. But we'll get out of there immediately if anything dangerous happens. Hearing him give orders, Melon said irritably, oh my god, do I even need to say it? Simon quickly and clearly assigned tasks to each person. All right, so Dick will go get the slime blood and silk grapes. Melon will get the basic ingredients and reserve a spot in the lab. And Cammy and I will go get the leek mushrooms. We'll meet at the lab in the evening with the ingredients. A perfect plan was laid out, and everyone agreed. Sounds good. Okay, understood. But at this moment, from the upper rows of seats, a mysterious, fully clothed person was observing Simon's group. He appeared with half his face visible, a sly smile on his lips as if he were plotting something. Very quickly, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. The students hurried out of the classroom. The mysterious man was now walking behind a blonde male student and called out, hello, Hector. The blonde male student heard someone call him and looked up. The mysterious person said again, I have some useful information for you. Want to hear it? At this time, the sky outside had already settled into a silent atmosphere. Simon and Cammy went to the Forbidden Forest. Simon's voice rang out, all right, we're here. He held a headlamp in his hand and said, let's get it quickly and go back, Cammy. The little girl at this point even enthusiastically nodded, okay, Simon. A few hours earlier, near a horse stable, Dick opened a secret tunnel door and said to Simon and Camille, you can go this way. This is a secret tunnel that very few people know about. Dick seemed to know it very well and instructed, the guard near the Forbidden Forest just finished his shift. It'll probably be a while before he comes back, but don't be careless. Hurry up. The other nodded, got it. Thanks, Dick. Simon said, all right, see you later. Be careful, Dick. Returning to the unfinished conversation between the two earlier, Simon said, Cammy, you look so excited. Her face was bright as she replied, yeah, I love taking walks at night. At this moment, Simon remembered her vampire family and exclaimed, oh, right? Cammy is a vampire. Maybe this is just her personality. Simon held the lamp and walked ahead. To break the silence, Simon spoke first. You like the night? Cammy, walking behind, nodded and replied, that's right. The night is very peaceful and pleasant, really. Cammy suddenly stopped and said, Simon, I'm sorry for saying this a bit late, but thank you for helping me in the combat magic class. She recounted what happened that day. I couldn't climb up on my own. I looked around for help, but everyone ignored me. I told myself that Kaizen is very harsh, so that's only natural. Then you appeared, the only one. At that moment, Simon's warm hand reached out and said to Camille, need my help? She still remembered Simon's gesture of helping her as if it were yesterday. Simon humbly replied, I just did what I had to do. Cammy moved closer to him, her face flushing, and said, it's because you do what you have to do that you're so amazing. Simon was also very proud of himself. Really? I know. While Simon was holding up the lamp, he also spotted what he was looking for and exclaimed, "Hey look, Cammy, leek mushrooms. That's them. There are so many." Simon excitedly suggested, "We don't know how many we need, so let's just pick them all, okay?" After working hard for a while, the two of them had picked a basket of mushrooms. Simon was very satisfied. This went faster than I thought. Cammy suddenly asked, "By the way, I have something I want to ask you. Why did you come to Kaizen, Simon?" Simon looked up, flustered. "Me." Then he honestly recounted, "I guess the initial reason was my parents. They always pushed and encouraged me. When you're tired, come home, son. You can do it, Simon. But when I started school, I began to have my own thoughts and goals." Simon looked up proudly at his dream. "And after learning about summoning, I seriously started wanting to become a necromancer." After sharing his feelings, Simon asked back, "What about you, Camille?" Before she could answer, they heard people approaching from a distance. They're nearby. Simon reacted quickly and managed to pull Camille's hand and run away. "Hide, quick." The two quickly hid behind a large rock. The people outside continued to search relentlessly. They seemed to be hiding somewhere around here. "Good. Let's focus our search in this area." There were many people outside. They carried lamps and even had hunting dogs. Their bodies were completely covered, and their faces were hidden. Simon realized they were Kaizen guards. Kami asked again, "Guards?" Simon explained in a low voice, "That's right. They protect the area around Kaizen, usually managing the forest or hunting monsters. If they catch us, even during the student protection period, we won't be able to escape." Hearing this, Kami was terrified, and her whole body began to tremble. Cammy wondered. Dick said the patrol wouldn't be here for a while. Simon suddenly realized the danger. That means it's an emergency patrol, not a regular one. Is something wrong in the Forbidden's forest? Cammy was now so scared she started to cry. She mumbled, "What do we do?" "We should." Cammy. Knowing she was scared, Simon calmly placed his hand on her shoulder to reassure her. "Cammy, look at me. Listen carefully. We can get out of here. I have an idea. So trust me. Just follow my lead. You can do it, right?" Cammy replied, "I can do it." As Simon spoke, he rubbed the skull-shaped button on his collar. He was contacting someone. "Via, can you hear me?" Somewhere else, the person Simon asked for help, who looked like a skeleton, responded. "I hear you, kid. What's wrong?" Simon replied, "I'm in a bit of trouble. I'm afraid our legion will have to act." The two seemed to understand each other without saying another word. Back in the Forbidden's forest, Cammy announced, "Simon, I've gathered all the stones around here." "Thanks, Cammy. I'm done on this side too." Simon asked again, "Let's just use what we have." "Are you ready?" Camille, less scared now, replied, "Yes." Simon's gaze became determined as he ordered a walking skeleton. "Good. Then go." The rat-shaped skeleton obediently followed. The guard's dog seemed to have detected movement and barked continuously. "Over there, split up and chase it. The rest of you, keep searching for me." The skeleton dashed past the group of guards to distract them. They quickly spotted it. "There's another one. After it, catch it." Seizing this opportunity, Simon once again grabbed Camille's hand and ran. "Camille, run." But the dogs were very smart. Once again, they looked in Simon's direction and barked. Cammy realized they were behind them and shouted, "Simon, the dogs." He calmly instructed Cammy, "Use a blood curse to stop them." "It's okay." Cammy quickly deployed her magic. A tiny pink magic circle appeared on her hand. "Okay, let me." With that, Cammy quickly turned around and aimed her enchanted hand towards them. Very quickly, the charm spread, hindering the dog's steps. They collapsed to the ground, stunned. But the actions of the two had alerted the nearby guards. "There they are," someone ordered. "Get them." A person with sharp eyes spoke up without hesitation. They ran into the forest. "Wind arrows." As soon as the words were spoken, many arrows shot straight towards the two of them. Cammy panicked. "Simon, those are real arrows. What do we do?" Simon turned back to reassure her. "It's okay. They saw our uniforms." Simon was sure that they were still Kaizen employees and would not harm them. The group of guards shouted angrily, "Stop. Don't run." Simon clenched a fist and said, as if he would stop. Then an invisible wall blocked them, startling the guards as well. "What is this?" "Be careful. It might be magic." But they didn't give up and continued their search. "We've lost them. They couldn't have gone far. Find them." At that moment, Simon and Camille ran to a cliff's edge. There was no way forward, and below was deep water. Looking around, Simon asked, Camille, remember the leap technique we learned in combat magic class? Do you think you can do it? Camille was too scared to look any further and turned to face Simon, trembling. No, I can't, Simon. You go ahead. With tears streaming down her face but a smile still on her lips, she continued, I'm fine. Even if I get caught, I won't tell on you. Hearing these words, Simon was extremely grateful, Cammy. Then, without a word, he roughly picked Cammy up. I'm sorry. I've made you suffer. She also whispered in a panic, Simon. Seeing him charge forward, she screamed in terror. Wait, Simon, Ignoring her cries, Simon still lifted his leg and jumped to the other side of the bank. He leaped high into the air like Superman, still holding the beautiful girl. The two of them flew through the air for a long time. A moment later, they landed safely with a cool demeanor. Simon softly called out, Camille. She slowly regained her senses and opened her eyes. Simon knelt down and gently set her down like a gentleman, even asking caringly, Cammy, are you okay? She sat still on the ground, her eyes dazed and bewildered as if she had lost her soul. Seeing her not answer, Simon also broke into a worried sweat. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Kim White couldn't hold back her emotions and managed to say a few words. I thought I was going to be caught. Simon looked at the innocent girl in front of him, also at a loss for words. She was still thinking about sacrificing herself even though she was so scared. Cammy suddenly burst into tears and said, Thank you for saving me. I was just doing my duty as a friend, but still. Simon suggested, looks like we shook the guards. Let's head back to school. I think we'll have to take the long way. Can you make it? Cammy tried to wipe away her tears, saying, I can walk, I'm fine. She looked gently at Simon, emphasizing once more, Thank you so much, Simon. In the quiet night, the young couple walked hand in hand, supporting each other through the dense mountain forest. A timid and scared Camille asked, Are we lost? Simon calmly replied, No, I think we're going the right way. Suddenly, a sound broke the silence. In a place this deserted and dark, anyone would be scared. Cammy told Simon, Simon, I hear a sound. Simon seemed indifferent, mumbling, It's probably just some owls. Cammy insisted, It's not. She broke into a sweat and said, It's not owls. It's the sound of a person. Only now did Simon believe her. He said, You're right. I think the sound is coming from over there. The two of them tiptoed towards the source of the sound. The scene before them was shocking and made them shudder. Terrified, Cammy grabbed Simon's sleeve, stammering his name. Simon, Simon, we have to run. Accompanying the scene before them was a gloomy, repetitive voice. Camille seemed haunted by the sight. She burst into tears and threw herself into Simon's arms. Simon could only pat her back and comfort her. While reassuring Cammy, he wondered, Why is this here? We're in Gaizen, on Dakho Island. How? The thing that terrified Cammy so much was the image of a woman hanging on a cross. Below it was a bull's head. A pig's head was impaled on a spear. The scene must have reeked of blood. The gloomy voice from before was heard once more. Destroy the fate of the Almighty Mother. Simon wondered what the cross was for. Oh Mother, only you and the Holy Spirits bear the halo. Simon also saw a priest praying below. The one praying continued to speak, Glorious Halo. Suddenly, the man shot a dangerous glare. It landed on Simon, who was observing from behind. Startled, a panicked Simon pushed Cammy forward and shouted, Cammy, run. Let's go. But life is never easy. The two of them were blocked by a powerful gust of wind. Even in this difficult situation, Simon still held Camille with one arm. Looking at the cross radiating dark energy, he questioned, a priest using dark energy. However, Simon realized it wasn't some priest who had infiltrated the island, but a traitor to Kaizen. The priest slowly revealed himself. Cammy, still trembling, said, Simon, that priest is using both dark energy and holy power. Simon replied, I think he's a traitor. Those two powers conflict with each other, you know. He then gripped Cammy's hand tighter. I don't know what's happening, but I'm sure of one thing. Simon pulled Camille and ran as fast as he could. Behind them, the villain was preparing to catch them. Simon gritted his teeth and continued, If we get caught, they'll eliminate us immediately. Chains, the evil priest weapon, flew past Cammy. Simon saw it and yelled, Camille, get down. The chains then grazed Simon's shoulder. It was painful, but he gritted his teeth and kept running. Unfortunately, Cammy's leg was bound by a chain. Simon turned back in a panic. Cammy. He saw that Cammy had been caught. Her face was filled with terror as she was slowly dragged towards the man, tightly bound by the chains. The man swung the chains, pulling Cammy along with them. Then he violently tied Cammy to a tree, without any mercy. He remained silent, his body completely cloaked, his identity a mystery. He continued to swing his chains, chasing after Simon. As for Simon, he tried to run with all his might. As the chains rushed towards him, he stared at them in a daze. Simon knew running wasn't an option, so he unleashed his power. He materialized a sword, which he held firmly in his palm. Simon swung the sword against the chains, creating a slash with incredible power. He thought he could block it, but no, his sword snapped in half. The chain, which had broken for a few seconds, repaired itself. The situation became much more tense. Just as the chain was about to finish Simon, he quickly ducked and avoided it. His hand was clenched behind his back, as if he were chanting a spell. I permit you, dark energy. A black mass of energy began to appear. Catch them. With that, he threw the energy he had gathered in his hand. Simon shouted, show your face. But the power he sent at the villain had no effect at all. The man dodged the attack as effortlessly as a feather. In response to Simon, he began to unleash his own technique. The chains started to float in the air again. By now, Simon was exhausted. He stood up and looked at the man with a puzzled expression. It was clear this man was much stronger than Simon. His technique looked formidable, as thousands of crosses appeared around him. Faced with this overwhelming power, Simon could only stand there frozen. Then he opened his mouth as if talking to someone else. I don't think I can handle him alone, right? Simon then fiddled with a button on his shirt, which made the man look at him strangely. It seemed there was a soul contained within that skull-shaped button, and just like that, the soul appeared with a powerful gust of wind. It was a dark entity, looking terrifying. The soul, which looked like a dry skeleton, spoke. You alright, kid? You can't fight this person right now. Stand aside. Simon, panting heavily, replied, I know, Fia. Then the man, named Fia, let out a savage grin. He shouted, it's been a while since I've had a fight. An incredible explosion rang out. During this time, Simon quickly ran to Camille and supported her. He called out in extreme worry, Camille, are you okay? Cammy was just unconscious, completely unaware. Simon said softly, thank goodness, she isn't seriously injured. Carrying the girl on his back, he was still able to communicate with the dark soul. Fia, what's the situation? Fia responded, this is tough. This person is incredibly strong, using only dark energy, probably at a master level. He laughed as he spoke, if my power wasn't sealed, I could. While the dark soul was fighting, Simon suggested, Fia, I have an idea. Follow my lead. Hearing Simon's plan, Fia laughed with delight. Then he replied, got it, kid. You're Richard's son. You must have a wise idea. Fia then used his power to create a massive shockwave. Even from a distance, Simon could see it and was still affected by it. That way, after them, release the hounds. The sound of barking dogs filled the forest. Simon, carrying Camille, both covered in wounds, couldn't help but feel overjoyed as they escaped the pursuit of the Kaizen guards and the priest. It worked. Fia, stop chasing the priest. Come back. Fia emerged from behind. Did you trick the guards? I'm proud of you, kid. Simon looked back and asked, Fia, are you okay? Don't worry, this is nothing. Besides, that girl seems to need more urgent care than me. Simon grunted. Cammy had been on his back since the priest attack. His companion was badly injured, and the protagonist couldn't help but worry about her. Seeing their struggle, Fia grabbed Simon's collar and lifted him up. It's fine, I'll help you. Simon's eyes and mouth went wide. What? I didn't know you could heal wounds. The massive Fia lifted Simon onto one shoulder and cradled the unconscious Cammy in his other arm, answering proudly. I can't, but I'll get us out of this forest immediately. Simon was surprised. How? What? Before he could finish his sentence, Fia gave Simon the ride of his life. Fia ran out of the forest at top speed, laughing loudly as he went. Hold on tight. The path Fia ran left a trail of white smoke, leaving poor Simon terrified and crying for help. Nearing their destination, Simon was dropped off with Camille. All right, you'll walk from here. Fia sensed something and rubbed his chin suspiciously. This is suspicious. It seems this area is filled with detection magic. I don't think I should go any further. Simon, with his hair standing on end and his body in tatters, held Cammy and forced a smile. Thanks, Fia. You just saved us. It's true that you don't appreciate what you have until it's gone. His mission complete, Fia turned and waved to Simon before leaving. I just made a pact with you, so I can't afford to lose you. Now, take care. Simon watched him go. Okay, you too. Simon turned back to look at Camille in his arms, her face covered in wounds, and wondered, now, what should I do? He wondered to himself, I can follow the old path back, but where can I get Cammy treated? They'll ask why she's like this if I take her to the infirmary. We'll be in big trouble if what happened today gets out. That priest might have seen our faces. Why did they become traitors? Simon was completely bewildered. Then he looked at Cammy, his eyes showing a decision had been made. She needs to be treated by someone trustworthy. The sign on the door read night shift. Please knock. Come in. The person inside responded to the knock. Opening the door was a female assistant who was working. What brings you here at this hour? Then her curiosity turned to urgency, her face pale with confusion. Simon. It turned out she was the assistant Simon had helped with a small problem during the room assignments. Before her stood two students, dirty and covered in wounds, with one of them even unconscious. Simon pleaded urgently, please help us. She jumped to her feet in a panic. What happened? Girls aren't allowed near the boys' dormitory. I know, but this is an emergency, Simon replied. The assistant approached, looking flustered. Wait, is she injured? You should take her to the infirmary, not here. I can't, Simon replied reluctantly. It's complicated. I can't go into detail, but I hope you'll help us. Hearing Simon's plea, she was surprised. What? A bit of curiosity was mixed in. Simon bowed his head to the assistant. Please treat her here. His tone and attitude were so desperate that she felt a little flustered. She silently looked at the two pitiful students in front of her. Although she knew this was against the rules, the assistant sighed as if silently agreeing to the request. If she didn't help, her conscience would bother her. She pulled back the curtain. Lay her down here. I should prioritize her treatment. Simon thanked her. While treating Cammy, the assistant asked Simon in the waiting area, Simon, what really happened? Most of her injuries are just scrapes and bruises, but this looks like she was cut by something sharp. There was a long, deep wound on Cammy's thigh, which the teacher had to dab with cotton to soothe. The assistant, thinking that it had a conflict with other students, offered some advice. If you fought with other students, you should resolve it during the student protection period. I've learned one thing from this job. The students here will do anything to survive, regardless of whether it's dirty or harms themselves and others. Hearing this, his hand clenched. We didn't fight. I'm sorry, I can't give you the details. Inside the partition room, the teacher was silent but seemed somewhat relieved. Done. She pulled the curtain and stepped out. If you say so, I won't ask any more. I need to look at your wounds. Please roll up your sleeve. Yes, of course, Simon replied. She opened her kit, which contained only a few basic treatment items. I don't know what happened, but your health is the most important thing. You need to be healthy to even think about surviving in Kaizen. She bandaged Simon while reminding him, You understand, right? Simon gently replied with a yes. Then she added, The female student in there isn't seriously injured, so I'll ask a female student I trust to take care of her. Thank you very much. He bowed his head to show his sincerity. I won't forget what you did for us today. The assistant was a bit surprised, holding her kid as she replied, I'm happy to help. You should head back to Simon. He then stood up to say goodbye. Sorry for bothering you so late at night. The assistant stood there watching Simon. As soon as the door closed, she put her hands on her hips and sighed, remarking, I wonder how long he'll last here. It's rare to meet someone like him at Kaizen. The door opened. Dick, I'm back. A loud thud was heard. Dick hugged Simon's waist, crying. Simon was startled. Dick asked worriedly, Are you okay? Are you all right? What about Cammy? Simon replied, We're both fine, so calm down. We were chased by the guards and got lost. What about you? Where's Melon? Dick sat on the floor, his eyes filled with tears as he recounted his ordeal. The guards chased us too, so it was hard to get in. They don't usually patrol at this hour. I talked to Melon. I told her about the guards and she suggested we postpone making the potion until tomorrow. Hearing this, Simon looked regretful and a little guilty. He asked, Really? She must have stayed up late waiting for us. Dick had gone to see Melon and told her. She rubbed her chin, her face showing clear worry. She seemed a bit hurt, but she understood when I mentioned the guards, he recounted. While talking, Simon had already changed out of his dirty uniform and hung it on the rack. Dick asked, Anyway, Camille is back in her dorm, right? We should get some sleep. Dick quickly went to turn off the switch. Simon was already in bed. I'm turning off the lights, okay? The room finally plunged into darkness, but the protagonist was still thinking about what happened in the forest. He was worried about Cammy and what she had just experienced. I'm used to seeing people pray because my mother is a priest, but Cammy seems very shocked. He made a final decision before drifting off to sleep. I should talk to Cammy properly tomorrow. A pink aura appeared before him. Cammy smiled brightly. Good morning, Simon. Her small fairy wings fluttered, and her adorable face made him break out in a sweat. He cautiously asked, "Cammy, are you okay?" "Hello, yes, I'm fine," she replied. She was shy, touching her hands together awkwardly. "Yesterday was like a dream, wasn't it?" "A dream?" Simon asked, a little confused. Her big, sparkling eyes and her face, as if nothing had happened, were telling. Cammy replied, "Yes, we walked together in the night, picked mushrooms, got chased. Some scary things happened. It felt just like a dream. At first, the dream seemed beautiful, but then it turned into a nightmare, right? Maybe because of that, last night didn't feel real." Cammy excitedly recounted the previous night as if it were a dream. Simon was surprised by her answer and attitude towards everything. He thought to himself, does she think last night was just a dream because it was too shocking? That would be easier for her than bearing the shock. With that thought, he placed his hands on her shoulders, making her blush. "Cammy, listen to me." He gripped her shoulders tightly and spoke seriously about what happened yesterday. "That priest escaped as soon as he saw the guards. They might have seen my face, but not yours. She just made a small sound." He continued, "Don't tell anyone about last night's dream and just act normal. I'll find out who that priest is." She quickly replied, "Me too." She leaned her face close to Simon's and said with a determined voice, "I want to help too. It happened to both of us." Simon looked at Cammy's face. Her face was now blushing, her big, round eyes full of determination, revealing two small fangs that made it hard for anyone to refuse. "Don't leave me out," he stammered in reply. "All right, but you don't need to do anything right now. When the time comes, I'll ask for your help." Receiving a satisfactory answer, she cheerfully bid Simon farewell and turned to leave. "Okay, leave it to me, Simon." He scratched his head in confusion. "All right, I'll do my best." This problem was solved, but another one arose. He looked helplessly at the small plant pot in front of him, the teacher's words adding to his frustration. "In the last exhaustion curse class, I noticed too many students relied on adjustment devices, so this time we'll learn a simpler curse. Today's curse will be the displacement curse. It uses a formula that helps dark energy target an object and serves as the foundation for all curses. Today's goal is to move this magic circle in the air without using an adjustment device." The professor gestured as he guided the students through today's lesson. "The pot in front of you will bloom when it absorbs dark energy. Use the displacement curse to make the flower bloom." Simon held the flower pot with both hands, his eyes fixed on the seedling. He began to cast the spell. An object flew out of the magic circle and hit him on the head. Then Simon struggled to create a second circle, which he managed to deform. Then, with a pop, his circle exploded and the magic reverted to a liquid form and fell. Dick, sitting next to him, asked with great concern, "Simon, are you okay?" "Perfectly fine." Simon just lowered his head in frustration, thinking, "I need to defeat the Cyclops next week, and yet..." Then, suddenly, a hand in a black glove rested on Simon's shoulder. A voice asked, "How's it going?" He looked over. Professor Amaga, with a radiant smile, asked the protagonist, "Can you practice it?" Simon politely replied, "Yes, I tried, but not yet." The professor saw that Simon was having difficulty with it. The professor encouraged him, "Use your core. You don't have experience controlling your core yet, so your dark energy isn't stable enough, which is why the magic circle isn't perfectly formed." The professor smiled, 3 parts indulgence, 7 parts fatherly. Patting Simon's shoulder, "No one teaches you how to control your core. At Kaizen, it's too basic, and everyone's control method is different." Realizing the principle, he let out a surprised "Oh." Suddenly, the professor spoke up, "Allow me." After those words, Simon was surprised to feel his body become strange, the professor's voice echoing in his ears. "Curses are often considered harmful. As an expert in this field, I truly regret that." Simon wondered, "Professor, this is..." But the professor stopped him from questioning further. "I'm using a sensory transformation curse to maximize your senses. This way, the curse can be a means for lost students to find their own path. Now, concentrate with all your might. Inhale and hold the mana from the air in your body. Now, we'll activate the mana with the core." Simon closed his eyes and felt it. "Oh, there's only one place with an unusual mana flow." The professor's voice was gentle and warm. "Feel the difference. Your dark energy is different from everyone else's. If you only think about simply releasing it, it's not enough. So what you need is to develop your mana circuit. Forget the concepts of transformation or modulation. Just imagine the core as a living creature. You have to soothe it to tame it. Wait until the dark energy naturally radiates out." Simon seemed to understand a fundamental truth, his eyes wide and mouth agape as he looked at the dark blue-purple core right in front of him. After everything was done, the professor smiled brightly and openly. Now it's your turn. Don't try to control it with force, just let things happen naturally. Simon politely replied, yes, professor. Then Simon closed his eyes to feel his dark blue-purple core. The professor praised and encouraged him. Good. You're getting it. Excellent. I'll reduce the sensory transformation level to 50%. There's one more trick. Dark energy has a tendency to remember its flow. Just like how our hands work, if the flow is repeated hundreds, thousands of times, the dark energy will start to repeat the action without relying on your consciousness. So, good habits and regular practice are extremely important. Then the professor continued, now that we're here, let's try casting the curse. The professor looked at Simon and reassured him, I'll help you, don't worry too much. Simon looked at the lonely plant in the pot, worried. Hearing the professor's offer to help made him less worried and more at ease. The professor leaned close to Simon's ear and said, cast the magic circle your way. He obeyed, yes, sir. Then Simon tried again, and the professor watched, constantly encouraging and guiding him. Guide it, activate it. Then the thing, that purple core, suddenly lit up and exploded. The lonely plant in the pot bloomed, and then erupted into a large flowering plant. This surprised and startled Simon and the other students, while the professor smiled as if this was all within his expectations. The students were all surprised and asked the professor, what just happened? This was what the professor wanted to show his students. It's amazing, isn't it? Then he turned to Simon and said, this is your unique ability. Simon looked up like a startled deer and asked, unique ability? The professor continued, that's right. I just helped you release your power stably. You've just seen your own potential in the near future. Your dark energy is very special, Simon Valencia. I hope you will think seriously about it, about what the best way to express your talent is, and what direction should you take to fully utilize this special dark energy. Simon was also surprised by his own ability and asked the professor, sir, could you give me feedback on the curse I just cast? The professor thought for a moment and then smiled gently like a spring sun. The professor said, you have an admirable mindset, knowing how to reflect on yourself without being subjective. Very good. But the professor said a bit more seriously, I think your curse needs more emotion. Simon was confused. Emotion, like when you command the undead. Suddenly, the professor's expression became terrifying for a moment. Then he smiled as before and said to Simon, yes, something like that. Then the professor patted Simon's head. Emotion is a decisive factor in black magic in general. Simon was in a daze after seeing the teacher's scary expression. On the outside, he smiled and said, thank you, sir. But inside, he felt uneasy, wondering, what was that? The teacher's expression just now was so scary. The professor gave one last piece of advice. Remember what I just told you. Then another student raised their hand and called, Professor Bahin. The professor turned and asked, what is it? The student said, sir, can you help me too? Making these plants bloom is not easy at all. The professor just smiled and replied, I know. Waiting for a handout is the mindset of a lazy beginner. Keep trying. The other student, embarrassed, sat down and stammered, oh, yes, I'm sorry. Simon was now overjoyed, looking at his hands and smiling, my unique ability. All right, I have to master this before class ends. During extracurriculars, Dick, who had just asked the teacher for guidance, was refused. Dick said to Cammy, hey Cammy, have you noticed the professors have been weirdly favoring Simon lately? Really? Yeah. Professor Bahin was just so nice to him. Maybe that's why Simon mastered the displacement curse today. Cammy looked on with some doubt and disbelief. And now look at Professor Hong Pen. Suck in your stomach. Don't forget this time. Hey, I'm sorry, Professor. D2. That's wrong. Professor Hong Pen is really enthusiastic. It feels like she's giving him private lessons. She adjusted his posture and everything, which made Simon a bit embarrassed. Hong Pen meticulously corrected his stance, properly adjusting his leg. Like this. Yes. The two kids sat there with their mouths agape like dazed geese, watching. Now, plant your toes firmly. Yes, ma'am. With a whoosh, Simon took his stance and delivered a high hook kick. The kick carried devastating power. Good, well done. Really? Yes, but you only did the spin well. Your for basic stances are still not right. Your eyes must be fixed on the target, and you also need to use your lower back correctly. Additionally, your heel needs to rotate deeper. When you kick, you release too much dark energy. I'm sorry, I'll be more careful. Oh no, you did well, Simon. You just need more practice. Thank you, Professor. Oh my, with that attitude, you dare call yourself a Kaizen student? Stop complaining and try to get the professor's attention. I'm not complaining, just wondering. And you have no right to talk. You were also labeled a problem student for breaking the exhaustion curse last time. The boy was so direct it made his opponent freeze up. I didn't cause any trouble. Has she said a word to you today? Let me tell you, she definitely sees you as a problem student. Cammy sat in the middle, 3 parts helpless, 7 parts motherly. Come on, don't fight. You're mistaken. Let it go. I'll give you another mark. Whatever. Hey, Simon. Come teach me. Me? You're good at combat magic. The professor won't help me, so I have to ask you. I see. Since I have to fight a Cyclops in the proficiency test, I need your help to speed up my progress, so we can both get a higher score. You don't need to explain, I'll teach you, don't worry. Let's practice the stances first. Thanks. Hearing that, Simon squatted down to watch. Melon performed a few moves, but her body was stiff. Her legs and arms moved together like a puppet. She made everyone speechless. You're really bad at this. I know. First, you're too stiff. It's obvious you lack confidence. Relax and get into the most natural stance possible, okay? Left foot back a bit. No, that's too much. Clench your fist lightly and punch forward. Don't move your feet, and the position is wrong again. That's right. Channel dark energy into your waist and hold it there. How is he so good at this? Everyone watched in amazement, not expecting someone to have such weak skills. Then transfer it to the balls of your feet and pivot. The more they watched, the more hopeless it seemed. Such a pretty face, but so clumsy. Like this? No, not like that. It's like when you use your core's power to pivot. And when you pivot, place the dark energy behind your thigh. Here. No, a little higher. Here. No, that's too high, a little lower. What about here? That's your knee, woman. Damn it. Hey, I'm not naked. I'm wearing gym pants. Just touch me, touch me, touch me. The air was silent. The words touch me echoed, my voice resounding through the mountains, but no one answered. What's going on? Are they dating or something? She told him to touch her. Here, channel your dark energy into the spot. When you pivot, you move it here. Simon was genuinely correcting the girl. When you pivot, you move it here, Melon. If you want to clear up the misunderstanding, it's better to act indifferent than to get agitated and deny it. All right, do what I just showed you. Give it a try. Okay. Melon threw a kick, showing clear improvement, but she couldn't hold the cool pose for even a second before she fell flat on her face. Huh? Are you okay? Even though you fell, you've improved. It's still a long road, but it's okay. Oh, he's just teaching Melon the stances. Simon, that kick just now was so cool. Can you teach me too? Instantly, a group of girls with messy hair gathered around him. What kind of guy is he? The topic of today's lesson is recovery. The greatest advantage of a skeleton is its regenerative ability. Aaron waved his hand. Streams of energy flew in, leaving the students wide-eyed and open-mouthed. The principle of restoration isn't complicated. The fractured skeleton suddenly became whole again. Even if a skeleton's body is severed by a strong impact, its bones still retain residual dark energy. As he spoke, the teacher demonstrated by breaking the skeleton's bones. You just need to activate that spot and maximize its attractive properties, which will pull the bones back to their original structure. All right, let's start practicing. A chaotic scene began. One group had their skeleton jump on them. Another group tried desperately, but their skeleton's bones just rattled. But Simon was quite calm. Melon started the conversation. Hey, do you think you can get away with being so lazy? I'll be done in a minute and a half. You're really good at this. But don't get cocky just because you're good at this recovery skill. You haven't forgotten your promise, have you? I haven't forgotten. Don't worry. I'll definitely get a higher score than you. As long as you don't forget. If I had gotten question 20 right, I would have had a 90 in the subject. Question 20 in summoning. Oh, you mean the test from Professor Jean-Olivier's class? The one on the last page, right? That question was easy. Yeah, for sure. Even without taking the prep class, you still solved it. What was your answer? 1,200,146. Huh? How? Hey. How did you get that? Simon Follett. Valencia. What are you doing? He caught us. The two of them turned pale. I've already restored the skeleton, so I'm reviewing materials for the next class. Her face darkened as she looked at them. After class ends, you stay behind. The two of them looked even worse. I'm sorry. The classroom was empty. The teacher and students sat facing each other. The teacher crossed his legs, reading a book, then coolly said, "Follow me. There are a few things I hate, and one of them is students who, despite their willingness, learn nothing from my lessons. Yes, sir. Take out your skeleton. Yes, a snap of his fingers, as cool as Thanos. Skeleton. It appeared in a pile of pieces, restored in front of me. Yes, sir. With a clatter, the skeleton reassembled itself. It seems you're really good at this recovery skill, huh? In that case, I'll teach you a more advanced skill. Sir, weren't you going to reprimand me for not paying attention? What are you talking about? Aaron, holding a cigarette in one hand, pointed towards Simon and said in a cold voice, "This is a supplementary lesson. Let me make it clear so you don't misunderstand. It's a professor's responsibility to provide supplementary lessons to students who perform exceptionally well compared to the rest of the class." Simon's eyes sparkled, and he clasped his hands in gratitude to Professor Aaron. What a man, both handsome and kind. Aaron saw his shameless expression and bowed his head in resignation, saying, "Get in position." "Don't make me stay late." Simon eagerly replied, "Yes, sir." Before him was a skeleton with horns on its head, wearing iron armor, and a large blade on its back. It wore a red scarf, and a green energy emanated from the middle of its spine. Seeing it, Simon was as excited as if he had struck gold, so cool. Aaron directed his magic towards the skeleton. The bones that make it up. It began to separate. Aaron's eyes changed, filled with killing intent as he focused his power on the target in front of him. The bone segments twitched, making many clicking sounds. They separated independently under Aaron's magic. The bone segments flew up and surrounded Aaron. He continued to lecture Simon as he normally would in class. This is an offensive skill using regeneration. As he finished speaking, the bone segments shot out like a volley of arrows. They flew quickly and embedded themselves in the tree in front. "Bone pierce," Aaron said calmly. In contrast to Aaron, Simon was extremely surprised by it. But now, the poor squirrel, peacefully relaxing on the tree, was scared out of its wits by Aaron and fled. It's unclear if Aaron had a grudge against squirrels or if it was just bad luck, but Aaron then controlled his magic and swung his hand down. He controlled the bone fragments to plunge into the ground, blocking the squirrel's escape route. Aaron's tone remained flat as he continued to teach Simon an binding skill, also using regeneration. It's called bone prison. The bone segments controlled by Aaron formed a cage, trapping the squirrel inside. And finally, as Aaron drew out the last word, a murderous aura appeared and enveloped the surroundings. Aaron stretched out his hand. The bone segments were once again controlled and flew towards Aaron. It was just like a superhero transformation. His hands. Aaron's body was covered in a layer of sturdy armor. Quickly, just like the skeleton his professor had shown him earlier, Aaron took on that form. Simon was as excited as a child given candy. He kept saying, "So cool. This is bone armor." Depending on the Necromancer's ability, the skeleton can transform into a weapon, a prison, or armor. As he finished speaking, the layer on Aaron's arm gradually disappeared. Soon after, Aaron returned to his original form. The professor instructed Simon, "All the black magic skills I just showed you are applications of regeneration. Do you understand?" He quickly replied, "Yes." Aaron crossed his arms. Although his words held some praise, his face remained cold. "Of course, regeneration techniques are taught in the second year, but you've already mastered regeneration. That's why I've selected a few skills and will teach you how to use them." Simon was filled with excitement, clenching his fist and thanking Professor Aaron. Aaron spoke up, "For now, learn the bone pierce skill." Holding up one index finger, Aaron continued, "Before that, you also need to fix a habit when using regeneration." Simon, surprised, repeated Aaron's words, "Fix a habit." That's right. The key to regeneration is controlling the skeleton to the position you want. But your regeneration focuses on the skull. In other words, instead of waiting for the entire skeleton to recover from the skull and then move, you must use your will to have the skeleton recover in the desired position from the start. Simon looked down at his hand, where a faint source of magic was radiating. He remembered Fia saying something similar, and he thought he could probably use a similar method to control it. Simon closed his eyes and clenched his fist. He felt as if he were on the table, feeling the magic from his body radiating out and surrounding the bone fragments. Those bones seemed to come to life. They formed into their original shape, a mouse. Simon opened his eyes, surprised to see it moving. "It's not too slow. Let's move on to the next step." Aaron continued, "Regeneration and bone pierce are two different skills. The latter is just an application of restorative force, so let's consider them two separate skills." Aaron pointed to the skeleton on the ground. "Control them to fly up. When you regenerate, make it a habit to tilt the bone like this, so the sharp end will pierce the enemy's flesh. If you focus the dark energy on the bone in one direction, you can turn it into a sharp blade like this. For bone parts that don't have a sharp point, Use them to stick to the opponent, turning them into a way to bind the enemy. The bone segments, controlled by Simon's magic, wrapped around a tree trunk. He clenched his fist, focusing his power. The bone segments tightened around the tree trunk, and then with a loud crack, the victim of those bone segments instantly snapped in two. They all fell to the ground. Simon clenched his fist, excitedly saying, "I did it." Aaron, despite his cold and difficult demeanor, didn't hold back his praise upon seeing Simon's rapid learning ability. Aaron looked at Simon and said, "Right now, you're just simply crushing enemies with bones. But since you can reuse the destroyed skeleton as an offensive weapon, this will be your new trump card. Keep practicing to use it in actual combat." Simon smiled happily and replied, "Yes, thank you for the reminder, Professor." Aaron suddenly asked, "I heard Professor Zhang chose sunset globes for the proficiency assessment. Are you planning to fight?" Simon replied, "No, sir. My teammate, Melon, will handle that." Aaron inwardly praised the decision. Smart. Focusing on supporting your teammate is also very important. Plus, there's a lot to learn. Do your best. Before finishing, Aaron didn't forget to remind Simon, "This is just a supplementary lesson." "Yes, thank you, Professor." "Goodbye, sir," Simon said enthusiastically, even though Aaron seemed not to care, and walked straight away. Returning to the classroom, Simon happily pushed the door open. "Sorry I'm late." Seeing him, the others immediately burst into a frenzy like a disturbed beehive. "Simon, what happened? Simon, did he hit you?" Cammy was extremely worried about him. Her wings fluttered excitedly as she said, "We're still in the student protection period. How could the teacher be so cruel as to punish you like that?" Despite Simon's calming words, the group was still in an uproar. Dick, next to her, was just as agitated as Cammy, adding, "I heard the physical punishment at Kaizen is caning." It wasn't a punishment. It was just a supplementary lesson. Fortunately, Simon's words were heard by everyone. But honestly, after hearing it, everyone's face was comically blank and foolish. Perhaps because Simon's words were too hard to believe when compared to the terrifying personality and erratic behavior of Professor Aaron, they just assumed the professor's punishment had shocked him into mistaking it for a supplementary lesson. Melon, with her hands on her hips, glanced at Simon and said, "As long as you're not hurt, that's what matters. Now, let's look at this magic potion." Simon replied helplessly, "Yeah, okay, he said that." But inside, he felt incredibly helpless with this group of friends. Just a moment ago, they were all in a frenzy worrying about him, and now they flipped so quickly to being calm. On the table was a flask containing a glowing yellow liquid. Dick looked at the results and said happily, "Great, it's progressing well." Melon replied with a proud tone, "Of course it's perfect, I made it." The amount of water, ingredient measurements, boiling time, and impurity removal were all perfect. Melon happily gave a two-fingered wink and continued, "Just simmer for another 20 minutes and it's done." The others heard this and continuously praised her. Cammy, full of anticipation, prayed, "We worked so hard, I hope the result will be good." Melon agreed, "Yeah, we'll also have something to present in the basic black magic class." Dick suddenly had an idea. "Oh, since everyone's here, why don't we take this opportunity to prepare for tomorrow's presentation?" Night fell, and the moon rose high. The group was still studying. "All right, let's go over all the predicted questions." "Okay, there are 300 questions in total. We have all the answers." Melon Violin rested her head on the table and sighed. "We've got tomorrow in the bag, guys." Everyone was exhausted but still raised their fist and cheered, "Let's do this." The next day's evaluation began quickly. It was Simon's group's turn. Professor Jean Olivia carefully reviewed their draft and said calmly, "1 main damage dealer, 1 summoner, and 2 mages. Your group members have different specializations, but your roles do not, and this black magic combination lacks creativity. And you even came up with the idea of putting the main damage dealer in a support position. I don't understand what Group 7 is thinking." Her cold expression and harsh comments made the whole group tremble, thinking to themselves, "I can't believe none of the 300 questions we prepared were on the test." Professor Jean Olivia continued with her questions. "First, I want to hear why you divided the roles this way." Melon Violet quickly replied, "Yes, Professor. We thought a clear division of labor would be best. And we thought the most important goal was to defeat the Cyclops quickly and efficiently." Professor Zhang asked, "So, these positions are your group's optimal formation?" Melon affirmed, "Yes, that's right." Simon smiled slightly, his hand behind his back clenching in agreement. But suddenly Professor Zhang spoke up. "What is your opinion, Simon Valencia?" His expression became tense. The professor probably wants a different answer. But we're still in the student protection period. Today's presentation is just to get feedback on our strategy. so there's no need to be nervous. Just focus on showing teamwork. With that thought, Simon boldly replied, "First of all, I understand that our group lacks creativity in combining black magic, but more important than creativity is safety. We will hunt the Cyclops more cautiously than any other group. That way, our equivalent power score will compensate for our creativity score." Professor Zhang nodded slightly. "If you say so, then all right." Next, Camille Bertuesala. Hearing her name, Camille Bertuesala was a bit startled and immediately stood up straight, replying, "Present." The professor asked, "You are a hematology student, so you should be on attack, but I see you've left that position to a theology student. Instead, you're using curses to support. I want to hear your opinion on this." Camille Bertuesala's face turned pale, and she broke out in a sweat. Her head subconsciously bowed down. The group was worried this question was too difficult. Melon Violin thought to herself, "Cammy, don't worry. Just answer confidently. You can do it, Cammy. Don't give up." Simon, beside her, whispered softly, Cammy, it's the Cyclops from the potions class." Hearing a few keywords, Camille Bertuesala replied, "It's because of the Cyclops' characteristics." Professor Zhang continued, "Characteristics? Please explain." Cammy replied, "Yes, Cyclops are very tough. Blood curses work better with physical damage, so it's hard to defeat a Cyclops with blood curses. Melon knows how to use Dark Lightning, a dark elemental spell. So I think we can burn the Cyclops alive with Dark Lightning. Therefore, I think Melon Violent would be more suitable for attacking the Cyclops." This answer seemed reasonable. Professor Zhang continued to question, "I see. Then let me ask you this, if it were a different monster, what would you do?" This was a much tougher question. Camille Bertuesala clasped her hands, her face showing clear confusion as she stammered, "Well then, if that were the case." After thinking for a moment, she replied, "Then I would be the main damage dealer." The answer made the hall suddenly fall silent. Simon's group was shocked, their eyes wide as they stared at Cammy, wondering if she knew what she was saying. Cammy, realizing her slip of the tongue, covered her mouth with her hand. Professor Jean-Olivia smiled faintly and replied, "I'll remember that." Then she looked at the last person, Dick Haywood. Hearing his name, he cheerfully raised his hand and replied, "Present." Thinking she would ask him something, it turned out to be just a reminder. "Don't talk to the person next to you in class." She continued, "Group 7 is done. Next is Group 8. Please come forward." Dick left in disappointment without being asked a single question. In the cafeteria, students were gathered in groups, chatting lively. The topics were quite diverse. "We got homework on the very first day. I took the prep class, and this part is still hard to understand. You can use a different formula too. What are you drinking?" At a table by the window, Simon Valencia sat with his chin in his hand, seemingly waiting for someone. He thought to himself, "When will she get here? I have to meet her today, no matter what." Suddenly, there was a commotion at the door. "Look, is that her?" Lauren Agbold, a girl with a beautiful face and a healthy, energetic demeanor, casually flipped her long hair and walked in like a model. Noticing the curious glances and whispers of those nearby, she shot them a look and asked, "You got something to say?" Everyone immediately left. The girl walked straight up to Simon. Seeing this arrogant and proud demeanor, he felt a little confused and thought to himself, "It's strange. Why has Lauren become like a different person? She's a bit scary. Before she came to Kaizen, she was very sociable." "I think so. We went out. We went shopping together and ate together." Simon Valencia showed a friendly smile and said, "Long time no see, Lauren." The girl snorted and then changed her attitude, her face becoming much cuter. Lauren smiled. "Hello, Simon. This is the first time we've met since leaving Langerstein, isn't it? How have you been?" He was a bit awkward and stammered in reply, Yeah, I'm fine." Lauren held out a letter and asked, "By the way, what did you say to the girl who delivered the letter?" She held this letter and shouted, "Oh my God, you got an admission letter. I'm so jealous, Lauren." Simon answered nonchalantly, "I just told her to give it to you." Lauren said with a suspicious look, "Is that so?" He changed the subject. "You look great in the uniform, even better than I imagined." Hearing him say that, Lauren was a bit confused and asked, "Better than you imagined? What do you mean? Are you calling me fake?" Simon Valencia replied in embarrassment, "No, that's not what I meant. Because at Langerstein, you looked like a professional necromancer." A necromancer in a uniform is a bit. He raised his hands to his head and drew circles continuously, then asked, "You know what I mean?" Seeing his flustered state, Lauren burst out laughing. "It's okay, I'm just kidding. No need to be so worked up." "So, what is it? You wanted to see me? Lauren suddenly asked in a serious tone. Suddenly remembering the main purpose of the meeting, Simon Fallania hurriedly replied, "There's a traitor at Kaizen. You know Professor Jean-Olivier's class, right? The one with the Cyclops. I went to the Forbidden Forest to create a magic potion for it." She pondered thoughtfully. Seeing her expression, he added, "Lauren, it might be hard to believe, but Lauren interrupted. I believe you. The cross you saw, can you describe it to me in detail?" "What did it look like?" Simon nodded. "Of course. If I remember correctly, the largest cross was in the middle. On it was carved a statue of a woman. She was wrapped in vines." Lauren immediately confirmed, "Then it's clear. That woman is the goddess Deva, the only goddess worshipped by the priest at Ebnal." He muttered to himself, "Ebnal." She explained that it was a holy institute directly administered by the Pope, just as Kaizen trains necromancers, Ebnal trains priests. Specifically, the Saints is considered the strongest among the holy figures. The disciples of the Saints are all members of FNL and hold all the power in the council. Lauren slammed the cup down on the table with a loud thud and then crushed it. Her voice was full of anger. Why would a damn priest dare to set foot in Kaizen? "Simon, does anyone else know about this besides you?" He shook his head. "Only me and Camille Barrett, the person who went into the Forbidden Forest with me." "Okay, thank you for telling me. I'll report this to my mother immediately," she replied. Simon also thanked Lauren. She stood up, her voice urgent, telling me was the right decision. "If what you say is true, that priest must be a high-ranking priest with power equivalent to a professor, which means all the professors in Kaizen are suspects." Lauren clasped her hands to her chest and asserted that if he had asked a professor, they would have destroyed the evidence and obstructed the investigation. "My mother needs to know about this. That way, the priest can't interfere. The investigation will also be broader and more thorough." Simon Fallania laughed. "Haha, glad I could help." Lauren Agbo replied excitedly, "Then let's go, Simon." He asked in surprise, "Huh? Go where?" Her eyes lit up as she replied, "To the Forbidden Forest. There must still be evidence left at the scene where you saw the priest." Simon nodded and quickly stood up. "All right, let's go take a look." The two of them immediately moved into the forest. Upon arrival, Simon Valencia looked at the empty clearing in the forest before him and exclaimed in surprise, "Impossible. How can there be nothing here?" He stood there, stunned. "I'm sure this is the place. Right here, there was a shrine and a cross mark, but now there's no trace of Fia or that priest at all. How could this happen?" Lauren sat down, touching the ground to examine it. "The lack of any traces is even more suspicious. Simon, according to you, that priest was quite strong. Although I didn't witness the fight firsthand, I can still guess from the fact that they cleared such a large area. But what shocks me even more is that they implanted a core into their bodies to get to Kaizen, even though they serve a god." Lauren Agbold stood up and said calmly, "Priests believe the core is a power that opposes God." Hearing this, Simon interrupted, "Wait, Lauren, I have a question." She turned her head to listen. "What is it?" He continued, "If you open your core, you can't use holy power as a priest anymore, right?" Lauren replied, "Yes, I'm not entirely sure. There are mechanisms, but that's what they get." Simon became even more curious. "Get?" She rested her chin on her hand and explained, "Holy power is a strength that comes from faith in a god, and dark energy is the power of a cursed demon. That's what people say. Whatever their doctrine is, the fact that these two forces oppose each other is an undeniable truth." She placed her hand on Simon's shoulder and said seriously, "Thank you for cooperating with Kaizen, but the problem is that because that priest is very difficult to deal with, you are in great danger. We don't know when they will hunt you, so you should rest for a while." Simon directly refused, "No, I'm fine. I'll live as usual. I don't know if that priest saw my face, and if that person does hunt me, they'll leave a trace one way or another." "What?" Lauren exclaimed worriedly. "Don't be so foolish, Simon. If that evidence cost you your life, it will become meaningless." "What a hot-tempered girl." Simon placed both hands on her shoulders to reassure her. "Calm down and listen to me, Lauren. If I skip school or do anything unusual, the priest will start to suspect me." She remained adamant. "But at least let someone protect you." He persuaded her, "If there's a guard, it'll be the same. If a guard follows me, I'll stand out even more, and doing so would clearly show that I've told the higher-ups at Kaizen everything I saw that day. And Kaizen protecting me also shows that I feel threatened." Lauren Agbold was still worried. She was about to say more, but Simon stopped her. "We're dealing with a priest who has infiltrated Kaizen. As you said, they decided to come here and even open their core, an act considered a crime for priest." Lauren began to ponder thoughtfully. Simon's argument indeed had many valid points. He continued, "You also know that those fanatics can do things we can't predict." Lauren nodded in agreement. "All right, but you have to promise me one thing." She lowered her voice and said, "If I detect any unusual behavior, I will have someone guard you, even if it means you won't be free." "Understood." Lauren's finger gently wagged in front of his face, a gesture that clearly meant he couldn't say no. Simon Valencia smiled wryly in his heart and replied, "All right, I promise." She added, "And remember, you don't need to sacrifice yourself for anyone." He agreed, "Haha, I'll remember that too." Lauren looked around once more and said, "All right, the check is done. Let's head back to Kaizen." When the two returned to school, night had fallen. Lauren waved, "See you later, Simon," and went to her room. He watched her figure and thought to himself, "Sorry, I can't leave school just for this. I'll fall behind if I don't go to class." He gently waved back, "See you later." In truth, Simon was always worried. What if I get expelled from school for bad grades and lack of skills? He repeatedly shook his head. Impossible. If both choices have risks, then I'd rather continue going to school. Simon looked at the vast school before him and remarked, as Fia said, "There are many things to learn at Kaizen." The next day, students gathered in large numbers to move to the main hall. Dick Haywood exclaimed excitedly, "Professor Zhang is really something else. I heard that students only get to experience this in the second semester, but we get to experience it even before the student protection period ends." Camille Bertuesla had a gloomy expression. "I'm so worried. I couldn't sleep at all last night." Suddenly, an announcement echoed, "Everyone, this is Kaizen's combat simulation system." A bright light flashed, blinding everyone. The surrounding space transformed, and before everyone's eyes appeared a tall pillar radiating a sparkling light. Avalon is a system that only Kaizen has on the entire continent. It can create any magical creature for virtual battles. This is the result of moving Halicina, a virtual fortress, to Kaizen for modification and adjustment. Professor Jean-Olivia stood in the middle of the room and said, "The explanation is over. Now, I will briefly talk about the simulation test. All the rules are exactly the same as in the real test, and you will experience a maximum of 3 virtual battles before participating in the real fight. The simulated Cyclops will only consider the fighting member as an enemy. The combat member will wear this vest with a protective charm." Professor Zhang held up a neat black vest and continued, "When the vest's protective barrier reaches 0, the training session ends. You can wait for the next turn in the waiting room. In this simulation battle, you must evaluate how effective your team's strategy is and imagine what the real battle will be like. That's all. Move to your designated waiting rooms." The students were a bit tense upon hearing this. As they were leaving, Simon heard a reminder from the system. "Group 5, we will mark the positions of your group supporters." Everyone looked at the screen. Cindy is in Group 5, Theology, Dark Arts, Potions, and Spiromancy. The combat member specializes in Spiromancy. This team is quite balanced. Then we will begin the simulation battle for Group 5. Cindy and her teammates entered the simulation battlefield. The group was wide-eyed and open-mouthed at the scene before them. Amazing. And very quickly, right in front of Cindy, suddenly, a giant beast appeared. The realistic tremor made the students extremely excited. There it is, there it is. All right, let's begin." She spun her scythe in a blur. She said excitedly, "Let's destroy it." But with just one slap from the Cyclops, Cindy was defeated. Group 5 simulation failed. Time, 1 minute 16 seconds. Damage level, 22%. Protection level, 0%. Dick Haywood exclaimed, "Just one punch from the Cyclops depleted 50% of the protection level. We'll have to use charms faster than expected." Camille Barrett Ursula agreed, "That's right." Everyone seems worried even though this is just a simulation. Dick turned to ask, "Melon, can you do it?" She was a bit tense and stammered, "Yeah, I'm fine." The system's voice rang out, "Next, Group 3 and Group 7, please proceed." Simon and Hector Moore stood up. He asked Simon Valencia, "You'll be the fighter for Group 7, right?" He answered nonchalantly, "No, it's Melon Violet." Hector Moore was very surprised to hear that and exclaimed, "What? That foolish lady from the ivory tower? You're giving up your position to protect her honor?" Simon shrugged, "Of course not. It's simply because she's the strongest among us." Hector Moore frowned slightly, showing his annoyance. The group entered the arena. The system announced, "Group 7, we will mark the positions of your group supporters." Magic circles quickly appeared on the floor. "Supporters, please step into your positions. The Cyclops won't see you, so just relax. Of course, if you step out of the circle, you will be eliminated." Cammy, Dick, and Simon stepped into the 3 circles. The teaching assistant asked Melon, "Fighter, are you ready?" She was startled and quickly replied, yes, yes. The group saw their teammates' nervous state and encouraged her. "Melon, pull yourself together. Are you sure you're okay?" "Don't worry too much, Melon. It's just a simulation. You can do it." She took a deep breath and replied, "Yeah, thanks. I'm fine." The system announced. Then the first simulation battle for Group 7 begins. The battlefield quickly materialized, and the Cyclops was right in front of them. It stood there growling. Melon shouted, "Everyone, get ready. You all remember our strategy, right?" The group replied, "Yeah, of course." Simon thought to himself, "Melon seems fine. I don't need to worry anymore." He observed the situation with confidence. "I'll do exactly as planned. I just need to focus 100% on my job." The 2 skeletons were ready. Dick and Cammy were also ready to cast their spells. But in a flash, Melon Volan was knocked down by the Cyclops' first blow. The group froze for a moment, staring at their teammate lying flat on the ground, then cried out in alarm. "Melon, are you okay?" The atmosphere turned cold and gloomy. The system announced, "The first simulation battle for Group 7 has concluded. Well done, you have executed your initial plan." The group walked out dejectedly. Professor Jean calmly evaluated, "I'm quite impressed that the summoner could use skeletons to draw the Cyclops' attention." Simon replied in a low voice, "Thank you." However, overall, the other members fell behind, slowing the monster with exhaustion charms and defeating it with dark fire. In theory, it seems logical, but now you must realize that reality is different. The biggest problem is the lack of skill. Minimize missing while casting spells. That's all. The group said in unison, "Thank you, Professor." Then they quickly walked out. Everyone was watching the screen. Team 3 won. Hector is amazing. He actually defeated it. He defeated it in the first practice run. Simon's group read the achievement board. Group 3 simulation successful. Time for minutes to seconds. Damage level, 100%. Protection index, 98%. Total score, 98% means he wasn't hit even once. We have to do that well to get an A. Is that even possible? I'm so jealous. At that moment, Hector came out. As he passed by Simon, he gave a slightly smug smile. Melon suddenly said, "Hey, everyone. We have to make sure we win the real battle." The second match began. The Cyclops' power was truly terrifying. Simon guided everyone in the battle. It seems that using 2 exhaustion charms can't slow it down. "Melon, I think you should dodge its attacks," she asked back me. He replied, "Yeah, remember to use the dark energy we learned in combat magic class." Melon jumped back to dodge, exclaiming, "Okay, I'll try." "Cammy, forget about the curse's durability. The important thing is to stack multiple layers of charms," Simon reminded the 2 of them. Cammy and Dick exerted their internal energy to cast spells. When he felt it was ready, Dick began to combine his attack with Cammy's, striking the Cyclops directly in the face. Melon fell right at its feet. It immediately identified its opponent and swung its wooden club. Melon couldn't dodge in time and screamed. The system announced, "Simulation failed." Time, 3 minutes 45 seconds. Damage level, 42%. Protection index, 0%. Total score, Cammy exclaimed with regret, "We were so close. We only have one more chance." Melon Violan sighed helplessly. "I know." Simon rested his chin on his hand, thinking deeply, then said, "Listen up, everyone. I have a way to ensure we win. First, the basic plan remains the same. Cast charms and Melon Violent will cast Dark Fire. But using double exhaustion charms isn't effective, so Camille and Dick, you 2 will use for layers of exhaustion charms with multicasting." Dick was worried. "What? I've never even performed multicasting before." Cammy also admitted, "Me neither." "It's not impossible, but do we have enough time to do that?" Simon reassured them, "It's okay. I'll buy as much time as possible with the skeletons." "All right, let's try it." The third match began. Immediately, a skeleton crawled onto the Cyclops. Simon said, "Good, and we'll also use the mountainous terrain." "Dick, use your specialty, enchantment." Dick immediately replied, "Got it." Cammy continuously cast her spells. In a moment, she announced, "I've completed the first layer of the exhaustion charm." Dick also announced, "I'm done too." Preparing for the next phase. Suddenly, the Cyclops swung its arm and knocked the skeleton down, shattering it. Melon announced, "Dark Fire is 80% complete." Simon reassured her, "The 7th skeleton is about to advance." He quickly launched an attack. The Cyclops, holding a wooden club in one hand and a skeleton in the other, was momentarily unsure what to do with the next one crawling on its thigh. At this moment, everyone announced, "Simon, it's done." Cammy, with 2 layers of exhaustion charms in her hands, was also ready. He ordered a skeleton to climb up from behind, distracting it. The Cyclops, feeling an itchy and uncomfortable sensation, looked left and right, momentarily focusing on its back and neglecting its opponent. Melon announced that the dark fire was complete. The Cyclops lunged forward. Simon announced, "It has entered the range of the exhaustion charm." Cammy and Dick attacked with 2 layers of exhaustion charms. On the other side, Merlin Vuelin simultaneously cast dark fire. A very powerful explosion rang out. Simon encouraged her, "With 4 layers of exhaustion charms, you'll be able to dodge the Cyclops' attacks." Melon Violin exclaimed, "You're telling me to dodge on my own?" Simon replied, "No. Follow my instructions." "All right, I'll try." Just as she was about to tiptoe, Simon suddenly shouted, "Melon, in front of you." A strike like a clap of thunder descended. She immediately jumped to the side to avoid it. Simon shouted again, "Run forward." Ahead, the Cyclops immediately followed close behind. Cammy, on the other side, continued to cast another exhaustion spell. Simon reminded Cammy block its vision with a bloodline charm. Instantly, a drop of blood appeared on her fingertip. A bloody mist rose, forming a red silk ribbon. It quickly wrapped around the Cyclops' head. She called out, "Go, Simon." He commanded his skeletons, "Get into position and pull." A chain wrapped around the Cyclops' neck. The Cyclops growled and struggled. Simon shouted, "Dick, use an enchantment charm so the chain won't break." Dick quickly cast his enchantment. The Cyclops went into a rage, trying to advance forward but was held back by the chain. At that moment, Simon yelled, "Melon, finish it." She unleashed a final dark fire blast with all her might, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Why won't you just die?" The Cyclops was hit and roared in pain. The group was exhausted. They stood watching their opponent. The creature was being consumed by a massive fire. Its huge body collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The system displayed a notification, Group 7 simulation successful. Time, 6 minutes 46 seconds. Damage level, 100%. Protection index, 97%. The group shouted in joy, "We did it." Professor Jean's voice rang out, "Congratulations, Group 7, for defeating the Cyclops. Very commendable. You executed a strategy that was only theoretically possible, adapted it with practical experience." Dick gave a thumbs up in admiration. Professor Jean continued her assessment, "But you need to improve your long-term combat abilities and you still depend on the summoner's skills. You made a very good judgment by quickly casting multiple spells to enhance the curse, but you still made many mistakes. Remember to practice and improve your dark magic. That's all." The group excitedly said, "Yes, thank you, Professor." Everyone started praising them again. "Your team is really good. You were so cool, Melon." Cindy ran over and said with delight, "Hey Simon, you did a great job." "The whole team was awesome," he replied. "Thanks, Cindy." The two high-fived with great enthusiasm. She asked, "Isn't multicasting really hard?" Dick honestly replied, "Actually, it was a bit confusing." Everyone chatted happily together, except for Hector, who didn't seem pleased. He glared at Simon with a hateful look. Finally, the training session was over. Professor Zhang said, "Today's class is dismissed. Have a good weekend, students." The students replied in unison, "Thank you, Professor." The group walked home together. Melon asked, "Are we practicing this weekend too?" Cammy agreed, "Yeah, I realized my weaknesses in the simulation." Dick heard this and exclaimed, "Hey, really? Cammy, didn't someone ask you out on a date?" Melon looked over. "What?" But Cammy said, "Oh, yeah, but I turned him down. I want to practice with you guys." As she spoke, she looked at Simon. He smiled slightly and replied, "Is that so?" Dick suddenly raised his hand and said seriously, "Sorry, but I'll have to pass this time. I have to go to Rochester for a conference." Melon said nonchalantly, "It's fine." "What about you, Simon?" He replied, "I'm busy tomorrow. I'll go the day after." Melon's face darkened, and she growled, "All right, Dick wants to be a merchant, but what's your reason?" Simon honestly replied, "I have private training. I'm trying to catch up on the prep classes. Someone in Rochester is teaching me summoning." The next day, Simon went to Fia's place. He called out a greeting, "I'm here." Fia was already waiting. "Welcome." Simon stepped inside and asked, "How are you?" "Sorry to bother you as soon as I arrived, but could you take a look at my skeletons?" Fia looked at the pile of junk on the floor and asked in surprise, "Are you here to train or to move house?" He laughed and said, "I want to add more skeletons to my legion, so I need more weapons to distribute." He picked up a skull to examine it. I see. But what did you do to make them so battered? Simon replied, they were damaged during the simulation. After some repairs, Fia said, done. Shall we start training? The ones we just reassembled need time to recover. How about you use the humanoid skeletons this time? He pointed to a large crate and said, it might be a bit difficult for a newcomer like you to control them, so focus. He took out humanoid skeletons and said, today, I will teach you how to control multiple skeletons at once. First, how many skeletons can you control at one time right now? Simon replied, 2 is the maximum. If I try to control more than 3, my mind starts to get jumbled, and it becomes harder to give commands. I also get a headache. Fia bent down to reassure him. Don't worry. It doesn't matter how many you can command. What's important is how well you control them, even if it's just 1 or 2. He then arranged the humanoid skeletons into 2 teams, 2 in each, with blue and red ribbons tied on their heads. Once done, Fia shouted, all right, let's fight the skeletons. I'll just command 2 at the same time. Let's go, kid. Simon replied enthusiastically, yes. He controlled 2 humanoid skeletons to charge forward. The sound of clashing weapons rang out. The combat power was also very strong. Good advanced suddenly, the blue team used a spear to attack. The red team was ordered to duck to avoid the blow, but it was too late. The 2 sides fought for a while, and one of the red skeletons was hit. A continuous blow and fell. About the fact. Later, Simon yelled, that's not fair, Fia. You said you'd only use the skeletons. Fia retorted, what do you mean? I'm only controlling 2, just like you. He was surprised. What? He moved the sword-wielding skeleton first. Then he gave an order to the spear-wielding skeleton, and so on, one after another. Seeing Simon's contemplative expression, Fia laughed triumphantly. You must have figured it out. This technique is called cross-combat. You'll quickly issue orders back and forth between the skeletons to expand your limited control range. If you can't control many at once, you will control them by activating 2 at the same time. This is the key to this tactic. He rubbed his chin and muttered, quickly at the same time. The 2 skeletons clapped their hands together, then put their arms around each other's shoulders. He suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Fia exclaimed enthusiastically, it's a good thing I taught you. If you understand, let's put it into practice right away. The goal is to master cross-combat. Simon replied, understood. At the beginning of the next week, the group lay on the grass, stretching. Dick complained, I'm so tired. Melon replied cheerfully, but everyone has improved a lot, especially you, Simon. You've gotten better at controlling the skeletons. Cammy agreed, I think so too. Simon asked, really? Melon nodded. You used to only be able to command 2 at a time, but now it's 3. It's thanks to your private lessons in Rochester, isn't it? Simon laughed. That's right. Melon's eyes lit up as she asked, who taught you? Who was it? A professional necromancer or someone from Kaizen? Cammy guessed. That person must be very skilled, right? Simon replied vaguely, my father introduced me. Before he could finish, the 2 girls proposed, really? I want to study under them too. Me too. You improved so much in just 1 day. Your master must be a black magic master. Fia laughed. Am I that famous? The voice came from the small badge on Simon's collar. He thought to himself, Fia, keep it down, my head hurts. But Fia spoke even louder. Tell them I'm very willing to teach them if they die and become soldiers of the Legion. He let out a loud laugh. Simon grunted in response. That's forbidden in Kaizen. Simon skillfully declined. Sorry, he's not like that in person. He's quite busy, so he doesn't have much time to teach me. The 2 girls were disappointed. Melon frowned and said, you're so stingy. Cammy looked regretful. Dick, lying on the grass, analyzed. You have to put yourself in Simon's shoes. Of course he wouldn't reveal it. If his score is lower than yours, Simon would have to leave Kaizen. There's no way he'd say it. He laughed bitterly in his heart. Let them think what they want. Melon stood up abruptly and motivated herself. All right, even without extra lessons, I'm still better than you. Get up. Let's continue training. Prepare for next week. Simon was excited. All right, then tomorrow came, and the student protection period ended. The group arrived. Simon stared at the teacher and asked worriedly, how many people today? Dick replied, 19. Ba Hinamaga, the first-year theology professor, stood at the podium. His eyes were glued to a thick stack of papers, and he relentlessly threw substandard assignments to the floor, shouting, is this garbage your homework? You don't deserve to be at Kaizen. Don't let me see you again. The students below looked ashen-faced. Dick covered his mouth. So that's 20 people. In just one day, 20 students were expelled from Kaizen. On the sports field, a group of students ran while complaining. Professor Bahin, why? I mean, how could you deduct 10 points from my grade? Dick was so tired he could barely breathe, but he still kept complaining. I'd rather run all day than get a point deduction. Professor Hong Pen is much better. Combat magic is the best. I love it. Simon teased. You shouldn't have fallen asleep. Dick gradually fell behind. Melon, at the beginning of every session, you'll always fall behind. Seeing Melon continue to run, Simon said worriedly, don't overdo it, you can. He hadn't even finished speaking when Melon accelerated and dashed forward. Dick, at the back, was out of breath and panting. All right, luckily, it's the proficiency assessment. But, Mom, save me. Simon replied, I know. He suddenly remembered the conversation from the day before. While they were arranging some logs, he asked Cammy, did you train with Melina yesterday too? Cammy replied, yes. I practiced exhaustion curses, and Melon worked on her physical fitness all day. He asked again, physical fitness. Melon remembered what Simon told her, that she could easily cast dark fire, but she said she couldn't just rely on his words to dodge the Cyclops' attacks. After that, we studied as a group until late. She studied right after finishing her training. She stayed up all night studying. Hearing that, Simon asked, without sleeping at all. Camille replied, yes. I asked if she was tired, and she said she was fine because she had drunk an awakening potion. Simon thought to himself, come to think of it, whenever I see Mel and Valine, she's always studying. It's admirable, but why? Why does she have to work so hard? At that moment, Melon, standing in front, waved and called, Simon, come watch me. Step out of the shadows. Look at this. Then she leaped high into the air, to the admiration of the whole group. Dick's eyes widened. Whoa. Melon asked, so, is there anything I need to fix? Simon replied, no, you're actually doing great. She laughed with delight. Really, really? All that training for tomorrow wasn't a waste. Cammy clapped for Melon excitedly. You're amazing, Melon. That's impressive. How did you improve so much in just a few days? Melon answered confidently, of course, I trained especially for this. Simon, worried she was overtraining, reminded her, don't push yourself too hard, Melon. We passed the simulation test, so we'll definitely be able to do it in the real thing. She naturally understood his meaning, but still replied casually, I know, but I don't plan to just pass. First place, I have to work hard to get the #1 spot no matter what. So that was why she was studying and training so hard. Simon was about to say something more, but an announcement came from the other side. Break time is over. Everyone, stand up. We'll run to the next point without resting. The group quickly set off. By the time they reached the finish line, Simon was exhausted. Professor Hong Pen walked over and called, Simon. He looked up and said, oh, hello, Professor. Professor Hong Pen had the build of a true athlete, strong and energetic, with a distinctive tan, chestnut hair tied up high, and a very friendly attitude that made her popular with the students. She put her hands on her hips and asked with a smile, have you practiced the dark combat skills I taught you? Simon quickly replied, of course, I've improved a lot since I first learned them. She observed him carefully and then assessed, you're right. Your dark flow is much better now. Your overall ability has increased, and you've gotten stronger. Simon replied happily, really? Of course, as I said, you have a talent for this subject. While they were chatting happily, someone called out, Professor, a student is injured. It looks like she sprained her ankle, the teaching assistant, Brad, reported. Professor Hong Pen replied, let me go see, she instructed. Simon, remember to practice continuously to improve. He replied, yes, thank you, Professor. Then he went back to Dick and Camille and asked, where's Melon? Camille quickly replied, I don't know. I'm always at the back of the group. Dick sat up and chimed in, me too. Cammy came looking for me to ask about Melon, so we were both looking for her. Why can't we find her? Simon looked left and right, searching. He replied, no, I haven't either. Just as he said that, Professor Hong Pen approached, her expression quite serious. Someone just got injured. Simon's group looked over at the person Brad was carrying back. It was Melon Violet. Her leg was wrapped in a first aid bandage. Everyone immediately took Melon to the infirmary. The group was stunned when the doctor announced, Melon Violin, your ankle is seriously injured. You'll have to wear a brace for a while. You can still attend classes, but you can't participate in combat classes with physical activities for a week. The atmosphere became heavier. Melon stood up abruptly and limped towards the doctor, exclaiming, "What? No, I'm fine. It's nothing serious. I can still walk. I can participate in the combat classes." But before she could finish her sentence, the pain made her face turn pale. Cami Bar's Ursula ran to support Melon, her face filled with worry. Seeing her so agitated, the doctor sighed and said sternly, "Melon Violin, this isn't a recommendation. It's an order. Students prioritize survival at Kaizen, but I'm a doctor. My patient's recovery is my #1 priority. I will remove your name from classes that require movement." Hearing this, Melon sat down, her face sad and her voice dejected. "I'm sorry, everyone. Please leave me alone for a bit. I do not know." This was a huge blow to Melon, so everyone went outside. But after a few steps, Simon turned back and said, "Melon, if you keep blaming yourself like this, nothing will change." Melon bowed her head and said loudly, "Then what do you want me to do? What are we going to do about the fight with the Cyclops tomorrow?" He replied, "We'll find another way." Melon yelled, "Another way? What other way? We've worked hard on our strategy and potion for a whole week. You know that." Cami felt a bit heartbroken seeing her teammates so sad, but she didn't know what to say. Melon continued her rant, "We've only practiced this formation for a week, and tomorrow is the real fight with the real Cyclops. Are you mocking me or something? It's my fault. You can taunt me all you want. Because of me, you'll get the lowest score on the proficiency test. In the end, you'll be kicked out of Kaizen, and it'll be my fault too. I got injured because I wanted to be #1. Seeing her lose her composure, Simon frowned and shouted, "Enough. If everyone agrees, I'll be the fighter for our group tomorrow." The students were led to a mysterious dungeon. Upon arrival, everyone was both amazed and a little scared because the space here was quite mystical. Faint yellow lights flickered, and green vines wrapped around the walls. The students whispered to each other, "Wow, you have to admit, Nephi's is amazing. How on earth did they manage to collect so many dungeons and ruins?" Cami said in awe. Vuk is a small island, but Dick continued, "Because Nephi's is a collector, it seems she discovered ancient ruins like this and brought them back to Vuk Island." Cami asked in surprise, "The whole thing?" Dick nodded. "Yes, she collected all of it." Melon was still on crutches, walking with heavy steps beside Simon. Cami looked at them, and then turned to Dick. "I feel so bad for them." Dick comforted her. "Why do you care? This is actually better for us." While in a state of turmoil, Melon overheard the chatter of her classmates. If a group member is injured, that group is toast, which made her even more upset. Cami asked Dick hesitantly, "Do you think our group can do it?" Dick asserted, "We'll do it. Trust Simon." The evaluation for Group 6 quickly ended. The teacher announced, "Next, Group 7, please step forward." Everyone saw Melon's figure and started whispering, "What's going on?" Melon's leg is injured, but she's still the fighter? Is that allowed? Didn't the doctor forbid her from doing that? It seems Simon has switched to the fighter position. Some students snickered. They're probably just pretending to try their best until the very end. Because if they do that, they'll at least get some points. Hector was secretly gloating because Group 7 was likely to be defeated. Simon reassured the group, "It's okay. Although the situation has changed a bit, it doesn't mean all our efforts have been in vain. So, let's all unite and try our best until the very last second." The teacher announced, "Bring in the next Cyclops." It entered with a massive, colossal body and a blood-red eye, looking truly terrifying. Now, the evaluation for Group 7 officially begins. The teacher reminded them, "You don't need to push yourselves too hard. If you feel you can't do it, just ask to stop the evaluation." Everyone replied in unison, "Yes, Professor." The Cyclops' footsteps made the ground shake. The students seemed incredibly small and frail. The test began. Simon had controlled his humanoid skeletons to attack. He tried to control 3 at once to attack the Cyclops. He reminded them, "Let's do exactly as we practiced. The combat position may have changed, but the plan remains the same. Draw its attention first." The skeletons attacked furiously but were ineffective. Unexpectedly, the Cyclops targeted Simon for its attack. It wasn't aiming for the skeletons like in the simulation. It seemed the situation had changed. Dick was stunned. "What is this?" In the simulation, it targeted the skeletons first. Melon said, "Because simulation and reality are very different. It will attack what it sees first." It seems like it wanted to target Simon from the very beginning. And it was true. Its blood-red eye was fixed on Simon and struck directly at him. Simon, however, if he couldn't, he quickly went up. Regeneration sickness. Oh no, reality is much harder than the simulation. It's entered the area of the exhaustion charm. Dick and Cammy joined forces, raising their hands to cast the exhaustion command. But it seemed the Cyclops was still unaffected. It wasn't affected for some reason. It was still incredibly strong and fierce. Simon quickly grabbed the spear. He stabbed it directly, but it was only a light scratch. Simon muttered, "That was too close. If I hadn't learned how to control dark energy, I would have been dead long ago." "Thank you, Professor Hongpen." While his mind wandered, Simon let his guard down. Dick quickly shouted, "Watch out above you, Simon." The Cyclops brought down a blow on Simon, but it seemed to miss, cracking the ground. Just a graze cost him 72% of his energy. Something was strange here. In the waiting room, the professor and the teaching assistant were watching the fight on a TV screen. The teaching assistant expressed his concern to the professor. "It seems there's a problem with the Cyclops. Its stats are much stronger than the Cyclops of the other groups. Although it shows aggressive behavior, it's not cursed at all. Should we stop the test and bring in a new Cyclops?" The professor remained calm. "Let's see." The teaching assistant was hesitant. "But this isn't fair at all." The professor emphasized, "Fairness is not an important virtue at Gaizen." She added, "Do teaching assistants only choose weak opponents to fight in reality? Would you cancel a mission if your opponent was far stronger than you expected, or if unexpected incidents occurred?" The teaching assistant was speechless, but still tried to explain, "Well, but this isn't a real battle, it's just an evaluation. And these students are still too young." The teaching assistant's anxiety was clear on his face. The professor emphasized again, "Age is not a factor. Metrics like tests and scores aren't important. What's most important is what they learn from this experience. In other words, the fact that they are people of Kaizen is what truly matters. Just trust them and wait for the results." Clearly, they've just realized they need to change. Back in the fight, Simon was lightly injured, hiding behind a rock and clutching his arm. He muttered, "Something is definitely not right here." Dick was terrified. How is it still unharmed after being hit by the exhaustion charm 3 times? What the hell? How many times do we have to hit it before it stops? Simon told Dick and Cammy, "Don't use the charm anymore. It doesn't seem to be effective." Dick questioned, "But there's no other way." "You saw it. All the other groups succeeded with the exhaustion charm." Melon's eyes widened in disbelief. "Honestly, I don't know the reason either, but you've realized it too, right?" Simon said, "That's why we need to change our attack method." The group said in unison, "How?" Simon slowly stood up. "Just do whatever you guys want to do. Forget all the strategies we came up with." Hearing Simon's voice, the Cyclops glanced its blood-red eye towards him. Simon then bravely ran straight up to fight it, instructing his teammates, "What? Just help me in any way you want." "Got it, Simon. So I just need to do my best to help Simon, right?" With that, Cammy extended her index finger and gave Simon something that looked like blood. "Simon, use this." Next, Dick also launched a supportive attack for Simon. He praised, "Perfect timing, Dick." At this moment, Simon was also concentrating on controlling his skeletons. "Focus, just like Professor Bahan showed us." Simon reminded himself, "I have to recall that feeling." "All right, everyone. Thanks, Professor Bahan." It seemed Simon had grasped some truth. He gathered all his strength, stood up to face the Cyclops, and said, "Come on." With that, a swarm of skeletons charged forward. Simon silently thanked Fia. Then he shouted, "All-out attack." All the skeletons tried to find reasons to succeed. They all swarmed and tore at the Cyclops. It was hit by the spears stabbing into its body. It cried out in pain, its eye looking like it was about to fall out. The class watching from outside observed the intense battle and couldn't stop talking. Did they change their plan? Well, their formation has changed, so they must have come up with a different plan. Hector watched the battle intently, thinking to himself, so this must be just a hasty, improvised tactic. Simon thought, the strategy has changed, but it's not bad. He suddenly realized he had missed something. I feel like I can do much better than this." He remembered Fia's teachings. To control the undead requires a strong will. A top-tier necromancer, even when doing the most mundane things, still shows an unshakable will. That determination can be emotions like rage, hatred, or malice. The more negative the emotion, the greater the power it brings. Thinking of this, Simon lowered his head and shouted, "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" Everyone's eyes were fixed on Simon. He focused intently on the 2 words, "Kill him." The skeletons, following his command, attacked the Cyclops fiercely. It seemed to be seriously injured. Simon looked up at the monster. "It's going to be too late," she mumbled. Melon mumbled, "Dark elemental magic, dark ice." With a crack, It seemed the monster was instantly frozen. She shouted, "Keep going, Simon. Don't stop. We're about to win." Simon shouted, "Thanks, Melon, Cammy, all the conditions have all been met." At that moment, the Cyclops was completely frozen, and now it was Cammy's turn. Cammy said clearly, "I understand, Simon. USL blood magic, hemorrhage." Cammy's face looked like a blood doll. A boiling red color looked terrifying. Dick rushed up to support Cammy as she seemed to be running out of strength. Cammy shouted, "The rest is up to you, Simon." Simon said confidently, "Leave it to me, Cammy." While working, Simon silently thanked Professor Aaron for teaching him knowledge he could apply at this moment. He used the regeneration command, a unique move, Bone Spikes. Cindy and the others outside marveled. "Oh, that's awesome." Simon shouted, "Everyone, use the Naviati potion." The group replied in unison, "Understood." Immediately, a bright yellow poison was created to attack the Cyclops. "It's working." "Please go down. Please," Simon prayed. "Please go down." "Oh no. What? It can still stand up. What the hell?" "Unless we use a finishing blow, all other attacks are meaningless." Simon yelled, "Dick, give me the charm." Dick quickly tossed it to Simon. "Take it, Simon." Simon was worried. The dark energy is gone, so the charm's effect only lasts for 10 minutes. Simon caught what Dick threw to him. "All right, thanks." But Simon had been knocked down by the monster. Simon crawled away. "Oh, my leg. I have no strength left." The class outside cheered enthusiastically. "Get up, Simon. You have to win, Simon. Come on. Don't give up." Hector watched and felt something was wrong. Could it be? Seeing this, the professor also quickly stood up to observe. The teaching assistant trembled behind him. "Professor." The Cyclops prepared to bring a blow down on Simon's head. The terrified screams of his friends echoed endlessly. Simon, Simon, with no other choice. Simon was forced to use all his strength to create a dark magic circle under his feet. Jump! And then, Simon jumped up powerfully. The body of the Cyclops. He attacked its thick, armored skin. It used its wooden club in its hand to strike back at Simon. In the end, that last blow reduced the Cyclops' life force, but Simon's defense rating was only at 7%. Simon, in his battered state, thought to himself, "Simon, come on. Surely, ending like this is not very Necromancer-like." Simon tried to use the last of his strength. 2 rears assembled to arms, eyes cotton, and controlled it to use a sword to continuously slash at the Cyclops, causing its body to bleed. And just as Simon collapsed, the Cyclops was also defeated. It lay sprawled on the ground, no longer moving. The system's announcement woke Simon up. "Group 7, you have successfully killed the Cyclops. We did it." Simon happily clenched his fist. Dick jumped up and hugged Simon. "Simon, yes, you did it." Melon was just as happy. "You did a great job, amazing." "I'm so proud of you, my friend. You're definitely the best." Cammy smiled brightly. "Congratulations, you did it." Melon shyly told Simon, "Gee, good job, Simon." "Oh, well, just consider it my debt to you." Simon smiled and replied, "You did a great job too, Melon." The group was ecstatic about this victory. Simon couldn't stop praising Melon because despite her leg injury, she didn't falter at all. "Yeah, Simon, I am." Before Melon could speak, everyone chimed in to praise her. "Melon, you did a great job too." "Melon, sorry about yesterday," Dick said enthusiastically. "That's right. That ice magic was absolutely amazing." Melon looked serious. "Hey guys, let me be serious for a second." The group just giggled. "Oh, did Melon say something?" At the end of the class, the whole class gathered. They listened to the professor's comments. Everyone did a great job today. First, regardless of scores and results, as a professor, I am very pleased that no one in the class was seriously injured during this practical evaluation. The class thanked her in unison. "Professor," she emphasized seriously, "but results are the most important thing at Geisen. So let's start the evaluation from Group 1. Group 1, please step forward." Cindy Vivaci's spiritmancy skills were impressive, but the strategy relied on only one person, and making many mistakes is a valid reason to deduct points. The girls replied with downcast faces. "Thank you, Professor. Thank you." Next, Kureno Sara and Iona Kasumi, please hold each other's hands. The 2 girls were bewildered. "What for?" "If there's an issue between you 2, resolve it soon. This time, you didn't ruin the group evaluation like amateurs, but there's no guarantee for next time. I won't interfere with your personal problems, but you need to end this soon." Simon was surprised that the professor even knew about their conflict. She knows about all the conflicts, even the smallest ones between students. Dick was unfazed. This isn't the only surprising thing. Simon turned his head and asked, "What else?" Melon coldly said, "Many groups successfully hunted the Cyclops, but only 8 groups succeeded in the simulation. Now it's 13 groups." Simon still didn't understand. "Is that important?" Dick continued, "It means that just succeeding in defeating the Cyclops isn't that important. What's important now is getting a higher score." The professor continued to evaluate and grade the groups. When it came to Hector's group, the final score for Group 3 is A. Well done. Your group had clearly defined roles for each member, good teamwork, and a hunting time of less than 4 minutes, which is the shortest in the class. And even the defense rate was consistently maintained above 90%. The class buzzed with chatter. Does that mean Hector will be first in the class? With the score he got, that's probably it. The professor told Hector, "I look forward to seeing you grow." Well done. Hector was overjoyed and thanked her. And finally, Group 7. You were a complete mess. You took 13 minutes and 58 seconds, and the fighter's defense rate was a single-digit number, only 7%. Furthermore, your reckless actions were completely inconsistent with the pre-discussed strategy. The evaluation score for Group 7 is D. The group sadly bowed their heads and thanked her. But the professor suddenly continued, "Of course, that's the evaluation score without the special information." Hearing this, Simon's eyes lit up. She held up a piece of paper in front of the class. "This is the autopsy result of the Cyclops that Group 7 killed." The class was surprised. An autopsy? The results show that the curses and potions used to capture the Cyclops caused an unusual side effect. The Cyclops that Group 7 faced became extremely aggressive and gradually lost control once the curse was broken. In addition, their physical strength also increased significantly for a short period. In other words, they showed abnormal behavior due to side effects. Therefore, the Kaizen administration has determined that the difficulty level of Group 7's evaluation was completely different from the other groups. The class started buzzing again. The Kaizen administration. I told you, Group 7's Cyclops was weird. Melon was just as surprised. The professor continued her evaluation. Based on the autopsy results of the Cyclops mentioned above, the administration has concluded that the Cyclops defeated by Group 7 will be scored higher than the other Cyclops. In other words, you fought a Cyclops on the level of a red Cyclops. Everyone in Simon's Group 7 was stunned. What? The professor continued, "So, we will apply a new evaluation standard for the group to be fair, right?" Hector's face fell, looking terrifying. He thought he was the undisputed leader, but it turned out Simon was always the one in his way. "Let me announce the exact scores." Melon Violin. Melon replied nervously, "Yes. You use basic dark magic, which is far beyond the average level of first-year Kaizen students, and you play the most important role in protecting the fighter. Your shortcoming was getting injured due to overtraining and poor self-management, but even so, your fighting spirit despite the injury was impressive. I'm giving you a personal score of 80. Hearing that, Melon couldn't hold back her emotions. Her eyes welled up with tears. Next, Dick Haywood. You used the dark curse at the right place and time very well, helping the process of defeating the Cyclops go smoothly. I'm also giving you a personal score of 80. Dick laughed loudly. Thank you, Professor. Professor, now for Kami Barasashula. You did a great job as the main attacker, using hematology to deal damage. Causing such hemorrhage is very rare, even for necromancers with this specialty. I'm giving you a personal score of 85. Kami happily thanked her. Finally, Simon Valencia. You completed your duty as a fighter well. You demonstrated the ability to deal with unexpected variables and leadership skills in caring for your teammates. You also proved your physical strength and dark combat ability while dodging attacks and prolonging the fight with the Cyclops. You controlled the summoned creature to meet the appearance conditions of hemorrhage and also demonstrated various applications of the regeneration skill. And especially, you didn't give up until you killed the Cyclops. Very wonderful. I'm giving you a personal score of 100. It's a shame there's no score higher than A+. The whole class exclaimed, "That's a perfect score." Unbelievable. You're amazing. Group 7 joyfully hugged each other. We did it. Simon is awesome. 100 points. Hector's friend turned to him hesitantly and asked, "Hector?" He growled coldly, "Shut up before I cut out your tongue." Hector's face was dark and murderous, making no one want to ask him anything more. Meanwhile, Group 7 was still extremely happy because they deserved it. The group of 5 sat around a fire, raising their cups and shouting excitedly, "Cheers to the A+ grade." Kami Bar's Uesala said in surprise, "Oh, I think this is real liquor." Simon frowned and asked, "Oh really?" Kami immediately replied, "That's right. Hong Peng Tun Sokamark last raised his cup and said with a bright smile, "But don't worry, tonight I'll be your guardian. Kaizen has given special permission to celebrate your amazing achievement in the evaluation." She continued, "The student protection period is over, so you must be facing many difficulties. But you should know that it's not that the professors hate you." Dick Haywood and Melon Volan were both listening intently. Hong Peng Tun Sokamaklat asked loudly, "So keep up the good work, okay, got it?" Melon Violin and Camille Barrett Susula replied in unison, "Yes, Professor." Dick approached Professor Hong Pen and said jokingly, "Professor, it's rare to have a chance to have a drink with you like this. Can I ask you a question? I'm really curious." She happily agreed. "Of course, go ahead and ask." Dick asked bluntly, "This is just my guess, but do you worry about Simon more than the other students?" Melon Violin heard this and frantically tried to stop him. "Hey Dick, why would you ask that?" Professor Hong Pen frankly admitted, "That's right, professors are human too. We also have students we like or dislike." Dick scratched his head in confusion and replied, "Well, of course." He raised his cup loudly to break the awkward atmosphere. "Well, I really shouldn't have asked that question. How about we forget what just happened and have another drink?" Professor Hong Peng replied cheerfully, "It's okay, I was just kidding." She patted Dick's shoulder and ruffled Simon's hair, smiling gently. "I love all my students." Hong Pen changed the subject. "Sorry for teasing you all. How about I give you some good news?" Simon asked doubtfully. "Good news?" She announced excitedly. "Next week, you all get to go on a mission." Hearing this, Dick, Melon, Violin, and Cammy were overjoyed, while Simon's face was blank, not understanding what was happening. The next morning, at the magnificent school, a voice rang out, "Missions are one of the core systems of Kaizen." Dick explained as he walked, "After the student protection period ends, the mission period begins. It usually lasts about 5 days. During these 5 days, we can accept various requests sent from outside Kaizen." He recalled the jobs previous students had done, like serving tables or acting as mages, and continued, "These requests can be odd jobs, part-time work, or even monster extermination, personal protection, assassination, or fighting on someone's behalf. There are many kinds." Simon asked, confused, "Fighting on someone's behalf?" Dick replied, "Yet requests for active necromancers are also sent to the students." Simon said softly, "There must be many dangerous requests, so there must be compensation, right?" Dick imagined a profit chart in his head and calmly stated, "That's right. Depending on the difficulty and completion of the request, Kaizen will give us evaluation points, and the client will pay us a fee." Dick said excitedly, "These requests are the best way to earn money to pay for materials at Kaizen. If your major is summoning, this is a great opportunity to make a lot of money." Simon rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Dick suddenly remembered something and spoke up. "Oh, and there are a few things we can't forget during this period," he said as he walked. "First, we must complete at least one request during this mission period." Simon wondered, what if, during this 5-day mission period, all the requests we accept fail? Dickon replied calmly, "Then you fail the mission. What else? If the mission fails, you get no money or points, and we even have to write an explanation letter. At that point, it's basically over. We can also extend the request past the mission period until it's done, but I don't recommend it." The blue sky with clouds drifting high above. Below, Dick continued to talk nonstop. "During the mission extension period, we can't attend classes. Instead of ruining your attendance and studies, it's better to give up the mission." Hearing this, Simon felt a little worried. The students at the school were gathered in large groups, discussing. Dick continued his monologue. "You can plan freely. Some students will take requests within their ability to finish quickly and focus on their studies, while others will leave the island and take on a big case to earn points and money." Simon asked, "So we can plan however we want?" Dick smiled brightly and replied, "Yeah, you know how it is at Kaizen. As long as you get results, it's fine." Suddenly, he patted Simon's shoulder in surprise and said, "Oh, over there. Simon, look over there." On the board was a notice about the mission phase, divided by groups. Why, missions inside our OC Island, probability of conflict with Priest is 0, blue. Missions within the Dark Alliance, probability of conflict with Priest is extremely low. Red, missions within the neutral zone, high probability of conflict with Priest. Black, missions within the Holy Federation, conflict with Priest is certain. Dick explained, "That explains the envelope colors for the request. Take a quick look and choose a request that fits your plan." Dick reminded Simon, "One more thing. You can't just choose an easy request. Your mission request points are based on it too. At Geisen, besides your student score, you also have to watch your mission points. He said seriously, if your mission points aren't high enough, you might have to take on a dangerous request, like an assassination mission. So even if a request looks scary, you can't postpone it for long. A teacher pointed directly at a student and shouted, "You're expelled for having grades that are too low." The student trembled and said, "I'm sorry. I'll make up for it right away." Simon replied, "I understand. Postponing it is not a good idea." Dick waved as he prepared to leave. "All right then, go take a look and make your choice. See you after you've decided." Simon smiled and said, "Okay, thanks for the information." He walked around the school grounds, looking around and thinking, what should I choose? A student held out a form in front of him and said loudly, "Anyone want to go hunt werewolves on our OC island? It's for 2 or 3 people." Suddenly, a stern voice rang out, "No need." And thinking, no matter what, we have to leave the island. Simon thought for a moment and said, "Oh, this request is blue, but it's from Langerstein. It seems easy, but I'll pass. Langerstein pays too little." Fia said irritably, "Our priority must be to get off the continent, to gather soldiers for the Legion and restore the glory of the past." Simon's tone changed. "Soldiers for the Legion? Are the undead stronger than you, Fia?" Hearing that, he immediately shouted, "I am the master of the Legion. No one dares to oppose me." He reminded, "But some of the generals in the Legion are terrifying monsters." Simon asked, confused, "Generals of the Legion? Besides you, are there other undead with status?" He explained, "The Legion consists of several armies of the undead, and the undead with intelligence from ancient times will command the soldiers under them." Simon suddenly understood the issue. "So our goal is to find the ancient undead who were once generals of the Legion." Fia replied, "Exactly." He asked doubtfully, "But where do we find these generals?" He sighed and said, "Don't worry, those bastards are all crazy. I bet they're causing trouble all over this continent." Hearing this, Simon froze, thinking to himself, "I see," Fia told him. "I remember all their personalities, so let's look at the request carefully." Simon walked around, thinking, if there were any father's undead on our OC island, Fia would have told me. So I'll skip the missions on the island. He communicated telepathically, "How's it going, Fia? See anything that stands out?" Fia quickly replied, "Nothing." "Let's go to the red missions." Simon silently said, "All right." Suddenly, he accidentally bumped into a student and quickly said, "Oh, sorry." That person turned out to be Hector Moore. He glanced at him and called out in a low voice, "Simon Valencia." He asked doubtfully, "Are you also going to the neutral zone?" Simon replied in confusion, I'm just looking." Hector Moore warned, "The neutral zone is a chaotic place where Kaizen has no influence. No matter what trouble you get into, Kaizen won't be able to know." Simon frowned but didn't reply. He growled, "I hope we meet again during the mission." Simon hesitated and said, "Hector?" He turned his head in confusion. He smiled and said, "Be careful." Hearing that, Hector's eyes widened in astonishment. Simon said nothing more and walked straight ahead, leaving Hector standing there stunned. Fia asked, confused, "What's with that kid?" He said as he walked, "I don't know either." "What about that one?" "A village devastated by infected zombies." Simon stood staring at the red mission board. Fia began to comment, "Plagues are too common. Even a necromancer can create one. Besides, all the missions here have nothing to do with the skills of the generals." His eyes caught a prominent blue paper, and he said urgently, "Wait, kid, what's that?" "The blue envelope right there." Simon replied in surprise, "Oh, someone must have put it here by mistake." He approached the paper and said softly, "So it's not that. The mission level has changed. The blue paper contained information about a mission to investigate a disappearance. Request level D to B, reward 50 gold coins, location in the land of Anis. Details, many young women have disappeared, and when found, they were just dried corpses." No, the previous request taker has gone missing, Fia thought. When found, many young women were just dried corpses. "Hey kid, show me the detailed information for this request." Simon took the envelope and pulled out a photo. As soon as he saw it, he screamed in horror, "Oh my god, it's really a dried up corpse." Fia, on the other hand, laughed with delight. "Ahaha, this is it, kid." The photo showed a girl in a white dress whose life force had been completely drained, leaving only a withered, dry corpse. Fia said with a firm voice, "It's definitely her." Simon asked, confused, Who are you talking about?" He explained in a low voice, "The ancient undead who leads a swarm of spiders. A giant, eight-eyed spider with a terrifying form appeared in the dark night. Around it, dozens of other ugly spiders gradually appeared in his mind. Elizabeth. At the same time, elsewhere, on a table were the photos of girls in a skeletal state, without a trace of life. A voice rang out, "Are you sure you can handle this?" The girl in the hooded cloak spoke calmly, "Please don't worry. Saving everyone on this continent from the evil deeds of the undead is the will of the great goddess." The girl slowly lowered her hood and said seriously, "In the name of the Holy Father and the goddess." The girl with silver-white hair spoke deliberately. Ellen Zile, a second-year student of the Holy Institute of Ebnal, will resolve this matter at any cost. Simon stood hesitantly before the large door. He let out a soft sigh. He gathered his courage and said loudly, "Professor, it's Simon Valencia." A person holding a brush, focused on writing, said sternly, "Come in." Jean Olivia sat amidst a mountain of books, not looking up, and asked flatly, "Are you here for a mission?" Simon replied softly, "Yes, Professor." She said calmly, "Let me see." Simon cautiously placed the paper on the table and replied softly, "Yes, here it is." After a quick glance, Jean Olivia bluntly refused. "Find another request." A first-year student can't handle this case. He was a bit flustered and thought, the professor refused so quickly. Simon said decisively, "No matter what, I want to take this request." "I'm confident I can handle it, Professor." Jean Olivia asked doubtfully, "Confident?" Then a rustling sound was heard, which surprised Simon a little. Jean Olivia handed over the blue paper, now signed with her approval, and said slowly, "You must have a reason to say the word confident in front of a Kaizen professor. You don't need to convince me." Simon reached out and took it in astonishment as he heard her instructions. "You are a member of Kaizen. What you must do is take responsibility for the results you create." Jean Olivia said softly, "I hope you're not fooling me." Simon replied with great enthusiasm, "Thank you for trusting me." She reminded him, "Remember to come back safely." He smiled and answered, "I will." Dick was already waiting outside. When he saw Simon come out, he asked, "Did the professor let you go?" He replied happily, "She did." At the magic square, a voice rang out, "Are you really going to take that case?" "I told you, completing an investigation in 5 days is difficult." Simon said appreciatively, "Thank you for your concern, Melon." Hearing him say that, Melon blushed and shyly looked away, stammering, "Who? Who said I'm concerned about you? Why would I?" Simon smiled brightly and asked, Right? Where are you going?" She winked with amusement and replied, "It's a personal protection mission near Langerstein. It's easy and pays well." Simon wondered, "But what if you run into robbers or something?" Melon lifted her cloak to reveal the Kaizen school crest, puffing out her chest proudly. "Then I'll show them this. If they're smart, they won't mess with a Kaizen student." Simon said hesitantly, "That's a bit cowardly, isn't it?" Melon retorted, "How is that cowardly? This is why everyone sends their request to Kaizen." Simon reluctantly agreed, "I see." She turned and ran off, waving goodbye. "Well, I'm off. See you next week." He also waved and advised, "Okay, don't get hurt." After seeing Melon off, Simon strolled around the school. Suddenly, a voice called out. Oh, a beautiful girl with blonde hair sitting on a white bench saw Simon approach and greeted him. "Hello. We haven't seen each other since the entrance ceremony, have we?" He replied awkwardly, "Oh, right. Hello." The girl smiled and spoke in a gentle voice. "Let me formally introduce myself to you. I am Sun Endek, the official heir of the Ivory Tower and the second special admission student." Simon sat down opposite her and said hesitantly, "I see. I'm Simon Valencia. I'm from Les Hill." She chuckled softly at his words. Sun Endek spoke softly, "I hear you're taking care of our Melon." Simon was a bit surprised to hear her say that. She smiled and continued, "Sometimes she get angry with you, but she's actually a very gentle and kind person. Please stay by her side." Simon asked doubtfully, "Why are you telling me this?" Sun asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" He said seriously, "Melon is a Kaizen student, just like you." Simon continued firmly, "She doesn't need you to protect her or treat her like a junior. She's doing just fine without your concern." Sun remained silent, not answering him. Suddenly, an announcement rang out. "The teleporter will activate shortly. Please do not extend your hands outside the device during operation." Simon bit his lip anxiously. Sun rubbed her chin and smiled sweetly, then said, "I understand. Well, see you later." Just as she finished speaking, a white light enveloped him, causing Sun's figure to gradually fade. A while later, in a small town where the sign was covered in green moss, Simon, feeling completely drained, thought to himself, "I'm so tired. She gives off such an oppressive feeling, like a queen or a high-ranking noble." He scratched his head and muttered to himself, "Melon is also from the Ivory Tower, so I understand her concern. But she treats Melon like a subordinate, which really annoys me. Who knew just a few words could be so tiring? Suddenly, a suit of iron armor waddled toward him. Fia, inside, shouted in frustration. Hey kid, why'd you get me such a small suit of armor? Damn it, it's too tight in here. Simon explained. There was no other choice, that was the last suit of armor. Besides, I can't just take you everywhere without a disguise, right? People would be scared. Hearing this, Fia imagined his tall, massive figure following behind Simon with a fierce expression, scaring everyone, and he involuntarily stiffened. Simon took a paper out of the blue envelope and asked, We've arrived at the request location. What do we do now? Fia calmly stated, the most basic thing to do when handling a request is to gather information. And one way to gather information is to meet the requester. Fia, struggling in the armor, followed behind Simon, saying, the person who issued the mission is the master of this town. So, you just need to say you're a student of Kaizen to gather all the information. But if the requester hasn't solved this case by now, there must be a reason. So let's skip this step. He stood beside him and continued, the next method is to find the information ourselves. When I was on missions with Richard, I did this a lot. Fia, acting like a seasoned veteran, advised, in my experience, this method is usually the fastest. That's good, but we only have 5 days. What if we run out of time? In the peaceful town, Fia's booming voice echoed, then there's the final method. That is, to buy information from the Thieves' Guild, also known as the Information Guild. Simon thought for a moment and replied, not bad. He made a decision. Then we need to find out if there's an Information Guild here first. Fia suggested, you could ask the innkeeper or at a tavern. He asked in surprise, really. Simon smiled enthusiastically and said, then let's go quickly, because we don't have much time. A while later, the two entered an inn in the town. The waiter here greeted them warmly. Welcome. Simon flicked a gold coin from his hand and said generously, give us a clean and spacious room, plus breakfast for tomorrow. Oh, and a loaf of multigrain bread will do. The waiter quickly replied, certainly. Would you like your change? Simon calmly stated, no need. Instead, tell me where the Thieves' Guild is. The waiter caught the coin and gave a sincere smile. He asked doubtfully, may I ask, what is your business here? Simon crossed his arms and feigned an innocent look, retorting, is that how you talk to your customers? He began to persuade, come on, I give you a gold coin, you give me information. Fia's eyes, hidden behind the armor, flashed with an angry blue flame. He spoke in a mocking tone, a child who still smells of his mother's milk is trying to play grown-up. The waiter was now trembling like a leaf, stammering, you want to know where the Thieves' Guild is, right? Fia reached behind him and slowly gripped the hilt of his sword. Simon slammed his hand on the table and said in a firm voice, that's right. And all the information you know about the disappearances. Fia had now drawn his sword and pointed it straight at the waiter's face. He and Simon threatened in a growling voice, tell me everything now. Sometime later, the sky had turned to a twilight color. A voice rang out, good thing we went all out. Fia hurried after Simon, praising him. That was a good move, kid. Now we can speed things up. Simon carefully read the information in the notebook. Most of the missing people are young men, but only the women were turned into dried mummies. There were no signs of sexual assault on the victims. Fia explained, she captures and plays with the men, while the women are drained of their blood because she has no interest in them. They entered another tavern. Fia said with a firm voice, these are exactly the kinds of things Zeeps would do. I'm sure she's in this town. The two quickly went inside. A man said in a loud voice, welcome. He asked Simon, what would you like to drink? He fumbled for something in his jacket and said, I heard there's a special menu. Simon placed a silver coin on the table and said with a meaningful tone, could you prepare it for me? The man calmly replied, of course. Let me show you inside. They walked slowly down the stone steps. Simon looked around, observing the specially crafted bows and arrows held by the soldiers in the basement. The other man opened the door to a room and said coolly, please come in. The two quickly stepped inside when suddenly a flirtatious voice called out, hello, you two? A girl with curly blonde hair and a flashy red dress, daringly cut like a bar girl's, spoke in a delicate voice. What wind has brought such distant guests as yourselves to my guild? Simon stood face to face with Elizabeth and stated his reason for being there. I came to buy information. Hearing this, she wondered, what information are you looking for? Seeing his chance, he said directly, I need information about the missing people in the area, the mummies, and everything your guild knows about this case. Although she agreed, Zebev was still quite contemplative. Everything, you say? After thinking for a moment, she asked, It's going to cost quite a bit. I wonder if a first-year Kaizen student like you can afford it. Hearing this, Simon was a bit stunned. Seeing his bewildered deer-in-the-headlights look, Elizabeth chuckled. Don't be so surprised. I was just making a guess. The lord of this region is very eager to have this case solved. She didn't stop there, continuing to provide information. He assigned the mission to many individuals and organizations to resolve the matter. So I'm quite sure Kaizen was among them. Hearing this, Simon became serious. Not stopping there, Zebek continued, you probably realized on your way here that this region isn't very large. Our lord doesn't have the money to hire soul masters from the main headquarters, so the only option left is to ask the students. At this point, Zebek couldn't help but sigh in frustration. Finishing her sentence, Elizabeth walked towards him and said, and at this time of year, the students of Kaizen are all newcomers. Eusebius brought her face close to his and said this, which left Simon silent, unable to refute. A moment later, when he had regained his composure, Simon placed his hand on hers and gently replied, your guess is interesting. How about I try guessing too? Simon took her hand and brought it to his face, continuing his rebuttal. A serious incident has occurred and shaken the entire region. Just as you said, the Lord must have asked many people for help to resolve it. Pausing for a moment, Simon added, and most of those who accepted the mission came to this guild. Faced with these words, Zepa just gave a meaningful smile without saying anything. Seeing her smile, Simon added, but unfortunately no one could solve the case. At this point, Simon took out a mission information sheet, and as a result, this case came to me. After speaking, he glanced at the fierce-looking man nearby. Even the townspeople don't know much about the case. Simon recalled the moment he passed by two young men discussing something. For many years, similar incidents have been recurring, but no one has even been able to guess the culprit's identity, let alone solve the case. After a long explanation, Simon looked directly at Elizabeth and voiced the question in his mind. Don't you find this lack of information strange? I mean, everyone has been deceived by someone's clever lie. Faced with this statement, Eusebius narrowed her eyes at him, contemplating without a word. Seeing her silence, Simon asked as if he had never asked before. If not, then this makes me think the information guild of this region is incompetent. But I don't think that's the case. At this point, Simon once again drifted into his memories. You don't look that incompetent. Seeing as Edith remained silent, Simon put his other hand behind her head and continued, am I right? Then he placed his hand on her hair and pressed Zeba's face close to his. Now, tell me the truth before I tear this place apart. Seeing his serious expression, Zebet finally spoke up. I'm sorry, but... As Edith laughed and used her other hand to point at her captured wrist, requesting, can you let go of my hand first? Hearing this request, he complied immediately. Fine. After being released, Azibeth asked him seriously, if you want to know the truth that badly, then I have no other choice. But you'll have to bear all the risks of this information. Still want to know? Hearing this, Simon agreed without hesitation, of course. Seeing his determination, Azibeth gave him a meaningful look. Then please wait here a moment. Then she pulled back a curtain and disappeared. When she was gone, Simon clutched his chest and let out a sigh of relief. It's not a sure thing, but from the sound of her voice, it seems there's still more to investigate. If we can find out where Azibeth is now, then before he could finish, the soldier beside him burst out laughing. From a gentle smile, the person burst into loud laughter. This reaction confused Simon. What's wrong? To his question, the knight replied with a meaningful sentence. At first, I wasn't sure, but now it's clear. Open your eyes and look. These words made Simon freeze on the spot. What? What are you talking about? From behind, a person with a stiff posture slowly approached. Not only was his posture stiff, but his body was also decaying. The knight at this point slowly spoke. That woman is Azibeth. As he finished speaking, countless large black spiders crawled out from nowhere. Seeing the large spiders slowly crawling towards him, Simon was shocked. Spiders. The knight observed them and slowly replied, those are Azibeth's children, embalming spiders. As the two were being swarmed by a pile of spiders, Azibeth slowly walked out. Your determination is quite impressive, Kaizen kid. Azibeth's face, instead of the beautiful girl from before, began to decay. Too bad, I won't be seeing you again. Realizing the situation was not good, Simon shouted for Fia. The one whose name was called took out the sword from his back and reassured him. Don't worry, kid. As soon as he finished speaking, Fia swung his sword and made short work of all the spiders there. After dealing with them, he shouted Azibeth's name. Hearing someone call her name, she covered her face and exclaimed, oh my, so it's you, Fia. Seeing that she was no longer hiding, Fia pointed at Ezebeth and asked, "What evil scheme are you plotting in such a small town?" He didn't stop there, continuing to persuade, "Bring Battalion back and then leave. Don't cause trouble." Hearing this request, Ezebeth covered her face and sighed. "Oh my." After sighing, she returned to a serious demeanor and gently refused. After speaking, her body was enveloped in a cloud of smoke. Ezebeth's voice slowly echoed, "Fia, you're not very smart, are you?" As if releasing her pent-up anger, she screamed like never before, "Richard used us and then threw us away like trash." As Ezebeth finished speaking, the spiders fell in unison. In this situation, Fia shouted a command, "Get down." The dust settled. Ezebeth angrily asked Fia, "After being humiliated like that, you still persist in staying with Battalion?" Faced with this question, Fia, while finishing off a spider, replied, "How foolish. You associate with such terrible people, so your thinking has become polluted." After fighting off the spiders, Fia planted his sword in the ground and retorted, "Battalion itself is strength and will. How can a general like you be affected by such petty emotions?" Hearing this question, Zebet retorted, "How can I not be affected?" At this point, she looked at Simon behind Fia and slowly said, "Just for one woman, Richard pushed his comrades of 10 years to their deaths." Finishing her words, Zebet said with hatred, "And because of that, I hate Richard to the very bone." The room at this moment began to grow darker and more ominous. Knowing he couldn't convince her, Fia, 3 parts helpless, 7 parts resigned, let out a sigh. Then Fia charged straight at her with his sword, but Zebet stopped it with her spider leg. When the sword didn't work, Fia used his bare hands. "That's enough. I can't stand your arrogance any longer." Fia held out his hand, and the sword flew back to its master. In a terrifying voice, he asked, "How dare you challenge the master of Battalion?" As he spoke, Fia stepped back into a fighting stance. "Have you forgotten the days when you?" Ezebeth wasn't backing down, weaving magical threads with her hands. However, Fia cut them all down with a single slash, knelt at my feet like a dog. Even as her threads were severed, Ezebeth continuously unleashed more. The entire room was soon covered in countless threads as sharp as knives. After the threads appeared, the room was torn to shreds. Ezebeth's taunting voice followed, "You sound all high and mighty, but you've gotten a lot weaker now." Looking down at the two struggling at her feet, Ezebeth sneered at Fia, "Your seal must have been broken recently, right?" Sensing something was wrong, Fia yelled, "Where are you running off to?" She ignored his question and turned away. "See you later, Fia, oh, and that brat Gyron, too." And with that, she was gone. Simon, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. "This whole guild is just a bunch of pawns for Ezebeth." Fia stood up, affirming his thoughts. "That's right, for her, manipulating information is as easy as breathing." After saying that, he angrily slashed at the spiders one by one. "Damn these wretched insects, there are too many of them." As the two were fighting the spiders, a strange voice rang out. "Well, you really are useless." Simon, questioning his existence, glanced upwards. He saw a girl standing there, looking down on them with disdain. "I was hoping to see the monsters fight to their mutual destruction. I guess I'm not that lucky." With that, the girl raised her staff. "I should probably chase after her, after I finish you to right here." As she said this, the stone on her staff began to glow. The moment Simon saw it, he understood everything. The girl raised her staff high, smiling as she bid them farewell. "Take care, everyone." Then, Simon and Fia were swallowed by a blinding light. Seeing the two disappear, the girl put a hand to her forehead, looking around for something. "Oops, I missed that soldier and the boy already." However, that state didn't last long. The girl turned serious and got back to her work. "Now, time to chase that spider demon." In another corner filled with spider webs, Fia's deadly voice rang out. "A priest has intervened in this matter. This is a complete mess." Hearing this, Simon sighed. "I know. How did we get caught up in all this?" After complaining, Simon voiced the doubt in his mind. "How are we going to find Ezebeth now?" Fia answered reassuringly, "Don't worry, she's nearby." Seeing his confusion, Fia explained, "When she used her power earlier, I was able to sense the dark energy radiating from her. I'm tracking that dark energy now. If we follow it, we'll find her." Hearing this, he felt much more relieved. "That's good." As they searched for their target, Simon voiced a question. "Fia, that priest from before, she's pretty powerful, isn't she?" Fia pondered for a moment before answering. "At least, she's stronger than you." This information left him dejected. Seeing his discouraged expression, Fia explained from the white uniform under her robe. She's likely from FNL. She must have accepted a mission on par with Kaizen's black missions. At this, a realization dawned on Simon. That means she's a second year or older, not a first year. Because black missions are the toughest ones. With that, a frustrated Simon ran his hands through his hair. I should have complained to the Lord about giving us a joint mission. This seems harder than a typical blue mission. How are we supposed to solve this in 5 days? Fia looked at his dejected state and dropped a bombshell. Kid, there's something you need to know. But don't freak out. After a slight hesitation, Fia spoke. Eusebeth loves Richard. This information left him completely stunned. Huh? Seeing his dumbfounded expression, Fia slowly explained. A being from a battalioner always longs for a human commander. When she first joined, she had special feelings for Richard. Fia didn't stop there, but I never thought she still loved and hated Richard so much. This new information made Simon question everything. I see. So that's why she's acting so violently. Seeing that he understood, Fia took the lead. Yes, now you get it. Let's hurry and find Eusebeth. Simon agreed. Right, just then, his attention was caught by a cocoon of webs. There's someone over there. The person, noticing they were seen, shouted for help. Hello, please untie us. A spider demon tried to eat us. Help. Hearing the plea, Simon rushed over. I'll get you all out right away. The person was overjoyed to get help. Thank you. Thank you so much. Simon went over and slowly tore away the webs. Fia watched with an exasperated look. You're too soft to be a necromancer, kid. Simon paid little mind to the complaint. Is that so? Then what should a necromancer do? To this question, Fia answered honestly. You would send everyone to their graves, even those you take a liking to, and turn them into skeletons for your army. Simon continued the rescue as he listened. Here, use this sword to cut her free. The person took the sword with a grateful voice. Yes, thank you. Simon finally replied to Fia. You know that's forbidden in Kaizen. Not expecting that response, Fia persisted. No one's watching. Besides, you're not the type to be bound by rules, are you? If you were, you wouldn't have run to the Forbidden Forest. Faced with this rebuttal, Simon fell silent. That's true. But Simon looked around and finished his sentence. I'm just doing what my father told me. Hearing this, Fia understood. So what lesson did that bastard teach you? Simon answered honestly. He taught me not to become a monster. Upon hearing this, Fia's hand holding his helmet froze. Simon, not noticing his unusual state, continued. I asked him how to do that. And he replied that it's important to draw a line for yourself. For some reason, after hearing this, Fia laughed like he'd never laughed before. After laughing, he continued. That's exactly what he would advise. The statement left Simon stunned. Seeing his reaction, Fia turned his head and spoke formally. It's nothing. If that is your decision as the commander of battalion, then I will respect it. After walking a bit further, they found Eusebeth sitting calmly. It seems you've given up on running. Eusebeth retorted instantly, never. Eusebeth stood up from her chair and slowly spoke. Since you've sniffed out my dark energy, you'll just follow me everywhere, right? So I've decided to deal with you right here. Before the two could start fighting, Simon spoke up. Eusebeth, former general of battalion. Being called out, she raised an eyebrow inquisitively. Seeing that Eusebeth was paying attention, Simon made a direct offer. I want to make a proposition. Join my battalion. Hearing this, Eusebeth scoffed. I will never return to the battalioner that betrayed me. Besides, as she spoke, she approached where he and Fia were standing. You're asking me to follow the orders of a necromancer like you? A naive, untrustworthy child chosen by Fia out of personal sentiment. Faced with these words, Simon asked her back, You just called me untrustworthy. Without waiting for her to answer, Simon introduced himself completely. My name is Simon Fallenia, son of Richard Fallenia and Anna Fallenia. Hearing that name, Eusebeth was too shocked to speak. Seeing her silence, Simon tried to persuade her. Eusebeth, you used to be my father's subordinate. The claws on her hands began to lengthen. Stop. Ignoring her words, Simon continued his persuasion. So, it's only right for me, his son and the current commander of battalion, to recruit you. Unable to bear it any longer, Eusebeth screamed like never before. Stop. But Simon stubbornly continued. It's perfectly natural. Eusebeth now roared directly. Shut up. After roaring, she clutched her head and screamed in fury. Anna, that filthy woman, and the enemy who abandoned me. At her words, countless spider legs sprouted from her back. Then, instead of her beautiful blonde girl form, Eusebeth reverted to her original shape. She raised her head and screamed at him, "Go to hell." As soon as she finished speaking, Eusebeth lunged at Simon. He stood still, instead of defending himself. Should I dodge or counter? Fia appeared at that moment with his sword in hand. Nice one, kid. One of her legs was severed from her body, much to her own stunned disbelief. It didn't stop there, as several more legs suffered the same fate. Wounded repeatedly, Eusebeth could only scream in pain. Witnessing the scene, Simon's eyes widened. This is my chance. He pulled a spear out of thin air. He charged straight at Eusebeth, shouting, hard and dark energy. The spear plunged directly into Eusebeth's shoulder. Fia had already retreated, leaving Simon alone. Due to the injury, Simon knocked her to the ground. Simon planted the spear in her shoulder to hold her down. He stood up and pressed his foot on Eusebeth's face. This is your last chance, Eusebeth. In contrast to his friendly demeanor before, Simon now threatened her directly. Will you join battalion, or do you want to die right now? Despite being pinned down, Eusebeth remained defiant and refused. Just then, a strange object flew in from out of nowhere. At the same time, Fia rushed out to block a blow for him. Although he blocked it, Fia couldn't help but curse under his breath, damn it. Then, in his panic, Fia pulled him to another corner. Dodge, kid. As the two hid behind a nearby rock, a blinding light radiated everywhere. Watching the streams of blue power weave through the air, Simon questioned everything. Divine power. At the same time, a familiar voice rang out. That was close. I made it just in time. The girl from before appeared once again. Ancient and wicked souls, and a swarm of annoying spiders. The girl tossed the stone into the air and declared with a smile, today, all of you will be annihilated. When the stone landed in front of her, she activated her divine power. Goodbye. Faced with this immense power, the spiders scattered everywhere. Behind the rock, Simon and Fia began to discuss their strategy. What do we do now? Fia, attack that priest first. This suggestion made Simon doubt his life choices. Can we even win? We're fighting a priest. Fia remained optimistic. Fighting holy power is a bit tricky, but the priest herself is quite weak. You can beat her with a single blow. Not stopping there, Fia continued to delegate. I'll handle the attack. You focus on distracting her. Got it. The person in question over there was still clueless. She was currently focused on the injured Eusebeth. It looks like your leg is injured. With that, she turned her staff reassuringly. Don't worry, I'll send you to hell. It won't hurt at all. Yulanzile raised her staff high and whispered. With this, she began to cast a spell, attacking Eusebeth, who was hiding behind the rock. My mission. A sword appeared from Yulanzile's staff, pointing straight at Eusebeth. She mumbled, is complete. The surprise attack left Eusebeth no time to react. Her eyes widened. Luckily, Simon rushed out to shield her. The sword pierced straight through Simon's heart. She was shocked by Simon's action. She wondered, how can this be? Shards from the sword fell onto her face. Her expression froze. Why did you? Simon was gravely injured. He clutched his wound and knelt to the ground. He propped himself up, watching the blood flow ceaselessly onto the ground, making him lose consciousness. Simon's eyes were already hazy. He tried to force them open to look ahead, then let out a pained groan. Finally unable to endure it, Simon passed out. Kid, Eusebeth screamed in terror. She carried him to a safe place and lit a fire to keep them both warm. Simon gradually opened his eyes and saw the spider in front of him. He yelled out. Hearing his voice, Fia asked anxiously, Oh, you're awake, kid? He startled and shuffled back, causing the spider to fall to the ground. Seeing that he was all right, he asked, Fia, what happened to Eusebeth and the priest? He calmly pointed to the right. They're over there. Young master, Eusebeth called out, sitting properly with a bright smile. The priest, however, was tied upside down in her webs. Please, and that person, spare me, she cried and begged Simon. Fia turned to explain. While you were unconscious, I made a temporary alliance with Eusebeth to capture that girl. She's just a junior from FNEL, so she was easy to control. Simon felt sorry for Elenzil and said to Fia, could you let her down for a moment? The lord of this region requested both Kaizen and FNL to handle this, so we should hear what she has to say. After being released, she knelt before Simon, crying with gratitude. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sparing my life. He coolly told her, you don't need to thank me yet. Answer our questions first, can you? Are you an FNEL student? She quickly answered, no, of course not. Fia, standing behind Simon with his hands on his hips, scoffed. She's lying through her teeth, Simon said in disbelief. But you're wearing an FNL uniform. She stammered an explanation. This is a fake uniform. He pressed her. A fake uniform. Ellen Zile's eyes filled with fear. She stuttered. Actually, I was expelled from FNL 2 years ago. To be precise, I was kicked out before finishing my first year. Simon squinted, looking down at her in confusion. Then why are you pretending to be an FNL student? She clasped her hands and answered earnestly. It's because I couldn't accept the fact that I was expelled, and I had to find a way to make money because my family isn't well off. That's why I impersonated an FNL student. I'm so sorry. After speaking, she lowered her head in shame, but Eusebeth wasn't convinced. Crossing her arms, she sneered, and you think I'd actually believe that? You're just making up excuses to get out of this situation. With that, she ripped open the girl's coat. Ellen Zile gasped in shock. She held up the torn piece of fabric. It really is just normal clothing. I heard FNL uniforms are as durable as Kaizen's. The girl said timidly, this is a fake uniform I sewed myself. Realizing he had been a bit rough, he offered his cloak to her. I'm sorry. Wear this for now. Ellen Zile whispered, thank you. Simon fastened the cloak for her and asked gently, what's your name? She looked up at him shyly and replied, oh, my name is Ellen Zile. At that moment, Eusebeth stood nearby, watching them with a displeased expression. If you're not an FNL student, why did you take this mission? He continued to ask. The cross-border brokers, they had a high-paying mission in the Dark Alliance to eliminate an immortal. Ellen clutched the cloak and recounted seriously, just like Kaizen. FNL also pays more for missions in the Dark Alliance. Simon understood and nodded. So, have you met the Lord of this region? She answered honestly. Yes, I received the mission directly from the Lord. Still suspicious about something, he asked further. Do you have any proof? For example, a recommendation or detailed documents about this mission, anything at all. Can you show me? Ellen didn't hesitate to agree. Oh, of course. Wait a moment. Thanks, I just need he said awkwardly. Seeing Simon and Ellen chatting intimately, Eusebeth felt a bit uncomfortable. Her face clouded over. Why? The image of the two of them reminded her of Simon's parents back then, Richard and Anna. They were just as affectionate in front of her. I thought I had forgotten everything by now. She clenched her fist, questioning her own heart. After getting the proof, Simon said, okay, can I have all of this? If you agree to hand it all over, I'll take care of the rest, he assured Ellen. Oh, sure, feel free, she replied happily. While he was reviewing the documents, Fia appeared behind him and asked curiously, what are you going to do with these, kid? He slowly flipped through the documents and said calmly, I'm going to see the Lord. I need to gather everything I can from him. Fia suddenly burst out laughing. Excellent, truly excellent. Like father, like son. A tired Simon propped himself up to leave. We should get going now, she asked him uncertainly. You're Simon Valencia, right? Hearing that, he and Fia turned back in surprise. She looked up at him and said slowly, your offer to join battalion, I accept. However, I have one condition. Simon raised an eyebrow, waiting for her to continue. She turned and pointed at Ellen. She cowered in fear. Strangle that priest with your own hands, Eusebeth offered, her face twisted with jealousy and annoyance. A strange and suffocating atmosphere suddenly descended. She was terrified, her eyes wide as she recoiled, sweat pouring down her face. Simon looked at the two girls, not believing what he had just heard, and asked doubtfully, Eusebeth, you want me to kill her? She gave a sinister smile, her voice turning a few shades colder. Yes, that is my only condition. Simon called out sternly, Eusebeth, former general of the Spider Army. He looked down at Eusebeth and said coldly, give me a reason why I should kill Ellen. She replied without missing a beat, to prove yourself. Eusebeth placed a hand on her chest, her eyes wide as she continued, I want to know if you are a master worthy of my loyalty. But Simon didn't seem to care, just saying flatly, what I want to ask is. Suddenly, his face turned serious, and he questioned her loudly, why should I have to prove that I'm worthy of your loyalty? Seeing that Simon wouldn't comply, she was shocked and disbelieving. Oh, he calmly explained, I think you're mistaken. It's true that you belong to my father's battalion, but I am not my father. I will run my battalion with my own decisions and standards, but based on what I've witnessed. His voice was firm and powerful, making Fia sigh and shake his head in resignation at Eusebeth. Simon's rejection was absolute. You are not worthy. This left her in despair, staring silently at him. You're an immortal, yet you're corroded by cruel thoughts, Simon said with disappointment. You get swept up in your own emotions and overlook what's important. He questioned Eusebeth. What would killing Ellen prove? Fia leaned against the wall watching Ellen, while Ellen looked nervously between him and Eusebeth. In the end, this request of yours is just a form of justification. You're just acting on your own whims, Simon said bluntly, exposing the thoughts hidden deep within Eusebeth. You just want to manipulate me into following your impulsive and vulgar desires. Hit where it hurt. Eusebeth fell silent, lowering her head. Simon's eyes narrowed in contempt as he said, I can't trust a creature like that. He walked closer to her and said mockingly, my new battalion has no need for someone as psychologically unstable as you. With that, he turned his back and said, let's go back. Fia, Ellen. Fia followed right behind, replying, all right. Ellen followed, glancing back at Eusebeth, who was still kneeling there, and said, okay. Halfway there, he stopped, turned his head, and said dismissively, I'm afraid we've wasted our precious time here. Everyone was gone, leaving only a devastated Eusebeth kneeling under the moonlight. Fia. As they walked, he turned to Simon Valencia and asked, are you really planning to give up on Eusebeth? Simon immediately replied, oh, absolutely not. I'm doing this to establish the power of our bond. Simon Valencia bowed his head in thought, then said, Eusebeth is very possessive and often does as she pleases. I'll have no choice but to be the one to tame her in the future. Hearing this, Fia turned to look at Simon with suspicion and asked curiously, Hug, getting stabbed by the Holy Spirit was part of your plan too? Simon gave a dangerous smile, then nodded and replied, I have no comment on that. At this moment, Ellen Zal shyly bowed her head and stammered, Sir, I'm truly sorry about the attack earlier. Simon Valencia replied casually, it's fine, you weren't aiming for me. Then, Ellen and Simon walked and talked animatedly. Ellen still looked worriedly at Simon and asked, are you sure? A holy spear pierced through your chest. Don't necromancers place their cores near their chest? If it was damaged, Simon casually said, it's nothing. I don't think it went through the core. At this, Fia stood with his hands on his hips, completely bewildered. No, the spear went cleanly through his core. But why is the kid perfectly fine? Fia raised his hand, sensing that his connection with Simon was also unaffected. It felt miraculous. Not only is he unharmed, but the bond between us is also unaffected. Impossible. Could it be that the kid was lucky and the spear missed his core? How strange. Suddenly, Simon Valencia turned to look at Fia and called out loudly, Fia, what's wrong? Let's go. Fia put aside his chaotic thoughts, quickly approached and said, yeah, I'm coming. After walking a bit further, the three arrived at the citadel of Ani's territory. The Lord of Ani saw Simon Valencia approaching and quickly ran out to welcome him. My goodness, what an honor to receive such a distinguished guest. I am Count Daimon, the Lord of Anis. Simon also quickly greeted him back and introduced himself. I am Simon Valencia, a first-year student at Kaizen. After the introductions, Count Daimon quickly led the way for Simon. You must be tired from your journey. You came all this way because of my request. I don't know how to thank you enough. Please make yourself at home, get some rest. I will do my best to make you as comfortable as possible. Simon smiled brightly and replied, I'm not tired at all. I came here using an instant teleportation circle. Hearing this, Count Daimon froze in his tracks and stammered, oh, I see. As expected of Kaizen. In that case, let me invite you to dinner. Please sit. Simon quickly and politely declined, thank you, my lord, but I'd like to discuss your proposal first. Count Daimon tried to change the subject, just laughing it off. That is indeed important, but it's late today. I hear life at Kaizen is very difficult. Why don't you take a moment to rest? Then the Count smiled, waved his hand and ordered, bring some drinks and food here. But before he could finish, Simon's voice cut in. That won't be necessary. Simon Valencia looked straight at the Count and said decisively, I have something important to discuss with you, Count Daimon. Count Daimon knew he couldn't avoid it any longer. He sighed, rubbing his bald head, and said, I'm sorry to have made you travel so far, but the matter has been resolved. To thank you for your concern and for taking the time to come here, I will pay for this matter, so please rest and then you may leave. Simon heard this and rested his chin on his hand, saying doubtfully, strange, because according to information from the guild, a related incident just occurred this morning. I can't accept payment without completing the mission. We'll both be in trouble if Kaizen investigates this later. These words made Count Daimon's face darken. He angrily gritted his teeth, his hands clenched in fury. But Simon paid no mind to his attitude and continued, so just tell me your request and how you resolved it. Count Daimon couldn't hold back any longer and slammed his hand on the table. His eyes, burning with fury, stared at Simon as he shouted, "I told you to stay, so just stay. Can't you do that? You may be from Kaizen, but you're just a first-year student. How dare you defy me, the Count and Lord of this domain? Why are you making a big deal out of this? I'm still paying you, aren't I?" Along with the Count's shout, soldiers also advanced with their weapons, pointing them straight at Simon menacingly. Seeing himself surrounded by soldiers, Simon Falania's face darkened as he spoke slowly. "At first, you tried to sweet-talk me. Now, you're determined to threaten me. You've made up your mind, haven't you?" Simon angrily clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, "And using soldiers, too? In that case, I can't just sit back." The moment Simon finished speaking, Fia and his undead army materialized behind him, and the air grew deathly cold. Fia opened his mouth in an amused laugh, watching the soldiers who were so scared they were about to wet their pants while holding their weapons. Fia glared at them and said cheerfully, "Looks like we'll be welcoming quite a few new members to the squad today. Good, very good." Seeing this scene, Count Daimon froze in terror, collapsing to his knees and looking at Simon with an expression of disbelief, stammering, How can a first-year summon so many undead?" Seeing Fia holding a massive sword alongside an army of undead, each with gleaming eyes fixed on him, Count Daimon was so scared he could have peed his pants, crying out in terror. Simon looked at him coldly and asked, "Now, you wish to continue?" At this point, Count Daimon still clung to the table, trying to appear arrogant as he pointed at Simon and shouted, "What? How dare you? You have no power other than your connection to Kaizen. And even if you are from Kaizen, you have no right to interfere with the autonomy of a Dark Alliance territory. You're deliberately using military force without reason." Simon asked back, "Without reason," then signaled for Fia to open his arms. Seeing the girl in Fia's arms, the old count cried out in shock, You? At that moment, Ellen Zyle was being restrained, her face blank and her hands tied by Fia. Simon spoke mockingly to the count, "While we were resolving this matter, we captured a priest from FNL. She's currently unconscious due to a curse. If we hand her over to Kaizen for interrogation, we can certainly find quite a few clues." Simon's words made Count Daimon jump, his head breaking out in a cold sweat. Then Simon slowly looked at the Count and challenged him, "For the crime of bringing a priest into Kaizen, this place will be wiped out for treason. Am I right?" Count Daimon was so scared he collapsed to his knees. He cried out in panic, "Oh no." Then he proactively bowed his head to Simon and said, "I'm sorry, I had to resolve this matter at all costs, so." Not only Count Daimon, but all the soldiers present also knelt down, bowing their heads in fear. The Count continued, "My subjects are living in fear, so I wanted to handle this as quickly as possible, no matter the cost. I will take full responsibility. Please spare the people." Simon then asked, "Why would you want to cover this up when you're so worried about this domain?" At this point, the Count began to stammer. "It's because our business situation has finally stabilized, and the Crown Prince will be visiting us soon. But if terrible incidents keep happening, then that visit will..." The Count only needed to say that much for Simon to guess the situation, nodding as he finished the thought, "Be postponed, and your business will fail again." Count Daimon looked at Simon worriedly and replied, Yes, so I colluded with the Information Guild and blocked all sources of news. I tried to handle it within my means. I even tried contacting Kaizen and all the mercenary groups, but the situation didn't improve until 3 months ago. That's why I got worried and contacted FNL through a broker. Of course, I didn't know a priest would actually come." Hearing the word priest, Fia was startled and looked at the girl in his arms who turned out to be a priest, then grimaced in annoyance. Simon was also startled and quickly laughed awkwardly, replying, "I see." Count Daimon bowed and slammed his head on the floor, begging, "So please spare them. Punish only me." Simon looked at the Count and said with a smile, "That's enough, I understand your side of the story." Then Simon crossed his arms, thought for a moment, and said, "This domain is a strategic point close to the Holy Church. I'd hate to see such an important place destroyed, and personally, I quite like this town." Count Daimon, hearing this, looked up in amazement and asked, "What did you say?" Simon Valencia quickly said, "I will do my best to ensure this incident isn't revealed and doesn't affect your domain." Hearing this, both Count Daimon and the soldiers were overjoyed, stammering, Really? Simon smiled brightly, winked, and gestured to the Count, "Of course. However, it will cost you a little." Count Daimon was as happy as if he'd struck gold and quickly replied, Yes, no matter how much it cost, I will prepare the money." Just then a soldier ran in, looked at the Count, and reported, "My lord, something has happened. The undead are surrounding the building." This news terrified both Simon and Count Daimon. Now, Count Daimon, along with Simon and Fia, had reached the city gate. Looking outside, They saw a swarm of spiders approaching. Count Daimon asked in a panic, Where did they come from? Simon just muttered, spiders. Then Simon turned and clapped the Count on the shoulder cheerfully. Calm down. Open the gate. Let me go out and see what's going on. This made the Count jump in fear and try to stop him. What? That's too dangerous. Simon smiled confidently and replied, It's fine. I may be a first-year student, but I'm still a necromancer. At the same time, Eusebeth was looking up at where Simon was standing. After Simon Valencia came down from the gate, he walked up to the spiders and asked, Why did you come here, Eusebeth? Eusebeth looked at Simon seriously and said, Simon Valencia, son of the former commander Richard Valencia. I, Eusebeth, wish to serve you. Hearing these words, Simon froze. At that moment, Eusebeth suddenly dropped to her knees, clenched her fist over her chest, closed her eyes, and said, So, please give me a chance to join your legion, and to be tested once. After Simon agreed to Eusebeth's proposal, he laid out some conditions. Eusebeth, I have a few conditions if you want to join my battalion. First, no killing people without my permission. If you need to feed, hunt monsters. Meanwhile, Count Daimon gathered his people and announced, Kaizen has sent us a necromancer. Thanks to him, all of our misfortunes have been resolved. Then he shouted joyfully, Now all we need to do is welcome the Crown Prince. Hearing this, all the people cheered with delight. Simon, watching from above, continued. Second, do not harm those close to me in any way. And third, Simon Valencia turned to look directly at Eusebeth and concluded, You must obey me at all cost. Eusebeth looked at the arrogant young man before her and sighed to herself. Well, here I am again, walking into hell on my own. This contract is truly troublesome and restrictive. Only a future of suffering awaits me. In Eusebeth's mind, the image of Simon unhesitatingly rushing to take a fatal sword blow for her appeared. A smile appeared on her lips as she resolved in her heart, But I would definitely make the same choice again, even if I had another chance. Eusebeth bowed respectfully, placed her hand on her chest, and swore an oath. I can endure anything as long as I am with you. You can bind me however you wish. My body and soul belong to you. Fia, from behind, saw this devoted expression and shook his head in resignation. She's fallen for him. Meanwhile, Eusebeth continued with her own condition. I offer this absolute loyalty in exchange for just one thing. Simon asked curiously, What do you want? Suddenly, Eusebeth looked up, her face flushed with vibrant life. She looked at Simon and said earnestly, Your love. Then, seeming unable to resist, Eusebeth quickly grabbed Simon's hand and pleaded, I will do anything you want, but I won't force you. Just treating me kindly like this is enough. Simon, flustered and startled, replied, I understand. In his mind, he was screaming, It's good that she's submitting, but this is so awkward. Hearing this, Eusebeth was overjoyed and, without hesitation, pulled Simon's hand and pressed it against her to large, white buns, asking eagerly, Then shall we sign the contract? Simon, feeling the buns, stammered, Wait, you're standing too close. Then Simon squeezed his eyes shut, fumbled to place his hand on Eusebeth's chest, and said, Okay, it's done. After that, Eusebeth began to perform the contract signing with Simon. Eusebeth looked at Simon's flushed, embarrassed face with his eyes shut tight and thought happily to herself, How can he be so cute? After the contract signing procedure was complete, Fia turned to look at Eusebeth and smiled in welcome. Welcome back to the battalion, Eusebeth. Eusebeth still stared lingeringly at her hand, not quite able to adjust. It's been a long time since I've been bound by a contract. Then, suddenly, Eusebeth looked at Fia and sneered judgmentally. But you've gotten really weak, Fia. You've weakened. Is it because you're influenced by the commander? Her words were like sharp arrows to Simon's pride. Then, suddenly, Eusebeth closed her eyes, placed a hand on her chest, and sighed. But the dark energy warms and calms my mind. Hearing this, Simon awkwardly said loudly, Let's go. Ellen is waiting for us. Eusebeth quickly sidled up to him and asked, Oh, Commander, did I hurt you? Then I will soothe your wounded heart. Simon, flustered, shouted back, That's not necessary. At this moment, Ellenzile saw Simon approaching and called out happily, Oh, are you done with your discussion? Simon smiled in reply, Yes, thank you, Ellen. Ellen, upon being thanked, beamed like a flower and asked, How was my acting? It seems everyone bought it. Simon agreed. It was perfect. Look. Then he touched the storage ring on his hand. Simon then pulled out a wooden chest containing several sacks of gold. Simon exclaimed, Wow, you got a lot of money from them. Fia looked at the bags of gold and scoffed. What do you mean, a lot? This is much less than I expected. Ellen clicked her tongue and reluctantly retorted, no way, 500 gold coins is 10 times the original reward. Simon took out a small bag of gold, then gave it to Ellen and said, here, this is your share. Hearing the clinking sound, Ellen's eyes widened as she pointed to herself and asked doubtfully, 4 for me. Simon held the money pouch, looked at Ellen, and said cheerfully, yes, don't you need to support your family? Take this and take care of them. Ellen held the money pouch, so moved she was about to cry, and looked at Simon with a trembling voice. Thank you so much. I will never forget your kindness. Simon laughed it off. It's nothing. So, are you planning to return to the Holy Order? Ellen blushed, then said in a determined voice, I'm planning to return to a place called Lauren. If you ever have a chance to visit the Holy Order, just come find me. I'll show you around. Simon immediately replied, really, thank you. Then Simon looked at Ellen with a very fake smile and joked, I hope we don't have to meet on the battlefield next time. This left Ellen speechless, and she pouted, you're so cold, Simon. Watching Ellen happily wave goodbye, Thea turned to ask Simon, not only did you let a priest go, but you also gave her money. Why? Simon answered casually, well, as I advance in Kaizen, I'll have to take on black missions, right? So it's a good idea to have connections I can leverage. At this, Thea exclaimed, oh, clearly quite surprised. Simon continued, and if I'd give her a little money, she'd be a perfect ally, right? Thea replied, so you bought her trust with money. Simon nodded, then asked in slight disbelief, yes, I thought you would understand, Thea. Nearby, Eusebius looked at Simon with a mix of adoration and worship, exclaiming, Commander, you're the best. Thea felt a bit conflicted. Good grief. Looking at what you do, I'm not sure if you're a good person or a bad one anymore. Simon lowered his head, his eyes holding many thoughts. He said, is that necessary? Half of my blood is from a priest. I don't want to hate someone just because they are a priest, and there's no reason to do so. So, there's no benefit in measuring things that way. All I need to do is achieve what I need to. Hearing these rather philosophical words, both Thea and Eusebius widened their eyes at Simon. Thea was a bit stunned, then said, I see. It's going to take me quite some time to understand what kind of person you are. In response to this, Simon only offered a gentle, meaningful smile. Thea then asked, now that the mission is complete, should we head back? Simon shook his head and said, no, there's still plenty of time. I think I'll do some training before returning. It's hard to use Battalion's power at Kaizen. Thea nodded and said, good idea. Then let's learn from Eusebius this time. This surprised both Eusebius and Simon. Simon asked again from Eusebius. Suddenly, Eusebius realized and said, oh, you mean my children. Looking at the spiders furtively crawling closer, Eusebius agreed, that's a good idea. Now that you are my new master and commander, you should know how to control these babies. Eusebius stepped forward and said confidently, then I will teach you the basics of the undead spider. Hearing this, Simon immediately turned his head, his eyes sparkling with interest as he exclaimed, new skills, awesome. Eusebius began to explain that the main ability of the undead spiders is their silk. It is a restraining skill, and it's also a movement skill. Eusebius pointed at the spiders crawling on the ground and said, now, Commander, make these spiders shoot their silk at that tree. Simon closed his eyes and used his thoughts to command spider silk. Immediately, the spiders shot out streams of silk. The white silk stuck firmly to the tree trunk. Eusebius said with satisfaction, very good. Then, Eusebius continued her instructions. Restrain the opponent and prevent them from moving, or move faster than them and use your poisonous fangs to bite them. These two are the most basic skills related to controlling undead spiders. Simon nodded eagerly and replied, I understand. Eusebius said, all right then, but before she could finish, a rustling sound came from behind them. Eusebius turned to see two orcs and said cheerfully, there's a target over there. Would you like to try these skills on those orcs? Simon quickly replied, let's do it. The little spiders stealthily crawled up the tree branches. Then Simon shouted fire, and immediately the two spiders shot out streams of spider silk, piercing through the orcs, causing them to cry out in panic. Seizing this opportunity, Simon quickly shouted, jump. Receiving the command, the spiders leaped forward. They lunged towards the orcs. Simon ordered, fire again. The spiders quickly shot their silk. The webs completely enveloped the orcs, rendering them unable to fight back. At that moment, the little spiders quickly jumped onto them. On the orcs' faces, they then sank their fangs into the orcs' flesh, causing them to roar in pain and collapse. Simon excitedly cheered success. Eusebius, beside him, clapped continuously, praising Simon. Amazing. Your control is excellent, even though this is your first time, Simon replied. It's just some basic skills. Suddenly, the roar of orcs echoed again. Hearing it, Eusebeth clicked her tongue and said, Oh my, it seems there's an orc nest nearby. Eusebeth leaned close to Simon, winked mischievously at him, and said, I think this is a great place to showcase the skills of the Spider Legion. Do you want to show them the power of the Spider Legion? Simon thought for a moment. Then he smiled brightly and replied, With an opportunity like this, let's do something worthy of 500 gold coins. After agreeing to an all-out attack, Simon Valencia began to give orders. Fia, handle the leader at your 1 o'clock. Eusebeth, block all escape routes with your undead spiders. Following Simon's command, Fia charged in, slaughtering the orcs and attacking the leader, while the spiders shot webs to hinder and block the orcs' escape. Leading the legion, reading the battlefield, predicting the enemy's movements and ambushing them. For the 5th time. This is victory. Simon excitedly clenched his fist and thought to himself, this is the feeling of a leader. This is the true meaning of being a necromancer. Eusebeth again smiled and clapped for Simon's victory. We won thanks to your brilliant leadership, Commander. Simon smiled humbly in reply. I didn't do anything. It was all thanks to you, Urs, and Fia. Suddenly, hearing this, Eusebeth looked as if she'd been struck by lightning, jumping up in astonishment. Eusebeth, with wide, sparkling eyes, excitedly gripped Simon's hand and asked, What did you just call me? Simon replied reluctantly, it was Urs, right? Eusebeth immediately cried out with delight, trembling and gasping, You've given me a nickname. I feel like the happiest person in the world. Simon's face darkened as he sighed to himself. I just shortened her name because it was too long, but she seems happy, so I probably don't need to tell her the truth. Just then, Fia spoke up. Now then, kid, it's your turn. Fia pointed at the pile of orc corpses and said, Turn them all into skeletons. Fia imagined having a legion of orc skeletons, a thrill of excitement running through him. Fia exclaimed, With this many orcs, our legion will become much stronger. But wait a minute. Simon, standing obediently in the corner, raised his hand to speak. Hold on, Fia, you forgot something important. I haven't learned resurrection magic yet. They teach that in the upper level classes. This completely crushed Fia's hopes, making him die a little on the inside. Fia was in pain. Fia collapsed. Fia clutched his head in disappointment and cried out, Heavens, I mean, right? You're still in the 1st class, aren't you? Eusebeth quickly said, Don't be so disappointed, Fia. We can still sell the corpses for money now, and that gives me an idea. Commander. Simon smiled happily and asked, All right, what is it? Eusebeth winked mischievously and suggested, It would be a waste to just throw these orcs away. So, why don't we send a letter to the Lord to sell them? After Simon wrote the letter, he quickly received a reply. In the letter, Count Daimon said that the orcs must have caused a lot of damage to the crops. Count Daimon, also the Lord of Anis, would make this an official request and give Simon a reward. In addition, Simon read that Count Daimon would also send the reward along with the money from the sale soon. Fia, squeezed in the subdimension with Eusebeth and the spiders, replied, I see. That's good news. But kid, how much farther to the ruins? Fia couldn't stand being squeezed anymore. Looking at the dark and tiny space, Fia whined, It's so stuffy in here. Suddenly, a high-pitched voice called out, Simon. It turned out to be Camille Barrett. As soon as she saw Simon, she happily waved and called out loudly, Simon, I'm so glad to see you're safe. Simon also greeted her back. Camille Barrett approached Simon, her face flushed with shyness, and said, I was so worried when I heard you took on a difficult mission. Simon gave a polite smile in response. I was just lucky. Then Simon asked, Are you heading somewhere? Camille Barrett said cheerfully, Yes, to the library. I'm planning to study with Melon today. Do you want to come with us, Simon? Eusebeth, sitting in the subdimension, suddenly scowled. Her mouth twisted down in displeasure. Outside, Simon and Camille Barrett were still chatting excitedly. Simon declined Camille's invitation and said, I'll join you next time. I have somewhere I need to be right now. Camille Barrett replied casually, Okay, see you tomorrow then. Simon stood waving goodbye, see you tomorrow. Suddenly, Eusebeth emerged. With sharp, cold eyes and a voice that sounded like it came from the depths of hell, she asked, Commander, who was that girl? Simon was so startled his soul nearly left his body. He yelled in alarm, You scared me. Then Simon turned to explain, She's just a classmate of mine. This answer clearly didn't satisfy Eusebeth. Her angry face, with veins popping, and her deathly glare continued to question him. For just a classmate, She had a rather provocative look when she looked at you. Of course, I still remember my oath, so I won't touch her. I'll wait silently at the ruins with Fia. But I still feel very annoyed about that girl. Simon saw the jealousy, but didn't dare to say anything more. All right, I'm glad you still remember your oath. Suddenly, Eusebius put on a shy act and said softly, and I am just a humble subordinate of yours, Commander. You can command me as you please. Hearing this, Simon reluctantly waved his hand as a signal. Oh, okay. Then can you return to the subdimension? I know this is a secluded place, but people still pass by. Eusebius disagreed and said, if that's the problem, why don't I do this? Then Eusebius turned, and with a poof, the form of the Spider Queen was gone, replaced by a Kaizen uniform, looking extremely beautiful and cute. Eusebius excitedly spun around for Simon to see and asked, how do I look? I look just like a Kaizen student, don't I? Simon just felt extremely helpless and said, you're wearing spider silk, not clothes, right? Eusebius replied, this is top quality stuff. If you have any odd jobs inside or outside of Kaizen, just summon me. Hearing this, Simon said in a panic, what? How? How can I do that? I heard there are numerous surveillance spells around Kaizen. Eusebius laughed casually, wagging her finger, and said, don't worry, Commander. Eusebius placed her hand on her chest, extremely confident. Not only can I change my appearance, but I also have my own stealth skill that can evade those surveillance spells. This made Simon exclaim with interest. Eusebius added, of course, my Spider Legion are also experts in ambushing enemies, so you can use them instead of me in emergencies. This made Simon happy. But not Fia. Fia was enduring a swarm of spiders crawling all over his face in a subdimension as small as a nostril. Outside, Simon was still thinking about Eusebius' ability. It's a good thing I recruited you into the Legion. She'd be very useful in many situations. Eusebius looked at Simon slyly and said, if you don't like this look, how about this? Then with another poof, Eusebius was gone. The person in front of Simon had turned into Camille Barrett. Simon, startled, said, You look exactly like Camille. You can shapeshift too. At this, Eusebius didn't answer right away. She cleared her throat a few times, ahem, ahem. After thorough preparation, Eusebius looked at Simon and, in Camille's voice, exclaimed, Simon. Simon, I'm so glad to see you're safe. Eusebius jumped and hugged Simon's arm, saying clingingly, I was so worried when I heard you took on a difficult mission. Simon felt both awkward and strange. Wow, I'm getting hugged by a girl, Simon shouted. Not only does she look identical, she even sounds exactly like Camille. That's enough, I've seen how amazing your skills are. Eusebius didn't stop, hugging Simon even tighter and saying, but I'm afraid Simon got hurt. I have to check for any wounds myself. Simon's face turned beet red from embarrassment, and he stammered, Stop it. Just turn back to your original form right now. Eusebius playfully refused to change back, still teasing Simon. How about it? You can experience all sorts of fun with this skill of mine. I really hope that day comes soon. Simon got annoyed and yelled, I already told you I don't need that kind of fun. While these two were busy teasing each other, Fia couldn't take it anymore. He roared, Heavens, stop chatting and get us to the ruins already, you fools. The clicking of these spiders is driving me mad. Only then did Simon remember and quickly replied, All right, I almost forgot about you, Fia. Simon turned to Eusebius and said, Let's hurry, use. She finally got serious and replied, Yes. After walking for a while longer, the three of them finally reached the ruins. Fia stretched and cracked his joints, saying, We're finally here. Simon looked around and said, Well, now we should do some house cleaning. Simon turned to Eusebius and asked, We currently have about 30 undead spiders, right? Eusebius replied, Yes. At that moment, the undead skeletons and undead spiders started to high-five and get acquainted. Fia pointed at Simon and scolded, So now we only have two ways to increase our numbers. Either increase the number of undead spiders, or you have to learn the resurrect dead skill immediately. It's one or the other. This gave Simon a headache. Simon turned to Eusebius for help. First, how do you get more spiders? Do we need to go off the continent to catch them? Eusebius replied with a straight face, No, I'm the Spider Queen, so I just need to lay more eggs. Simon heard this and was like, What the heck? He quickly looked at Eusebius and asked again, What? Eusebius smiled brightly and replied, I just need to lay more eggs. Then Eusebius, feigning shyness, slowly lifted her skirt and said, If you're curious, you're always welcome to witness it. Simon, both scared and embarrassed, quickly turned away, shouting in panic, No, I don't need to see that. Eusebeth still tried to persuade him, lifting her skirt and saying, but it's truly a rare opportunity. Simon yelled, why would anyone want to see that? Seeing the two of them going back and forth, Fia stood on the side and clicked his tongue, saying, Eusebeth is too provocative for a boy his age, don't you guys think? Immediately, the undead skeletons and spiders nodded vigorously in agreement. After calming down, Simon said, anyway, so Earth will produce more spiders. Saying this, Simon felt a headache coming on. And what else do we need? Suddenly, Simon remembered something and turned to ask Eusebeth. Hey Urs, I have a question. Eusebeth replied innocently, yes, Commander? Simon looked at Eusebeth seriously and asked hesitantly, I was wondering, can you also turn into a cleric? Hearing the question, Eusebeth asked in surprise, you mean a priest? Simon nodded in reply. Yes, it's about what happened in this forest not long ago. Eusebeth nodded and said, I see. So that's why you want me to disguise myself as a priest? Simon asked, can you do it? Eusebeth thought for a moment, then replied, I can, but I think we should release the undead spiders first. No matter how perfect my disguise is, it won't be of any use if the opponent is a real priest. Hearing this, Simon asked, why, is there a problem? Eusebeth then explained, those who use holy power have a special skill and can quickly detect the undead. Even if I can hide the fact that I don't use holy power, I can't stop them from discovering me. Simon replied, you don't need to worry about that. That priest infiltrated while carrying a core inside their body. Hearing this, Eusebeth was stunned, unable to believe her ears, and asked again, with a core. Eusebeth then deduced, I don't know what that person's purpose is, but I can see that their determination is quite strong. Fia also spoke up, not only that, their ability to use dark energy is almost on par with the professor's. Eusebeth thought, well, with a core inside their body, that person won't be able to use holy power. I guess they also lose the ability to detect the undead. If that's the case, I think I can give it a try. I'll release the spiders to monitor the forest and find out about the appearance and behavior of that high-ranking priest myself. If the undead spiders find the priest, they will report to you immediately, Commander. Simon praised her, excellent. Eusebeth looked at Simon and assured him, please leave this to me. Simon smiled and said, all right, I'm counting on you. Simon looked at everyone in the class chatting animatedly and thought, everyone looks happier than before. Is it because of the mission? It's been almost a week since we last saw each other. Then, Simon suddenly called out loudly, Melon, which startled Melon Violin in surprise. The girls around her heard and laughed teasingly. Good luck, which made Melon shout, hey. Simon, however, still didn't understand a thing. After Melon came over, Simon immediately greeted her. Long time no see. Melon. Melon sighed and said, you're really shameless, which left Simon confused. Melon looked at Simon's dumbfounded face, thought for a moment, and then said, oh wait, maybe you're just slow. This made Simon stammer, is this something wrong? Melon clicked her tongue and held out a pretty pink cake box in front of Simon, saying, never mind. Here. Simon cheered happily, wow for me. Melon said as she sat down, it's just because we're in the same group. Don't get the wrong idea. Simon nodded and said, all right, but why are you giving me a cake all of a sudden? Simon curiously turned to look at Melon and said, it's not my birthday today. Melon replied, it's gift day today, don't you know? Simon asked, what's that? Melon was so exasperated she was at a loss for words. It's when girls give cakes to boys. Simon stammered, oh right, thank you. You're so thoughtful. Hearing that, Melon's cheeks turned pink, but she still acted arrogant, crossing her arms and saying, not at all. I just took pity on you. If I didn't give you one, you and Dick wouldn't get any cakes. But as soon as Melon finished speaking, a line of girls brought cakes to Simon's desk, smiling and saying, hello, Simon, this is a lemon cake. Please accept it. I brought a black tea cake. Thanks for your help in combat magic class. Simon also smiled happily in reply. Thank you, everyone. I'm glad I could help. The cakes look delicious. I'll eat them later. The girls said shyly, oh, of course. After everyone had dispersed, Melon, sitting beside him, glared at Simon and said sarcastically, HMPH, I thought you were so popular. But everyone just came to thank you, huh? Just then, a clear voice called out, Simon. The person who arrived was the cute Cammy Bars, along with a cake box almost as long as she was. Cammy looked at Simon and smiled brightly, saying, good morning, Simon. Cammy Bars struggled to place the cake box on Simon's desk and said shyly, thank you so much for taking care of me all this time. I hope we can continue to be good friends until the end of the semester. After speaking, Cammy bowed deeply and shouted, "Please accept it." Which made Simon call out in a panic, "Cammy." Both Simon and Melon were stunned by the size of the cake box Camille brought. Melon asked, "Wow, did you make this yourself?" "It's amazing." Camille Barrett quickly waved her hands and stammered, No, of course not. "How could I dare? I bought it in Rochester." Cammy bowed her head and hastily explained, I just added the decorations on top." Simon looked at Cammy and thought with emotion, "Gift day is just like any other day, but she tried so hard for me." Simon stood up and called, "Hey Camille," then pulled out his handkerchief. He moved close to Cammy and gently wiped a smudge of cream from her face, saying softly, "You have something here." That single action was enough to make Cammy's face turn as red as a boiled shrimp. She was so flustered that she started speaking nonsense. Then Cammy, too embarrassed, slammed the cake box flat against Simon's face and shouted, Thank you, Simon." Immediately after, Camille bolted out of the classroom like a shot, amidst Simon's loud calls and the shock of Dick, who had just walked in. Simon, seeing Camille Barrett's reaction, was completely bewildered. His cheek, which had been hit by the cake box, was red and swollen. He said in pain, "What's wrong with her all of a sudden?" Only Melon understood what was happening, resting her hand on her forehead and sighing, "Oh, for goodness sake." Simon curiously turned to ask Melon, "She come back before class starts, right?" Melon replied lazily, "Probably." Just then, Dick walked over and asked loudly, "Hello, is anyone sitting next to you?" Simon smiled and raised his hand. "The spot is free. Come on over." Simon quickly said, "No wonder everyone is so lively. It's not just because they haven't seen each other in a week, but also because of gift day." Melon smiled with interest and turned to Simon, "On gift day, we have a very interesting statue. Have you seen it?" Simon asked in surprise. "What statue is interesting?" Melon pointed and laughed with delight. "Look over there. A birthday party hat, but with a heart pattern." It turned out to be Hector, his face grim as if he was about to start a fight, a stark contrast to the cute gifts beside him. Simon exclaimed, "Oh, wow. He must be miserable." Dick and Melon thought the opposite. They both smirked and said, "He deserves it." Then Melon suddenly returned to the topic with Simon. "Hey Simon, be honest, you didn't know today was gift day, did you?" This made Simon jump in his seat. Simon looked at Melon a bit shyly and asked, "Was it that obvious?" Melon sighed and said, "A little. Don't forget you're at an academy. I know you're from the countryside and not familiar with these things, but you should try to learn about current events and trends. Our teammates will understand, but others won't. Because the competition here is fierce, they won't miss an opportunity to drag you down." Simon replied, "Thanks for the advice." Then Simon asked curiously, "So, are there any other occasions like this, Melon? If there's a day for girls to give gifts to boys, there must be a day for boys to give gifts back, right?" Melon nodded and smiled. "Of course there is. Next is Jewelry Day." Simon's face went blank, thinking of all the expensive, high-quality diamonds and gems. Simon blurted out in horror, "That's not fair at all," which made Melon laugh. She quickly explained, "Of course, you don't have to give real gems." Melon laughed heartily while patting Simon on the back and said, "Just giving a toy or a cheap ring is fine." "Oh, but I won't stop you from giving me real jewelry." This left Simon confused and stiff. Melon even playfully winked at Simon and said excitedly, "I'm really looking forward to that day, Simon." Simon could only scream internally, "This is so unfair." A little later, it was time for class. Ms. Jane Olivia stood sternly at the podium and said, "I have received reports that all Class A students have returned safely to Kaizen. As your guiding professor, I am quite pleased." Ms. Jane picked up the chalk and said, "I will start with the first announcement. Starting this week, you will undergo combat evaluations." Simon heard this and was curious. Combat evaluations? While Dick beside him had already turned pale. Professor Jane's voice continued evenly. "The evaluations will be held throughout the first semester. The rules are very simple. You will fight one-on-one with another first-year student. All 14 classes at Kaizen will be your opponents. The winner moves up a tier, and the loser moves down a tier. The distribution for the upper, middle, and lower tiers is 30% each, with the bottom tier having the remaining 10%. The tiers will be refreshed once a week, and your movement up or down depends on winning or losing. Each tier will have a different point value. You can earn or lose points depending on your battles. For example, the points you lose in an upper tier will be more than the points you win in a lower tier. In other words, you should challenge with the goal of advancing to the upper tier at all cost, and the students in the bottom tier by the end of the fall semester. will all be expelled. This information caused a stir among the students below. Jane Olivia continued, 10% of students will be expelled in the first semester, and another 10% in the second semester, so you must think about how to survive with the tricks you have up your sleeves. As the vice principal of Kaizen and the guiding professor of Class A, I feel I have done my best. Only our class has experienced the Avalon training and a real battle with Cyclopses. I can't imagine a class better than the Class A I am guiding. Although as vice principal I have become the guide for a first-year class, I trust that you will not disappoint me. After Professor Jane finished speaking, Dick suddenly jumped up, stood on his desk, raised his hand and roared, "Don't worry, Professor Jane. We will do our best so you can hold your head high with pride." Melon was startled and quickly tried to stop him. "Are you crazy? Sit down." But Dick didn't hear a thing, his whole body as excited as if he drunk a bowl of chicken blood, raising his hands and screaming, "Let's go, Class A." "Yeah, let's get to it." The series of actions stunned Simon, while Melon quickly covered her face and cried out, "So embarrassing." Professor Jane saw this, sighed, and called out, "Student Dick Haywood." Dick quickly responded, "Yes, Professor." Then Professor Jane tossed out a sentence, "You're the one I'm most worried about," which sent all of Dick's enthusiasm plummeting. He froze solid and let out a pained cry. Professor Jane stood before all the students in the training room and posed a serious question. "I have a question. Can anyone tell me the difference between the monster battles we've practiced before and these upcoming one-on-one duels?" Jane raised her hand eagerly and volunteered to answer. "Yes, Professor. We formed a plan and attacked the monsters. But in this battle, our opponents can also form a plan." Vice Principal Jane nodded slightly. "Yes, any other opinions?" "Yes, any other opinions?" Hector also eagerly raised his hand. "Unlike fighting monsters in one-on-one battles, we will be limited in our use of dark magic," the professor suggested. "Can you elaborate?" Everyone watched Hector attentively. He glanced back at the crowd as he answered, "Skills that require a long casting time, skills that are easily detected or cast slowly, and trap-type magic circles set on the ground will rarely be effective in one-on-one battles, so their use will be restricted." It's the same for that. The main character was a bit worried as Hector was clearly targeting him while continuing to present. Summoning skills from the summoning school will also be ineffective in one-on-one duels. Dick, standing behind Simon, sighed, feeling annoyed hearing Hector's answers. The strategy to defeat a summoner is obvious. And unlike monsters with low intelligence, humans can dodge summon creatures and directly attack the summoner. Professor Jane was satisfied with the good answer. The professor reiterated he has mentioned the most important point. As Hector just said, some specializations may be very difficult to apply to achieve good results. However, there are skills that may not be the best in one-on-one battles, but can still become incredibly powerful weapons depending on how you use them. The charms that Dick often uses are one example. Dick was surprised and pointed at himself when the professor mentioned him. Everyone else looked too. Professor Jane explained, if you simply approach an opponent with a charm, it would be the easiest way to fight against a student specializing in combat magic, as they have to get close to fight. So, you can very easily land an attack on them. But if you have to face a student from the hematology department who specializes in long-range attacks, then you will lose immediately. Dick imagined the simple attack on the combat magic student versus having to hide behind a rock to avoid an attack from the hematology student, and thought to himself, I couldn't even get close to her. The professor suggested, you will get a good result if you recognize your strengths and weaknesses and learn to compensate for your shortcomings. Everyone else also realized it. Then hematology students should prepare to fight against close combat students. Professor Jane announced, now, you will practice individually and review your strengths. When you have a practice fight, remember to wear protective gear. During practice, think about what kind of dark magic user would be effective in one-on-one combat. You can ask the teaching assistant, a female Ta with long brown hair, a black headband, and green eyes. The professor declared, all right, let's begin. Dick, Melon, and Cammy, wearing protective gear, discussed their strategy together. Melon said, all right, I'll shoot the dark arrows first. Dick agreed, okay. Another group was also discussing over a piece of paper with a magic circle drawn on it. Adjust this part, one person said, while the other held a marker and drew. While everyone was talking and working in groups, Simon sat in a corner, hugging his knees and looking at everyone. He crossed his arms and thought deeply. As Hector said, summoning is at a disadvantage in one-on-one combat. So how can I get a high score using summoning? The main character thought, I could easily win if I used battalion, but I can't do that in class. so all I can use are the 3 summoned skeletons. But skeletons are slow, so it would be very difficult for them to keep up with the human speed. He pictured Fia, Earth, and the 3 skeletons he could summon. Simon leaned his head back against the wall and sighed. The more he thought, the more he felt like he'd lose. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Well, you seem to have a lot on your mind. It was the female Ta. Simon realized she had been standing next to him the whole time. She smiled and shared, Haha, if you have any problems, feel free to ask me. I've been at Kaizen for almost 2 years, so I might be able to help. Simon sat up excitedly. Oh, I was just worried about how to fight in a one-on-one battle. My major is summoning. The Ta raised her hand and said, in my experience, trying is better than just sitting and thinking. The main character was taken aback and replied, yes ma'am. A set of protective gear was thrown towards the main character. The Ta encouraged him, try it on. Simon caught it with both hands. The Ta winked at Simon. I'll be your opponent. You know about the barrier gauge, right? Simon put on the gear and walked towards the Ta. Yes, Professor Jane explained it last time. The Ta praised him. Good, then there's no need to worry. I'll only use level 1 dark magic. Are you ready? The Ta asked. The main character clenched his fist. The skeletons were summoned. Yes, he was ready. The Ta smiled and opened her palm. Tiny blue magic particles gradually appeared, forming magic circles. All right then, come at me. The 3 skeletons charged towards the Ta. She shouted, fire. The black material fragments were drawn towards her. Black arrows gradually emerged from the magic circles. That spell is Dark Arrow. Simon realized it. Yes, this is a skill that most level 1 magic students use for long-range combat. You must have been paying close attention in Dark Arts class, the Ta said with satisfaction, as the dark arrows continued to form. Simon thought to himself, she really is only going to use skills that a first-level magic student can use, while simultaneously giving orders to the skeletons. The 2 of them advanced, protect the other one. The skeleton in front used its body to block the rapidly approaching dark arrows. The sound of breaking bones echoed. The remaining skeleton charged towards the Ta. She was slightly surprised. You can control all 3 at once. The Ta focused magical energy into her fist, saying, for a first-level student, you're pretty good. She threw an incredibly powerful punch straight at the skeleton. The skeleton shattered, and she let out a faint smile. The skeleton shattered into pieces. Simon was stunned into silence. The Ta continued to create another magic circle, asking, do you have time to be surprised like that? The wind picked up, and a black stream of air emerged from the magic circle, enveloping Simon. He still didn't understand what was happening. Only now, as a feeling of exhaustion set in, did Simon understand the exhaustion curse. No wonder she's a Ta. Even though she's only using basic skills, I can still see that she's very experienced. The Ta slowly approached Simon, who was on his knees from the curse, and said, now I've eliminated the creatures and even cast an exhaustion curse on the summoner. She laughed loudly, concentrating magic into her hand, preparing to strike a final blow. This is a great opportunity to finish you. In that very moment, Simon saw his chance. He focused magic into his leg. He raised it high and kicked towards the Ta. She quickly noticed the incoming attack, but was still surprised. He's not defending. A loud explosion echoed through the training room, sending a shockwave towards the other students, startling all of them. But attacking instead, the Ta thought in disbelief. Simon was surprised. Huh? I remember kicking. But why does it feel like I didn't hit anything? A thick cloud of dust billowed up. It turned out the Ta had moved far away from the main character's position. Oh, my apologies. At this point, Simon still didn't understand what was happening. I said I would only use basic dark magic, but I accidentally used spirit magic. Let's stop the fight here. The magic circle was still on her hand. She laughed awkwardly and scratched her head. Simon was just as awkward. Yes, thank you. Imagining being defeated by Simon, this is crazy. The Ta thought to herself, if I hadn't used spirit magic, I would have been done for. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she cleared her throat and said calmly, first, let me explain why we had this practice match. The Ta said, people like you who don't know their own strength often find the answer when pushed to their limits. The thing you rely on in the most dangerous and critical moments. Simon seemed to have realized something. In your case, logically you started with summoning, but when you got anxious, you immediately switched to combat magic without hesitation. Not only that, you also enhanced your body for close combat when you sent out the skeletons, right? She explained, crossing her arms. Even though you didn't know if I would fight at long range or close range to defeat you, You still instinctively prepared for close combat. Am I right? After hearing this, Simon answered in confusion. Yes, you are. She patted Simon's shoulder and said with a smile, you don't need to come to a conclusion right away, but you also don't need to give up when you have both talent and skills like that. You have plenty of time, so just think it over slowly. If I were you, I'd choose combat magic. Good luck. The Ta wished him. Yes, thank you. Although Simon said thanks, his heart was still in turmoil. The main character recalled Hector's words. Summoning skills will also be ineffective in one-on-one duels. That is words. In your case, logically, you started with summoning. But when you got anxious, you immediately switched to combat magic without hesitation. Finally, he asked himself, is fighting with summoning really that hard? A protective vest was thrown by someone, sliding across the floor towards him. Simon Valencia, his name was called out. What is it? Hector, already in his protective gear, stared intently at Simon. Put yours on. Let's spar. In the distance, another student watched with concern. In a corner of the training room, laughter rang out. Hey, why can't you land a single hit on me? Just so you know, I'm going easy on you. Melon sneered. Who are you kidding? I'm only using basic charms and you can't even move. Dick, embarrassed, turned his face away. A loud noise echoed and Melon jerked her head around, wondering what had just happened. Melon saw Simon and the Ta talking to each other through a thin veil of dust. Wow, that sound. I didn't realize he was fighting the Ta. Looks like they're done sparring. Think he won. I'm not sure. I couldn't see the barrier gauge clearly. Simon bowed his head to the Ta. He sighed. He probably lost. It's tough to win against a Ta. Melon watched Simon from afar. Melon realized Hector intended to challenge Simon. Immediately, she clenched her fist and whipped her head in that direction. Dick watched with apprehension. Melon. Simon Valencia. Hector called the main character's name through the protective vest and challenged him. Put it on. Let's spar. For a moment, Simon didn't know how to respond. Another vest was thrown towards Hector, accompanied by an annoyed voice. Why don't you go cause trouble somewhere else? Simon turned away indifferently, leaving behind only one sentence. I'm not in the mood. Hector gritted his teeth in anger. You bastard. Melon suddenly appeared between Simon and Hector, yelling for Hector to stop. This is none of your business. Hector said, that's just what you think. What do you think you're doing, acting like a child? If you keep bullying people like this, I'll report you to the professor. Melon threatened harshly. From afar, Dick and Camille looked at Melon with admiration. A sinister smile. You're just a stand-in for Sun. Anger consumed Melon. She clenched her fists tightly. Her mood sank. Cammy worried for Melon, and Dick spoke up. How dare you say that? Other students also tried to intervene. Hey Hector, take that back. I know you're angry, but that's... Melon remained silent. Suddenly, a blazing red dark fire magic circle formed on her right hand. Her hair flew as streams of magic power escaped, and she gritted her teeth in anger. Melon, stop, Simon shouted, reaching for the magic circle she was casting. A young man with white hair walked over and asked, what's going on? Dick and Cammy turned their heads and recognized the Ta. Immediately, Hector bowed his head towards the Ta and admitted fault. It's nothing, sir. I apologize for causing a scene. In another corner, Simon had managed to grab Melon's hand. Dick said angrily, that bastard. He always pretends to be good in front of the TAs and professors. Melon didn't care and said, let's go. A scolding voice rang out. Good grief, both of you. Consider this a warning. You almost did the one thing Professor Jane hates the most. Melon lowered her head. Yeah, I'm sorry. Melon was still angry, but had to hold it in. Then let's get back to training. Yeah. Dick looked annoyed. Damn it, that bastard. He should know what not to say. Cammy walked over and asked, Melon, are you okay? Melon was flustered. Yeah, sorry, I just lost my cool for a bit. Simon didn't seem to agree. A bit? Melon, she didn't let the main character finish. By the way, Simon, sorry. When were you planning on letting go of my hand? Only then did Simon shyly realize he still hadn't let go of Melon's hand. Melon raised her hand and rubbed her head, saying, sorry, I was in a hurry. But you're really crazy. She worriedly took Simon's reddened and scratched hand, turning it over and over. Why would you grab a dark fire magic circle with your bare hand? Look at this. You've burned yourself. Only then did Simon realize his hand was injured. Melon turned her head and said to her two friends, Cammy, Dick, I'm taking him to the infirmary. They said their goodbyes. All right, see you later. See you. In the infirmary, Simon was sitting on a hospital bed. Melon sat on a wooden chair next to the bed, carefully wrapping a bandage around her friend's hand. Melon asked curiously, You grabbed my hand earlier. Why did you do that? Simon calmly and slowly replied, Well, because you would have gotten in trouble if the Ta found out you were about to use magic. Even though Hector was wearing protective gear, he wasn't wearing it properly, Simon said. Melon lowered her head and thought, her hand still fiddling with the bandage on Simon's hand. And what Hector said earlier, she recalled Hector's angry words when he said she was just a substitute for Sun. Simon explained, I don't understand, but that was something he shouldn't have said to you, right? The atmosphere between the two was awkward. Melon tried to explain, earlier, that was, but Simon had already smiled and thanked her. She didn't understand, looking a bit surprised. Simon seemed to understand her confusion. You stepped in to stop Hector from picking a fight with me. Simon's face lit up. He placed a hand on his chest. You almost got into a fight with him, but I stopped you. So we're even now. Melon, embarrassed, clasped her hands between her thighs, her toes touching. Good grief, that's your biggest problem. Simon was also surprised. What? Melon jumped up, startling Simon. She leaned in and said loudly, You're just nice. You know what? You're so nice it's annoying. But she placed her hands on a slightly scared Simon's shoulders. This time, that won't be enough. Simon was confused. What do you mean? Melon leaned in close, her face flushed, and placed both hands on Simon's shoulders. I'm only going to say this once, so listen carefully. Simon still didn't understand what was happening. Melon enunciated each word clearly. Thank you, Simon. The space around them seemed to bloom with flowers. Melon was bright and radiant. Immediately after, Melon rushed out of the room, leaving Simon stunned. He only managed to raise his hand, not even getting to call out her full name. The sound of the door slamming echoed. A voice from his collar made him jump. Good grief. Listening to you to talk is making me cringe. Like father, like son. It was Fia. Simon squeezed the emblem and told him to shut up. Somewhere else in the school, Simon met Cammy. He thought, what is spirit magic? I'm not sure either. Simon had asked, but Cammy didn't know either. The two sat disappointed on a long red bench. Cammy was worried. Are you okay? What happened with the reserve team in spirit magic class? Did the professor teach too fast? Simon forced a smile. No, but it was painful in a way I couldn't have imagined. Dick, hearing this, was just as confused. Couldn't imagine? Simon continued. The spirit magic professor only teaches when we can sense spirits, right? And we have to stay in the reserve team until we can do that. He recalled the spirit magic professor with the head of Evolve shouting, for spirit magic class, you must feel the spirits. And the students below replying, yes, sir, professor, no matter how hard I try, I can't feel the spirits. A student raised his hand, expressing his helplessness. The professor yelled, feel it. The spirit magic professor started dancing, performing bizarre moves that terrified the students. Simon had to cover Camille's eyes. The professor shouted, just feel it. Don't tell yourselves you can't do it. Just feel it. You all lack motivation. Try harder. Put all your energy and heart into the ritual dance. Like this, and like this. Simon and Camille recalled the terrifying memory. Simon held Camille, who had her face buried in her hands, but the process of sensing spirits was just too much. Honestly, I don't want to see that dance ever again. I feel offended, Camille moaned. Simon comforted her. Camille, you survived, Camille. Dick and Melon were puzzled, not understanding at all. Simon asked, what did you guys learn in the training team? Melon answered, offensive spells, of course. All the professors are mainly teaching combat methods since the evaluation battle is coming up. Simon and Cammy clasped their hands in fervent prayer. Please, please, Dick looked at his two friends and comforted them helplessly. But hematology doesn't require things like sensing spirits like spirit magic class, so you'll probably learn something useful here. An old professor with white hair and a beard, wearing a black hat, stood with one hand behind his back, one hand leaning on a cane. He walked forward. Beside him were what appeared to be two teaching assistants in black-hatted uniforms, one male and one female. The professor said, everyone, gather around. We will begin class shortly. A few people had already recognized him. It's Professor Silas. The elderly professor placed both hands on his cane, standing solemnly before the students. My apologies, due to some personal matters, our class had to start late. Since we're behind schedule, I'll be speeding things up. Cammy listened attentively. First, hematology is a dark magic that uses blood as a medium. Many people think this subject reenacts the secret skills of vampires or werewolves. But contrary to popular belief, hematology has a long history because blood is the substance with the best compatibility with dark energy. Each needle injected into the arm is connected to a brown button in the palm via a transparent tube secured by straps and tape, which is the toolkit for the subject. Before we begin practice, beginners will have difficulty drawing blood, so we will use an assistance tool. We will continue after you have all put on the equipment. Professor Silas created a sphere in his hand composed of 2 parts, one dark blue, one red, separate yet intertwined. He explained, dark energy and blood are quite similar, and necromancers can mix dark energy and blood together to create various magical reactions. In other words, it would be a great waste if a necromancer didn't use blood. It would consume your energy, but blood can become your fastest and most powerful weapon. Cammy's face showed clear excitement as she listened to him speak. Her eyes lit up, her hands clasped together. Simon realized, all right, Cammy is a vampire. The professor announced, today, we will explore the properties and characteristics of blood, and use blood bullets in actual combat. Cammy's excitement vanished completely. She was bewildered when she heard the words actual combat. After a while, it was Cammy's turn. Next, second row, get ready, the professor said. Cammy was nervous, trembling slightly, her wings all ruffled. She jumped and replied, ah yes. Simon from below encouraged Cammy. You can do it, Cammy. Although she was nervous, she heard his words of encouragement. Dick and Melon were cheering enthusiastically from a distance. Taking a deep breath, her hands still clenched, her face slightly anxious but calmer than before, she was ready. At the shooting range, a voice called out, finally, 6th row, fire. Bang, the blood was transformed into a bullet and shot rapidly towards the target. It flew straight to the center of the target. Blood type is AP5. Penetration diameter is 45 millimeters and 3 targets were pierced through. The aiming sight was distorted after that shot. Professor Silas held a vial of the blood type, slowly dripping a few drops onto a strangely shaped liquid in his hand. Blood type AP5 has the property of contracting when it encounters dark energy. It can condense dark energy to its limit, creating excellent piercing power. Actually, it specializes more in construction than propulsion. Ahem. He continued to drip, and the liquid began to change, its round shape dissolving. So it's quite useful in assisting dark energy as well as forming magic circles. Professor Silas looked at the person standing before him and said, get an AP5 nameplate from the TA and come in. Dick Haywood looked at Professor Silas. Yes, Professor. From now on, you must wear this nameplate before coming to class. Professor Silas held up a blue nameplate. In the center was a logo and the name AP5. All right, next group. Please line up with row 1 at the front. Cammy Barzusela clasped her hands in front of her chest, her eyes looking forward hesitantly. Cammy Barzusela is ready. Behind her, Dick Haywood and Melon Valine Joseo cheered enthusiastically. Simon smiled at her. As a member of the Ursula family, she is a vampire. Cammy raised her left hand, preparing to look forward. Professor Silas looked at Cammy and ordered, fire. Cammy used her right hand to hold her left hand up high in a shooting motion, shouting, fire. The blood drop shaped like a bullet shot forward. A loud explosion, boom. The scene before Cammy's eyes was nothing but fire. Dick Hayworth and Melon Villain's jaws dropped to the scene before them. Blood type is KP1. Penetration diameter is impossible to measure. Valenia looked at the scene before him and exclaimed, for targets were destroyed in the explosion. Wow, she's a vampire. After all, another person standing beside him looked at Valenia and said, you can't fight a member of the Ursula family. I'm quite jealous of her bloodline. Ahem. Blood type KP1 has explosive properties when combined with dark energy. In terms of offensive capability, it is the strongest known blood type and only vampires possess it. Everyone around looked at Cammy with surprised and admiring faces. Cammy blushed shyly, her hands touching in front of her chest. Professor Silas looked at Cammy with satisfaction. We'll be seeing each other more often from now on, Cammy Bars. Hearing that, the little girl was incredibly excited. Cammy smiled brightly, her face full of eagerness. Why yes, thank you, Professor. Cammy happily, cheerfully looked towards Dick Haywood and Melon Valine. Hey, did you see that, Melon, Dick? Dick and Melon both gave a thumbs up and looked at Cammy happily. You did great. That was amazing. Professor Silik's voice rang out again. Next, rows 3 and 4. get ready. Yes, fire. Simon smiled. Professor Silas continued. Next, row 6, get ready. Simon looked at the professor, his left hand raised. Yes, row 6, Simon Valencia, ready. Simon Valencia raised his left hand forward, aiming straight at the target. Fire. His finger created a magic circle from which a stream of blue power emerged. The bullet shot forward at high speed. Flash. The bullet flew swiftly, and then suddenly vanished like a gust of wind. Everyone was astonished. The bullet was nowhere to be seen. It seemed as if Simon had just shot air. This made the other students who were watching wonder, huh? What happened? Did that dark magic make the bullet disappear? Simon had a completely helpless expression on his face. Someone shouted, look, in front of the target. It reappeared. The bullet suddenly reappeared and shot straight into the center of the target board. Boom, a loud explosion, and the board shattered into pieces. Simon Valencia looked at the TA. She looked flustered at the document in front of her. This is an unknown blood type. It's a new type. The 2 targets in front and the 2 on the left and right were hit. The penetration score is immeasurable. The 2 targets on the side, although not the center of aim, were also half tattered from the impact of the shot. A blood bullet that fans out. I've never seen this type before, so I can't explain its properties. The professor said, we will discuss your blood type in the next class. Next, group 7, please get ready. Valencia was flustered and confused. Ah yes. The TA looked at Simon and smiled shyly. I don't have a nameplate to give you. I'll give you a new one in the next class. Valencia looked at her and replied, yes, thank you. Simon, what was that? A new type. That's amazing, Simon. Cammy looked at him with great admiration. Simon scratched his head, confused. I'm not sure either. I've never heard of it before. Dick Haywood wondered, voicing his thoughts. It looks pretty cool, makes you look special. But doesn't that also mean there won't be any guidance for your case? Melon Violin rested her chin on her hand, her eyes looking forward. Although all magic belongs to hematology, they still have different training methods based on the blood type. Yes, there's no match, even among the 4 of us. Dick Haywood continued to explain enthusiastically, and in hematology, the professor will be the one to guide it, and usually the TAs will provide specific tips depending on the type. If there are 60 types in the class, they'll need 60 TAs. Simon seemed to have understood the problem. Oh, so that's why there are so many TAs. Simon looked at everyone and wondered, so, what's going to happen to me? Melon, Volin, and everyone else thought deeply. Right? The image of Valencia's shot replayed in Professor Silas's memory. Yes, I'm quite sure about it. Professor Silas rested his chin on his hand as he walked and pondered in the room full of books. The characteristic of Simon Valencia is multiplication. The moment his blood came into contact with the dark energy absorbed it, and the dark energy that absorbed his blood increased in volume and power. The moment the blood bullet looked like it had disappeared, it was actually just the darkness absorbing the blood, and the bullet became invisible. That was when Simon fired the blood bullet, and it suddenly vanished. And once it reached the target, the damage was evident. Then the bullet completely destroyed the targets. Professor Silas thought to himself, how interesting. In his mind, he began his own calculations. An image of Cammy and Simon appeared. The powerful blood of a vampire like Cammy Barzashula consumes dark energy to increase its volume, but conversely, Simon Valencia's blood reinforces the dark energy. This is truly worth studying in detail. Now I understand, he pondered, his finger tapping lightly on the table. I finally understand why you invested so much in Simon Valencia. An image of Bahanamaga suddenly appeared in his mind. Professor Silas placed his teacup down. What brings you here? Bahanamaga spoke up. I'm here to make a proposal. Professor Silas asked in surprise. A proposal? Bahan smiled cunningly. Yes. I have a half-vampire student in the class A I'm in charge of, but surprisingly, she's thinking of specializing in cursing. Bahanamaga chuckled. The truth is, she does have some talent in cursing, but she scored higher in hematology on both the recent test and the entrance exam. She also has an advantage in that field because she was born into a vampire family. Bahanamaga said this while looking towards Professor Silik, who was sitting at his desk. So, what are you trying to say? Professor Silas held his teacup and took a sip. Bahanamaga continued, I will try to convince her to specialize in hematology. I bet she will be a great asset to you in the future. Professor Silas placed the teacup on the table, and the atmosphere around him suddenly grew heavy. The professor looked at Bahanamaga with an icy expression, his brow furrowed as he said, still as arrogant as ever, since you were a student. I know you're part of the Crow organization now, but don't look down on me like that, the professor warned him. Bahanamaga held up his hands and said with a smile, I apologize if my words were a bit rude. I just wanted to help you as one of your longtime students. If only you hadn't dropped out of hematology right when the second semester started, the professor said with regret. The tea on the table had grown cold. Bahan made a request. Professor Silik, I only want one thing. Bahanamaga's expression suddenly changed, his hand placed on his chest. His face exuded ambition, wishing for him to give up on recruiting Simon Fallania of Class A. Professor Silik recalled. He sighed. Bahan acts quite seriously based on his own interest. I should have realized sooner when he told me to give up on a student who intended to specialize in summoning, not even hematology. He wanted to take a genius like Simon without me knowing. The Ta brought in a cup of coffee with both hands. Professor, here is your coffee. He turned, holding his teacup, and looked at her seriously. Thank you. Come to my office immediately and prepare the registration for my new research. Yes, Professor. What will the topic be? A new blood type. So you're thinking about researching Simon Valencia's blood? Yes, I have to hurry before he gets taken away. Professor Silas stood up and slammed his hand on the table. For now, let's just call this new blood type SM1 and inform all the TAS. We will also join the fight to win over Simon Valencia. Professor Silik's face was now more pensive and serious than ever before. In the catarology lecture hall, Professor Bahan stood at the podium, teasing with a smile. Well, you all look so miserable. You must be having a hard time with the combat evaluation. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and continued. I understand. I graduated from Kaizen 2. Fighting with your classmates must be making you very anxious. Let me show you a few tricks. The whole class was very impressed and listened attentively. I will show this class how to subdue an opponent quickly and safely. Bahan held up the fingers and said, I will divide the class into 2 groups. Those who have decided to use dark magic in the evaluation will need an additional support curse. I will teach you the slow spell. You can cast this curse very quickly. For those who primarily use curses, and those who haven't decided which dark magic to use in the evaluation, I will teach you an improved version of the paralysis curse. I myself have developed and redesigned both curses, so you can't learn them anywhere else. Everyone who heard this showed clear astonishment. Professor Bahan spread his arms and explained in detail with a smile. The slow curse will drain strength from a specific part of the body, including the legs, to restrict movement. You can cast this curse faster and easier than exhaustion. The new version of paralysis has a lower effect than the existing paralysis spell. But I've improved it for practical combat application, so its casting speed will be faster than the original. Come on now. Why don't you all line up to learn the skill you want? In his mind, he was focused on Simon and thought to himself, now then, Simon Valencia, a genius like you should learn what suits you best. Bahan, with a look of anticipation for Simon's decision, thought, theology is the best way to utilize your dark energy. You want to use summoning as your main skill in the competition. Forget that ridiculous plan and choose theology. Hurry up. But contrary to his expectations, Bahan's hopes were dashed when Simon chose slow. He widened his eyes in great disappointment. You chose theology as a supplementary magic again? Takahiko walked up beside him and reminded him. Professor Bahan, you're making that face again. Bahan's eyes were filled with extreme anger. He regained his gentle demeanor and said, Oh my. I must have lost my composure for a moment. He rubbed his head and sighed. Thank you, Kahiko. She said plainly, You're welcome. This is my job. Besides, you should start teaching. Bahan instructed. Tell all the TAs to go to the new paralysis station. I'll teach slow myself. His decision made Kahiko confused as well. What, sir? But last week you said you would personally teach paralysis. Bahan replied nonchalantly, I've changed my mind. Kahiko broke into a sweat, exclaiming, Professor, all the TAs have already prepared the materials for the slow curse. They even pulled all-nighters for it. Bahan seemed not to care, just muttering a few words. Is that so? Kahiko clenched her fist in anger and thought to herself, no matter what I say, he won't change his mind. She nodded slightly and replied, yes. Then Kahiko turned around and instructed the other TAs, Taz, gather around. Discard all the teaching materials for the slow curse and prepare to teach the new paralysis curse. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Huh? Someone said unhappily, but Kahiko, we spent all of last week preparing materials for slow. Kahiko tried to mediate with everyone. This isn't the first time he's changed his mind like this. Let's hurry and get to work. Kahiko lowered her head in helplessness and said, even if we try to convince him, he's not the type to listen, is he? I'll handle the class, so you guys get ready to support me. With that, Kahako glanced in one direction and thought to herself, the professor probably changed his mind. Because of that kid, Kahako sighed. Things are about to get complicated for both of us. Bahan remained calm, approaching the group and saying, is everyone here? Yes, Professor. Bahan began his lecture. Good. Since you've chosen theology as a supplementary skill, learning it thoroughly will benefit you. Curses are the best dark magic for you to buy time and perfect your main spell. A student raised their hand to speak. Professor, may I ask what kind of magic requires a lot of time to cast? I want to know my enemy, Bahan praised. This is a good attitude. The dark magic with the longest casting time would be probably summoning spells in general. At that moment, Simon sat on a bench in a corner, looking up at the sky in deep thought. Then he contacted Fia through the badge on his chest. He confessed his thoughts. Fia, does a Legion commander have to major in summoning? The person on the other side replied, you seem to be thinking deeply, but now I understand why. There's no such rule. Fia added, if you choose another specialization, you can still command the Legion yourself. How you want to command the Legion is your choice. We will respect your wishes. Fia on the other side kept asking, what's wrong? Are you hoping I'll stop you? Simon rubbed his head shyly and replied, well, to be honest, a little. He nervously wrung his hands. Everyone says that summoning is weak and outdated. Even Professor Aaron, who teaches summoning, said so. Fia appeared before him in a colossal form and asked, are you going to give up on summoning? Faced with that question, Simon remained silent, not answering. He clenched his fist and said in a resolute tone, no. Hearing this, Fia was very pleased and laughed loudly. That's right. The feeling you have now is what your heart truly wants. Your current worries seem to be about something else. Simon asked in confusion, something else. Fia explained in detail, that's right. Instead of wondering whether to give up or continue studying summoning, you want to win this combat evaluation using only summoning. Isn't that what's troubling you? It seemed his words had hit the mark. Simon was also bewildered and exclaimed, wow, I really can't hide anything from you. Am I being foolish? While there are better ways to win, I want to use summoning. Fia asked, why do you think that? Simon leaned back on the bench and continued to confide, I'm just annoyed. All my friends and professors keep saying that summoning takes time, needs support, and is weak. I'm sick of hearing those words. It's not even my major yet, but seeing summoning being treated this way makes me uncomfortable. Fia, as if reading his mind, said, but your choices always prioritize efficiency. That belief and your feelings are in conflict, which is why you're having a hard time, right? Because someone understood him, Simon lifted his head and happily replied, that's right. Fia posed a difficult question to him. After all this thinking, what is your conclusion? At that moment, the wind blew through Simon's hair, sweeping it up to reveal his bright and determined face. This time, I will follow my heart. He closed his eyes and began to feel his accomplishment. Imagine it, Fia. When everyone else rejects it, I alone will use summoning to win right in front of them. Simon slowly emerged from his daydream and asked, don't you think that feeling would be amazing? Fia laughed heartily in agreement. That's right, that's the spirit. Willingly walking a path that others dare not. That choice itself is already special and precious. Remember that, kid. He reminded Simon, you're the commander I have chosen. Don't care about the limits that those fools have set. Just do what you want. Simon stood up with a proud posture and replied, yeah, Fia. His face was full of confidence as he said, in this combat evaluation, I will only use summoning to compete. Cut to another room. The angry voice of a man echoed incessantly. Why? Why don't you realize that all of this is for you? Everything inside was now in disarray, but that voice continued to drone on. Why does he let his talent go to waste with summoning? It turned out to be Professor Bahan. He was very angry and resentfully continued, why is it like this? At that moment, Keviko calmly walked in and asked, are you done venting, Professor Bahan? He looked up with soulless eyes. Bahan seemed to have become a different person, no longer as elegant as he was in class. He twisted his neck in frustration and continued, I can't understand it. Doesn't he know he'll become the next Aaron if he keeps pursuing that old, low-class magic like summoning? Bahan angrily slammed his hand on the table. No matter how excellent he becomes in that field, he'll just end up like Aaron. He was the most outstanding member of this Kaizen Academy, a promising student with exceptional talent. Bahan stared intently at the photo on the table, an image of when they were close, and continued with annoyance, and look at how he treats this Kaizen. As he said this, Bahan's eyes turned cold and sinister beyond description. He slammed the photo face down on the table, his sense of outrage growing ever higher. It's pathetic. I can't stand it anymore. Bright talents sinking themselves to the bottom of society. I won't stand by and watch anymore. Only I can guide Simon to his rightful place. Only I can polish this rough stone into the brightest gem in the world. Calico, standing beside him, sighed helplessly. Professor, why don't you be a little more honest? Bahan laughed like a madman. Be honest. All right. Bahan turned his head, his eyes cunning, and said, I want to have him. I want him to be mine. I want Simon Valencia to be mine at any cost. I am willing to give my entire soul to him. I will make that talent blossom by any means necessary. Seeing the person in front of him acting like a madman, Calico sighed. Here we go again. He started spouting nonsense again to create the next Neptus. I will dedicate everything, my talent, my efforts, this very life to bring him to the threshold of divinity. In exchange for just one thing, that he worships me as his one and only master, so that if anyone asks how he could achieve such heights, he will answer, it's all thanks to him, Professor Bahan. Bahan was lost in his delusions of power. Thinking about it, his face was filled with satisfaction. Just thinking about it feels so good. Calico, fed up, turned to leave. Then I'll leave you to your quiet space. But Professor Bahan quickly grabbed her arm. Calico. Then he lifted her chin with his hand and said confidently, I'm the type of person who wants everything. Calico's expression was extremely uncomfortable. Bahan didn't care and leaned in closer, whispering, just like how I have you. Calico boldly kicked Bahan's leg, then snapped back. This is sexual harassment, Professor Bahan. He cried out in pain. You're still not cute at all, even back when you were a student. I don't want an heir who's always so serious like this. With a sarcastic tone, Calico said, Ha, I thought you wanted Simon Valencia to be your heir. Bahan, with a crazy thought, replied, Oh, no way. Simon Valencia will surpass even me, a talent that can rival Neptus. He spread his arms wide and humbly said, I just need to be his respected teacher. Isn't it wonderful to have such an outstanding student? And you still think my desire is vulgar? Calico pushed up her glasses and said flatly, trying to covetously teach like you is what's vulgar. At this point, Bahan had sobered up a bit and retorted, You still love to twist my words, don't you? I have an idea. Calico sighed. What is it this time? Simon Valencia is currently very satisfied with summoning. It's not surprising given his recent successes in training. That's the problem. What he needs to taste right now is a crushing defeat. Only then will he realize the problem and reconsider the right path. Calico, hearing this, strongly agreed. That's the most sensible thing you've said today. So you want a genius to taste failure? Of course. Bahan laughed sinisterly and said, And for me, that's as easy as pie. The next day, Dick told Simon, We don't have any summoning classes this week. I heard Professor Aaron is on vacation. Many Kais and professors are practicing summoning, so the schedule will probably change a lot. Simon, engrossed in a book, replied absent-mindedly, Got it. Then he said in a disappointed tone, That's a shame. I wanted to learn a few more things before the evaluation. Dick agreed, Yes, since you're a summoner, you really need Professor Aaron's advice. As the two walked past the notice board, someone was posting new information. Dick, with his sharp eyes, shouted, Hey Simon, the match schedule for the combat evaluation is up. Dick silently prayed, Just let me avoid the monsters, please. Simon, meanwhile, was searching for his class. Class A, here it is. The notice board clearly stated, Arena 2, Round 1, Match 12. Class A's Simon Fallania versus Class G's Heron Cook. Simon was very surprised to see this. Heron Cook from Class 6. I'm also fighting someone named Ligging Chopra from Class G2. You don't know them. Dick put his hands behind his head and continued, I don't know much, but since our opponents are both from Class G, let me find out what their skills are. Simon felt bad. Sorry for letting you do all the work. What are friends for? Simon replied happily, Thanks, Dick. I'm looking forward to it. I wonder what kind of magic this Heron Cook uses. Class ended too early. Suddenly, Dick stopped and put a hand on his chest. Wait a minute, Simon. Are you planning to practice alone after class? Hearing his friend ask this, he was startled. How did you know? Dick answered honestly, It's obvious. You always like to study, but now you're hoping class ends early. Why practice when the number of people who can counter your magic can be counted on one hand? Simon humbly replied, Don't say that. I won't be using combat magic much this time. Then what will you use? Simon replied frankly, summoning, of course. Dick was stunned to hear that. Then Dick demanded, Here, pick a finger. Dick held out the fingers in front of Simon, asking him to choose this one. Seeing his hesitation, Dick pointed his finger annoyingly and said, "Don't forget what I told you. You have to fight with combat magic." Dick mocked, "How's my impression of Melon?" As soon as he finished speaking, Melon appeared from behind and hit him on the head with a brick. He screamed in pain, "Ow, Melon, drop dead, you idiot." Soon, the sky grew dark. Simon, dressed in discreet clothes with a hood, looked around and remarked, "Rochester is so peaceful at night. It's been a while since I've been here. I should probably check out the summoning shop Dick told me about. It might not be as useful as the professor's lecture, but it could be helpful for the evaluation. Thanks, Dick." Simon walked into a shop that only displayed dry skeletons outside, looking very creepy. The man at the reception asked politely, "Welcome. What are you looking for?" "I'm looking for skeleton archers." The other person was very surprised to hear that. "Skeleton archers? You look like you're only in your first year. Have you learned up to that point already? They're very difficult to summon." Simon calmly replied, "Yes, I want to try it." Hearing this, the man turned and walked away. "That's a good spirit. You probably already know that besides archers, skeletons have many other roles, right?" Simon replied with an excited tone, "Yes, there are also mages and knights." "That's right, you know quite a bit." The other person took out a few books and continued, "They're named according to their position, so the simplest name is the best. But why did you choose the archer?" Simon chuckled. It's from personal experience. I tried giving a bow to the skeleton I have, and it was terrible. Haha, each skeleton is only good at its own position." He took out a very cool-looking skeleton and instructed him. "This is a Shapiro skeleton, a safe choice for beginners in the archer position, and my advice is the vanilla brand skeleton. Have you ever heard of it? It's properly cooled, the joints move more smoothly than other brands, and the magic circle is meticulously engraved. The brand also has a very good warranty." Simon listened intently and showed curiosity. "Then it must be very expensive." The other person frowned and continued, "Each box is only 30 gold coins. Buy a vanilla now, kid. It's expensive, but you get what you pay for." He kept advertising it. "Even if it breaks, you can still use the remaining parts for recycling, so buy it now. If we recycle it 3 times, that means we've made 90 gold coins. Then the price will only be 27, 24, 20 gold coins. But this one is from an unknown necromancer, so it's probably only 20 gold coins. It also depends on whether you know how to use it well." Because he talked so much, he agreed to close the deal right away. "Sell me 3 sets of vanilla. Thank you for your support. Oh, I'm looking for one more thing." "Yes, whatever you need." When Fia found out, he scolded him. "You're so wasteful, spending that much money." Simon tried to explain, "But I really need them." Fia raised his hands in surrender. "Fine, if that's what you want, I won't say any more. Just don't waste them, and use them properly, you hear?" Simon obediently agreed. All right. At that moment, he seemed to spot someone and froze. Fia asked curiously, "What's wrong, kid? Is that a friend of yours?" Simon was worried about the person he had just met, but he said, "No, not just a friend. It's Professor Bahin." In another place, there was a heavily tattooed man. A voice rang out, asking him, "Are you awake yet?" It turned out to be Professor Bahin. He said with great satisfaction, the surgery was a complete success. That man also sat up. Bill continued, "How do you feel, Heron Cook?" Heron Cook clenched his fist and said, "I feel an overflowing energy inside." He replied with a very sinister smile. Bahin said nonchalantly, "That's good. Now you can return to Kaizen and live as usual. But you must not let others see that tattoo. Once the competition starts, the tattoo will automatically disappear, so you just need to be careful until then. And you don't have to worry. It won't be detected during the substance check. This curse will last for about 2 months. Hearing this, he got very excited and looked at the tattoo on his arm. Heron Cook asked with some curiosity, "Professor, why are you helping me?" Bahin smiled and replied, "The reason isn't important. You just need to take care of the matter I asked you to." He asked again, "You mean defeat Simon Valencia, the #1 special admissions student from Class A?" The professor confirmed. "That's right. Even though he was admitted through special consideration, you don't need to be afraid. Your power now far surpasses his." Harun Cook. He clenched his fist and channeled his energy. A strange arm appeared from behind him and struck. A powerful blow landed on the iron bed he had just been lying on. In an instant, the bed broke in 2. Heron Cook exclaimed in amazement, "My dark energy is bigger and stronger than before. Thank you so much, Professor Bahan. I will never forget your help. If you consider Simon Valencia a thorn in your side, should I kill him and make it look like an accident? Bahan stood up straight, lightly patted his shoulder, and said softly, kill him. Don't do anything useless, just do as I say. If anything goes wrong, you and your entire family will not die a peaceful death. No, even after you die, I will make you all suffer in agony. Bahan moved close to Harun Cook and stared straight into the boy's face, threatening him coldly. Harun Cook was so scared he fell to the floor and stammered, I'll remember. In his heart, Bahan thought, how dare he? He's not even worthy of being my backup plan. I don't feel good about resorting to this, but I have no other choice. I will apologize to you later, Simon. But Simon, if you ever find out about this in the future, you'll thank me for this decision. I'm sure of it. Bahan strode outside into the night. The moon was high and bright, and the air was perfectly still. Dick pushed the door open and saw Simon opening a crate. He exclaimed and asked, you're back. You didn't get caught by the guards. Simon replied, I almost got caught. Dick wondered, then why are you here instead of back in your room? I thought you were caught for real this time, because I finished my shower and still didn't see you back. He looked at Dick with an expression that seemed to say, you just changed your clothes. You didn't shower, and replied, I'm here to make a skeleton. This time I bought a skeleton archer. As soon as he heard the mention of the skeleton archer, Dick excitedly ran over and asked, really? Which brand? Simon replied, Vanilla brand. He whistled, so cool. Wow, it's even a Shapiro skeleton. Simon smiled happily. Let me awaken the skeleton first. Dick picked up the empty product box and examined it closely. Suddenly, he exclaimed, hey Simon, wait. It says here that you need to create a flow on the magic circle. Simon froze and asked, what's creating a flow? Dick guessed, it seems to be a skill for creating magic circles in dark arts. We haven't learned it yet. He muttered, where's the textbook? Here it is. Create flow, create flow. Two girls walking by saw them engrossed and whispered to each other. What are they doing? They're assembling a skeleton. Simon opened the book and scanned it for a while until he found a page with information. Oh, here it is, the flow of dark energy, observing the black sun. I think I can do it. Dick waited with excitement. Really? Then let's start. Simon focused on studying the theory. Flow, not transformation. If this is about flow, it's like the movement of an arm. If you repeat the flow hundreds of thousands of times, the dark energy will automatically mimic your actions without you having to think. Professor Bahan once said, dark energy tends to remember its flow. Create a central point, and then just observe, letting the dark energy remember the flow itself. Simon began to channel his energy. A faint stream of air appeared on his hand and floated up. The dark energy will flow automatically without my intervention. He channeled that stream of air into the skeleton's head. A chime sound announced that the flow on the magic circle was successfully created. Seeing the skeleton's eyes light up, Dick couldn't hide his admiration. Wow, how did you manage to do that just by looking at the book? Simon replied, it's because I know a similar skill. Dick patted the skull's head and exclaimed, all right. He picked up the paper and read it carefully. It says here that it might take some time to tame the skeleton, maybe about 2 days. Can you do that? Simon sighed, no, I don't have time to wait. I'll assemble it right away. He looked at the two-horned skull on the table and said cheerfully, just a little longer. I'll assemble your body as quickly as possible. Dick couldn't wait any longer. He pulled a blanket and lay down on the sofa, snoring away. By the time Simon had tinkered all night, he was finally done. He let out a breath. It's done. The skeleton turned left, then right, and then danced around. Simon smiled and said, how do you feel? Is your movement okay? All right, I get it. You don't have to dance so much. After making sure it was okay, he threw the weapon to the skeleton. Good, then catch this, and gave the order. Aim for that tree. The skeleton nimbly caught the bow and knocked an arrow. The names aimed with great focus. He prompted, now shoot. The arrow flew swiftly. It embedded itself in the tree trunk. With incredible accuracy, Simon cheered in delight. All right, success. The sun had risen, and it was time for class. Because he hadn't slept all night, Simon looked exhausted and immediately laid his head on the desk upon arriving at class. Camille and Melon asked worriedly, hey, are you okay? He mumbled, I just didn't get enough sleep. Dick ran back, his voice frantic. Hey Simon, you're in trouble. You're preparing a skeleton archer for the evaluation battle, aren't you? Simon weakly lifted his head and whispered, that's right. Melon thought to herself, he's already prepared a skeleton archer. But when she heard Dick say, I think you should stop that plan. Simon shot up and hurriedly asked, Huh? Why? Dick said grimly, It would be the worst possible matchup. Aaron Cook is the son of a renowned necromancer family from the Baldwin Kingdom, and the dark magic he uses is Dark Hand. Hearing Dick say that, Melon became pensive. A member of a necromancer family, and a dark magic we've never heard of. It must be a unique family spell. That spell makes it look like a hand made of dark energy grows out of his back, and it seems to be very good at countering long-range attacks to the point where it can easily deflect arrows made of dark energy. So that means the skeleton archer's arrows probably won't do anything to him, because the arrows the skeletons use are just normal arrows. Hearing her say that, Simon felt truly worried. Was all my effort for nothing? Melon continued, but that doesn't mean he's invincible. I heard that while maintaining Dark Hand, he can't use other dark magic spells. Cammy exclaimed, If that's the case, then the strategy you should use is obvious. Theology. Melon agreed. That's right. To be honest, if you just use the exhaustion curse, you could win. You just need to keep enough distance and stack multiple layers of the curse, and you can win easily. Then she turned to ask Simon, But I thought you had decided to use summoning. He replied softly, Yeah. Simon rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. What should I do? How can I? Suddenly, an idea flashed in Simon's mind. He exclaimed, Oh, I just thought of a decent idea. Simon started working again. A few days passed. Melon, seeing this, said worriedly to Dick, Hey, is he okay? You're his roommate. You should stop him. Cammy pleaded anxiously, Dick. He's been like this for days. At this rate, he's going to die. Dick shouted in frustration. Think I've just been standing here watching and haven't tried anything. He's just like that. He doesn't even listen to me. Simon sat hunched over, researching documents, mumbling like a werewolf, so tired he was drooling. Dick shivered too. I'm scared to death here too. Okay? Cammy was scared. Are we just going to leave him like that? Melon yelled, Of course not. The evaluation is in a few days. He can't exhaust himself like this. The other students in the cafeteria jumped at the sound of Melon's shout. She walked over to him and said loudly, Hey, Simon. He stopped writing and lifted his haggard, zombie-like face. Huh? It's you, Melon. Seeing his expression, she exclaimed, Hey, you're going to get sick at this rate. The combat evaluation is important, of course, but you have to take care of yourself too. Simon quickly replied, Oh, thanks, but can we talk later? Suddenly, Melon grabbed his chin and ordered, Open your mouth. Simon looked confused. She held out a pill and said, This is an energy pill. I use it too. Don't chew it, just swallow it with water. You have to try to survive until the evaluation starts. You hear? Of course, this pill isn't a cure-all, so you can't rely on it. Simon immediately took it. All right, thank you. But can you give me more? After taking it, he held out his hand for more. Melon snapped. I just told you not to rely on it. She pinched Simon's cheek hard. Dick asked gently, Simon, why don't you go talk to Professor Aaron? I know you're researching a new type of dark magic, but if you're this stuck, wouldn't it be better to ask someone for help? Simon, rubbing his pinched cheek, replied weakly, You said Professor Aaron wasn't in his office. Dick seemed to remember. Oh right, I did say that. But he'll be back this afternoon. Dick held up a piece of paper with a schedule on it and smiled triumphantly. Professor Aaron is very young. As soon as he entered the hallway, he saw Simon Valencia already waiting by the door. Simon quickly ran over to greet him. Professor Aaron, I have something I really want to ask you. Aaron replied flatly, But my office hours are over. Simon froze. He had been waiting here for a long time. Seeing his expression, the professor chuckled. I'm kidding. Come on in. Simon entered the professor's office. He was overwhelmed by the number of books piled up in the room. Next to them was a giant skeleton model. Simon looked around and muttered softly, This is Professor Aaron's office. The professor said, You can sit wherever you like. Simon was about to sit on the sofa when he suddenly saw a zombie model lying on it. The professor asked again, So, what did you want to ask me? Simon got straight to the point. I want to know how to win the combat evaluation using only summoning. Aaron poured him a glass of water and said, Why would you do something so pointless? I know you're showing talent in combat magic and other subjects. I don't know why you're making things so difficult for yourself when you have a very obvious way to easily pass this evaluation. The professor placed the glass of water in front of Simon and sat down opposite him. The boy then said, Then let me ask you this, Professor. Aaron hummed in response and listened attentively. Simon asked, A student who plans to major in summoning wants to win with summoning. Do you think that's a good enough reason? Aaron was silent for a moment. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Simon thought to himself, did I say something wrong? The professor thought for a moment, then asked back, do you want me to give you the solution, or do you want me to give you feedback on your own solution? Simon smiled. I'd choose the latter, Professor. As expected, great minds think alike, and the conversation was right on point. Very quickly, the day of the battle arrived. The group had gathered, but there was no sign of Simon yet. Melon grumbled impatiently, where the devil is he? Hey Dick, you're his roommate. How come you don't know where he is either? Dick yelled, let me tell you, he didn't even come back to the room last night. You'd wait here. I'll go find him. Cammy looked around and exclaimed, there are so many people. Melon, her eyes still searching for Simon, said, today's battle is important, so it's not surprising. If you win today, you'll start in the middle tier. If you lose, you'll go to the lower tier. And if you lose again after that, you'll drop to the bottom tier, which means you'll be one step closer to being expelled from Kaizen. Cammy was worried and anxious. Do you think I can survive? Melon comforted her. Don't worry, you'll do fine. But the girl couldn't stop herself. Her face worried, she asked, I don't know why so many people have come to watch. Melon patted her back reassuringly. Other students are just here to gather information, so don't worry about them. They're preparing for their next opponents. In her heart, she thought, those people over there are from the Dark Alliance interested in observing talented students. They're probably here to see Simon, the #1 special admission student. I shouldn't tell Camille, she fainted. Suddenly, an announcement echoed through the system. Simon Folania of Class A and Heron Cook of Class G, please proceed to the arena. Heron Cook quickly stepped out onto the field. The announcement came again. Simon Folania of Class A, please proceed to the arena. Several minutes passed without any sign of Simon. Heron Cook gritted his teeth and swore, damn it, what a punk. Those kids with famous parents and families who get special admission don't even appreciate their talent. Just you wait. After this, everyone will have to pay attention to me. Heron Cook clenched his fist and smiled sinisterly. He said, as long as I don't kill you, it's fine. So I'll definitely make sure at least one of your arms and one of your legs are broken beyond repair. The referee stood in the middle of the arena and said, we are running late. If he does not appear within the next 5 minutes, we will disqualify Simon Valencia and declare Heron Cook the winner. Suddenly, a voice called from the hallway, wait. Dick helped Simon step out. His whole body seemed weak as he staggered onto the field. Simon said weakly, sorry I'm late. Dick patted his teammate on the back reassuringly. You can do it. The referee then said, it's all right. Now, both contestants, please put on your bracelets. These bracelets have been enchanted with a shield charm that can absorb damage. Heron Cook looked at Simon's haggard face and rejoiced internally. He's clearly not well. This will be an easy win. The referee continued calmly. If one person faints or the gauge on the bracelet drops to 0, the match will end. Now, the match officially begins. Heron Cook quickly cast his magic, and dark energy rose behind him. Simon also deployed his human-shaped skeletons, ready for battle. Heron Cook took out a charm, calculating in his mind. I'm ready to take you down. Even though you plan to major in summoning, it's your combat magic that I need to be most wary of, as long as I don't get close to you. But suddenly, Simon retreated a distance, surprising him. He wondered, what is this guy trying to pull? Why is he backing away? Simon thought to himself, I don't know what strategy you've come up with, but you've cornered yourself. Why 3 skeletons with shields stood defensively in front of him? Seeing the rising dark energy, he guessed, is he preparing to do something? Heron Cook yelled, I don't care what tricks you have. Let me finish you off quickly. He launched an attack, but the skeletons quickly blocked it. Harlan Cook arrogantly challenged, come on, Simon Valencia. He continuously attacked with charms. Simon quickly realized it was the sickness curse. The arm behind Heron suddenly shot out, attacking and destroying one of the skeletons. The tide of the battle seemed to be turning in Heron's favor. Melon, watching this scene, yelled, hey, none of your information was right. You said that when he uses Dark Hand, he can't use other dark magic. Dick replied in a panic, I'm not sure what's going on either. Could it be that he's been hiding his true strength until now? I don't know. He scratched his head and exclaimed, but I'm sure of one thing. This bastard is many times stronger than we thought. On the field, Heron was attacking fiercely, while Simon continuously moved to dodge the blows. In the stands, Bahan sat observing. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar figure and exclaimed, how interesting. You've never come to watch the first-year combat evaluations before. Aaron, I thought you couldn't stand the sight of students suffering, since you know the pain that awaits them when they choose to study summoning. Aaron glanced coldly, and Bahan's voice seemed to have a hint of mockery. You wouldn't take any disciples because of your own guilt, and now you want to take one as a disciple. Then you shall witness it. How much our dear disciple will have to suffer. On the field below, Aaron's giant arm had begun to swing. The skeletons couldn't withstand the continuous assault and were being destroyed. Bahan was certain that once Aaron finished casting the second sickness curse, this match would be over. Am I right, Aaron? Aaron turned and walked away. Bahan asked in surprise, Where are you going? Aaron looked down at the arena, observed for a moment, and then said, The outcome of this match is already decided. I came here to watch just in case, but it's not needed anymore. Bahan really didn't understand what he meant. At that moment in the match, Aaron said with great confidence, With this curse, you're finished. He threw the charm straight at Simon. Weakened, he couldn't dodge and collapsed to the ground, coughing incessantly. Aaron mocked, How does it feel? Pretty uncomfortable, isn't it? Mr. Number 1 special admission. You probably thought some nameless kid from Class G was nothing compared to you, right? How does it feel to be beaten by someone like that? Simon slowly dispelled the black gas around him and calmly replied, In this world, you shouldn't underestimate anything. Seeing him stand up, Aaron asked, Have you given up already? Are you surrendering? He lightly cracked his neck, his complexion much brighter. Simon smiled faintly and replied, No, it's done. Now it's my turn to counterattack. Aaron exclaimed in astonishment, What? What has he been doing all this time? Nothing has changed. Simon explained, You know what? Detailed rules of the combat evaluation, Article 3, Section 4. During the combat evaluation, if a student leaves the arena, they will be disqualified. Melon and the others in the stands truly didn't understand what was happening. How did Simon suddenly recover so strongly? He continued, But no matter how hard I looked, there's no rule that prohibits bringing external objects into the arena. Suddenly, a giant object with an eye in the front appeared on the field. Aaron burst out laughing. Ha! What the hell is this? This is a first-year combat evaluation, and you brought a golem here. You're truly insane. Cammy strained her eyes to see. That's a mud golem that I summoned. Dick exclaimed, Oh my god, I never thought I'd see one of those, a golem. Melon explained excitedly, That's right. It's a spell that applies summoning magic to operate the golem's core. The spell is iconic for a summoner. A summoned mud golem is born from a golem core made of earth and mud. Different materials can create different types of golems. Even so, the spell is very difficult, so no first-year student has ever summoned a golem in a combat evaluation before. Simon has really done something crazy. Dick added, Actually, I went looking for him earlier, right? Melon nodded. Yeah, where was he? Dick replied, Right behind the arena. He was burying the golem core. From the very beginning, he planned to bring the golem from outside into the arena. Camille said, So Simon's defensive stance earlier was all for a purpose. Dick explained, He moved to the spot where the golem core was already buried and created the golem outside the arena. Since the core is outside, the risk of it being attacked is 0. Melon laughed with excitement. Haha, that crazy guy. He has learned the summoning school so well. Harlan looked at his opponent and thought to himself, Talent, wealth, social status, physique, race, nationality. Everyone's conditions are different from birth, so life isn't fair. I know that, which is why I want to smash it all. I want to teach those who have never tasted despair, those who have always had it easy, a painful lesson. He spread his arms and cried out in anguish. But even so, a golem is really going too far. Aaron clenched his fist, gritted his teeth, and roared, preparing to attack. I think so. Then he said, If you want to land a straight punch, you have to put your whole body weight into it. With that, he swung his arm, controlling the beast. The golem slammed down a punch as powerful as a thunderbolt. Aaron was flattened on the field, and a deep crater appeared. The system announced, The winner is Simon Folania of Class A. A buzz of excitement filled the air. A first-year student summoned a golem. Besides summoning, he didn't use any other dark magic. Dick, Cammy, and Melon cheered excitedly. Simon, your strategy was brilliant. Well done. Their cheers were so loud that the person in front of them jumped and exclaimed, Good heavens, they scared me half to death. Countless praises were showered on Simon. As expected of a special admission student, Simon is the best. Aaron was carried off the field by medical staff. As he passed by, Simon looked at him and said, I don't know why you hold a grudge against me, but you will never defeat me with strength that isn't even your own. Aaron was startled. He knows about my trick. Simon turned back to look at the golem normally. He smiled and tapped its leg. A little more. Cammy praised him endlessly. Simon is so cool. Melon questioned. Why didn't you tell us anything? He smiled. Sorry for making you worry. Melon retorted. What? Who said I was worried? In your dreams. Cammy seemed to really like the golem and went closer to touch its leg, saying, Hello. Are you Simon's golem? Simon, can I ride this golem? But he replied, Cammy, let's do it later. Melon smiled and said, maintaining that golem consumes a lot of dark energy. Simon will be exhausted if he tries to hold on any longer. Cammy, seeing Simon's pale face, quickly exclaimed, Oh, I'm so sorry. I was so thoughtless. Simon said softly, It's okay. I had to try to know. With a boom, the golem disappeared, leaving a large pile of dirt at their feet. The core was left on the ground. Simon picked it up. Dick stared at the eye-like object and exclaimed, That's the core. Isn't it expensive? How did you get it? Simon replied, Oh, this? Dick quickly questioned. You only had 610 gold left after buying 3 sets of vanilla skeletons, right? Simon recalled when he bought the golem core. The seller, seeing he only had 610 gold coins, was hesitant. The starting price for a golem core is at least 700. What should I do? The kind seller had given him a discount to 650 gold coins and said, Just give me 650 gold, and I'll let you owe me the rest, okay? Keep 10 gold for emergencies. What a kind person. Simon told everyone. I used the money I earned from the mission and went a little into debt to buy it. By the way, when is the next mission phase? Dick was surprised. Why do you ask? Simon looked at the golem core, his voice serious. This time, I will study seriously. Dick asked, Study what? Becoming a necromancer. And also to make money. Simon replied with a smile. The system announcement rang out. The match between Dick Haywood and Ligon Chopra is about to begin. Get ready. Begin. Dick looked at his opponent and smiled, thinking to himself, according to the clues I've gathered, Ligon is a mage like me. She controls weapons at will by using dark energy to create fine threads. If I have to fight a mage who's hard to approach, I should start with a verbal assault. Dick suddenly spoke loudly. Ligon Chopra, full name Priyanka Chopra, from the Deepak territory of the Sak Kingdom. Chopra is your mother's surname. A master in the village awakened the core for you. A year later, you developed dark energy. You are very good at hunting and love to cook. When you joined Kaizen, you were placed in Class G. Your average grade in all subjects is around 70. Haha, your first friend here was Nasa Abra. You want to major in dark arts, but are also very interested in combat magic. Your knee is slightly injured. You're 5 feet 4, weigh 134, and your measurements are Ligon, a bit embarrassed, swung her sword and roared. What the hell are you talking about? Shut your mouth. Dick replied nonchalantly. You have to know your enemy better than your friend. I know my own weaknesses better than anyone, so I'm very eager to learn from others. He took out his spear, spun it around, and planted it in the ground, his mouth still not stopping. Therefore, I have studied you very carefully. What do you think? Gang unleashed a flurry of phantom blades, countless swords appearing and striking straight at her opponent. She yelled, Shut up and go meet your ancestors. But strangely, all of Gan's swords were sucked into the spear Dick had planted in the ground. He cheerfully explained, This is a form of electromagnetism that attracts metals of the same element. Your swords are made of carbon steel and amerinium alloy, right? And I also know you bought 20 swords but no armor. I figured you'd be careless since I'm just a simple mage. Dick then channeled his energy, recited an incantation, and unleashed a seemingly powerful move. He said in a loud voice, But according to the information I have, I need a new strategy to beat you. Your weakness is rapid, long-range attacks. With that, one hand cast a charm, while the other secretly flicked out a round object like a coin. Gan, as expected, couldn't identify the coin. She was hit in the forehead by it and collapsed to the ground, knocked out. The system announced to stop the match. Ligon Chopra is unconscious. Dick Haywood wins. Dick stood on the stage, striking a cool superstar pose, relishing his victory. Cammy and Melon sat in the stands, their faces a mixture of emotions, reluctantly clapping. I should be happy that my friend won. So why do I feel so embarrassed? Cammy said softly, Me too. The system announced, Melon violin from Class A and Eben Baksani from Class C. The two of them entered the arena. Melon stood up, her face full of confidence as she walked out. I'll finish this quickly. Cammy cheered. You can do it, Melon. Good luck. Dick stood at the exit, waving and calling, Melon, but she walked straight past him. She walked on, shaking her head and sighing. Dick went and sat next to Simon, asking, "What's wrong with her? Did something happen?" Camille replied, "Oh, it's nothing." "Dick, I have a question for you. Melon's opponent wants to major in combat magic, right?" Dick looked at Eben Baksani and replied, "Yeah, you can tell just by looking. The key to the match is whether she can get close to Melon or if Melon can keep her at a distance." Eben, seeing her opponent enter the arena, said, "I didn't expect to fight someone so talented in my first match." Melon tossed her hair and replied, "Is that so? Just consider it an honor for your family." "Commoner." Eben was no pushover and retorted directly, "I think today will be a lesson for you when you get beaten by this commoner." Melon hid her fist, which was gathering energy, behind her back, waiting for Eben to get close before suddenly striking. She delivered a sudden, powerful blow. So naive. Melon smiled triumphantly. "You were just going to charge straight in, right? Attacking without thinking to get a quick win." Simon exclaimed in surprise. "She cast dark fire that fast?" Dick replied, "No, that's just the dark element. It's simpler than dark fire. The spell uses dark energy to cast elemental magic of a pure mage in a more modern way. Do you see how that flame is actually a shadow? That's its characteristic. The casting time is also shorter, so you can be faster than other mages. I heard this move is both powerful and easier to control variables with." Simon couldn't help but be impressed after hearing the explanation. Amazing. On the field below, Melon was attacking fiercely. Eben exclaimed, "Just dodging is hard enough. The ivory tower is really on another level." She thought to herself, "But I still have the advantage. I just need to distract her and stop her from using dark fire. A single opportunity, if I can seize it," Eben calculated as she ran around dodging the attacks. Melon quickly saw through her plan and said, "I told you, you really are naive." But Eben was still very confident. No matter how strong the spell is, if it doesn't hit the target, it's useless. Every time Melon caught up to Eben, she would change direction. This happened every time Melon caught up to Eben. "Do you think you can catch me?" Suddenly, Eben threw out a very powerful punch. "You're done for." But Melon quickly dodged it. She exclaimed, "Good grief, you thought I was so bad at combat magic that I couldn't even dodge that punch." At that very moment, her other hand struck down with the dark fire spell. The sound of explosions roared as Eben was unable to resist such a powerful attack. The system announced, "The match is over. Melon Violin is the winner." Melon laughed heartily. Dick crossed his arms in front of his chest and sighed, "She's really annoying, but she's so good I don't know what to say." Simon replied, "In Kaizen, talent is the most important thing. I hate the thought of having to be Melon's opponent in the future." Dick scratched his head. "I know, I'd rather fight you." Suddenly, a mumbling sound from beside them made both of them jump. Dick asked, "What's that sound?" Simon replied, "I was about to ask you the same thing." The two looked over to the side. Camille was trembling uncontrollably, her mouth muttering. Simon, Dick, and Melon all won their matches. "Now, it's just me, I have to do well." Dick called Cammy, but she didn't seem to hear anything, just sitting there stammering and encouraging herself. It's just me left. I can definitely do it." Simon encouraged her. "There's no need to feel pressured, Cammy." Dick agreed. "That's right. Look. Professor Silas is here too, just in time for your match." Camille froze and whispered, "Professor, the system announced, Kami Bars Ashula from Class A and Igor Adler from Class E. Please proceed to the waiting room." Simon exclaimed, "Oh my Igor, right? What kind of person is he?" Dick replied, "Pretty average. He's not particularly good in any one area, but he has very good fundamental skills. I guess he'll fight by combining basic spells." Since Cammy is a very offensive-oriented bloodmancer, the question is how she will break through his basic skills. Melon was confident. Anyway, our Kami has a much superior power base, so there's nothing to worry about. Kami is a vampire from the Ursula Kermer family. Dick also agreed. "That's right, but only if she doesn't panic." Igor Adler looked at his opponent and greeted her. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Camille replied softly, "It's a pleasure to meet you too." Igor looked at the pink-haired girl with an innocent face before him and thought to himself, "What? Is she really from the Ursula family? I thought all vampires from the Ursula family were violent." The system announced, "Now, let the evaluation match between Cammy Bersusula and Igor Adler begin." The match started. Igor Adler brought out human-shaped skeletons equipped with advanced weapons. Camille channeled her energy, preparing to cast an attack spell. Melon exclaimed, "Wait. If Camille is heavily offense-oriented, doesn't that mean her defense will be weak? It doesn't matter how solid his basic skills are. I don't think he can withstand Cammy's blood bullets. On the field, Cammy had already started firing a barrage of blood bullets at her opponent. Simon replied, "Oh, that's only true if you just compare their skill levels. There's just one small problem. Igor Adler's family is very wealthy. Therefore, all the items he possesses are so expensive and high quality that they can easily block Cammy's blood bullets. As expected, the genuine skeleton withstood the heavy fire." Simon watched with admiration. Expensive equipment can block almost any blood bullet. His shield alone looks like it's worth several hundred gold coins. Melon was worried. "I already told Camille. I wonder how she deal with this." On the field, Camille was running for her life to avoid Igor Adler's attacks. The young man thought to himself, "She's better at dodging than she looks. I don't think I can hit her with dark arrows. And she's also strangely cute." Eagle still channeled his energy, preparing to cast a charm. Dick roared, "A curse." Cammy, Eager is about to cast a curse. She has to do something to dodge this move. Cammy immediately fired a blood bullet. The shield immediately blocked it. She hesitated for a moment, then pulled out 3 rolls of blood. She threw the silk straight at Igor Adler. The young man unleashed a poison spell in response. Both sides were hit by the opponent's attack. Igor Adler exclaimed, This is a paralysis spell. It's fine. The paralysis spell lasts longer, and he still has several skeletons he can control for the fight. Meanwhile, Cammy is only under a single layer of the curse, so it's fine. I can still move." She decides to engage in close quarters combat. Cammy reassures herself that she can do it. Igor Adler panics and gathers his energy for an attack. Seeing Cammy risk her life to charge forward truly panicked him. "Wait, you're planning to rush into close combat after that attack? What? You endured all of those attacks, for what reason?" Cammy leaps onto Igor, and the young man yells, "What the hell?" Cammy opens her mouth. Her fangs emerge and she sinks them into Igor's shoulder. Igor screams, "Let me go." His steel shield is failing with just a single bite. Cammy continues to hold on to Igor tightly. The panicked young man desperately curses, "What the hell? Let me go. Get off me." Damn it. It's not until the system announces the end of the match, with the winner being Cammy Barzashula, that she releases her opponent. The reckless and fierce look in Cammy's eyes vanishes. She looks at Igor, flustered. "I'm sorry." He sits up and replies, "It's not your fault. It's mine for lowering my defense. You made the right decision." Cammy still stammers, "I just really wanted to win. Are you hurt anywhere?" He gently rubs his shoulder and says, "No, I'm fine. There won't be any scars, thanks to my shield. And I can't complain even if I were hurt. After all, it was an evaluation match." Suddenly, Igor freezes as he remembers. "Wait a minute. I was just bitten by a vampire and almost turned into one of them." But seeing Cammy's remorseful face and her teary eyes as she kept saying, "I'm so sorry," all his fear and anger melted away. It seemed an invisible arrow had struck the heart of this rich young master. Igor thought to himself that getting bitten like that wasn't so bad after all. Simon's group shouts, Cammy, are you okay? That was amazing." She looks towards her friends, waves, and yells, "I won." She suddenly glances at Igor and feels a bit tactless. Her smile vanishes and she says, "I'm sorry. I forgot you were here." He quickly replies, "No, it's fine. You should celebrate your victory." Igor is confused. Despite losing, this feeling of happiness that brings him to tears is so strange. He thinks to himself, "I think I'm in love with you, Cammy." After the evaluation match, the whole group is incredibly excited since they all won. Melon can't hide her excitement and shouts, "Congratulations on everyone's super important victory in the evaluation match. Especially you, Cammy. I'm so proud of you. You're so cute. So adorable." She hugs Cammy so tightly that Cammy has to cry out, "Melon, I can't breathe." Melon doesn't let go and asks excitedly, "The midterm exams are next week. I assume everyone will be studying, right?" Simon freezes and lets out a confused sound. "An exam, is there?" Melon snaps. "What's with that face? Don't tell me you forgot." Simon is stunned, completely bewildered. He truly can't remember any exam. Cammy gives a weak smile, "No way. I'm sure he just wasn't paying attention." Dick wonders, but wasn't it too important to not pay attention to? Simon, still lost, asks again, "What are you guys talking about?" Dick reminds him, "Simon, you said you drop out if your grade in summoning was lower than Melon's." His face distorts in horror. "I completely forgot about that." Simon, holding a stack of books, frantically throws open the door. "Because of the combat evaluation, I totally forgot about the exam." But if I cram right now, I might be able to raise my score. With that thought, he opens a book, holds a pen in one hand, his face determined. All right, let's begin. After studying for just a few minutes, Simon buries his face in his hands and collapses. I don't understand a single word. The next day, someone calls out to Melon. Melon Violin. Hearing her name, she turns her head. Yes? Seeing her turn around, the person quickly informs her. There's a male student looking for you. Hearing this, she asks, this early, who is it? Faced with this question, the person thinks for a moment and replies, I don't know his name, but he's a cute guy. You should go quickly. This answer leaves Melon slightly stunned. Oh, yes, when she gets outside and sees Simon standing there, Melon is speechless. You're the cute guy, seeing the person he was waiting for. Simon quickly turns around. Looking at his clueless expression, Melon is 30% helpless and 70% resigned. Whatever. What are you doing at the girls' dorm? Simon doesn't answer right away, but points to her hair and compliments her. By the way, Melon, I really like your hairstyle. Did you change your bangs? Melon's head starts to ache. After rubbing her forehead for a moment, Melon snaps. Stop beating around the bush. Just say what you want. You learned all these weird tricks from Dick. Seeing her anger, Simon bows deeply and begs loudly, please join our study group. Afraid she won't agree, Simon clarifies the other members are Cammy and Dick. Dick will join us after he visits Rochester. Hearing this, Melon is officially at a loss for words. Seriously. In the end, Melon accepts and waves Simon away. All right, I'll head over after I clean my room. You guys go on ahead. Having gotten her approval, Simon kneels directly on the ground. Thank you so much. Inside the room, a voice comes from outside the door. Simon, are you there? He quickly responds, yeah, come in, Cammy. With permission, Cammy enters, carrying her bag and smiling brightly. We get to study together even on the weekend. I'm so happy. Seeing this enthusiastic display, Simon can't help but exclaim, you really like studying, don't you, Cammy? Seeing the book he's holding, she stiffens slightly. Oh, you're studying hematology. Faced with this question, Simon answers honestly. Yeah, since you're here, I'll start with this subject first. If I have any questions, can I ask you? Faced with this request, Cammy agrees without hesitation. Of course, that's great. Actually, I'm studying hematology too. After saying that, she takes out a book and gives it to Simon. It feels a bit awkward to ask you for help right after I got here, but could you take a look at this question? It's about zombies. Simon reaches out and agrees immediately. Sure, let me see. While reading the book, Simon gives his feedback. Oh, you have to use the decomposition formula for this question. I just went over it yesterday. Hearing this, Cammy blushes. Not stopping there, Simon continues to evaluate her work. Questions about zombies often use weather or climate to trick you. Cammy, instead of focusing on the lesson, just stares intently at his face. Then her attention drifts to his lips. Simon, still oblivious, continues to explain. If you read the question carefully, it says here hot, humid summer, which means it will decompose faster than usual. So, you have to apply the accelerating factor. Like this. Simon keeps explaining while Cammy, blushing furiously, stares at him mesmerized. After a long explanation, Simon looks up and reminds Cammy, now you can add it all up to get the answer. Cammy, who has snapped back to reality, stammers, oh okay. Thank you, Simon. Thanks to you. I understand it all now. Hearing her praise, Simon is delighted. Really? This is the first time I've explained something like this. I'm glad you understood. Cammy holds the book up to hide her blushing face, her heart racing. What should I do? It's even harder to concentrate like this. Just then, their savior Melon appears. I'm here. You guys owe me one. I'm only helping because you're my group members. You know it's hard to manage the group if someone gets expelled. Hearing this, Cammy giggles and thanks Melon for coming. Right after, Melon offers, if you have any questions, just ask. Then her attention is caught by the notebook on the table. Melon points to it and asks, this question uses the decomposition formula. Hearing that, Cammy explains, yeah, Simon already explained it to me. Hearing this, Melon asks, didn't you score over 80 on the last summoning exam? Are you sure you don't know this? Hitting a nerve, Cammy stammers. Cammy immediately panics, her speech becoming jumbled. I don't know. I only have a slight grasp of the decomposition formula, so I got the wrong answer. I got it wrong on the test too, for sure, completely wrong. I keep forgetting the weather factor, so. Seeing her panic state, Melon consoles her. All right, calm down. I'm not blaming you or anything. This chaotic scene happens to be witnessed by Dick. What's going on? The three of them notice the newcomer is Dick, then see the large and small bags he's carrying. Hey Dick, what's with all that stuff? Dick points to it and answers with his eyes closed. Supplies for the next combat evaluation, and also snacks. He then pulls out a box of cookies. The others shout with joy. Wow. The four of them then sit down, eating cookies and chatting. You're always so busy, Dick. You said you were doing market research in Rochester, right? Juggling that in school, aren't you tired? Not stopping there, Simon adds. Didn't you say you were going into business anyway? Do you even need to continue studying at school? At this question, Dick clicks his tongue. You don't get it. Dick waves his hand dismissively with a smug look on his face. What I'm preparing is a type of business that only Kaizen students can do. Right now, I'm ready to launch this delivery service. Fearing they wouldn't understand, Dick explains, for example, you urgently need something from Rochester, but you can't go there yourself. That's where I come in. I'll collect a list of everything you need and deliver it to Rochester. Then you'll receive your items at the dorm the next day. Understanding Dick's idea, Simon continues to ask, sounds good, but have you talked to the dorm about this? Of course. I've even made a list of orderable items. Now I just need to start taking orders. Just then, there's a knock on the door. Noticing the sound, Dick asks suspiciously, are we expecting anyone else? Simon also finds it unusual and replies, no, it's just the four of us. Then he calls out, who's there? The person outside speaks up, it's me, please open the door. He hesitates and cautiously opens the door. That voice, could it be? As soon as he opens the door, a familiar face appears. Hello Simon, long time no see. Looking at her, Simon is speechless. Nephthys. Before he can do anything, Nephthys darts inside. Cake. Standing next to a helpless Simon, in contrast to him, Melon and Cammy are overjoyed. Oh, so cute, you want some? She doesn't hesitate to accept the offer. Yes, please. Behind them, Simon helplessly tries to stop her. Hey, wait a minute. Before he can do anything, Melon asks Dick, hey, can we share some with the little girl? Dick, wide-eyed, looks at the girl and stammers his agreement. Sure. With permission, Melon asks, what's your name, sweetie? What's your name? While eating, she replies, my name is Nephthys. Hearing the name, Cammy praises her, really? What a cute name. Simon, in the background, screams silently. They don't believe it's her. Thinking this, Simon gives up on the idea. Oh well, how could they believe it? I also thought Nephthys would be the scariest witch I'd ever met, but she actually looks like a little girl. Dick, on the other side, freezes and turns to him, his fearful eyes asking the question, Simon, is that her? At this point, Simon has no choice but to tell the truth. Yeah, that's right. Nephthys happily requests, this is delicious. Simon, can you spare a few minutes from me? Being called out, he agrees. Sure. Receiving permission, Nephthys jumps for joy, while Melon is a bit sad. You have to go already. Yes, goodbye. Outside the door, Simon bows his head dejectedly. I'm sorry. Let me apologize on their behalf. Nephthys, with a full stomach, comforts him. Don't worry, people treat me like that all the time. Besides, those cakes were delicious, so it's okay. With that said, Nephthys gets to the main point. Hey, Simon. Yes, she turns to look at him, smiles and says, I see you've finally gotten your legion, haven't you? Hearing this, Simon is about to argue. How did you? But before he can finish, Nephthys grabs his wrist. Someone might overhear us here. After saying that, she suggests, so, let's you and I go somewhere else. He asks, bewildered, what? But before he can do anything, the two of them begin to float. Immediately after, the two of them fall into a room. While Nephthys lands gently, Simon falls flat on his face. Simon contorts his body as he clumsily gets up. Ouch, that hurts. Looking at the pink room full of teddy bears in front of him, Simon questions his reality. Nephthys, where are we? Just then, the girl holding a towel comes out. Mom. Lauren walks out while drying her hair. Why did you suddenly come here, Mom? And you brought Simon with you. Seeing this scene, Simon is too shocked to speak. After drying her hair, Lauren starts to complain. Mom, why do you always cause trouble for me? Why did you bring a boy into my room without saying a word? Being scolded, Nephthys is speechless and can't argue back. Meanwhile, Simon's soul had long since left his body. A moment later, Nephthys returns to her usual state. She holds up the fingers, giggles, and replies, "What trouble? I brought him here to talk to both of you." Hearing this, Lauren can only sigh helplessly. "Oh, for goodness sake." Immediately after, she bows and starts to lecture. "You're always like this." Nephthys refuses to back down and says with a pout, "It's you. I bet you fell asleep again when you were supposed to be studying for the test." Simon, caught between the two, doesn't know what to do. Not stopping there, Nephthys continues, "Simon came for a study group." At this point, Lauren just mumbles to get it over with. Right, I know. This attitude makes Nephthys furious. Do you know how much the professors complained to me about you?" Lauren doesn't back down and retorts immediately, "What does memorizing those formulas have to do with my actual skills?" Hearing her daughter's reasoning, Nephthys refuses to be outdone and yells, "Of course it's related. Everyone else is studying." Lauren, annoyed, stops arguing. "I already said I know." As the one in the middle, Simon wants to cry but has no tears. "I miss my friends so much." After the argument, Lauren angrily asks, "So what are you doing here? Say what you want and get out." Nephthys sits on the floor, pats it a few times and complains, "Sometimes I don't know who this kid takes after." "All right, both of you sit down." Simon now awkwardly sits down. Yes. When the two have settled down, Nephthys gets to the main point. "First of all, Simon, the priest reported to us that a spy has infiltrated Kaizen." Upon hearing this information, Simon hesitantly asked about the situation. "That's right. Have the professors found anything yet?" Faced with this question, Nephthys honestly reports the situation. "I've asked a few trusted subordinates to investigate, and they found some clues, but I didn't come here to tell you this." Nephthys pauses for a moment before continuing. "I came today to warn you." Hearing this, Simon freezes on the spot. A warning. Seeing his bewildered expression, Nephthys drops a bombshell. "It seems the spy knows who you are." This information shocks him to the core. Seeing his confused expression, Nephthys explains, "Do you remember the Cyclops test? Do you remember how your group Cyclops was unusually strong?" Hearing this, Simon begins to figure a few things out. Yes. Right after, Nephthys continues her explanation. "Jane probably told you it was due to a side effect of the anesthetic used to capture it or some curse. But in reality, someone intentionally tampered with it." Hearing this, Lauren crosses her arms thoughtfully. At this point, Nephthys asks him, "You can guess their intentions, can't you?" Simon replies seriously, "They intended to send me to my grave and make it look like an accident." Seeing that he understood everything, Nephthys continues, "Exactly. If they could control the Cyclops themselves, it's highly likely the person is inside the school, not from Kaizen's headquarters." After explaining, Nephthys asks for confirmation. "Are you sure you don't need Kaizen's protection? Lauren was very worried about you." Her words make Lauren jump. Putting that issue aside, Nephthys seriously proposes a solution. "If you're worried about being expelled, like your roommate Kazan, we can let you take a year-long leave of absence to buy some time." Fearing he wouldn't agree, she explains thoroughly. "You can just go home and stay there until the incident is resolved, then come back to school next year." Faced with this offer, he clenches his fist, unwilling to accept. "Thank you for your concern, but I've made my decision." Simon raises his head, facing Nephthys, and declares seriously, "Even if it's dangerous, I think living here is still very precious. Please let me stay at the school." Fearing she won't agree, Simon proactively offers, "I'll investigate it myself. It might be helpful to you." Lauren, standing beside him, purses her lips, her face clearly falling. Faced with his offer, Nephthys crosses her arms and thinks for a moment. Then, after a while, she speaks with a mix of helplessness and resignation. "I knew you would say that. You're Richard's son, after all." Hearing these words, Simon's face brightens up. Observing his reaction, Nephthys slowly stands up and affirms with conviction, "If you want to continue your studies, we will definitely find a way to protect you." After speaking, Nephthys puts a necklace on him. Feeling the strange object, Simon asks, "What is this, a necklace?" Nephthys replies as she puts it on, "Not just any necklace, this is an artifact." After she's done, Simon holds up the pendant to examine it, while Nephthys continues to explain in detail. "There have been many worrying incidents lately, not just at Kaizen, but across the entire continent. So I can't focus solely on you. I want you to wear this at all times. When you're in danger, the power in this necklace will protect you." Hearing this, Simon looks thoughtfully at the glowing symbol on the pendant. After explaining, Nephthys leans in close to his face and gives a final warning. "If the artifact warns of danger, You must stop whatever you're doing and leave immediately. You understand? Faced with this serious demeanor, Simon stiffly agrees. Okay, I'll remember. After the reminder, Nephthys turns to instruct Lauren. And Lauren, you take care of Simon too. Yes. After agreeing, she flops onto the floor. This action displeases Nephthys greatly. Don't lie down. Get up, leave the room, and go study with Simon. Lying with her hands behind her head, Lauren refuses. Come on, Mom. Why do I have to? Fearing her mother won't believe her, Lauren comes up with all sorts of excuses. It would be weird if I intruded. Simon's friends will think it's unfair or annoying. Hearing this, tears start to well up in Nephthys' eyes. Seeing her about to say more, the tears in Nephthys' eyes grow. And besides, finally, Nephthys uses her best trick. She falls to the floor, flailing and throwing a tantrum. Lauren, you foolish child. You always make me worry. You fool. Seeing this, Simon freezes. Seeing that she still hasn't agreed, Nephthys screams like she's never screamed before. Lauren is a fool. The biggest fool in the world. The great-grandmother of all fools. At this point, Lauren finally gives in. All right, I'll go. Receiving her agreement, Nephthys sits up as if nothing happened. Hooray, get ready and go outside, dear. With that, Nephthys disappears, leaving her alone with him. Lauren says helplessly, sorry about that, Simon. I'll just sit quietly next to you for an hour and then leave. Seeing her like this, Simon feels awkward. It's okay. We're happy to have a new member. Hearing this, Lauren puts her hands on her hips and looks at a bewildered Simon. Being stared at, he doesn't understand. It's only after a while that Lauren speaks impassively. Are you going to watch me change? Hearing this, he is terrified and quickly apologizes. Sorry, I didn't mean to. A while later, Simon returns to the study room and introduces Lauren to his friends. This is Lauren from Class L. Fearing they would ask questions, he makes up a reason. I ran into her by chance and thought maybe we could study together today. I hope you all don't mind. Lauren also plays along and apologizes shyly for intruding on the group. Immediately after, to ease the awkward atmosphere, Lauren offers a solution. Just pretend I'm not here and do your own thing. Faced with this suggestion, everyone screams in their minds in terror. How are we supposed to do that? As everyone begins to study, Simon looks at something with suspicion. He sees Lauren biting her pen, hesitating, and can't help but ask, are you stuck on that question? Hearing him, Lauren reluctantly replies, yeah. It's a theology question, but it's a bit difficult. Hearing this answer, Simon replies, Melon is great at theology. Being called out, she jumps. What, me? As if she's found a savior, Lauren holds up her notebook and asks shyly, really? Melon, can you explain this question to me? Seeing her go this far, Melon has to agree. Of course. Immediately after, the sound of rustling paper and an explanation fills the air. You use this formula. Lauren feels like a new world has opened up. Not stopping there, Lauren asked further. So that means I can solve all the questions just by using this formula? I should probably reread the problem type so I don't get tricked. At this point, Melon can't help but praise her. That's right. You catch on quickly. After praising her, Melon's attention is caught by something else. Lauren, why did you simplify the fraction here? At this question, she hesitantly replies, because that's the only way I knew how. Is it wrong? Melon quickly explains, no, I just found this new way of solving it interesting. Wait, if we do it like this, Simon looks at this harmonious scene and smiles with satisfaction. Cammy, mustering all her courage, speaks up. Lauren, would you like a snack? Lauren picks up a cookie, eats it, and can't help but exclaim, this is delicious. Where did you buy it? Dick, who had been silent, proudly answers, from Rochester. Do you want the name of the store? Before answering his question, Lauren focuses on Cammy. Ashula, so you must be a vampire, right? Cammy shyly replies, yes, I guess so. Dick picks up a piece of cake and asks, do you want to try this too? Looking at this surprisingly harmonious scene, Simon is happy. Great, it seems they've become friends. Then, Lauren's well-organized notebook makes Simon exclaim in admiration. Lauren is amazing. She's not good at taking notes, but it seems it's just because she doesn't like to. Simon watches Lauren smiling and talking with Cammy and wonders, she must be the lazy genius type, huh? Time flies, and soon the sun sets. Simon and his friends start to head home. It's getting late. Let's go home. All right, let's review on our own for the remaining time. Studying with you guys is really effective. Dick, Melon, and Cammy wave one last time before leaving. See you. I had a lot of fun today, Lauren. After the three of them leave, Simon and Lauren also head back to the dorm. It's been a month since the school year started. She crosses her arms and asks for his opinion. What do you think of the school, Simon? He answers without hesitation. It's great. Lauren continues to the point where you're willing to risk your life. Yes. Seeing him like this, Lauren doesn't ask further, but thanks him for walking her back in for the study session. At the same time, she apologizes if she disturbed his group of friends. Before leaving, Lauren says one last thing. But don't forget this, Simon. Don't trust anyone. The next day has arrived. Jane stands on the podium, instructing the students below. Let's begin the competency assessment. This is an opportunity for you to test your skills before the midterm exam, so I expect you to be very serious. She holds up a piece of paper and presents it to the students below. The test lasts for 1 hour. Questions from all 8 subjects, excluding elementary dark magic, are on the test paper. Within the time limit, you must complete all the questions with your teammates. I will now distribute the test papers. After hearing the rules, Melon turns to remind him, pay attention. Then, Melon assigns tasks to each person. I'll handle theology, Cammy will do hematology, Simon, summoning, Dick, dark dynamics. Let's divide the work like that. Not stopping there, Melon picks up her pen and gives serious instructions. If you don't know the answer to a question, just mark it with a star and skip it. For questions you're not sure about, mark them with a triangle. I'll check them again from the beginning. Just when it seemed that was all, Melon continues. When Cammy finishes her part, she move on to toxicology. Simon will do combat magic, and Dick will handle defense against holy power. After speaking, she turns to look at Simon with a serious tone. Simon, it seems summoning has the most questions. We're counting on you. Hearing this, Simon firmly asserts, okay, leave it to me. By the time his group finishes their discussion, Diane calls the class to order. All right, she taps the table a few times and speaks slowly. Begin. Timing starts now. As soon as the command is given, Simon becomes much more serious. He carefully flips through each page of the test. Melon, sitting beside him, quietly observes Simon as he focuses on writing. Seeing Simon working on the test with such passion and happiness, Melon reconsiders a bit. He must have worked very hard, but I don't think I'll give up on our previous bet about the scores. Observing Simon passionately writing, answering question after question, Melon thinks to herself, it's true that he helped me deal with the Cyclops, so maybe I can go easy on him this time. Thinking this, Melon immediately dismisses the thought. Wait, no. Maybe I should just win and not bet anymore. That would be cooler, right? Just thinking about it, an image of Simon kneeling on the ground, looking at her like a goddess, appears in her mind. I should keep this a secret from Simon to pressure him into studying hard. When he finds out later, he'll think I'm even cooler. Imagining this, Melon smiles with satisfaction. Just then, Dick's panicked voice brings her back to reality. Melon, help me with question 25. Hearing his voice, Melon angrily turns and yells at Dick. I told you to mark it with a star and move on to the next question. Faced with this scolding, Dick holds his head and retorts loudly, but if I don't finish it, I'll get stuck there. I can't do the other questions like this. At this point, Melon explodes. Then don't do it. Time flies by, and soon Diane's voice rings out, 5 minutes left. Hearing this, Melon quickly gives orders. For any questions you haven't gotten to, just put down number 5. For any you've started, finish them. We only have one short essay left, okay. 3 minutes. Following her countdown, Simon and Dick write furiously. Time is running out. 1 minute. Melon and Cammy on the other side are also not taking a break. Finally, everything comes to an end as Diane yells out the command. Time's up. Pencils down and hands up. After all the students raise their hands, Diane announces the results will be announced after the midterm exam. For the remaining time, grade your own papers and correct your mistakes. The students respond as they pass their papers to others. Yes, ma'am. After a stressful period, Simon puts his hands behind his head and suggests, should we grade each other's papers? Yeah, let's do that. While grading, a student's begging voice is heard in the room. Come on, give me a higher score than last time. After grading, Simon looks at the test and shouts excitedly, wow, I did it. I got 84 points. It's higher, 8 points higher than the last test. Hearing this, Melon, sitting next to him, questions her reality. What? In contrast to her, the others gather around to praise him. Wow, at this rate, you'll definitely get to stay in school. Great job, Simon. Melon, after her soul returns to her body, holds her test paper and forces out a compliment. Good job. But what about my plan? Just then, Cammy, beside them, covers her mouth too shocked to speak. Wow, my hematology score is higher too. 89 points. Melon, sitting next to her, exclaims happily, really? Melon praises the two of them and then turns her attention to Dick. You two are amazing. So, how about defense against holy power? Being called out, Dick freezes, not daring to speak. Immediately after, Melon's shouting hits their ears. Hey, how could you get these questions wrong? And 3 in a row. What are you going to do? Dick quickly apologizes. After dealing with Dick, Melon grabs his collar, smiles at the other two, and says, all right, even though there were some disappointments, I think if we try hard, we can aim for the top of the class. After exclaiming, Melon puts her hand on the test paper and says thoughtfully, we have to thank Professor Jane. She sets questions that are right on point. I'm sure if we just study these questions carefully, we'll get a high score. With that, Melon gives a warning. Don't show this to students from other classes. I'll also tell the class president. Did you hear that, Mr. Merchant? Being left out, Dick indignantly complains. Why are you leaving me out? Despite his complaint, Melon retorts, then look at what you've done. Being blamed in return, Dick defends himself. I'm innocent. Ignoring him, Melon turns back to instruct Simon and Cammy. There's a sparring test tomorrow. You guys should rest well today. After giving the general advice, Melon specifically pays special attention to him. Especially you, Simon. This time you have to be more careful. Everyone knows you use golems now. Faced with this warning, Simon immediately agrees. I know. His indifferent attitude doesn't please Melon much. You must still be confident. Simon puts his hands behind his head and chuckles. It's the same as always, but I'll still do my best. If I win tomorrow's match, I'll be in the top ranks. Hearing his wish, Melon rests her ear on the desk and agrees. That's right. Let's win tomorrow's match together to maintain our position as the top group in the class. Hearing her say that, the others all put their hands on hers, their determination soaring. We have to fight anyway, so let's just get through it and focus on the midterms. Let's do it. The next day, on the dueling field, the referee's voice slowly announces the sparring test between Simon Valencia of Class A and Jessica Canano of Class H is about to begin. Being called out, the other person blushes. The other person looks at Simon with disbelief. Instead of attacking, he's just burying his head in a book. Are you planning to study right in front of me? Simon doesn't answer, focusing only on the book before him. Seeing him ignore her, the other person gets angry. You think I'll just let you? With that, she extends her hand to summon a magic circle, poison mist. Seeing the green poison smoke hovering in the air, Simon finally puts down his book. Your specialty is toxicology, huh? He then opens the information panel, looks at it for a moment, and says, with that poison mist, you've lowered my stamina a bit. Then, an idea pops into his head, making him excited. How lucky. I get to experience the most common question on the toxicology exam firsthand. Having made his decision, Simon begins to read the information from the book. Let's see, this is poison mist. The caster combines the poison. Each word he says makes his opponent's eyes burn with anger. The girl raises her hand, summoning a cloud of poison smoke. I'm not your tutor. With that, she launches an attack straight at him. That poison whip strikes, shattering his two skeleton soldiers into many pieces. Seeing the situation, Simon immediately recognizes it as a poison whip. But instead of fighting, Simon continues to bury his head in the book. The main characteristics to remember about the poison whip at this point: a vein pops on her forehead. The girl jumps up and down. What? Thinking she was asking him, he answers, the poison whip uses a fixed form magic circle, so if the coordinates of the circle are off, the whip is ineffective. The most basic counter is to shoot a dark arrow to destroy the fixed coordinate circle. Hearing this, the girl is stunned. Not stopping there, Simon continues his lecture. This poison can neutralize the remaining dark energy of the skeletons. I guess the poison in the mist is from Kabara. The arm and chest bones of the skeletons can't heal, and only a few can be regenerated to attack. As he speaks, the bones on the ground begin to move. This scene makes the girl question her reality. What is this? How can you do that? Realizing the situation is getting worse, the girl bites her lip. I know he's good at combat magic, but he's figured me out. This is the only way. Then the girl steps back to gain momentum. She charges straight ahead, planning to fight him with her bare hands. Only then does Simon close the book, still mumbling information, using dark energy to teleport. Immediately after, before she could touch him, Simon places his hand on her stomach. Simon looks at the girl seriously and states the consequences. It'll make it hard for you to change direction. After speaking, Simon unleashes a palm strike that sends the girl flying backward. At this moment, the pile of bones on the ground gradually takes shape. Simon finishes his sentence, and the most suitable summoning incantation to deal with an enemy in mid-air is Simon Valencia's original coding. Looking at the scene before her, the girl is skeptical. Really? The girl curses him silently as she is surrounded by the pile of bones. He's so annoying. Immediately after, a figure dashes out of the arena. At the same time, the referee's voice rings out. The match is over. The referee declares the winner is Simon Valencia of Class A holding the book. Simon advises, be careful of counterattacks next time. During the stressful exam period, the sound of students discussing animatedly, like an endless auction, could be heard everywhere. One student excitedly shouts, "Question 8, number 2. Hearing that, a friend celebrates, "Nice, I got it all right." But next to them, another student grits their teeth in doubt. "This one should be 4. Before he could finish, another student jumps in and insults the other. "You idiot, you useless fool. You have to put the property value directly into the formula." Somewhere, the heart-wrenching scream of an unfortunate soul rings out. "Ah, damn it, my calculator died." Meanwhile, our two friends, Simon and Dick, have collapsed, lying flat as pancakes after completing this joyous exam. With a weary face and a foolish grin, Simon manages to declare, the midterm exam is finally over. Dick, with no energy left, tiredly replies with a single sound, "Yeah." Simon suddenly sits up, asking Dick secretively, "Since it's all over, can I say something?" Dick also sits up straight and asks back, "What?" Simon recalls the time everyone studied together in a group and continues, "Learning and self-improvement were the sole purposes as we competed fairly in this midterm exam." Then, with a bright smile and eyes sparkling with adoration, he excitedly clenches his fist and declares, "I loved it." Dick, sitting beside him, looks at his friend's face, as bright as a drought meeting rain, and can only feel helpless and speechless. From a distance, Melon and Cammy walk over smiling. Melon waves and asks, "Hey, gloomy boy over there. How did the exam go?" Simon also greets her back, "Hi, Melon." Seeing his troubled face, Melon decides to tease him. She sneers, "How's your summoning? I hope I'll continue to see you around Kaizen." Hearing that, he lies down on the table and sighs. Then Simon ruffles his hair and says sorrowfully, "If I could go back a month, I'd punch myself in the face." Melon seems not to have heard clearly and hesitantly asks, "Huh?" Simon continues with regret, "I just realized I celebrated too early." He shows his deadpan face, speaking as if all hope is lost. "I thought I could easily get 10 points from the start, but theory is different from practice." Seeing his dejected look, Melon frowns with worry and asks, "Hey, don't tell me you failed summoning." It seems she misunderstood something. Simon quickly corrects himself. "Huh, no, not at all." He gives a clueless smile and explains, "I mean, I still succeeded, although it wasn't as easy as I thought." This kind of vague talk clearly annoyed Melon. She angrily shouts, "Geez, you scared me." Then, Melon looks at the three of them and eagerly asks, "So, what are you guys planning to do now?" "Tomorrow is the weekend." Dick puts his hand behind his head, leaning back in his chair. He leisurely replies, "I'll probably go eat some monster meat." Melon is surprised and asks him, "Huh, why?" Simon is also confused by his friend's answer, but Dick just gives a mysterious smile. He doesn't answer directly but changes the subject. "You guys have to see it for yourselves. There's a new important announcement coming up." The information he provided was so new that the whole group had to ask him for clarification. An important announcement. What is it? Dick happily announces, "Next week, all the first years will have to go to an island." Everyone is surprised. An island. He flashes a triumphant smile, proud to be the first to know. Dick says proudly, "Yes, to survive on the island." Then he explains more clearly, "The project will take all the first years to an island full of monsters, and we have to survive for days. This will evaluate our survival abilities on the island." Cammy hears this and panics. For days. And it doesn't stop there. Dick continues to detail the tasks for surviving on the island. He counts on his fingers as he speaks. "Once we get there, we'll have to find our own food, build shelters, and do everything ourselves. And we'll have to hunt monsters or fight other students to earn points." He then adds the final blow. "Since this is Kaizen, it's obvious that those at the bottom will be expelled." Hearing this, Kami breaks out in a cold sweat and says nervously, "Oh no, I don't think I can do it." The girl turns to ask Simon, "Simon, are you going with Dick?" He looks down and says quietly, about that not hearing him clearly. Melon lets out a confused sound. Suddenly, Simon jerks his head up, his eyes sparkling. He says excitedly, "That sounds fun." Seeing his unconcealable excitement, Melon can only roll her eyes and exclaim, "Seriously?" Simon's imagination begins to run wild with images of leaf-made tents and ferocious monsters. He answers cheerfully, "Yes, camping on a deserted island, hunting and fighting monsters, surviving for days, I love it. I used to do that a lot back home." The other three look at him as if he's an alien. Giving up on her friend, Melon turns to ask Dick, "Geez, by the way, Dick, are you sure that's 100% accurate information? How do you know Kaizen's plans?" Dick isn't very confident either. He holds up his finger and estimates the number, not 100%. Probably around 60 to 70%. Melon isn't satisfied with that percentage. She asks Dick, "Why such a vague number?" He explains the ratio. "Well, listen, I heard the servants at Kaizen are secretly taking out footpads." Melon interjects to clarify. Footpads are devices used to evaluate performance. Dick continues his analysis, "Yes, and within 2 days, Kaizen's main teleportation team has been carrying out a large-scale project. They're also moving a large quantity of materials for the magic circle." As if remembering something, he adds, "Oh, and also, the professors from other classes have next week off. They wouldn't do that unless they had to go teach next week." From Dick's very logical information and analysis, Melon also thinks for a moment and then acknowledges it. She says, "That seems plausible." Melon immediately starts a serious discussion with everyone. She declares, "Then we have to get ready." Then she raises the question, "What should we prepare?" It seems Dick has also planned ahead. He stretches his body and leisurely offers his opinion. "Well, the most important thing is to increase our combat ability and survival skills." Cammy has no experience in this, so she furrows her brow and asks Dick for clarification. "Survival skills? What do you mean?" He lists some necessary skills for his friend. Building shelters, starting fires, processing monsters, and identifying edible plants, for example. Dick doesn't stop and continues, "There are only monsters on the island, so we have to hunt and eat them or gather plants to eat." Hearing this, both Cammy and Melon turn pale, their faces looking lifeless. Thinking about what Dick just said, Melon speaks with fear, "Right? We'll have to eat them." She turns to Cammy with a dejected voice, "Well, I have to go eat at a restaurant that serves monster dishes this week. Cammy, you want to come with me?" Cammy immediately bursts into tears, turns around and grabs Melon's hand, crying silently as she answers, "Yes, I'll go with you, Melon." In the midst of this emotional scene, a voice cuts in, "You don't have to." Simon jogs everyone's memory. He says, "Do you remember the dish we ate with Professor Hong Pang the other day?" Cammy hears the question and replies with a bright smile, "Oh, yes, it was great." Melon also reminisces, "Yeah, sometimes I miss it." With just one sentence, Simon made everyone remember that warm evening. They sat around the fire, raising their glasses in a toast, laughing and talking happily. He adds another sentence that makes Melon and Cammy turn to look at him in unison, surprised. "She said that dish was made from monster meat." Simon adds, "I'll write a letter to Professor Hong Pang to ask for the recipe." Immediately, the two girls cheer. "Simon, you're the best." The scene changes. Simon and his three friends, Dick, Melon, and Cammy, are huddled over a large piece of paper. It seems they are in a forest somewhere. Simon, his eyes still focused on the paper, says, "This must be it." On the large paper is a picture of a monster that's a cross between a wild boar and a gorilla, and in front of them are two creatures just like it. Simon looks down at the paper, then up at the two monsters in front of them. After a careful check, he asks again to be sure, "And they are the Knotlaks, right?" Someone in the group confirms, "Yeah, I think so." After identifying the target, the group immediately enters a battle-ready state. Simon has also summoned a few of his skeleton golems. Dick smirks and declares, "All right, let's hunt." They recall why they are here hunting monsters during their break. After the midterm exam ended, after Simon sent a letter asking how to prepare monster meat as promised, we received a letter from Professor Hong Pang. The letter stated that she was willing to share the recipe, but we would need to prepare a specific type of monster meat. And that's why we had to hunt a monster species called the Knotlak. Attached was a picture for identification. According to the professor, the Knotlak species is very harmful to the ecosystem. They eat everything and reproduce very quickly, causing devastation to the island's ecosystem. The ugly Knotlaks were everywhere in the forest. Therefore, at the end of the letter, the professor wrote that the task she assigned us was to hunt the Knotlak chief. It's much larger and more ferocious than the regular Knotlaks. Melon frowns slightly as she remembers the professor's request. She says, "And that Knotlak chief has to be caught without serious injury. Because we'll need to cook it, right? Simon confirms, right? Melon becomes even more worried and says, this is going to be tough. Let's handle the smaller ones first. Like a true commander, she immediately assigns tasks to each person according to their abilities. Dick, you'll be the main support with curses, and Simon, you'll be the tank and provide range support. Cammy and I will take them down with long-range attacks. Got it. No one objects to this arrangement. The other three reply in unison, got it. First, Dick summons a cursed sword upon seeing a Notlick charging from above. He shouts the skill's name, alright, curse. But before he could use it, the Notlick was blown to pieces, its blood splattering everywhere before Dick's bewildered eyes. Cammy calls out to Dick from behind, are you okay? Witnessing the gruesome fate of the Notlick, Dick can't help but sweat and express his gratitude. Yeah, thanks, Cammy. Your blood bullets are as dangerous as ever. Suddenly, many Notlacks charge forward to destroy those who just killed their kin. They bare their teeth and growl fiercely. Dick shouts to inform everyone they're coming again. Even with two skeleton golems holding shields in front, the numbers are quite large, so Dick still has to call out, Simon, I need support. Simon was prepared. He draws his bow and instructs, pull, and seizing the opportune moment, Simon commands, fire. Instantly, a volley of arrows from the golems copying his movements is released, taking down the aggressive Notlacks. However, more and more Notlacks charge forward. As one falls, another from behind takes its place. Simon glances at his friend who is concentrating on creating a magic circle and reminds her, there's more. Melon, just as the magic circle forms, raises her hands high. A flame gradually appears from the formation. She signals, alright, everyone, back up. Then she throws the flame at the group of Notlacks. Boom. The flame suddenly grows larger, its heat hitting them with incredible force. Melon lets out a breath and asks, are we almost done? After letting the fire burn for a while, the four of them approach to see if the Notlacks have been completely incinerated. While everyone is focused on the corpses, Cammy keenly senses danger. She turns her head and sees a Notlick on a large tree branch. As soon as she saw it growl and leap down towards her still oblivious friend, Cammy screams, Melon, behind you? Boom, a blood bullet is fired, quickly defeating the cunning Notlick and saving Melon from a certain defeat. With her hand still in a firing stance, Cammy asks with concern, are you okay? Melon smiles brightly and hugs her tightly. She says emotionally, thanks, Cammy. You just saved me. Simon, standing right there, can only give a weak smile. Melon doesn't forget to check on everyone's condition. Is anyone hurt? Then she reminds them, they'll probably keep coming, so let's be careful. Seeing that the fire shows no sign of dying down, Dick asked worriedly, but what do we do about this fire? Shouldn't we put it out? Melon immediately replies, it's fine. The black flame is an artifact, so it will extinguish itself. Then she scoffs at Dick. Don't you know everything? How could you not know this? The fact that these two often bicker is nothing new, so Simon doesn't intervene and just watches the show. Dick refutes what Melon just said. It's normal. I'm not a genius like you. While Simon is focused on his two friends' argument, Cammy is staring intently at him, or more precisely, at his neck. The verbal sparring continues. Melon calls Dick an idiot. This isn't in any book. Cammy, on the side, for some reason, opens her mouth, revealing the two fangs characteristic of a vampire. Perhaps noticing his friend's strange behavior, Simon asks with concern, Cammy, are you okay? Her heart thumps loudly, the sound clearly audible. Cammy is startled and replies, yes. Cammy lowers her head, not daring to look directly at the person in front of her. She blushes and explains, I just used too many blood bullets, so I'm a little dizzy. Cammy wanted to say more. I'm fine, but before she could finish, she fell into Simon's arms. He asks her worriedly, are you sure you're okay? You look very pale, but he doesn't know that his beloved neck is being targeted by sharp fangs. Just then, someone calls out loudly, hey guys, look at this. Simon hears the call and turns his head to look. The voice startles Cammy. She lifts her head, looking innocent, as if she hadn't done anything. Dick crouches down to look at the tracks he just found and says, it's the footprint of a Notlick, but this one is a bit bigger, isn't it? Melon speculates, it must be the Notlick chief, it must have been here just a moment ago. Simon is also excited by this discovery. He says to everyone, great, let's follow its tracks, but Cammy doesn't pay attention to that and just covers her face, which is as red as a gourd. Then she lets out a small cry. She feels both ashamed and flustered, asking herself, what's wrong with me? She furrows her brow and thinks, I've been perfectly fine for the past 5 years, so I thought I could control it. Then Cammy glances at her friend who is casually talking over there and wonders to herself, but why do I keep getting like this whenever I'm with Simon? Elsewhere, in the wooden house hung with sausages, a voice rings out, "Professor, you were looking for me." Professor Hongpeng sees the person who arrived and asks for a favor. "Sorry for calling you in on the weekend. Simon and his friends will be here today. Could you bring them over?" Brad asks in surprise. "What?" Then he says with annoyance, "I gave them the mission to capture the Nautlik chief. They should be near the Nautlik area right now." Then he corrects himself, "So, Professor, how can they be here today?" Professor Hongpeng squints her eyes and smiles brightly, happily answering Brad's question. "They want to learn more survival skills to prepare for the island. The survival trip hasn't been announced yet, but I'm really proud of them." Seeing that smiling face, Brad hesitantly replies, I understand." The professor expresses her gratitude with satisfaction. "Thank you, Brad," he says aloud. "It's my pleasure, Professor." But the dark aura surrounding him and his clenched fist betray him. It seems Brad isn't happy about something. Back with Simon's group, they are still following the footprints they discovered a few minutes ago. Dick carefully crouches down to examine the tracks and makes a judgment. There are more footprints now. They must be close. Hearing the announcement, Simon raises his hand, takes out a strange oval-shaped sphere, and says, "Is that so? I'll prepare the golem. Let's finish this quickly." His friends, understanding his intention, respond, "Good idea." Just as Simon placed the sphere on the ground to bury it, he felt a tremor. He looked up and said, "Speak of the devil." The one who created the tremor was none other than the Nautlik chief. It was truly massive. Its body was covered in wounds, evidence of the many battles it had fought. It seemed to know that the people before it were enemies. It growled threateningly. Instantly, Melon creates a magic circle and orders, "Simon, you just focus on preparing the golem. We'll support you." Then she signals to her friend, Cammy. Receiving the order, Cammy raises her hand, one hand poised like a gun barrel, the other underneath as a support. She says confidently, "Leave it to me." With that, from Cammy's index finger, 3 consecutive blood bullets are fired. They rush towards the Nautlik chief with lightning speed, but with its vast experience, it dodges all 3. The bullets hit the ground and explode. Then, someone exclaims in surprise. Seeing that, Dick can't help but marvel. "Wow, its reflexes are faster than I thought." Melon, standing beside him, hears this and angrily shouts, "This is not the time to admire it." She throws a fireball at the Nautlik chief, causing it to flinch in fear and let out a loud roar. Seeing it leap onto a treetop out of fear of the fire, Dick starts to get mouthy again, picking a fight with Melon. "Hey, you can't use fire. That's our dinner. Don't burn it." She doesn't back down and yells back at her friend, "Don't be so difficult." Melon says a final word, "Sooner or later, we're going to roast it anyway." Hearing that, Dick reluctantly agrees, "Damn it, you've got a point there." Cammy, from behind, can only helplessly try to mediate, "Hey, don't fight." But Dick isn't done yet. He adds, "I guess lightly roasting it wouldn't hurt." At that moment, the Nautlik chief leaps from the branch. Melon sees the Nautlik chief charging from the air and shouts in frustration, reminding Dick, "Geez, stop joking around and focus." Dick, annoyed by her words, turns around and retorts, "Oh." The next second, he opens a cursed space from under the ground. While taking out a net, he continues, "Always." Dick firmly grabs one end of the net and prepares to throw it. He shouts angrily to finish his sentence. Focused. With that, an incredibly accurate throw is made. The net envelops the entire massive body of the Nautlik chief. Caught by the net enchanted with a curse, it lets out an uncomfortable cry. Thud, the massive body of the Nautlik chief falls to the ground. Dust flies everywhere. Dick looks at his new catch with excitement and says arrogantly, "Nice, got it." The Nautlik chief feels humiliated being trapped in this tiny net. It endures the discomfort from the curse and tries to reach out its hand. It grabs the net's mesh tightly. Immediately after, it uses all its strength to rip the net into 2 pieces, roaring in fury. Seeing this, everyone is surprised. "What?" Dick scratches his head, laughing awkwardly as he looks for an excuse. "Hee, I guess the spell wasn't strong enough." Melon gets angry and scolds, "What an idiot." Perhaps realizing that the group's strength was not simple, the Nautlik chief weighed its options and turned to flee. Dick sees this and quickly shouts to inform them, "Look, it's running away." Suddenly, an object appears in front of the Nautlik chief, startling it before it could react. Instantly, it was sent flying backward by the strange object with such force that everyone had to cover their faces from the wind. Thud, the sound of the Nautlik chief crashing hard into a tree trunk echoed throughout the forest. The perpetrator of that blow was standing behind Simon. An earth golem was mimicking his actions. It turned out the strange sphere from before was what it had transformed from. Simon smirked and said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Everyone didn't mind, just praised him for being right on time. Melon signaled to him, "Simon, you do it." After that, he controlled the earth golem to slowly approach the Nautlik. The chief was collapsed, and he confidently assured them, "All right, leave it to me. It'll be quick." Seeing the golem's body, which was several times larger than the Nautlik chief's, Dick seemed to remember something and quickly called out, "Oh, hey Simon." He quickly continues, "That's our dinner. Don't smash it into." But before he could finish, a loud crash echoed, so powerful it scared away birds perched nearby. A small stone from the earth golem's punch flew up and hit his head. Dick could only stare wide-eyed and hesitantly finish his sentence, "Pieces." Melon was all too used to this and said nonchalantly, "We always end up eating mincemeat." Swoosh, a voice comes from the bush nearby. "I came because of the explosion just now." They're close. Everyone recognizes who the voice belongs to. Melon says, "It's our teaching assistant." Seeing the large catch lying unconscious over there, Brad praises them with satisfaction. "You've completed the mission excellently. Well done. I've placed a teleportation circle nearby. Let's go." The group replies in unison, "Yes, sir." Everyone teleports one by one, but when it's Simon's turn, Brad extends his hand to stop him. "Wait a minute, you, Simon Valencia." He blocks Simon's path and says, "You and I need to talk for a bit." Simon asks, slightly surprised, "Right now? Can we talk after we teleport?" Brad growls out an order, "Just do as I say, don't ask questions." Then he turns around, points straight at Simon's face, and says irritably, "I just want a man-to-man talk." He doesn't understand what the heck is going on. He wonders why so suddenly. Then he changes his question. "Can you tell me what I did wrong?" Brad retorts irritably, "Don't tell me you don't know." As if a trigger was pulled, he explodes at Simon. "Who do you think you are, clinging to the professor like that?" Brad continues to ramble. "Teach me survival skills. You really have no sense of boundaries. Professor Hong Peng is not your personal tutor." Simon, looking remorseful, tries to calm the angry man before him. He speaks up, "I'm sorry for making you work on the weekend just for us, but..." Suddenly, Brad swings his fist and punches a nearby tree trunk. He screams, "Shut up." Instantly, the tree trunk breaks in two and falls to the ground. Brad looks at Simon's clueless expression, growing even angrier. He continues, "I didn't come here to argue about that." Brad explodes, revealing the reason for the argument. "You dare to play with Professor Hong Peng's mind." He continues to scold him. "You think being at the top of the selection is a big deal." Hearing this, Simon's concern shifts from what he might have done wrong to whether the teaching assistant in front of him has a mental illness. He points to himself and lets out a confused sound. Brad doesn't stop. He continues to badmouth Simon. "You know what an honor it is to be the professor's direct disciple. Yet you just take advantage of her kindness." This teaching assistant seems to hold Professor Hong Peng in high regard. He belittles Simon. "How would a kid like you know how fragile the professor's heart is? Playing with her mind like that, as if you were her favorite disciple." The more Simon listens, the more absurd it sounds. He cuts off Brad's speech to explain, "Excuse me, but I think you've misunderstood something." Pausing for a moment, he continues, "I've already refused to be the professor's disciple." Brad seems unable to believe what he just heard and asks again, "What?" Simon scratches his head and awkwardly explains, "I wasn't harassing her. I already refused. She respected my choice and told me I could come to her for help anytime. Furthermore," he sincerely says, "and it was also her suggestion when I chose the group members that day. Even today, I'm still asking her for the recipe to write before he can finish." Brad cuts in to refute it. "You think I'll believe that nonsense? I've been working under the professor for 5 years. He continues with a proud look, "I understand the professor's thoughts better than anyone. And you're talking like you know everything after only being here for a month." Simon looks at him with half-closed eyes, thinking to himself, he's not the type to listen. A lost cause. Brad suddenly throws a black bracelet at Simon. He quickly catches it. Looking closely at the object in his hand, Simon recognizes the familiar bracelet. He wonders, isn't this the bracelet for the combat evaluation? Brad impatiently speaks up. "Stop talking nonsense here and explain. Let's settle this." Brad cracks his knuckles, his aura full of aggression, and declares, "If you can hit me before that spell wears off, I'll believe what you say." He continues to set the conditions, "And then I'll apologize. Compensation, resignation, or whatever you want." Simon holds the bracelet and asks back, "And if I can't do it?" Brad then makes a request that slightly surprises Simon. Accept Professor Hongpeng's offer to be her disciple. After hearing all of Brad's conditions and request, Simon puts on the bracelet and slowly says, I know you're very worried about the professor. He immediately changes his attitude, frowning uncomfortably and continuing, but imposing your thoughts on others is not the right thing to do. Anyway, he raises his head, his eyes filled with determination, and continues, I'm not the type to back down from a challenge. After Simon Valencia agreed to the challenge, teaching assistant Brad got into a ready stance, cracking his knuckles and taunting. At least you've got some guts, huh? As soon as he finished speaking, Brad lowered his center of gravity, putting force into his feet like a compressed spring. He lunges forward with the words, Here I come. Looking at Brad's movement, Simon Valencia predicted in his mind that he would surely punch straight from the left, so he immediately prepared a counterattack. But as fate would have it, man proposes, God disposes. A blow came from the right, and Simon Valencia turned his head in bewilderment. At that moment, a direct punch landed right on his cheek. Brad arrogantly shouted, What are you just standing there for? Where's that confidence from before? A barrage of blows rained down. Simon Valencia endured it miserably, gritting his teeth and dodging. After enduring enough, Simon Valencia lowers his center of gravity, takes a few steps back, and gets into a ready stance. Brad looks at the young man in front of him in amazement, thinking to himself, What? He widens his eyes and wonders, does this bastard really want to punch me? With a cheek flushed red from the recent attack, Simon Valencia is now glaring at Brad with narrowed eyes. Both of them quickly regain their composure. Brad hastily gets back into an attack stance, his heart full of doubt. A newcomer thinks he can defeat a teaching assistant at Kaizen with 5 years of experience. This is absurd, but it's reality. Simon Valencia, with a powerful punch, lunges straight for his opponent's stomach. Brad doesn't back down either. He raises his hands, clenches them into fist, his eyes full of defiance. All right, if you're going to be a disciple. The blow heads straight for Simon. He is like a boneless doll, his head slammed to the ground by the powerful attack. Without stopping, Grudge continues to raise his leg, preparing a critical blow for his opponent. As he kicks, he growls, Then I'll fix that arrogant nature of yours. Suddenly, a hand grabs his leg. Simon grabs his leg and pulls him down. Brad exclaims in astonishment, What? And then, Brad nimbly performs an aerial somersault to escape Simon's grasp. After landing, he remarks with amusement, You're pretty quick-witted. Brad looks straight at Simon and asks, Before coming to Kaizen, were you a warrior? He pants heavily, trying to regulate his breathing, and replies, No, I was only trained to be my father's heir. As soon as Simon finished speaking, Brad shouted in frustration, You think I believe that? Then he rushed towards him like a bullet. Brad charges straight at Simon like a bull. He's struggling to hold him off, thinking, I just need to calculate one thing. All I need is to win with a single blow. Suddenly, Brad jumps behind him and wraps his arms around him. Fighting like this looks a lot like boy love. Immediately, Brad uses his leg strength to lift Simon into the air. Both of them fall backward, and Simon's body slams onto the ground, landing in a cloud of dust. After the blow, Brad stands up, still in a defensive stance, wary of a sudden attack from his opponent. Suddenly, Simon disappears from sight, truly like a person following the scent of flowers into the mist. Suddenly, a swift and decisive blow rushes towards Brad. He nimbly dodges to the side and luckily avoids it. Brad immediately becomes wary. Glancing around, he wonders in amazement, where did this monster come from? Now I understand why Professor Hongpeng has her eyes on him. Brad nervously ventures deeper into the forest, thinking to himself, I understand she wants him to be her disciple, but a sound suddenly comes from behind. Brad, sensing something, whips his head around. As if something sharp had passed by, the ancient tree suddenly crashes down. Brad frowns and thinks to himself, What a weirdo. How can he control the skeletons and fight me at the same time? At this moment, the skeleton picks up the tree trunk and prepares to attack Brad. Seeing this, he becomes extremely annoyed. He grits his teeth and growls, Let me end this. With that, Brad leaps into the air, aiming straight for Simon. He seems to have a built-in engine. Rushing towards the opponent, an attack is launched. Brad slides past Simon. Suddenly, something sharp stabs into his calf. Simon now just stands there, silently watching his opponent. Suddenly, Brad feels a sharp pain in his thigh. He glances down to find an open wound on his right leg. Brad is stunned and exclaims, What? How is this possible? At this moment, Brad is shocked once again. He looks up to observe the scene before him and sees rows of fallen trees forming an X, blocking the path. The skeletons are just standing there, one of their bones missing. Brad exclaims in disbelief. All of this. Was this all planned from the beginning? The bones of those skeletons were arranged to be stuck directly into the tree trunks where he had just passed. Brad, as if unable to believe his eyes, stares in stunned disbelief at the Brad in front of him. Simon approaches with a cold face, simultaneously lifting his leg to prepare a kick. The blow landed right on Brad's cheek. Simon gives him a stern look as he lies unconscious on the ground, then speaks coldly, "Now you have no more excuses." At that moment, a sudden breeze whispers by, carrying Simon's declaration, "I've won." That voice echoed throughout the forest. Now, Brad is lying on the ground. Suddenly, he lets out a maniacal laugh. Grudge seems to have gone mad. As he stumbles to his feet, he lets out a loud laugh. Brad stumbles to his feet and says in a low voice, "All right, I admit it. I admit I lost. I'll keep my promise. I'll do whatever you ask." At that moment, an incredibly dark aura emanates from him. But Brad suddenly freezes. Simon continues to watch his opponent's every move coldly. Then Brad says loudly, "If I don't defeat you here, I might regret it for the rest of my life." His body suddenly transforms, turning completely black like a culprit in a Conan story. Simon, feeling indignant, retorts, "This is completely different from what you promised. You just transformed to fight a first-year student. How much more shameless can you get?" Brad yells furiously in his face, "I don't care what you say." Simon sighs, tired and helpless. Now, the charred version of Brad is eager to fight, impatiently urging, "Don't just stand there." Simon, fed up, reluctantly agrees to his unreasonable request just to get it over with. "Get in position. Just do whatever you want." Simon shakes his head wearily. "I've lost my patience with your nonsense. Since you're doing what you want, so will I." Brad angrily closes in on his opponent, grabbing his collar and threatening, "Just hit me." Suddenly, a shrill voice from behind rings out, "You bastard." The sound echoes throughout the forest, causing the birds to scatter in panic. Thud, thud. The sound of shoes scraping against the ground suddenly rings out. Professor Hong Peng frowns in annoyance. She slowly walks over and calls out in a stern, low voice, "Teaching assistant Brad." On this side, he is terrified, trembling and sobbing. "Professor Hong Peng, Professor, it's just a misunderstanding. Simon suggested I fight him." He meekly replies to her, "No beating around the bush." A swift punch sends Brad flying several dozen meters away. Simon stares at the professor in astonishment. She maintains her calm, cold demeanor and says, "I remember telling you to bring the student to me." Hong Peng's eyes widen in anger as she turns to glare at Brad, then demands in a low voice, "Explain this." She glares at her opponent, with eyes burning with killing intent. Hong Peng sternly calls his name, "Ta Brass." He replies in fear, "Yes, yes." Hong Peng immediately gives the order, "Turn around." "Assume the most painful position for me." Brad asks the most painful position means. Without hesitation, Hong Peng shouts loudly, "Immediately." He, in his culprit-like form, breaks out in a sweat, too miserable to speak. Simon, on the side, looks at the scene in astonishment and exclaims, "Huh?" Brad places one hand on the ground. Oof. Both of his legs go straight up in the air. The entire weight of his body is supported by a single finger. Simon is completely shocked. He must be using both stamina and dark energy to hold that pose. It must be extremely difficult. At this moment, Hong Peng suddenly remembers her favorite student and quickly turns to check on him. "Simon, are you hurt?" He replies hesitantly, "I'm fine. He gave me a protective bracelet before we fought." Hong Peng holds Simon tightly, looking him over from side to side, then speaks softly, "Your face is swollen. Are you sure you're okay? What about here? It looks like you're injured here too." Simon is embarrassed and doesn't know what to say. Just then, a deep, hoarse voice rings out, "Stop it, Ozebub." She immediately puts on a cute, mischievous expression and says, "Oops, you caught me." He immediately starts lecturing, "You're too obvious. The professor never touches me all over like that. What about the mission I gave you?" She happily reports the situation, completed perfectly. "I've moved all the Notlick corpses." Ozebub proudly continues, "But luckily, your wisdom saved us." It was a close call. Simon is surprised, not knowing what she's talking about. Then Ozebub gently explains, "You told me to memorize the appearances and voices of the professors in case I had to escape Kaizen to investigate. Although it was to help me, we both benefited. I never thought I'd use it this way. So, have I become your right-hand man alongside Battalion?" Ozebub exclaimed with joy. After that, she gets closer and hugs Simon's arm tightly. He stammers awkwardly in response, "Yes, thank you for saving my life. But, could you let me go? What if someone sees?" Ozebub shamelessly holds on tight, refusing to let go. Playing the spoiled brat, she whines, "No, Commander. I haven't finished checking your injuries yet." So, with that, Elizabeth reaches out and gently touches Simon's chest. Then she slowly unbuttons his t-shirt buttons. She says shyly, "Let me see your wound here, okay?" As she speaks, Ozebub gently runs her fingers along his shirt, slowly moving down to his chest. Simon holds his breath in tension. Unable to bear it any longer, he pushes Elizabeth's heavy body off him and says loudly, "Stop. Deal with the teaching assistant first." She pouts, pretending to be hurt, and lets out a small sound. Suddenly remembering the miserable person over there, Elizabeth pretends to be serious, mimicking the professor's demeanor, and says, "Ta Brad." Hearing his name, he replies with difficulty, "Yes, Professor." She raises her voice in feigned indignation and scolds him. "I am very disappointed in you. Hold that position for another 20 hours and then go home." He stands up straight, seriously, and replies with a single word, "Understood." Simon, on the side, helplessly thinks to himself, "Isn't 20 hours a bit too much?" Not stopping there, Elizabeth continues to threaten Brad, "Tomorrow act as usual. Don't mention what happened today to anyone, including me." He exclaims in confusion, "Huh?" Elizabeth's chirpy voice continues, "I mean, just pretend nothing happened. Thinking about this makes me want to tear you to pieces." Then she steps back to stand beside Simon, speaking in the professor's name to protect her student. She takes the opportunity to put her arm around his shoulder and coldly lectures Brad, "If you mess with him again, with Simon, then next time, I won't hold back." Ozeba glares at him with a stern face. Brad, at this point, miserably replies, "Yes, I understand, Professor. Let's go, Simon." Elizabeth's cool voice rings out. Simon also obediently plays the role of a favorite student and politely replies, "Yes, ma'am." In a flash, night has fallen. Seeing Simon cautiously approaching from the edge of the forest, Cammy runs over worriedly, calling his name, "Simon." Seeing his friend, he says softly, "Sorry, I'm late." Not seeing Brad with him, Cammy asks curiously, "Did something happen?" "I don't see the teaching assistant." He awkwardly makes up an excuse. It's nothing, just the Notlick corpses." Cammy furrows her brow, not understanding what he's talking about, and asks again, "Corpses?" Simon mumbles an answer to brush it off. I asked the teaching assistant if I could keep a few for undead research, so he helped me." Cammy silently admires him and praises, "Wow, you're really dedicated to studying summoning." A little later, Simon and Cammy join the others. He softly asks, "Is everyone ready?" They enthusiastically reply, "We've prepared the firewood. Now we just need to start the fire." "Is that so? Let me do it." Everyone takes turns. In the dark night, the fire they kindle burns brightly, bringing a sense of warmth. Melon Violin thoughtfully looks at the fire and suddenly wonders, "Interesting. Have to stack the wood in a square like this." Simon calmly replies, "You don't have to, but this is the most common way. You can stack it in a triangle or any other way you like." Cammy, beside him, also doesn't understand and quickly asks, "Then why do you have to burn the leaves first?" Simon gently turns his head, smiles, and replies, "It takes a long time to light the wood directly, so using leaves as kindling is easier." Dick Haywood also asked reluctantly, "Do we have to use leaves? What if there are no leaves on the island?" Simon, being knowledgeable, offers a suggestion. "Then you can use mushrooms, pine cones, or birch trees." Just then, Professor Hong Pen arrives, beaming. Everyone stands up respectfully to greet her. "Professor." She nods with a hearty laugh and asks, "Haha, are you all ready to move? Let's go then." Hong Pen casually chats as she walks. There are all sorts of monsters out there, but the dissection process is still the same. "Show me the knotlook you caught." The four of them reply in unison, "Here it is." Hong Peng bends down to look at it closely, then gently instructs, "Whether it's an animal or a monster, you have to let it bleed out completely, then skin it and clean its intestines." Hong Peng meticulously demonstrates each step, explaining as she goes, "Bleeding it is easy. You just need to cut the artery and vein near the neck like this." Seeing the fresh blood flowing from the monster, Cammy covers her face in fear and cries out. The professor's rambling voice continues steadily, "Then pull out the front claws and tendons like this. After that, we'll cut along the bone here." The model student, Melon, diligently takes notes on Hong Peng's instructions. "All right, this is how you butcher a monster. Next, I'll teach you how to handle fish. This is much easier." Hong Peng dusts off her hands and quickly takes out a knife for the students. The four of them obediently reply, "Yes, ma'am." First, chop off the head and scale it with the back of the knife. Then, gut the body and remove the intestines. "It's much easier than butchering a monster, right?" Cammy and Simon listen attentively. She watches as the professor demonstrates. The result: delicious-looking slices of meat are neatly arranged on a tray in the blink of an eye. Hong Peng exclaims with delight, "And now, let's grill the meat." That's not all. Hong Peng also brought a jar of spices. Just now remembering, she quickly pulls it out of her bag, not forgetting to remind the kids, "Oh, that's right. You should bring some spices to the island. If the monster smell is too strong, you can use spices to cover it up. And also, monsters can have parasites and bacteria. It's very dangerous. Make sure it's cooked through before eating." Hong Peng kindly reminds her students of these important points over and over. Melon seriously clenches her fist and obediently replies, "Yes, Professor, we'll remember." Dick Haywood, beside her, looks at her with a puzzled expression. "Aren't you being a bit too tense?" Not letting the kids wait long, Hong Peng calls everyone to the feast to liven up the atmosphere. She even enthusiastically brings a bottle of wine and then cheerfully says, "Does anyone want some wine?" Dick Haywood enthusiastically responds, "I do. Ma'am, the professor is the best." Cammy is also curious to try, so she quickly volunteers. "I want to try too, ma'am." The party officially begins. The five of them happily gather around the bonfire, feasting. Suddenly, Hong Peng remembers something and asks, Simon, where's Top Rat?" She told him to stop by and eat with them since he helped with the teleportation. He stammers in reply, "Oh, he wasn't feeling well, so he went home early." Simon secretly smiles to get through it. The professor replies with a hint of sadness, "Is that so? What a shame. I hope he gets well soon." At that moment, Cammy, beside him, suddenly leans and falls into Simon's lap, whispering a few words. Simon is startled and calmly asks Hong Peng, "She's asleep." "Professor, I'll take her inside." Hong Peng chuckles, looking at her student, and softly replies, "Go ahead." Simon quietly carries Cammy inside. Outside, Hong Peng and the two students continue to laugh and talk happily. "Now it's just you and me drinking. Melon, cheers, Professor." "You've had a lot to drink, Professor." "Me too. I want some toast." The atmosphere is incredibly lively. At the same time, Simon carefully takes Cammy into the room, gently places her on the bed, and covers her with a blanket. In the quiet room, now only he and Cammy remain. Simon silently watches her sleep soundly and breathe evenly under the warm blanket. He can't help but smile contentedly and whisper, "Sleep well, Cammy." As soon as he finishes speaking, Simon lifts his leg to get off the bed. Suddenly, a hand reaches out in the air. Cammy quickly grabs Simon's arm. A thud is heard. Simon lies bewildered under Cammy. He lets out a small cry. Before he could finish speaking, she raises her hands and pins Simon's hips. The moonlight from outside shines in, illuminating Cammy's face. Simon's heart skips a beat. He softly calls her name, his voice full of surprise, "Cammy." Cammy suddenly climbs onto Simon Valenche's bed and slowly presses her body against his. He thought she had improper intentions towards him, but when he looked closely, he saw that Cammy's pupils seemed to have changed. It makes him hesitate a little. Then, Simon shouts in embarrassment, "Wait a minute." At this moment, she had already undone one of his shirt buttons. Just as Cammy was about to bite Simon's neck, he suddenly called out, "Cammy." She suddenly nestles against Simon Valenche and sobs, I can't do it." As she speaks, Cammy covers her mouth tightly. "Don't bite Simon." Seeing her action makes him feel confused. He hesitantly asks Cammy, "Did you just control yourself for me?" She whispers in reply, and then immediately falls into a deep sleep. Seeing this, he smiles and watches Cammy for a moment, then gently says, "Good night, Cammy." The next morning, inside the classroom, Diane Olivia's clear voice rings out, "Today, I have an important announcement. In 2 days, you will participate in the island survival assessment." Hearing this, Simon Valenche can't help but get excited. He thinks to himself, "It's finally here. The island survival." Diane Olivia continues speaking clearly. While the teaching assistants are distributing the instruction sheets, I will give you a brief overview. While writing something on the board, she speaks sternly. All 961 first-year students from Class A to Class N will participate in this assessment. When the competition begins, you will be teleported to random locations on the outskirts of the island. During this phase, your goal is to survive as long as possible and move towards the central area of the island. But that's not enough to evaluate you, so this time, we have set up a point system. You can score points by hunting monsters on the island. Monsters from level 1 to level 4, depending on the species, will be worth 20 points or more each. After the assessment ends, your scores and rankings will be determined based on the points you've earned. Holding something that looks like a bracelet, Diane Olivia sternly instructs, "We will use an item called a tongue pad to calculate points. It's very easy to use. You just need to bring this item close to the monster's corpse." Just as she finished speaking, the animal head on the bracelet suddenly opens its mouth and sticks out its tongue. Then it immediately sucks up the object that Diane Olivia had just placed on the table. Then she picks it up and explains clearly, "As you can see, it will automatically absorb the magic power from the corpse and display the points in mono language. Then the monster's corpse will be preserved in the form of mana particles." Seeing the students' utter confusion, Diane Olivia continues, "You are required to hunt. If not for points, then you must hunt for food." A student suddenly asks, "Can we eat monster meat?" Another student, hearing this, asks in surprise, "Huh, eat monster meat?" Then Diane Olivia quickly clarifies for all the students. According to the rules, fighting other students is also a way to score points. When the obstacle meter returns to 0, your assessment is over. You will be moved to a safe zone, at which point the tongue pad will release all the absorbed mana. In other words, winning a match against other students will allow you to take your opponent's mana. Finally, there is a mansion built by Kaizen at the center of the island. This building is the only no-combat zone. All forms of attack are nullified. Anyone who enters the mansion even once, then Diane Olivia adds, will also receive 200 points when the exam ends. Hearing this, a student exclaims in surprise, 200. Another student, hearing Miss Diane Olivia, is stunned. That's equivalent to hunting at least 12 monsters. Diane Olivia continues sternly, "The rules are quite simple and easy to understand, but there are many tricky details. Remember to read the guide carefully." For the remainder of this period, a guest lecturer will share with us about the ecosystem and environment on the island. After her words, an old man immediately walks in, scratching his head shyly as he introduces himself. "Hello, I'm Edward Buckbeck." Seeing the man's appearance, Dick Hayworth claps his hands and exclaims in astonishment, "What the hell? It's really Edwards. Professor Diane knows so many amazing people." Simon Valencia asks curiously, "Is he very famous?" He enthusiastically explains, "My God, how can you not know Edward? He's a legend who has discovered over 10 ancient ruins. The best treasure hunter." Melon Violan rests her chin on her hand and nonchalantly adds, "Is that so?" Hearing the students buzzing about him, Edward Buckbeck scratches his head again and says shyly, "I never expected to teach a class at Kaizen. This is quite an achievement for me. Actually, my success is all thanks to my father. I was born into a poor family." Diane Olivia lets out a fake cough to remind the old man not to ramble. Knowing he had gone a bit off topic, the old man immediately gets back to the point. "Oh, right? I shouldn't be talking about such trivial things. I am very proud to have traveled to every corner of the Dark Alliance, or more accurately, the entire continent. And I have also infiltrated the Holy See." Diane Olivia calls out coldly, "Mr. Buckbeck." The old man points to the map on the board while trying to explain as concisely as possible. "Simply put, I am a survival expert. I don't have powerful dark magic like you all, but I've survived until now all by myself." Mr. Buckbeck continues, "The island you're going to is called Kira. It's surrounded by several smaller islands. I've set foot on all of them, of course, so I know the vegetation and monsters on Kira Island. The book I gave you is detailed information about the island, so just consider it a textbook. But more important is the advice from an old pro like me." At this point, Edward Buckbeck suddenly slaps the board and loudly announces, "Next, I will tell you everything about this island. This is everything you need to know about the island's environment. Any questions?" Seeing a female student raise her hand, the man says, "Yes, the girl with the brown hair." The female student asks doubtfully, "You just said this island is divided into many smaller islands." Hearing this, Simon is also quite surprised and lets out a confused sound. Now, as Simon Valencia flips through the pages of the book, he suddenly sees a mummy-wrapped zombie. But there's no information about it, which makes him a bit curious. "What's this? No name." Suddenly, a voice speaks up. "Wait, kid." Seeing Pierre in the book, he can't help but be startled and quickly thinks to himself, "Pierre, why are you here?" Pierre suddenly orders, "The picture you just passed. Bring it closer for me to see." After looking, he suddenly exclaims, "My God, what is he doing here?" Simon wonders to himself, "Isn't it a monster?" Pierre sternly replies, "Not at all. He is the undead of a former commander of my legion." Hearing these words from him makes Simon Valencia feel a chill down his spine. He places his hand on his head and asks, "Kid, remember your father's crime?" Ozebub immediately appears, hugs his arm, and blushes as she answers, "Of course, Father fought against the Necromancers to protect my mother, a priestess. Hearing her, Pierce sternly confirms, yes, that's when it was. The Dark Alliance was relentlessly hunting down our legion. When we had to retreat due to the fierce suppression by the Alliance, an undead stood up to clear a path for us to escape. The person in the picture is him. A mummy-like zombie wrapped in bandages, its upper body bleeding like rain. Pierre adds gravely, his name is Vikram, as he speaks. Pierre imagines his imposing figure at that time. The commander of my colossal battalion. In Pierre's memory, Vikram appears majestically and overwhelmingly with sharp teeth and eyes burning red with hatred. A soft voice calls out, Vikram. Pierre speaks in a solemn, nostalgic tone. Unlike other undead, he was very dedicated and loyal to the Legion, so he decided to sacrifice himself for everyone, risking his own existence. I thought he was dead, so I never thought he was still alive on an island belonging to Kenji. Simon Valencia furrows his brow, his eyes gazing into the distance as if trying to solve a difficult puzzle. Noticing something is wrong, Pierre asks caringly, "What's wrong, kid?" Simon Valencia strokes his chin, looking doubtful, then quickly replies, "No, it's just that something isn't right." Then he continues, "Father's undead appearing at my performance evaluation, isn't that strange?" Pierre furrows his brow in agreement. Indeed, but such a case is also quite plausible. Pierre then adds, "If you follow the trail from the island connected to Kira, you'll reach the port city. Since Vikram got lost in the battle at that port, it's possible that's him." Hearing that, Simon thinks to himself, "That makes sense." Simon Valencia, as if he had grasped a lifeline, closes the notebook and thinks, "That's Father's undead, so I want to recruit him." "That should be fine, right?" Pierre immediately replies, "Ha ha ha, of course." Then he gently continues, "He was once the strength of the Legion. If you can successfully recruit him, he will be a great help." Simon immediately decides, "All right, I have nothing to lose anyway. I'll contact him." Pierre warns Simon, but it's been a while, so his personality or thoughts might have changed a bit, just like Elizabeth. Then Pierre gets straight to the point, pleading, "So take me with you. I'll persuade him myself." Simon Valencia immediately dismisses the idea. He bluntly replies, "No way." Pierre can't accept it and loudly demands an explanation. "What? Why?" Simon Valencia gently opens the guidebook and slowly reads. This line says, "Before teleporting to the island, luggage and subspaces will be thoroughly inspected. Prohibited items, items not necessary for survival, food." Hearing that, Pierre clicks his tongue, looking displeased. What a hassle. Melon Violin gently approaches and joins the conversation. Her sparkling eyes look curiously at Simon Valencia. She asks, "Simon, are you planning to bring spices?" Simon Valencia replies in a steady voice, his expression slightly flustered, "I'm thinking about it." Then Simon silently replies to Pierre, "HMPH, let me find another way. I'll stop by the ruins tonight and talk to Elizabeth." Pierre's voice is urgent. He holds Elizabeth with one hand and says, "Please come quickly. Elizabeth is starting to act up." Simon reluctantly agrees, "I'll try." The warm voice of Miss Diane Olivia rings out, breaking the silence of the space. Class is over. However, Miss Diane Olivia doesn't forget to remind them, prepare thoroughly for the days before the survival assessment. The whole class says in unison, "Thank you, teacher." Cammy walks over to Simon Valencia, her eyes sparkling with hope. She gently suggests, "Simon, let's have lunch together." Melon Violin impatiently reminds Dick Haywood, who is sobbing and constantly begging, "I want Edward's autograph." Melon furrows her brow. She yanks his collar and reminds him coldly, "You'll be on Professor Diane's blacklist if you keep this up." Simon smiles and waves his hand politely, telling them, "Oh, sorry, you guys go ahead. I have something to take care of. See you guys later. Enjoy your lunch." Hearing that, Cammy looks at Simon with eyes full of disappointment and says hesitantly, "Oh, all right." Under the harsh sunlight in the schoolyard, a pleading voice is heard, Vice Principal. With an urgent expression, Edward begs Professor Jean Olivia, "Please give me 5 hours. No, 2 hours is enough. As a professional treasure hunter, I can't leave without exploring this legendary Vuck Island." Jean Olivia doesn't look up at Edward but immediately starts the timer on her pocket watch. She says softly, 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Then Diane Olivia says coldly, "Vuck Island strictly prohibits unauthorized personnel from entering, so the time I'm allowing you to stay is 6 minutes and 24 seconds from now." She counts down the seconds and urges Edward, 6 minutes and 23 seconds, hurry up. Edward is surprised and stares at Jean Olivia in disbelief. He curses silently. Why is she so strict? Then Edward tries to bargain with Jane Olivia, "If it's about the time I'm allowed to stay, could you extend it?" A professor named Bahan also just requested to teach class B, could I? Before he could finish his sentence, he caught Professor Zhang Olivia's death glare and seemed to understand the gravity of the situation. Edward said mournfully, I guess not. The professor turns and walks away, her voice echoing back towards Edward. Tell Professor Bahan to come to my office immediately. Edward trembles and asks, what should I say? Diana Olivia doesn't even bother to turn her head. She orders, tell him to shut his mouth and come see me within 10 minutes, or I'll go see him right now. Diana Olivia's powerful presence is like a cold wind that makes the students shiver, not daring to speak. Seeing this terrifying scene, Edward can't bargain anymore and says loudly, understood. At this moment, a voice comes from Diana Olivia's subordinate. Vice Principal, there's a problem. She turns her head to look. Edward accidentally meets her gaze and almost pees his pants. Edward thinks nervously. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Immediately after is Diana Olivia's scolding. She says loudly to her subordinate, nonsense. The magic circle is overloaded because of the preparations for the survival trip. What kind of excuse is that? Are you planning to let this happen again on the day of the survival test? Seeing the escaped Wolf, Edward trembles like a leaf and thinks to himself, so scary. Then Diana Olivia's subordinates reply in unison, we will fix it immediately. Diana Olivia immediately coordinates the work. Call the entire teleportation team to my office before 6 o'clock. After she finishes, she looks at her opponent and Edward. Then Diana Olivia places her hand on her left chest, bows her head, and sincerely apologizes. It seems you will be about 10 minutes late due to an internal issue. On behalf of Kaizen, I apologize for that. Edward backs away in fear and quickly replies, it's okay. A thought suddenly flashes through his mind. Is she going to torture them just for being 10 minutes late? The thought makes him shudder. Diana Olivia continues, I'll go check the situation, so please stay here while you wait. Edward nods repeatedly and replies, yes, 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 of course. After Jean Olivia turns away, Edward feels as if he has escaped from hell. He slumps down and lets out a long sigh, muttering, geez, the people of Kaizen are so stubborn. Suddenly, a voice interrupts Edward's chaotic thoughts. Hello. Simon cheerfully walks over and greets him. I'm a student from Class A who just attended your lecture. It was an excellent lecture. Thinking a fan has come to visit, Edward stands up straight, striking his best pose. He even has a pen ready to sign, saying confidently, great, great. What's your name? Simon Valencia bluntly shatters Edward's thoughts, saying with an embarrassed tone, I'm not here for an autograph. I came to ask about the lesson, but if it's okay, I'd like your autograph too. Edward lowers his head in disappointment and says sadly, all right. Simon Valencia quickly flips through the pages of the book, his eyes fixed on the words inside. Then he stops at a page and asks Edward, besides the monsters in the document you gave us, only this one doesn't have a name. Do you have any information about it? Edward looks intently at the page and slowly replies, I compiled the information in a hurry, so I haven't reviewed the images yet. I didn't know this one was mixed in. Looking at the zombie wrapped in bandages like a mummy, he continues, unfortunately, I don't have much information about it. Edward pauses for a moment and then continues, I took a picture of it because I thought it was interesting, but I've never seen another one like it since. Simon Valencia is surprised. He asks Edward back, what do you mean interesting? Edward recalls that time and recounts, the fog was very thick that day. He went into the forest to explore and saw a mysterious sight. This monster was wandering around the island in a giant form, but when I took out my camera, it immediately shrank, and this picture was taken at that moment. It seems to be a little smaller than you. Simon Valencia asks doubtfully, so how tall was it before it shrank? Edward recalls, so big it could encircle the entire island. The monster's body was both large and clumsy as it walked, looking incredibly bizarre. At this moment, a dumbbell rolls onto the floor. Hector is training hard. A male student runs up from behind, breathless, and says loudly, Hector, everyone's gathered at the door. Hector's voice drops, and he calmly replies, tell them he turns his back to his classmate and continues to. In this survival assessment, we must eliminate Simon Valencia at all cost. He punches the wall hard and says loudly, as long as he's here, we'll never be able to take over Class A or get the highest score. Class A is supervised by the Vice Principal of Kaizen. Then Hector slightly lifts his head, his eyes burning with determination. Controlling Class A is more important than anything else. The student behind him replies worriedly, all right. Hearing that, the male student thinks to himself, even so, he's just overreacting to a mediocre opponent. Looking at Hector's vengeful expression, he's certain it's due to the feud between the Mo and Valencia families. Night falls. In a small corner of the street, there are quiet footsteps. At this moment, a person in a black robe passes by, saying as he walks, "I hope I'm not wasting my time." In the darkness, Hancock's ferocious face gradually appears, his eyes flashing with a crazed light. Simon Valenche's words cut into his mind like a knife. "I don't know what grudge you have against me, but you'll never beat me with that borrowed power." He grinds his teeth and hisses with hatred, "Simon Valenche." His voice is full of hatred, as if he wants to tear his opponent to pieces. Then, Hancock rolls up his sleeve, looking worriedly at his dwindling power. "I finally made it to the middle group in last week's combat evaluation, but this power is about to reach its limit. I'm slowly losing it." Then Hancock mutters to himself like a crazy person, "I need to attract Professor Batten's interest in this survival match so I can." Suddenly, a blinding light erupts, tearing through the dark night, causing a blinding light to erupt, causing Hancock to squint. He was startled. Who's there?" In front of Hancock, a pair of beautiful wings gradually materialize, feathers flying everywhere. A girl with eyes as sparkling as stars appears, her voice as gentle as the wind. "I will make you an offer you can't refuse." Elsewhere, Dick Hayworth is encouraging his best friend. "Simon, you're the best." Simon can only force a smile at this adorable display. "Ha ha." At this moment, Cammy clasps her hands together and stammers to Melon and Simon, I'm a little nervous." She's anxious, overthinking. "What if I get separated from you guys?" Simon gives a weak smile to reassure his classmate. "Don't worry, Cammy. You'll do great." Dick sees Cammy trembling like that and can't help but tease her. "Are you girls really going to kill monsters, get the meat, and cook it to eat?" After hearing that, Cammy and Melon both freeze up, stunned for several seconds. Cammy says while crying, I just learned how to fish, so I'll just catch fish to eat." Melon still tries to act strong. "I have to go far to get supplies, so I'll be tired and hungry. If I get hungry enough, I might actually eat it." Simon hears this and can't help but worry. "If you have to do that, won't it be too hard on you?" Simon calms them down. It's not like the supplies will just appear at a specific time and place. Besides, since this is a survival battle, there will be special artifacts. If that's the case, won't many others be aiming for them too? Melon says helplessly, "That's right, but what else can we do?" She firmly believes that getting the supplies will be beneficial for them. Cammy also chimes in, "That's right." Dick is still itching for a fight, so he teases her with another line, "Forget it. Melon will probably burn everything anyway, including the supplies." "Even the supplies?" Melon's anger flares up and she yells at him, "You want to die?" Simon and Cammy can only smile wryly as they watch them bicker and tease each other. At this moment, the loudspeaker announces beginning teleportation. "Please do not leave the magic circle." Dick nudges Simon's shoulder, looks to the left, and says, "Hey, Simon, look over there." Simon immediately follows his gaze. It turns out Hector is glaring at Simon with eyes full of jealousy. Dick whispers, "This is probably going to be a full-blown clash." Dick looks at Simon worriedly and says softly, "Good luck." Simon sighs and complains, "Why me?" At this moment, the loudspeaker announces to everyone, "Fight." The teleportation magic gate appears. Melon quickly says her goodbyes. "All right, everyone survive, and let's meet at Kaya." Melon pretends to be gruff and reminds Simon, "Don't just run headfirst to the center and die a pointless death. Just skip the lowest scoring places, okay?" Simon smiles lightly and replies, "I know. Are you my friend or my mom?" Before teleporting, he gives Melon a parting smile. "See you later." After a moment, Simon is teleported to a tropical forest. Seeing the scenery before him, he is extremely surprised. Wow, it's a real forest. Simon remains silent for a moment to admire the surrounding scenery. Feeling full of excitement, Simon smiles brightly. Then he shouts with excitement, "This is going to be fun." The birds, startled by Simon's sudden commotion, all take flight. Pierre sees this and reminds him, "Hey kid, you seem more excited than usual today." "Don't get so excited that you forget your goal." Simon, full of joy, replies to Pierre, "Of course not." He says to Fia with a squinting smile, "Our goal in this survival battle is to find Vikram to exchange for points." "I remember everything." As Simon speaks, he steps on something crawling towards him. Blood splatters everywhere. Pierre says in disgust, "Gross. What is that?" Simon calmly picks up the snake and replies nonchalantly, "A snack for today." Simon's eyes sparkle with excitement, full of anticipation for the future, and he says, "The survival battle seems fun, right, Pierre?" He holds the snake up high, imagining he's holding a championship trophy under the spotlight. Then he raises his voice and shouts, "This forest is my stage." Pierre, annoyed, mutters a single word, "Idiot." Elsewhere, a thought full of confusion and fear suddenly appears. Well, I said I was mentally prepared, but underfoot, centipedes crawl in swarms, peeking out from under the fallen leaves. Forest bees as big as sewer rats crawl on the trees. The screams of the weaklings in the land area echo everywhere, and the fresh shoots in the air zone, meaning around the tree trunks, also join in the chorus of screams. They scream so loudly that even the passing earthworm feels embarrassed. I haven't done anything. No one's done anything. I haven't even touched anything. It turns out that thought belonged to Melon. Sweat drips down her face, which is now as green as her hair. Melon thinks helplessly, when it comes to the real thing, I can't even move. A loud noise rings out. Melon doesn't know what happened. She goes to where the sound came from and sees Hector and Malcolm ready to fight at any moment. Melon wonders, Hector and Malcolm Randall. Weren't they the ones who got special admission number 10? She looks bored. They're already fighting over supplies. Well, Melon sighs, feeling that this battle is truly too harsh. Regaining her composure, Melon encouraged herself, calm down and fight. In another place, everyone rushes in one direction. They are all so shocked they can't speak. In their minds, they think in terror. What's going on over there? Is he a local here? It turns out the attention is for Simon. His whole body is dirty. A self-made knife with a bone hilt is slung across his back, and he's carrying a bundle of firewood. Following behind him is Pierre. Simon walks leisurely through the forest as if it were his hometown. Eager gazes are directed at Simon. Everyone is calculating. It seems he knows the forest like the back of his hand. Could he be a treasure hunter? It doesn't matter if he's a local or a treasure hunter. We have to get him on our team no matter what. So the whole group rushes over to surround Simon with covetous eyes. Simon, who has been aware of his pursuers for a while, just walks on calmly, thinking they would force him to go. It turns out they are just fighting for Simon's attention. A barrage of questions comes at him. Hey, want to join my team? We'll handle the fighting. If you can, join our group. Our group is much better than theirs. What? No way, we're all top tier. Simon, his face still as cold as money, listens to them argue. Then he forces a professional smile and declines. Sorry, I've decided to be alone today. The others don't bother to bargain and quickly give up. Oh, okay then. Simon and Pierre immediately leave. Pierre, who has been following Simon, asks doubtfully, I know you're planning to find Vikram, but don't you think we've gone too far from the center? Simon calmly reassures him, don't worry. I'll catch up with everyone tomorrow. Pierre frowns and asks, how are you going to do that? We're near the beach on the opposite side of the center. Simon replies evasively, I know the way. In front of him is a team transporting crates of supplies. Seeing Simon approaching with a calm face, everyone is stunned. What is it? Brad sternly reminds Simon, what are you doing here? This area is off limits to students. Get out of here now. Seeing Simon covered in ropes, vines, and carrying a staff, Brad feels uneasy and quickly waves his hand to shoo him away. What's this? You want to challenge me to another duel? Simon, seeing nothing special, turns to leave, forcing a professional smile and saying, no, thanks. I just got lost. You can continue what you were doing. As he walked, he muttered, the directions pointed this way. It must be around here somewhere. Suddenly, Simon spots a long spider web stretching across the ground and up a tree branch. He exclaims with joy, here it is. A silver bracelet lies sparkling in the middle of the spider web. Simon is extremely excited and can't help but exclaim, a space bracelet. Pierre also shows surprise. Oh, you were looking for this. Take it out. Wait a minute. Simon looks up at the sky and switches on his alert mode. I have to see if anyone is watching first. Above his head, a drone flies by. Pierre realizes, those magic-powered tracking devices. Simon, seeing the drone leave, says with relief, all right, no one is watching here. He puts the bracelet on his wrist and signals to Pierre. It's time. Pierre laughs loudly with joy, though it's unclear what he's laughing at. It turns out to be skeletons. 3 dry skeletons immediately emerge from the robe. Pierre excitedly shouts, finally, I'm back. Simon extinguishes Pierre's joy. Come on, get inside the space bracelet, please. He smiles and points to the newly dug time-space hole. Pierre shouts angrily, what? Pierre yells, I just got out and you're already making me go back in? What's going on? The drone hears and turns back. Simon urges Pierre, we have to hurry, before the observation drones get here. A voice full of indignation rings out, that's enough. Brad steps forward menacingly and scolds Simon, intentionally avoiding the sight of the trainers and professors and stealing an extra space bracelet. Brad glares at Simon with angry eyes, as if that evidence is enough to get him expelled. And that thing too. He points at Pierre. Both of you. No, one person. Simon and Pierre freeze in fear. Suddenly, Brad's voice changes to a clear, high-pitched tone, and he continues, if it were any other student, that would certainly be the case, but not for you, sir. The leader of the Alliance wouldn't be. After saying that, he doesn't forget to wink and send a heart to Simon. The atmosphere around them becomes strangely cheerful. What do you think? This girl's transformation ability is amazing, isn't it? It turns out Ozebub had transformed and was following Simon. Pierre, witnessing this nauseating scene, breaks out in a cold sweat and exclaims, "Good heavens. I've never felt so terrified in my entire life." Simon can only shyly hide away. "Sorry, I'm at a loss too. Indeed, if you're not embarrassed, the one who's embarrassed will be the viewer." The day before the island's survival, Simon went to find Brad. Seeing his opponent sitting with his head down in exhausted thought, he called out softly, "Brad." Simon reminds Brad, "Last week, you said you'd do anything I wanted if I beat you, right?" Without waiting for Brad's reply, Simon says decisively, "From now on, I need you to be my body double." After hearing this, Brad is surprised. He stands up abruptly and asks, "What? A first year like you dares to talk to a teaching assistant like that?" Simon says coldly, "If you don't want to, I have no other choice. Professor Hongpeng still doesn't know why I fought you that day." Simon looks straight into his opponent's eyes and asks, "What do you think she'll say when she finds out?" After hearing this, Brad freezes and can't say anything. "I'm not sure she'd just punish you like last time," Simon adds gravely. Brad grits his teeth in anger, growling in his throat. Threatened by the kid, he angrily complies. "All right, what do you want me to do?" Simon was just waiting for this. He immediately makes his request. "Lend me your spare space bracelet first. After that, stay out of sight and hide." Brad asks doubtfully, "Are you planning to disguise yourself as me?" Simon feigns surprise. "How did you know?" Brad calmly replies, "I've seen all sorts of tricks as a teaching assistant. Using body doubles to impersonate others is normal at this school." He throws the space bracelet to Simon and says, "I'll do as you say, but if I get caught, I'm not taking responsibility." Simon calmly says, "Don't worry." Then Simon continues, "I've already thought it all through." In the simple present tense, Brad says in a high, George Ford-like voice, cooing at Simon, "Commander, I've missed you so much." Brad fake covers his face and says shyly, "I've completed the mission you gave me. Now praise me." Pierre feels a chill run down his spine. He's too big. "Stop it, Ozebub, you're giving me goosebumps." Simon, helpless, covers his face and asks Ezebeth, "Why did you come here?" There are other teaching assistants around. Ezebeth, in her disguise, strikes a big sister say hi pose and replies nonchalantly, "It's fine. I told them to go check if the students have returned, so they let me go." She spins around and places a hand on her chest proudly. "My perfect acting fooled them all. Fia has truly drawn his sword, ready to fight Erezaput because of the disgusting scene before him." He warns, "Can you not make that expression in this form?" Simon at this point really wants to poke his own eyes out so he doesn't have to see the contorted drama before him. Ozebub still doesn't listen to Pierre's deadly threats. She continues in her high-pitched voice, "Are you going to see Vikram?" "I want to go too." Ozebub, in Brad's form, jumps up and down excitedly like an 18-year-old girl. Simon flatly refuses. "No, you're pretending to be Brad. If you disappear, the school will get suspicious. Pierre and I are enough." Each word is like a bucket of rain dousing Ozebub's candles of happiness. Her face turns pale with sadness. Pierre agrees, adding, "Right? The kid's right. You should go home. It's an eyesore." Ozebub sulks with a high-pitched male voice. "Humph, you petty thing." She turns and walks away, dejected. "Since the commander said so, I have no choice. I'm going back." The cheerful atmosphere vanishes, turning as gloomy as a widow's life. Simon and Pierre watch her retreating back, speechless. Ozebub mutters resentfully, "I wanted to see Vikru too." Simon feels guilty, but remains silent. She continues in her high-pitched male voice, choked with emotion, "But I have to follow the commander's orders. I'm a grown-up undead now." After saying that, she sniffles and wipes her nose, looking pitiful. "Don't cry." After hearing that, Simon feels both immense pressure and a creepy chill down his spine. Pierre can't stand the whimpering, high-pitched male voice in his ear any longer. He immediately suggests, "If you're bothered, then reward her." Rewarding subordinates is also a commander's responsibility. Without Ozebub, this plan wouldn't have succeeded. I think we should reward her. After hearing that, Simon breaks out in a cold sweat. Pierre intentionally speaks loudly for Ezebeth to hear from a distance. You probably know what she likes, right? Simon also calls out, I know. Simon calls out gently, Ozebub, can you return to your normal form for a moment? Ozebub's heart, which was in a cold winter, suddenly feels the warmth of spring. She turns back with teary, sparkling eyes and replies, oh, okay. Ezebeth immediately transforms, asking excitedly, what's wrong? Simon, like a broken robot, stammers, oh no, it's just. He freezes up and slowly walks over to take Ozebub's hand, leaving her stunned and confused. Simon reaches for Ezebeth's arm. Then he unexpectedly pulls her into a hug. Ozebub is both surprised and feels her heart flutter with joy. Simon forces out each word, you've worked hard, Ozebub. I'm glad I have you. After saying that much, Simon blushes, pushes Ezebeth away, and says, now change back into Brad and get back to your position. It's better if no one suspects you. Ezebeth stands there, stunned, and says, oh. Simon immediately turns away, his face still red. When I get back, I'll tell you everything. Ezebeth replies softly. She touches her own warming face and can't help but exclaim, why is he so cute? Simon walks away, embarrassed. Night is gradually falling, and the surroundings are filled with the rustling of leaves. Simon exclaims happily, it's done. He and Pierre look at the simple wooden shelter before them. But what's special about it is that its foundation looks like a raft. Now then, Simon takes a deep breath. Time to sleep. He clumsily crawls inside the shelter. Pierre asks in alarm, what? Are you really going to sleep? Pierre anxiously says, it's not late yet. How about we scout around first? Simon lies comfortably in the tent, quickly takes off his cravat, and says, I plan to sleep early so I can leave early tomorrow morning. Fia, you can stay on the cravat. He places Fia's crest on the dangling cravat. Fia asks, bewildered, what are you doing? What does this kid want? Why are you? Simon places the cravat in front of the shelter and adds, you keep watch for me tonight. Pierre shouts in helpless anger, no way, you can't do this. Fia trembles with anger, sweat dripping from fear. I am the master of battalion. How dare you use me like this? This is an insult. Simon casually replies, undead don't need to sleep. Wake me up at dawn. Fia cries out in frustration, and now you're treating me like an alarm clock too. The next morning, Simon stands before the river, stretching to greet the morning sun. He says, good morning, Fia. Fia, full of resentment, says, I will never forget this humiliation. Simon gives a perfunctory apology, sorry. I promise I'll save up for the Legion when I have money. Hearing that, Simon calmly considers it. That's fine. He asks, but what are you doing so early in the morning? Simon then clenches his fist, releases Pierre, and replies, I'm going straight down to the central area. Pierre instructs his skeletal copies, you all understand your mission, right? We'll lift it up at the same time. At this moment, Pierre asks with curiosity, the central area, you mean the mansion? Simon replies, yes, I'm going to the mansion. He opens the map and explains, Hira Island has one large island in the middle, surrounded by 4 smaller islands. The rivers are also narrow, so they often draw the 4 islands close together. But the island in the middle and the 5 surrounding islands are not Kira. Simon's heart is filled with ambition as he adds, and Kira Island is in the middle. Simon, full of energy, moves forward and explains, so, to be precise, its name is the Kira Archipelago. The place we're standing is just the outer islands. There are also waterways leading to the island. He walks to a cliff, below which is a stream, and says, even though the 2 islands look like they're only separated by a river, it's actually still part of the ocean. Simon looks down at the stream and continues, therefore, if I just follow the current, I'll go straight to the island. Pierre is now enlightened. No wonder the houses you built look so strange. It was all part of the plan. Pierre, full of excitement, says, good, then let's go now. Simon exclaims softly, excellent. In the forest, Dick, looking exhausted, hides behind a bush and lets out a long sigh. In front of him is a group of people standing on the bridge, holding a strategic advantage. Seeing this, Dick says with disappointment, this place is still protected. I know we still have a chance. He reassures himself. Dick lowers his head and thinks, what should I do? Behind him are the other students. One of them softly calls out, Dick, wait, Dick, look, there's something floating on the river. On the water, a figure on a raft is approaching. Dick and his friends strain to see what it is. When they get a clear view, the friend's face turns pale. Dick, however, burst out laughing with joy. Ha ha, I knew it. Simon, it really is you. Dick shouts. Simon, on his self-made raft, glides across the water like a wave. Simon Valencia glides lightly on the water on a surfboard he just made himself. Although it's a bit bulky, it still works well. The foam from the waves splashes up, white against the clear blue sky. The sunlight is warm and gentle. Moving in this weather is so comfortable that Pierre lets out a long laugh, unable to help but exclaim, "It's so refreshing out here." Simon's expression also clearly shows his extreme satisfaction with this bold decision. Looking ahead, he says, "Let's just go this way." Not long after they started moving, he saw someone appear in the distance. Simon fixed his gaze on them and exclaimed with joy, "It seems some students arrived earlier than me." Pierre hadn't noticed yet, so he asked him again, "What is it?" Far from where Simon was intently looking, there was a high mound of earth with a few people standing restlessly on it. Simon asked Pierre, "Over there, do you see them?" It's not clear if Pierre and Simon have recognized them yet, but up here, a guy with a bun is in a panic, saying, "What?" It looks like someone is coming by boat. Stop him, attack. The guy next to him is frozen and hasn't reacted yet. Dick Haywood, on the other hand, exclaims with joy, "Ha ha ha, this is it. Let's go over there, it's completely incomprehensible." The guy standing next to him asks, "What?" A group of people is jostling at the head of the bridge. 3 of them have stepped forward. One of them observes that Simon is still engrossed in gliding on the water. He says, "Because the guy in the boat is below, they aren't paying attention to us. We have to cross over right now." In his heart, Dick Haywood had already calculated their attention will be diverted elsewhere, and Simon can also pass safely. With that thought, he takes the lead, enthusiastically urging the rest of the hesitant crowd, "Let's go, run." But on the other side of the bridge, there is also a group of people, some fully armed, some not, ready for a fight. Despite the barrier in front of them, the crowd still rushes forward, shouting to each other, "Ignore them, just run." Seeing them about to cross, the people at the head of the bridge on this side also panic and immediately grab their weapons, frantically telling each other, "Look, they're crossing the bridge. Stop them." Is moving very fast on the water, but something just happened right above Simon's head, causing him to stop and look up. The clear blue sky was instantly engulfed in brilliant flames. Before Simon's eyes was a giant, blazing fireball. He was so impressed that his eyes widened in admiration. "I don't know who shot it, but they must be very good." Simon commands, "Fire!" An energy blast immediately explodes next to his raft. Then from there, a series of skeletal arms appear, each holding a green object. The arms wave in the air. Then it uses its force to shatter the cumbersome surfboard he had made with his own hands. Simon makes a perfect leap into the air. On the water, the green object swells larger, floating up, shaped like a flower. The people watching are shocked to the core, only able to stammer and ask each other, "What?" Then, as he lands, Simon perfectly steps on the green flower to launch himself. Up above, there's more commotion. What the hell is he doing? Simon moves lightly and quickly between the floating flowers on the water, dazzling the crowd. One of them asks, "Is he running on water?" Dick Haywood, running on the bridge, answers, "No, he's jumping on flowers." His eyes are still fixed on Simon. Someone asks again, "Jumping on flowers?" Down below, Simon is still giving his all, jumping on each green flower. On the bridge, Dick Haywood continues to explain, "It's a type of floating plant." Then he exclaims in admiration, "He always has so many new ideas." Reaching the desired point, Simon leaps high into the air, somersaulting and creating a wave that surpasses the mound of earth, leaving everyone standing there stunned, staring at him. They can't comprehend what else this young man is capable of. In that moment of suspension, Simon makes a pulling motion with his hand and shouts, "Withdraw." Instantly, a series of white bone forearms shoot forward on command, successfully scaring the crowd that had been watching. Some are hit by the bones and cry out, while others cover their faces, both surprised and scared, unable to form a complete sentence. When Simon lands, the white skeletons also return to their original form, gathering to stand by his side. Simon stands in the middle, surrounded by pale white skeletons. The group raises their hands to the sky in a determined gesture and shouts enthusiastically, "All right, let's go." Witnessing this bizarre scene, the people on the mound are a bit speechless. One of them even exclaims, "Wow." In the crowd, another discussion breaks out. Someone says honestly, "That's the first time I've seen a skeleton used like that. It's truly incomprehensible." Someone else agrees, "Me too." While they are chatting animatedly, a figure suddenly darts forward. Immediately, the group recognizes the running person as Dick Haywood. They quickly point at him and shout to each other, "Hey, get him." Dick Haywood not only doesn't bother to look back, but also laughs mockingly, "See you later, idiots." Suddenly, a hand rests on the bun-haired man's shoulder. The hand presses down heavily on his shoulder. From the bun-haired man's expression, it seems the person who placed the hand on him is a bit intimidating. He only turns his head and asks half a question before cutting off. "Heron, you too?" Suddenly, that arm unleashes an unforgiving blow right into the bun-haired man's stomach, causing him to double over without being able to react and fly back several dozen meters. Witnessing the swift scene, a guy standing nearby freezes up, stunned for a few seconds, while the other person stands still without saying a word. His fiery red hair, closely following him from behind, is the same blue-black hand that was on the bun-haired man's shoulder earlier. He is Hancock. Someone in the group immediately points the finger at Hancock. "You're always against us." Faced with Hancock's somewhat terrifying presence, they turn to confront him. They look at him with extreme caution and say, "Don't move." Finally, Hancock opens his mouth. He frowns and replies with annoyance, "Whatever." His words are filled with resentment. He glares at one of the people in the crowd and continues, "You guys always go ahead without telling me." Then Hancock turns and walks away, heading straight into the vast forest ahead, his arms still following closely behind him. Hancock doesn't even bother with them. As he leaves, he adds, "Something happened that made me have to get involved." Over here, Simon is also in the forest. Beside him are several white skeletons holding wooden staffs. They are surrounded by the continuous sound of something breaking. Simon says, just in time, Pierre agrees, "That's right, your assessment is correct. Since that tree is the only entrance, it will definitely lead to a fight." Stepping deeper into the forest, Simon walks with steady steps. He steps on the grass, clearly hearing the rustling under his boots. Simon says, "Thanks to that, I can now search freely, but it won't be easy to find any traces." Throughout the forest, small rustling sounds and suspicious movements continue to echo, creating an atmosphere that is both mysterious and exciting. Fia continues Simon's thought, "There's nothing I can do either. He's the type who doesn't leave a trace. So if other kids fight in the forest, it will provoke Vikram. He gets bigger when threatened or angry, so it'll be easy to find him then." Pierre concludes, "Just waiting here is a good idea." Pausing for a moment, Simon looks up slightly. He quietly agrees with his companion, "You're right. Since all the students are fighting here, it will definitely feel threatened." The place where they are standing is next to a long and very high cliff, towering over the trees in the forest. Simon observes and concludes, "If we want to get to the top, we have to go through here, but this place is quite high." He scans the surrounding area and says with a puzzled look, "It should be around here, right?" Not understanding what Simon is referring to, Fia asks, "What are you looking for?" He immediately replies, "The reason this island is called Kira Island." Hearing that, the dry white skeleton points to a distant place. Pierre still feels a bit confused. He just makes a sound of acknowledgement but doesn't ask further. At this moment, a whole separate world opens up before Simon, with a structure deeply rooted in the culture of its inhabitants. Earthen steps, each about the height of an average resident, lead one after another upwards. Each long step is wide enough to erect tents for the people living there, and so on up to the highest step. Where the most huts were built, the steps form a block so high that it covers all the tree trunks, revealing only the canopy and treetops. Simon says softly, "There they are, the Kira people, a series of green creatures, are scattered everywhere. They wear only a loincloth, have long pointed ears, no hair, and very large black eyes." Pierre, in contrast to the scene unfolding before him, exclaims, "There are so many people." Simon immediately explains, "Yes, because many Kira people live here. That name was given to this place. The paper we have about this place says this is the best way to cross the canyon." Then, with a long sigh, Simon has to agree with Pierre, but there are really a lot of people. While observing the front, suddenly there is a sound of rustling leaves and a dry branch being stepped on behind Simon. Someone is definitely sneaking up on them from behind. Both he and the skeletons freeze for a moment. Before he could make a move, a gray-haired head with an embarrassed face appeared from behind a bush. This guy raised his hands to show he meant no harm. He quickly explained, "Sorry, I didn't intend to attack you, but it seems you're thinking of passing through the Kira people's outpost." Simon replied politely, "That's right, but..." Before he could finish his sentence, the other guy jumped in. He interrupted and continued, "If so, why don't we cooperate? To be honest, no matter how good you are, it's difficult to get through there by yourself." Then he asked Simon, You're the special admissions student, number 1, right? The two dry skeletons standing on either side of Simon are on high alert. They raise their spears, ready to attack at any moment. Simon just calmly asks the other guy, "Cooperate." As if he had found a good bait, the gray-haired guy immediately replied, "Yes, I came alone in case you were wary." "The others are behind me." Simon asked indifferently, "Is that so?" But faced with this kind of goodwill falling from the sky, Simon quickly shakes his head and says, "Thanks, but I'll go alone." The other guy panics and tries to persuade him, "Really? They're testing our teamwork. Going there alone is really crazy." Simon doesn't argue, just gently continues to refuse. "No, I have another way, sorry." As Simon turns and walks away decisively, Pierce speaks up, "Teamwork isn't a bad idea. You can just use them, and then discard them." He calmly replies, "I thought so at first too." He explains further to Pierre, "But I have a way to get through on my own, so I won't choose the more dangerous option." On this side, as soon as the request for cooperation was rejected, the gray-haired guy returns to his group. The whole group is discussing. One guy still doesn't want to believe Simon's decision. He looks annoyed. He said he's going alone. A female student immediately starts scheming. Isn't this the perfect time to go catch him? But putting aside all the petty calculations and frustrations, the gray-haired guy says, "Forget it. It's just a waste of time. Let's just stick to our plan. This is a race against time anyway." Then they all agree on that thought. One person says, "I don't think we'll lose to Kira, but since this is a steep area, it's important to spread out. Let's just stick to the positions we decided on earlier." Another agrees, "Okay." So the plan was agreed upon and a decision was made quickly. The group shouted, "Let's go," and then ran for their lives towards the front, where a host of Kira people were waiting for them with weapons in hand. The small Kira people frown angrily, shouting in their native language in protest. Opposing them, the group of students on the side also summons their spells, ready for battle. The girl says excitedly, "Get ready." Suddenly, from behind them, loud rumbling sounds grew louder and louder. The ground shook. The group turned around and asked in bewilderment, What's that sound?" Instantly, the students are petrified, including the Kira people. Everyone's jaws drop, and they stand there frozen. In the distance, a giant creature charges forward. Someone screams, "What the?" The creature is entirely brown, with a single, very large eye in the center, its pupil also brown. It looks like something from Among Us. It's stampeding forward. On its head is a young man with a bright smile. None other than Simon Valencia. And this creature is a golem, seated on the back of such a tall creature, moving at such a high speed. Simon is extremely excited. His hair flies in the wind, his face unable to hide his joy. Simon grins widely and exclaims with excitement, "Wow, the wind feels so nice." In complete contrast to his enjoyment, the group of students and the Kira people scatter in all directions, screaming, "Why is there a golem here? Human strength is no match for a golem's." In just a few steps, the golem quickly closes in on the chaotic crowd trying to escape. It even sends a student flying into the air with the sheer force of its run. The chief of the Kira people finally appears, adorned with jewelry, earrings, a necklace, bracelets, and a leaf crown. He holds a crude scepter and stands firm amidst the chaotic crowd and swirling dust. He raises both hands high with the scepter, and a shimmering light radiates like small stars, accompanied by the chief's long cries, clearly showing his intention to confront and push back the golem. In response to that threat, the golem doesn't even bother to look down. It continues to run, its foot kicking the chief, who is only as big as its toenail. The force of that kick sends the Kira chief flying to the 9th cloud, becoming a tiny dot in the sky. Unfazed, the golem and Simon continue to charge forward, to the astonishment of everyone present. On the land trampled by the golem's giant footprints, the remaining Kira people are wailing miserably. Some are rolling on the ground, some are holding their heads in pain, and some are looking at Simon with eyes full of resentment. They successfully attract Simon's attention. He glances back with a bewildered look. With an innocent expression, Simon wonders what's going on. After finishing, Simon also finishes off the golem, holding the monster's eye in his hand. He calculates in his head, "Over the past 2 days, I've accumulated 27 points from hunting monsters." Preparing to enter a new battleground, in front of him are massive tree trunks entwined with vines. Simon is still lost in his own thoughts. He reviews, "Since I've only been hunting monsters, this isn't too bad. But it's still not enough to level up." Looking vaguely at the forest he is about to enter, surprises and unforeseen things are all hidden in here. Simon braces himself. I also have to prepare for the fight with the other students. In a flash, he regains his sharp gaze and tells himself, it's best to only fight 2 or 3 people. Just as he thought about a confrontation, A stream of fire immediately attacks him from the front. Because Simon's vigilance is very high, he only needs to lean a little to avoid it. The flame quickly burns the tree trunk instead of Simon's face. Looking at the burning area, he silently assesses. It looks like Melon's black flame. The flame just now was only the beginning. Following it was a massive fire that spread towards where Simon was standing with lightning speed, incinerating everything in its path. Simon had to immediately leap to another spot. In that instant, he turns back to look at the raging fire behind him. The whistling of the wind and the ashes flying everywhere in the still burning fire make him exclaim, "That was dangerous." In the brilliant flames, a girl in a uniform with long, flowing purple hair appears with a confident smile. She says, as expected, "You always act alone." Simon sees the female student in front of him. Simon exclaims, "Melon." Simon sincerely confesses, "I was really worried about you. Are you okay? Have enough food?" Melon interrupts him and replies, "Since we started at Kaizen, everyone has been together." Then the girl continues, "As team members and classmates, everyone has tried hard and relied on each other." Simon simply listens silently to Melon. Waiting for her to finish, he asks, "Melon, don't you?" Once again, the girl cuts him off, this time with a more aggressive tone. She frowns and asks him, "Aren't you a little bit curious?" The circle of fire on Melon's hand burns brighter with every word she speaks. Which one of us is truly the strongest? Hearing this, Simon still doesn't want to accept the reality right in front of him. He still asks, "What?" But faced with a determined Melon, Simon finally lays his cards on the table. "Melon, are you challenging me?" They are surrounded by fire everywhere. The girl replies without hesitation, "That's right." Melon clenches her fist and says with a smile, "This is a chance to resolve all the animosity between us." With that, she fans the flames, making them roar as if to swallow Simon whole. And as a cry from her heart, Melon raises her voice. It's not every day that something this good comes along. Not in a hurry to respond to the eager challenger, in the extreme heat of the flames that burn anything they touch, Simon tries to calm down. He analyzes, "Something is very strange. I knew I would have to fight Melon at some point, but isn't this too rushed?" In a flash, Melon's eyes sharpen, as cold as if she had been born without any emotions. Faced with such a Melon, Simon is extremely confused. He thinks, even though she always desires to defeat everyone and become the top, I never thought she would actually attack me like this. Unable to wait any longer, Melon decides to strike first. She launches 3 fireballs from her bracelet, shouting, "Are you just going to stand there and watch me die?" The flames rush forward like a storm, not only causing fire, but also explosions like bloodthirsty, starving beasts trying to find their hidden prey. Dodging each attack, Simon meticulously observes and concludes a few things. Her power is truly devastating, her ability is formidable, and he gives her his recognition. No matter how you look at it, Melon is an extremely outstanding student. Yet in this perilous situation, facing a Melon who is fully displaying her abilities and personal prowess, Simon sees a point that can be exploited. He calculates, but no matter how perfect she is, I still have a chance to win. Quick as a flash, amidst the thick smoke and fire, Simon summons a bow. He analyzes Melon's abilities when it comes to attacking. Melon is the strongest at Kaizen. Her firepower is so strong that she can both attack and defend. If I don't attack perfectly, I won't even be able to get past her fire barrier. Grasping the strength his opponent is using to attack him, Simon finds her weakness. He tightens his grip on the bow and makes a decision. So, I need to launch a precise strike aimed right at that spot. An arrow gradually appears, dipped in a dark blue color. He growls each word, "Don't forget." As he perfectly knocks the arrow, draws the bow to the perfect angle, Simon's face sharpens. It's also when he finishes his sentence, "I know you just as well as you know me." Melon continues her attack, relentlessly striking with massive fireballs. She says, "Do you really think you can destroy this fire barrier?" The arrow is shot with incredible speed and flies towards Melon. It carries the mission of destroying something important to open a path of survival for Simon. It's not until the arrow pierces through the blazing fire she created, when it gets very close, that Melon realizes its existence. She is startled. Unable to react to its speed, Melon is struck directly in the stomach by the arrow. She grits her teeth and endures the pain. Just a second later, the arrow falls to the ground without actually harming her. A menacing dark blue aura still emanates from it. Melon says, "An arrow filled with dark energy." She almost goes crazy, the fire burning brighter than ever. She screams as her pride is wounded. "Don't underestimate me like that." Simon still stands firm on her feet, but now her feet bear the mark of darkness. Determined to hunt down and kill Simon, Melon fiercely uses her technique. Simon quickly realizes the problem. He becomes alert. Oh no, she's pulling me into a magic duel. This is going to be tougher. While chasing him, Melon thinks to herself, Simon, perhaps you think you have a chance to win against me with one perfect attack. Staring intently at Simon running ahead, she silently resolves, but as soon as I complete the black flame technique, you're finished. While chasing Simon, a dark arrow suddenly flies towards her. She looks down in surprise. Without giving Melon a moment to rest, two more arrows fly towards her, but neither of them hits her directly. Melon curses, what? Where did this come from? Looking ahead, she sees the person she's fighting still has his bow drawn and quickly assesses the situation. Simon is still standing in front of me and hasn't released his bow, and these arrows are coming from 3 different directions. Melon decides to slow down for a moment. She thinks it must be the skeletons controlled by Simon. With a quick glance, she spots the white skeleton's positions. Melon reevaluates Simon, so he had prepared everything in advance and wasn't as careless as I thought.